Zhang Yi was originally standing on the rooftop, admiring the sunset, when in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a world resembling a primeval forest. Without any warning, he had inexplicably traveled through time and space. As he pondered whether he had acquired some kind of golden finger, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Divine gift system has been bound. Divine gift what? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Divine gift system, the voice repeated. After a brief conversation, a gray light gathered in front of Zhang Yi, coalescing into a palm-sized fairy. She had short gray hair and eyes, a chubby face, pointed long ears, two small black horns on her forehead, a gray form-fitting short dress, and two pairs of translucent leaf-like wings on her back. I am the goddess of time, Aila Diasha, the little fairy proudly announced. Zhang Yi eyed her flat chest and bluntly asked, so, are you male or female? This question infuriated Aila, her face turning red with anger. How can you be so rude? I am, of course, a goddess. After some discussion, Aila introduced the four main functions of the system to Zhang Yi: translation, analysis, replication, and cultivation. The system could not only help him communicate with any intelligent species, but also analyze and master various abilities, including magic. Although the replication function was temporarily unavailable, the cultivation function could help him quickly enhance his strength. When Zhang Yi eagerly wanted to start cultivating, Aila reminded him that this was the forest of beasts, where he could be attacked by magical creatures at any time. She suggested that Zhang Yi either find a human settlement or improve his strength by hunting magical beasts. Zhang Yi decided to look for signs of human presence first and began observing the direction in which the moss was growing to determine his bearings. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled, and a pink, jelly-like creature rolled out, accompanied by a soft, gloop sound. Is this a slime? It's just a slime, Zhang Yi mused, rubbing his chin. In his understanding, slimes were the weakest monsters in games, something even beginners could handle with ease. As he prepared to step forward and test his skills, Ella urgently stopped him. No, you can't. Huh? Zhang Yi was taken aback and looked at Ella in confusion. Her face was serious as she stared intently at the slime. Why is there a slime here? The slime indeed looked harmless. Its pink, gelatinous body was round and about the size of an apple, with two tiny, bean-like eyes that made it appear quite cute. On Earth, it would undoubtedly become a beloved pet among young girls. But Ella shook her head and warned, don't be fooled by its appearance. This is just its initial form. If it is allowed to grow, it will bring disaster to the entire beast forest, and possibly the whole world. Under Ella's guidance, Zhang Yi analyzed the slime. Demon slime, a creature born from the essence of the demon realm, no rank. When unsaturated, it is immune to all physical attacks and can devour anything containing energy, including magic. As they conversed, the slime had already crawled to a fist-sized rock. Its body easily enveloped the rock and within 3 seconds, had completely consumed it, letting out a cute little burp. Its size visibly increased. This is bad, Ella exclaimed. This slime has just arrived from the demon realm and has already started devouring. If we don't stop it, the entire beast forest will be consumed. What should we do? Is there any way to kill it? With your current abilities, you can't, Ella said. But, she paused briefly, before it absorbs any negative emotions, you might be able to try using love to pacify it. Use love to pacify it? Zhang Yi found it hard to believe, but decided to give it a try. He crouched down and extended his hand towards the slime. Come here. The slime looked up at him with a curious and innocent expression, making Zhang Yi chuckle. He reached out to pet the slime, causing Ella to cry out in alarm. Wait, slimes can devour anything. Touching it is like putting your hand in acid. But it was too late. The next moment, Zhang Ye's hand gently landed on the slime's head. However, nothing happened. Huh? Ella stared blankly at the scene before her. Zhang Yi was gently patting the top of the slime, as if petting a docile puppy. Surprisingly, the slime didn't devour his hand. Instead, it squinted its small eyes and made a contented cooing sound, clearly enjoying the attention. Ella couldn't believe her eyes. By all accounts, the slime should instinctively consume anything it touched. She looked at Zhang Yi in confusion, only to see a gentle smile on his face. Hee, this is just too cute. The more I look at it, the cuter it gets. I really want to keep it, Zhang Yi said cheerfully. Ella suddenly understood Zhang Ye's kindness had been absorbed by the slime, preventing it from attacking. But this action was incredibly bold. They had just been talking about how dangerous slimes were, and yet here he was, touching it without any hesitation. Perhaps it was this pure kindness that moved the slime. The slime suddenly bounced and lightly jumped into Zhang Ye's arms. So soft, it feels amazing, Zhang Yi said contentedly as he stroked it. Ella sighed softly. The purity of Zhang Ye's goodwill was astonishing. He was simply captivated by the slime's cuteness and wanted to care for it. This pure intention had instantly won over the slime. "Ku," the slime called out, and a red magic circle the size of a plate appeared in front of it. Huh. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Is this magic? It actually initiated a contract? Ella's eyes widened in surprise. This is way too easy. Under Ella's guidance, Zhang Yi bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the magic circle, signing the contract. Although the process was more painful than he had imagined, when the blood touched the magic circle, it split in two, merging into the bodies of both the slime and Zhang Yi. Ella explained the meaning of an equal contract in detail, while Zhang Yi had already named the slime Guchu and was looking for food to feed it. When he saw Guchu shrink after using energy to heal his wound, he was deeply moved. This isn't a demonic slime at all. It's practically a little angel. Zhang Yi pressed Guchu against his cheek. "Don't worry, buddy. I'll find something for you to eat and make you nice and plump." Spotting a nearby river, Zhang Yi eagerly prepared to catch some fish. Ella couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. She then reminded him, "Be careful not to get eaten by any river monsters." When Zhang Yi arrived at the riverbank, he knew better than to act rashly. He crouched down to carefully observe the scene. The clear water reflected the riverbed's pebbles, and the water was no deeper than his knees, with no signs of dangerous creatures. Nevertheless, he prudently fetched a long stick to probe the water. As he stirred the water with the stick, a few crab-like creatures that resembled stones suddenly scurried out. Zhang Yi immediately used his analysis ability to inspect them. These were stone crabs, a type of river crab camouflaged as rocks. Their shells were hard, but they were not magical beasts, making them edible. "Guju, wait here. I'll catch some crabs for you." Zhang Yi rolled up his pants and carefully stepped into the river. As he anticipated, the water was just knee-deep. He bent down, focusing on finding the stone crabs hidden at the riverbed. These round little creatures were slightly larger than coins, with the biggest ones comparable in size to mitten crabs, and their shell patterns blended seamlessly with the river stones. Zhang Yi quickly mastered the technique. Stirring with the stick caused the startled stone crabs to reveal themselves. They moved slowly and their pincers posed no threat, allowing Zhang Yi to easily grab them with one hand and stuff them into his side pockets. Before long, all four of his pockets were brimming with crabs. "A great haul," Zhang Yi exclaimed as he excitedly climbed back onto the shore. He immediately pulled out a small stone crab and handed it to Guju. Guju chirped happily, its round body enveloping the stone crab. The hard shell dissolved rapidly in the foam, and in no time, it was completely digested, causing Guju to grow slightly larger. Zhang Yi continued feeding. "Come on, eat more and grow bigger." After devouring over a dozen stone crabs, Guju's size swelled to that of a pomegranate, replenishing the energy it had spent healing its wounds. Zhang Yi planned to try the remaining stone crabs himself. He looked around and decided to start a fire first. Although he knew several methods to make fire, being a novice, he opted for the simplest one, the bow drill method. He gathered a soft wooden board and a hard wooden stick, using a stone to flatten the board and carve a groove into it. He collected wood shavings as tinder. After preparing dry twigs and leaves, he sprinkled fine sand into the groove to increase friction and began rapidly rubbing the stick. After 3 attempts, sparks finally appeared. Zhang Yi carefully transferred the sparks into the wood shavings and gently blew on them. As the smoke thickened, a small flame emerged. He excitedly added dry leaves, and soon a campfire was crackling. "Not bad. You actually managed to start a fire," Ella couldn't help but praise. Zhang Yi placed the stone crabs into the fire to roast, and the enticing aroma of crabs soon filled the air. Taking advantage of the moment, he used a branch to prop up his wet pants, hanging them by the fire to dry. This scene made Ella blush slightly, but she didn't say anything. Once the crab meat was cooked, Zhang Yi used a stick to pull them out of the fire. "Whoa, that's hot. But it smells amazing," Zhang Yi exclaimed as he pried open the crab shell, revealing the golden crab roe inside. He couldn't help but chuckle and eagerly started to dig in. This stone crab lived up to its reputation. Its hard shell needed a rock to crack open. As Zhang Yi was feasting, Gujiu crawled over to the discarded crab shell and began to munch on it. "Don't eat that." Zhang Yi quickly stopped him. "Here, try this instead." He placed a cooked stone crab in front of Gujiu. "Gujiu." The little creature chirped happily and joined Zhang Yi in savoring the delicious meal, both making contented slurping sounds. After they had eaten their fill, Zhang Yi was about to extinguish the fire and get ready to leave when Ella suddenly pointed to the river and exclaimed, "Look, there's someone in the water." "Where?" Zhang Yi followed her gaze and saw a figure drifting downstream, bumping against the shallow river rocks. Without hesitation, he rushed over, grabbed the person's clothes, and dragged them to the shore. Once they were by the fire, Zhang Yi finally got a good look at the woman. She had an incredibly delicate face, with sharp yet gentle features and strikingly Western characteristics. Her closed eyes had a natural red shadow, and her thick red lashes framed fiery red eyebrows, giving her a wild allure. Even though she was soaked, her flaming red hair remained untangled, shimmering with the water. She wore a dark red robe over a high-collared white inner shirt, which accentuated her long neck. Despite being drenched, her exquisite robe stayed dry, which Ella explained was due to its strong magical resistance. It was clear she was a mage. Zhang Yi checked her condition. Her eyes, as beautiful as red rubies, didn't have dilated pupils, but she wasn't breathing, likely due to water inhalation. We need to perform CPR immediately. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment. This might be misunderstood, but saving her is more important. He quickly began first aid, checking her airway, then performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and chest compressions. After about 10 minutes, just as he was about to give another breath, the woman suddenly coughed violently, spitting water straight into his mouth. Ugh! Zhang Yi exclaimed, quickly spitting it out. Gross. Ugh ugh. After retching a few times, Zhang Yi turned to look at the woman lying on the ground. Her breathing had stabilized, but she still hadn't regained consciousness. Gazing at the mage, a flicker of hope sparked in Zhang Yi's ear that had saved her life, and maybe, just maybe, she could teach him magic. The thought of those dazzling spells he had only seen in anime and movies made him almost giddy with excitement. Suddenly, he noticed a serious issue. Although the woman's magical robe was waterproof, her inner shirt and pants were soaked through. Wet clothes would quickly sap her body heat, which was dangerous for someone who had just been rescued. I need to get her out of these wet clothes. Zhang Yi hesitated. If she wakes up suddenly, she might think I'm a pervert and blast me to bits. Despite his apprehension, he quickly set to work, determined to help her. Her attire was simple, and he soon had her out of the drenched outer garments. Even though she was down to her underwear, the sight still made Zhang Yi's cheeks flush. She had a tall, almost 1.85-meter frame, about the same height as Zhang Yi, but her legs were noticeably longer. What caught his eye the most were her toned, powerful muscles, which exuded both strength and grace. Could she be a melee mage? Zhang Yi wondered to himself. Carefully moving the woman closer to the fire and hanging up her wet clothes, Zhang Yi quickly retreated to a safe distance. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. He chanted under his breath, trying to calm his mind, but he couldn't help stealing glances at her, only to chastise himself and look away. This cycle repeated several times, making Ella, who was observing, chuckle quietly. By the way, can humans also be analyzed? Zhang Yi asked, changing the subject. After getting an affirmative answer from Ella, he immediately used his analysis skill on the woman. Leona Kalaman, a saint-level mage with abundant fire attribute magic and a strong physique, currently suffering from magic corruption. With Ella's explanation, Zhang Yi learned about the terrifying power of saint-level mages and the unique nature of the creature, Guchu. As he stroked the affectionate Guchu in his arms, he pondered his next steps. I plan to find civilization first, but now that I've met Leona, I can't just leave her here, Zhang Yi decided. I'll find a place to set up camp and figure out the next steps once she wakes up. With her power, she should be able to help me get out of the beast forest. Finally, he cautiously asked, is it all right for her to lie here? Ella nodded, saying, no problem. Because you don't have magic yet, you can't feel it. Even in a coma, this woman is emitting powerful magical waves that keep most magical beasts away. Zhang Yi sighed in relief. He had been worried that Leona might be taken by magical beasts while he was out, but now he could rest easy. He quickly put on his dried pants and began searching the area for a suitable shelter. After more than an hour of exploration, he got lucky. About 200 meters from the riverbank, he found a cave under a rock wall. Inside, there were traces of a fire pit and an iron pot, indicating it was an abandoned campsite left by adventurers, just as Ella had suggested. It would be perfect for their needs. Wasting no time, Zhang Yi used stones to carry embers from the abandoned campsite to start a new fire. He then went back to prepare for moving Leona. Carefully, he dressed the unconscious woman in a robe and hoisted her onto his back. Damn, she's heavy, Zhang Yi exclaimed, almost losing his balance. Leona's weight must have been close to 200 pounds. Ella explained, her muscle density is very high. If she weren't instinctively using magic to lighten her weight, she could weigh several tons. Several tons? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Are all women in this world this heavy? Of course not, Ella rolled her eyes. Ordinary people can't be this heavy. Even a saint-level mage weighs the same as a regular person. Leona is unique because she practices both magic and martial arts. In close combat, the heavier the body, the greater the momentum and power, so she stores a lot of nutrients in her body. Struggling, Zhang Yi began the arduous task of carrying Leona step by step. After only 50 meters, he was already out of breath. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, nearly causing him to fall. He barely managed to steady himself, realizing that Leona seemed to be getting heavier. Ella suggested, you could drag her. With her strong physique, she won't get hurt. No way, Zhang Yi insisted. Dragging her would increase friction and be even more exhausting. Besides, how can I let a beautiful woman get so intimate with the ground? If there's any intimacy, it should be with me. He gritted his teeth and continued. But by the time he reached 100 meters, he couldn't go any further and fell forward. Leona's weight nearly suffocated him as she landed on top. He quickly pushed her off and lay on the ground, gasping for air. Ella reminded him, her magic is running out. You need to hurry, or she'll become even harder to move once her magic is completely depleted. Hearing this, Zhang Yi rested for only a minute before hoisting Leona back onto his back. With every step, she grew heavier, and by the time he reached 150 meters, she weighed nearly 300 pounds. The last 20 meters felt like torture, each step making his legs tremble. Finally, when they reached the cave, Zhang Yi used the last of his strength to set Leona down and collapsed beside her, panting heavily. Ella looked at him and shook her head. You didn't have to save her, you know? Why put yourself through this? Lying on the ground, Zhang Yi grinned. She's the first person I met in this world, and she's a beauty. How could I miss the chance to play the hero? Besides, if I save her, she might teach me magic. Ella understood that Zhang Yi's actions were not motivated by Leona's beauty or the desire to learn magic. Just like when he adopted Gu Jiu, it was purely because he wanted to help. Hungry. After all that effort, Zhang Yi felt his stomach was completely empty, as if the stone crabs he just ate had never existed. He decided to go out and find more food. First, he skillfully caught a few stone crabs by the river, then ventured into the forest to explore. As he walked through the woods, he carefully identified various fruits. The green forest fruit was translucent, crisp, and slightly sweet with each bite. The red berry fruit was soft, juicy, and sweetly tart. The rock mushroom had a tender texture and emitted an enticing, fresh aroma. All these were safe to eat. Of course, there were also some dangerous items. The unripe blueberry fruit was mildly toxic. The seven-step date, though fragrant and tempting, was extremely poisonous. And then there was what looked like an ordinary rock but turned out to be bear droppings. Good grief! Zhang Yi exclaimed in horror, flinging the item from his hand. I thought it was a mushroom, but it's bear poop. Ella, watching from the side, burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Zhang Yi hurried to the river to wash his hands thoroughly. Soon, his mood improved with the bounty he had collected, and he cheerfully headed back to the cave. Along the way, he picked a white mushroom and handed it to the little creature on his shoulder, Gujiu, who immediately wrapped around it and absorbed it with evident pleasure. Back at the cave, Zhang Yi discovered an unexpected Saprizia copper pot left by previous adventurers. He meticulously cleaned the pot and the ingredients, preparing to make a pot of crab and mushroom soup. While waiting for the soup to cook, he chatted with Ella and shared the fruits he had gathered with Gujiu. By the way, it seems like Leona is being corrupted by magic. What's going on? Ella explained. Magic corruption can take many forms, like fire or ice, with various subtypes. It's hard to determine the exact type just by looking at the symptoms, but knowing it now won't help much. You should focus on training while she can still fend off the magical beasts. Will she be in danger? For now, she should be okay. But if it drags on, who knows? Zhang Yi nodded and asked about training methods. Under Ella's guidance, he tried to circulate his inner energy and immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if the surrounding energy was being drawn into him by an invisible force. The crab and mushroom soup was soon ready, and its rich aroma filled the air. Zhang Yi took a sip and marveled at its deliciousness. He then carefully brought the soup to Leona and gently fed it to her. Seeing Leona instinctively swallow the soup, Zhang Yi beamed with joy and muttered, "Heh, I'm treating you so well. When you wake up, you better not forget me. They say the first beautiful girl you meet in another world is the heroine. So you have to survive this magic corruption. You can't die on me, okay?" Ella retorted defiantly, "By your logic, I should be the main character." Zhang Yi, who was focused on feeding soup to Leona, didn't even look up as he replied, "Oh, please. You're not even as big as my hand. Main character, my foot. Go play somewhere else." Ella was so angry she couldn't speak. She stomped her foot in frustration while Zhang Yi continued to feed Leona the entire pot of soup without a care. After finishing, he leisurely began to enjoy some stone crab and white mushrooms, saying to Leona, who lay beside him with her beautiful eyes closed, "This smells amazing. Too bad you can't have any." Turning to Ella, Zhang Yi asked, "Ella, do you want some?" Ella shook her head. "I'm just a manifestation, not my true form. I don't need to eat. Even if I were in my true form, I wouldn't need to." "Oh, I see," Zhang Yi said thoughtfully. "Can others see you?" "No," Ella explained, "and our conversations are shielded by this world's laws. No one else can hear us. To avoid people thinking you're talking to yourself, you can communicate with me through your mind." "Got it. Here, have some crab." After a satisfying meal, Zhang Yi let out a loud burp and declared, "All right, time to start training. He then assumed a classic Taoist meditation pose, sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. Ella couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated posture, but said nothing. Empty your mind. Empty your mind, Zhang Yi murmured with his eyes closed, quickly entering a meditative state. His breathing became long and steady, and the surrounding magical energy began to flow into his body more rapidly. Ella was astonished to see Zhang Yi grasp the essence of meditation so quickly. It usually took ordinary people months or even years to sense magic, and even prodigies needed several days. Yet, Zhang Yi had entered the state within a minute of closing his eyes. Time passed quietly until the next morning. Zhang Yi opened his eyes to the gradually brightening sky, realizing he had been training all night. The first thing he did after training was to take care of his physiological needs. When he returned, he carefully felt the flow of magic within his body. He tried to control the energy and soon managed to make his hand emit a faint glow. Wow, am I a mage now? Zhang Yi asked excitedly. Ella crossed her arms and said, not even close. Most people in this world can do that. You've just touched the threshold of magic. You won't be considered a mage until you can actually cast a first-level spell. Cast a spell, huh? Zhang Yi scratched his head in thought. Although he had magic within him, it seemed he could only use it to create light for now. Well, it's still useful. At least I won't have to worry about stepping in anything at night. Nightlight chicken, ahem. It seems I need to learn magic, Zhang Yi pondered, recalling Ella's words. As long as someone casts a spell, he could analyze and master it, which seemed like a good way to learn. His gaze fell on the unconscious Leona, and he sighed helplessly. Since she hadn't woken up and there was no one else around, he had to focus on solving the immediate problem of hunger. Zhang Yi immediately began searching the forest for edible plants. Soon, he found some wild vegetables and mushrooms. When he reached the river, he managed to catch a few stone crabs and, with some luck, even snagged a spawning fish. This fish looks a bit like a catfish, Zhang Yi remarked, examining the female spawning fish in his hand. Although he wasn't fond of its appearance, this was no time to be picky. He recalled that these fish had a peculiar trait. They would release unfertilized eggs to confuse predators when in danger. They had no magical power, but their flesh was quite tasty. There were no other animals around, likely due to the magical aura Leona emitted, which scared away both beasts and magical creatures. Zhang Yi didn't dare venture too far, considering Ella had mentioned that he was only at a novice level. His magic could only produce light and slightly enhance his physical abilities, making even a first-tier magical beast a formidable challenge. Back in the cave, Zhang Yi used the gathered ingredients to cook a fragrant pot of soup. He carefully fed Leona first, worrying about a peculiar issue. Will she need to pee after drinking so much soup? Your concerns are quite odd, Ella remarked with a sigh. A mage's magic power eliminates food waste. The stronger the mage, the less they need to excrete. Eat without needing to go? That's so overpowered, Zhang Yi exclaimed in amazement. After filling his stomach, Zhang Yi and Gu Jiao started their training. He was eager to break through to the first tier, which would at least allow him to form magic bullets, providing some means of self-defense. Sure enough, by the afternoon, he felt a surge through his body and successfully advanced. Nice first tier, Zhang Yi cheered, pumping his fist. He extended his palm and formed a marble-sized white light ball. Go, Kamehameha! He struck a dramatic pose and launched the magic bullet. The light ball floated leisurely towards the rock wall, exploding with a small pop and leaving only a tiny white mark. That's pretty weak. Zhang Yi scratched his head. Ella explained that this was normal for a first tier. At the Saint tier, a fully charged magic bullet could destroy a city of 10,000 people. However, magic bullets were just the most basic skill. True magic could be dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful. The advantage of magic bullets lay in their simplicity, requiring no chanting or magic circles. Basic attack, got it. Zhang Yi summarized succinctly. Ella chuckled at his straightforward understanding but admitted it was accurate. Magic bullets were like a mage's basic attack, akin to a swordsman's slash or an archer's shot. However, your magic has no attribute, which is quite unique, Ella observed, watching Zhang Ye's glowing hand. With Ella's explanation, Zhang Yi quickly grasped the significance. Does that mean I can learn all types of magic, not specializing in just one, but mastering multiple attributes? Full attribute mastery? You really are a genius. You got it right. Ella was impressed by Zhang Ye's sharp insight. Although most people can theoretically learn various elemental magic without conflict if they possess non-attribute mana, factors like learning efficiency, time, and talent limit them to mastering only a few elements, Zhang Yi said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But I'm different. With the system's help, I can perfectly master all kinds of magic once the analysis is complete. This non-attribute mana physique allows me to become a true multi-element mage, unaffected by any elemental weaknesses. Plus, leveling up through battles enhances my physical and mental strength. making me well-rounded in every aspect? Ella nodded slightly in agreement. Ha ha ha, I really am the protagonist. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel delighted by his advantage, almost wanting to give himself a thumbs up. Suddenly, he remembered something. By the way, I've reached the first tier now. Has the replication slot been unlocked? Yes, Ella confirmed. The first tier unlocks 2 replication slots. You can copy the skills of any entity with abilities, and once analyzed, you can directly master the corresponding magic. Is that so? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned his gaze to the unconscious Leona. Without hesitation, he activated his replication ability and checked his skill panel. A series of lower-tier spells appeared. Metal condensation condenses metal for shaping. Water droplet condenses droplets of water for drinking. Spark condenses sparks for ignition. Light illumination condenses light points for illumination. So, I can only replicate spells of the same tier or lower? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Ella explained in detail, not exactly. The analysis itself has no tier limitation. As long as you can see or sense the opponent casting the spell, you can analyze it. But if the opponent hasn't cast the spell, you can only analyze it through replication, and currently, replicate and analyze can only handle spells of the same tier. Currently, Zhang Yi keenly caught the keyword. Yes, Ella nodded. When you reach milestones like the 4th tier, 7th tier, or Saint tier, you'll be able to analyze and replicate higher tier spells. However, for spells stored in books or staves, as long as they are within your perception range, you can analyze and replicate them regardless of their tier. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. So if the target casts a spell many tiers higher than mine, I can still directly replicate and analyze it, right? That's correct, Ella added, but analysis takes time. And whether you can cast it is another matter. Some high tier spells require mana far beyond your current limit and have other restrictions. Without sufficient tier, it's challenging to cast them. Then I'll just have to raise my tier, Zhang Yi declared resolutely. He then reviewed the first tier spells. Metal Formation, a low hardness metal shaping spell. Wood Vine summons low toughness wood vines for attacks. Fireball, a short range fireball attack. Light Orb, a short range light attribute orb attack. Weak power is better than no power at all, Zhang Yi mused to himself. Zhang Yi currently has only 2 copy slots, allowing him to replicate just 2 spells. Since he can only copy and analyze spells of the same tier, he naturally opts to start with first tier spells. After some thought, he decides to copy Metal Manipulation, and Fireball. Metal Manipulation allows him to freely condense and shape metal, which is very practical, and he believes Fireball should deal more damage than Water Ball. Copy. With the command given, the methods for casting the 2 spells instantly appear in Zhang Ye's mind. The copy duration is displayed as 15 minutes. Analyze. The analysis process begins, showing that it will take 10 minutes. This means he can master these spells within 15 minutes, but will have to wait another 15 minutes before he can copy and analyze again. However, Zhang Yi is quite satisfied with this and even a bit excited. Now I'm a mage too, Zhang Yi exclaims with anticipation, spreading his hands. In his left hand, a marble-sized metal sphere forms, while a ping-pong ball-sized fireball appears in his right. Seeing his joy, Gujio, his pet, chirps adorably. This gives Zhang Yi an idea, and he decides to check Gujio's magical abilities. Although he has no empty copy slots, he can still inspect them. Copy. Immediately, Gujio's magical information appears before him. Devour. A tierless innate magic that can consume anything to strengthen itself. Copy duration, 1 second. Analysis duration, 1 second. Although the description is brief, this ability sounds incredibly powerful. With this skill, he could enhance himself by devouring various materials, just like Gujio. Zhang Yi decides to copy this skill as soon as the current copy duration ends. Stepping outside, Zhang Yi begins testing the power of his spells. Fireball. A fireball shoots out, faster than an ordinary magic missile, and strikes a nearby tree trunk. With a loud pop, the bark shatters, leaving a charred mark surrounded by smoke. Zhang Yi quickly runs over to extinguish the remaining embers, muttering, "Starting a forest fire can land you in jail." Next, he tests Metal Manipulation, forming a bronze-colored metal sphere in his palm. This spell is much more intriguing than Fireball. The metal in his hand can be molded like clay. He shapes it into brass knuckles and eagerly swings a few punches. After casting 4 first-tier spells, Zhang Yi realizes his magic energy is about 1/5 depleted. Ella had told him that this was quite impressive. His magic energy, refined by the system, is purer and far more abundant than that of ordinary mages. A typical mage just promoted to the first tier could cast only about 5 first-tier spells. Moreover, Ella adds, as you continue to train, both your magic reserves and quality will improve. This is thanks to the system and your innate talent. In your world's terms, you're naturally gifted with a higher magic capacity. Of course, I am the protagonist, Zhang Yi says smugly. Ella is left speechless. This guy really doesn't know the meaning of humility. Chirp! A clear, crisp sound suddenly rang out. Zhang Yi noticed Gujio's round little eyes fixated on the fireball in his hand. Through their equal contract, he could clearly sense Gujio's desire for the fireball. That's right, Gujio can devour magic? Zhang Yi realized, squatting down and holding the flickering fireball in front of Gujio. Can you eat this? Gujio excitedly jumped onto Zhang Ye's hand, enveloping the fireball with its entire body. The fireball rolled around inside its translucent form for a moment before disappearing. Gujio then let out a loud burp, visibly swelling in size. It really can eat it. Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Aila explained, of course, it's known as the slime that devours everything. Magic contains far more energy than ordinary food and is a great supplement for slimes. Feed it more magic, and it will grow faster. Got it. Zhang Yi immediately conjured another fireball. Here, Gujio, eat up and grow strong. I'll rely on you to help me conquer this other world. Chirp. The little creature chirped happily, greedily devouring fireball after fireball. After creating over a dozen fireballs, Zhang Yi suddenly felt dizzy and weak. So, there are side effects when you run out of magic, right? Zhang Yi asked, shaking his heavy head. Aila nodded. Yes, depleting your magic can cause discomfort. Severe magic exhaustion can even lead to fainting and be life-threatening. Maintaining sufficient magic is crucial for a mage. Under Aila's guidance, Zhang Yi learned that with system-assisted training, he could recover 10% of his magic every 2 seconds, and entering a meditative state could increase this recovery rate 3 to 4 times. This meant that even without meditating, he could fully recover his magic in 20 seconds, allowing him to maintain a steady pace of casting 1 spell per second. Zhang Yi immediately activated the system training, feeling the surrounding magic flow continuously into his body. Once his magic was restored, he eagerly copied and analyzed Gujio's devouring ability. Within a second, he had perfectly mastered this skill. He could now devour anything, including magic, just like Gujio, and convert it into energy to enhance his body, soul, and magic. However, Aila cautioned, unlike the slime, your body has a limit. Exceeding that limit with too much energy can cause you to explode. After feeding Gujio another dozen fireballs, the little creature suddenly stopped eating, closed its eyes, and entered a digestion state. Its gel-like body swirled like a vortex. Aila explained in detail the slime's digestion mechanism. While their devouring capacity is extremely high, their digestion ability needs to improve gradually as they grow. At its current stage, if Gujio devoured 100 high-level spells at once, it might take decades to fully digest them. Additionally, during the digestion state, slimes become incredibly fragile, and a single hit could be fatal. Hearing this, Zhang Yi carefully cradled the digesting Gujio in his arms, worried about its safety. Aila watched this scene, a faint smile forming at the corner of her mouth. After returning to the cave and carefully checking on Leona's condition, Zhang Yi sat down cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dusk, and his eyes glimmered with an unusual radiancy, had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. With 3 replication slots now at his disposal, Zhang Yi immediately began to replicate and analyze Leona's magic spells. Golden Blade Technique, with Serpent Technique, Water Cannon, Fireball, Rock Armor, Paralysis. Although these 2nd-tier spells had limited power and effects, they were invaluable skills for him at this stage. Each 2nd-tier spell could be replicated for 15 minutes, and the analysis took 30 minutes. Zhang Yi crafted a meticulous plan. He would replicate 3 spells every 15 minutes and then analyze them in cycles until he mastered all of Leona's 2nd-tier spells. After taking care of his physiological needs, Zhang Yi went to the riverbank. Using the light spell cleverly to attract stone crabs, he quickly harvested a batch of fresh river delicacies. With the leftover mushrooms and wild vegetables from lunch, he cooked a pot of aromatic river seafood soup. Patiently feeding Leona first, he then satisfied his own hunger. By nightfall, the fully digested Gujio had swelled to the size of half a basketball, looking like an oversized gummy bear, so adorable that Zhang Yi couldn't bear to put it down. Holding Gujio, he re-entered his cultivation state, estimating that he would reach the 3rd tier in another day, enabling him to replicate more spells to fight monsters. Late at night, Zhang Yi was deep in meditation, with Gujio peacefully asleep in his warm embrace. Suddenly, the forest fell into an eerie silence, and Leona's eyes snapped open, one fiery red, the other a dark purple, both glowing eerily in the darkness. It turned out her consciousness had been awake all along, and she had witnessed everything Zhang Yi had done. Saving her, caring for her, worrying about her. Increasing her weight was a small act of revenge for him calling her heavy, but she hadn't expected him to actually carry her to the cave. If it weren't for his timely encouragement, she might have lost the battle against the demonic forces within her. Thank you, she mouthed silently, a captivating smile curling at her lips. If I survive this, I'll consider repaying you with my hand. She then closed her eyes again, continuing to fight against the demonic forces within her. The next day, Zhang Yi woke up with a stretch, hurriedly taking care of his morning needs. He estimated that by evening, he would break through to the third tier, and with renewed vigor, he conjured a few fireballs for Gujia's breakfast. Heading to the riverbank, he looked at the stone crabs in the water, a slight smile playing at his lips. Oomph! This time I won't even need to get my pants wet to catch you all. Zhang Yi stood by the riverbank, spreading his hands wide. The river water surged violently, and several stone crabs, small fish, and shrimp floated uncontrollably to the surface. They struggled in vain, eventually getting trapped in dozens of water bubbles that floated steadily toward Zhang Yi. The system's analysis is amazing. Zhang Yi laughed triumphantly. The perfect control granted by the magical analysis allowed him to cast spells effortlessly, no need for guidance, chanting, or drawing magic circles. As long as he had enough mana, he could release dozens of spells simultaneously, just like he was now using water cannon spells to easily capture the river creatures. He then conjured several metal skewers, preparing for a barbecue. For seasoning, he turned and ventured into the forest to gather wild fruits and chili peppers. In the woods, he encountered a swarm of honey bees. These lower-tier magical beasts produced honey just like Earth's bees. Through magical communication, Zhang Yi successfully borrowed some honey. Seeing that it wasn't enough, he shamelessly asked for more. Back at the cave, Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, and a flame sprang from his fingertips to light the fire. He summoned branches with magic to add to the fire, simultaneously boiling soup and grilling. The honey brushed onto the grilled items emitted an irresistible aroma. Focused on his cooking, Zhang Yi didn't notice Leona, who was unconscious, subtly twitching her nose and unconsciously swallowing. "It smells amazing," Zhang Yi exclaimed in satisfaction after taking a bite of the grilled shrimp. He handed a skewer to Gujiu, the soft little creature beside him, who surprisingly extended its tiny hands and mimicked Zhang Yi's skewer-eating technique. "Ha ha ha, Gujiu can eat skewers now." Zhang Yi laughed heartily as man and pet began enjoying their feast together. After their meal, Zhang Yi routinely fed Leona some soup. "When will you wake up? I'm counting on you to teach me magic," he whispered softly, looking at her valiant face. He then resumed his training. As night fell, a white light suddenly flashed across his body. Had successfully advanced to the third tier. Third tier. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and immediately delved into skill analysis. Information about third-tier spells like Explosive Fireball, Water Whip, and Earth Spikes flooded his mind. Each spell demonstrated incredible power. Explosive Fireball could be condensed into a ball for targeted blasts, Water Whip could strike with precision following arm movements, and Earth Spikes could summon sharp spikes in a fan shape. According to Aila's explanation, starting from the third tier, the power of magic is closely related to the caster's magical energy and quality. The same Explosive Fireball, when cast by a second-tier mage, could be several times more powerful than that cast by a third-tier mage. Zhang Yi quickly discovered the pattern of copying spells. The replication duration for spells of the same tier was 15 minutes, while lower-tier spells could last longer. To improve efficiency, he decisively abandoned analyzing zero-tier spells and focused on mastering skills of his current tier. Through practice, he found that third-tier spells had astonishing destructive power. A single Explosive Fireball could shatter a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. Even more impressive, with perfect control, he could simultaneously cast dozens of such spells. Such attack power might be unbearable even for fourth-tier magical beasts. To be thorough, Zhang Yi spent time analyzing all the third-tier spells Leona had mastered and dedicated an entire night to training, enhancing his magical reserves. The next morning, he cooked a pot of soup for Leona and sealed the cave entrance with a stone wall spell before heading into the forest with Gujiu to find his target. For his first hunt, Zhang Yi chose magical beasts below the third tier as his targets. Although his magic was powerful enough to deal with same-tier beasts, his lack of combat experience made him cautious. As he walked, he used magic to leave marks along the way to avoid getting lost. After covering a distance of 7 miles, he finally encountered his first target, a fanged rabbit. This first-tier water-type beast, though only the size of a husky, had 2 pairs of ears and sharp fangs, making it a fierce omnivorous predator. To Zhang Yi's surprise, the fanged rabbit did not flee. Instead, it assumed a predatory stance, even licking its lips as it sized him up. Just as he was about to cast a spell to teach this impertinent creature a lesson, the fanged rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and shot a water arrow straight at his face. Zhang Yi hastily rolled to dodge the attack, avoiding injury but getting covered in dust. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but think, so it's true, the effortless battles against magical beasts in novels are all lies. Even a first-tier beast is this troublesome. The reaction speed of magical beasts far surpasses that of humans, and they also possess innate magical abilities. The fanged rabbit in front of Zhang Yi suddenly lifted its head, and a jet of water shot out from its mouth with a whistle. Although not very powerful, the sudden attack caught Zhang Yi, who was participating in a magical battle for the first time, off guard. He quickly adjusted his stance, drawing a magic circle with his hands in front of his chest. Low-level rock armor. As the incantation left his lips, a magic circle appeared behind him, and fragments of rock rapidly coalesced around him, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body in an instant. This third-tier defensive spell made him look like a heavily armored knight from the Middle Ages, enough to withstand the attacks of a first-tier magical beast. Sure enough, when the fanged rabbit's water jet hit the armor, it only left a few drops of water without even a scratch. Realizing its attack was futile, the fanged rabbit's pupils contracted, and it immediately understood that the bipedal creature in front of it was far beyond its ability to handle. Without hesitation, it turned and fled, leaving only a blur in Zhang Ye's vision. Damn it! Zhang Yi wanted to give chase, but forgot he was still wearing the heavy rock armor. Even with the aid of magic, the armor severely hampered his movement. As soon as he took a step, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Oh man, he muttered, rubbing his aching chest while dispelling the rock armor. This encounter made him acutely aware of his lack of experience. Even a first-tier fanged rabbit could outmaneuver him. However, this setback only fueled his determination. He believed that through continuous combat, he could quickly improve. Let's go find another fanged rabbit. I swear I won't stop until I've had rabbit for dinner today. He dusted himself off, his spirits high. What does the Jade Emperor's surname have to do with it? Ella asked curiously. It's Zhang. Ella was speechless. After walking for a while longer, Zhang Yi encountered a fanged rabbit gnawing on a large beetle. The rabbit's 4 ears stood alert, and its eyes were warily fixed on Zhang Yi. This time, Zhang Yi's expression was serious, determined to kill it with one strike. His most powerful long-range spell was a third-tier light magic called Ray. This spell could condense a marble-sized light orb that instantly transformed into a chopstick-thick beam of light, striking its target at the speed of light. Although its single-target power was slightly weaker than an explosive fireball and its area of effect smaller, it excelled in range and had a penetrating effect. Its maximum range could reach 100 meters, and even at the farthest distance, its power could rival a second-tier Great Fireball. At this moment, he was 30 to 40 meters away from the fanged rabbit, within the optimal attack range. Zhang Yi spread his hands, and 20 light orbs simultaneously formed around him. Seeing this, the fanged rabbit's fur bristled, and it turned to flee. Wings of light, unfold! Zhang Yi shouted, and 20 rays of light shot out from behind him, resembling magnificent wings of light. The fanged rabbit screamed in terror, but against the speed of light, any attempt to dodge was futile. The light beams precisely covered the target area, instantly turning the rabbit into a pincushion. When the dust settled, the fanged rabbit lay dead, its body riddled with penetrating wounds. An invisible energy surged into Zhang Yi, invigorating him and replenishing his stamina. Did you really need to use 20 third-tier spells to kill a first-tier fanged rabbit? Ella couldn't help but ask. A lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Before his words had fully settled, a forest lizard emerged from the underbrush. Zhang Yi quickly identified it, a first-tier poison beast. Without hesitation, he released another 20 beams of light, sending the unfortunate lizard to its doom as well. Ella watched the scene in speechless amazement, thinking to herself, this guy has a severe case of firepower inadequacy anxiety, and it's incurable. But this caution does indeed minimize unexpected risks. Zhang Yi inspected the two corpses. Although the bloody scene made him somewhat uncomfortable, he forced himself to adapt. He knew that as the protagonist, he would face even more brutal battles in the future. After confirming that there were no crystal cores inside these first-tier beasts, Zhang Yi placed the bodies into a vine basket conjured by magic, intending to take them back for dinner. Just as he was about to continue exploring, two distinctly different beast roars echoed from deeper within the forest. One sounded like a wolf, the other like a bear. Judging by the powerful roars, Zhang Yi deduced that two formidable beasts must be fighting. His eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to reap the benefits. Zhang Yi cast a third-tier wind spell, Gale Technique. A green light flashed, reducing wind resistance and significantly increasing his speed. Once he had adjusted to his newfound speed, he cautiously approached the source of the sounds. As the distance shortened, the sounds of the battle grew clearer. Finally, at a distance of about 40 meters, he saw the two combatants. A blue giant wolf and a black giant bear locked in a fierce struggle. This distance was just within his 50-meter magic sensing limit, far exceeding the 30-meter range of an ordinary third-tier mage. Within this range, he could analyze his targets at will. A fierce battle between magical beasts is unfolding. On the battlefield, a 1.5-meter-tall azure wolf and a larger dark bear are locked in a brutal fight. The azure wolf is a third-tier metal-based magical beast, while the dark bear, though only a second-tier dark-based beast, holds its own. The dark bear's jet black body is marked by a striking red-shaped stripe on its chest. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it exudes an overwhelming sense of power. During the fight, the azure wolf continuously forms metal blades to attack, but these seemingly sharp blades barely scratch the dark bear. In contrast, the dark bear's body emits a dark red glow, and each swipe of its paw tears large chunks of flesh from the azure wolf. Despite being a third-tier beast, the azure wolf is being overpowered by the second-tier dark bear. That's a young dark bear, Ella explained. Dark bears are notoriously vicious among magical beasts and are almost unbeatable at the same tier. Even though this one is only at the second tier, it can overpower a third-tier azure wolf. Zhang Yi could clearly feel the immense magical energy radiating from the dark bear, far surpassing that of the azure wolf. He immediately began analyzing the magical abilities of both beasts. The azure wolf wielded the third-tier metal-based spell Azure Blade, while the dark bear could use the fourth-tier dark-based spell Rage, which surprised him. Magical beasts' abilities differ from humans, Ella continued. They possess innate magic, which doesn't adhere to the strict tier limitations like human magic. When this dark bear reaches the 5th tier, it will be able to use the 7th tier spell Bloodthirsty Rage, making it a formidable opponent even for other 7th tier beasts. Adult dark bears typically have at least 7th tier combat power. Zhang Yi then asked if humans could also use higher tier magic. Ella explained that it was possible but required a profound understanding of magic, sufficient magical energy, and high-quality mana. With a confident smile, Zhang Yi began analyzing the dark bear's 4th tier spell Rage. In 10 hours, he would master this spell perfectly, even with his current 3rd tier cultivation. Using his copying ability, Zhang Yi also discovered that the dark bear possessed the 3rd tier dark-based spell Dark Claw, while the azure wolf had another spell besides Azure Blade called Sharp Edge, a 2nd tier spell. He copied and analyzed each of these spells. The battle suddenly reached its climax. The dark bear roared, its paws glowing with dark red energy, forming massive black-red claws. With one powerful swipe, it sent the azure wolf flying, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its shoulder. Severely injured, the azure wolf went berserk, channeling all its magical energy to form a 3-meter-long giant azure blade above the dark bear's head. Ella said gravely, "This is a last-ditch effort." Facing this attack, which rivaled a 4th tier spell, the dark bear advanced instead of retreating, its claws glowing with black-red light as it met the attack head-on. "Holy crap, this young bear!" Zhang Yi exclaimed. "This cub has some serious guts." In the next moment, the giant azure blade came crashing down, clashing with the dark bear's dark claws. The intense impact created gusts of wind that bent the surrounding plants and forced Zhang Yi to squint his eyes. The deadly battle ended with the dark bear's hard-fought victory. The massive blade of the azure wolf sliced a deep, bone-revealing gash into the dire bear's claws, nearly severing them and extending all the way to its shoulder. After this all-out strike, the azure wolf collapsed to the ground, completely drained of energy. Contrary to what one might expect, the dire bear did not falter from its grievous wounds. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar and charged at the azure wolf again. The wolf's eyes filled with despair as it tried to flee, but it was too exhausted and injured to move, left to watch helplessly as death approached. Just then, 30 blinding beams of light suddenly appeared, striking the dire bear's back with tremendous force. This was Zhang Ye's all-out attack, consuming nearly 4/5 of his magic. At such close range, the dire bear's massive body was an easy target. Amid the barrage of impacts, the dire bear's body convulsed violently, blood splattering everywhere as smoke rose from its wounds. Finally, it collapsed with a resounding thud. Zhang Yi panted heavily, the massive expenditure of magic leaving him extremely uncomfortable, but it was worth it to defeat the dire bear. However, he didn't feel any surge of power, indicating the dire bear was still alive. Zhang Yi waited for his magic to recover, then unleashed another 30-fold beam attack. "Aila, have you ever seen a mage who starts with a 30-fold spell?" Aila replied helplessly. This time, the dire bear let out one final, reluctant growl before it died completely. Zhang Yi felt a noticeable enhancement in both his physique and spirit. As he prepared to deal with the azure wolf, he noticed it lowering its head, whimpering, its eyes filled with a pleading look. Zhang Yi slowly lowered his raised hand, smiling gently. "A wolf that looks back does so either for gratitude or revenge. Maybe it will become my mount, or even a bestiared companion." With Aila looking utterly speechless, Zhang Yi waved his hand, letting the azure wolf go. The injured wolf gave him a grateful glance before limping away into the forest. Before nightfall, Zhang Yi made sure to carve out the dire bear's paw. Though missing the crystal core was unfortunate, having such a delicacy was already quite a treat. However, long after they had left, an even larger figure appeared next to the dire bear cub's corpse. It was the cub's mother, who let out an earth-shattering roar, her blood-red eyes locking onto the direction Zhang Yi had gone. As Zhang Yi roasted the bear paw in a cave, he suddenly shivered, realizing that this was a dire bear cub and fearing its mother might come for revenge. Fortunately, Aila reassured him that with Leona's magical presence nearby, not even a 7th-tier dire bear would dare approach. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. The bear paw before him exuded an irresistible aroma. He eagerly drizzled some honey over it, making the scent even more enticing. After a night of cultivation, Zhang Yi opened his eyes. Ella immediately informed him that his magical fluctuations had advanced from a new 3rd tier to an early 3rd tier, estimating that in 3 days, he could break through to the 4th tier. Is advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier a bottleneck? Zhang Yi asked. Yes, Ella explained in detail. Below the 4th tier, you are considered a low-level mage. The 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers are mid-level mages. The 7th tier is a high-level mage. The 8th tier is a grand mage. The 9th tier is an archmage, and the 10th tier is a great archmage. Beyond that is the saint tier, also known as the saint archmage. Each tier is further divided into novice, early, middle, late, and peak stages, representing different levels of combat power within the same tier. She shrugged. But for you, these substages aren't that important. With your ability to cast spells without cooldown, being invincible within the same tier, or even fighting across tiers is not an issue. Absolutely, Zhang Yi said confidently. After breakfast, he sealed the cave and prepared to enter the forest to level up. As he walked, he practiced mana transformation. The mana orb in his hand constantly changed colors, from fiery red to deep blue, from emerald green to pure white, displaying a vibrant spectrum. The little creature on his shoulder watched curiously. However, it wasn't long before he felt a wave of dizziness. Ella explained that this was a symptom of mental exhaustion. After walking about 7 or 8 miles, the forest was eerily quiet. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. This unusual silence made Zhang Ye's scalp tingle, and he immediately decided to retreat. Huh, weren't we going to fight monsters and level up? Ella asked, puzzled. Safety first? Zhang Yi glanced at her. It's not about being timid, it's about being cautious. I'm still developing my powers. I can't just rush in recklessly. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening beast roar suddenly erupted in the forest. Before he could finish his sentence, a ferocious roar suddenly erupted from the forest behind them, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively bolted, shouting, "See, I told you. That roar sounds just like a bear's. It's probably the mother bear coming for her cub. This old brute is even craftier than a bear. If I hadn't been far enough away, it would have caught me by now." Ella opened her mouth to speak, but ended up just nodding. You were right, she admitted, acknowledging Zhang Yi's accurate premonition. As they ran, Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance back, causing his scalp to tingle with fear. In the distance, a massive shadow was charging through the forest, smashing through the giant, intertwined trees with ease. The ground shook more violently with each step, and the roars grew louder and closer. Damn it, Zhang Yi exclaimed, casting a speed spell on himself as he sprinted towards the cave. Despite his enhanced speed, the enormous beast behind him was closing the gap alarmingly fast. It's definitely after me, Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. Had he ventured a bit further, the creature would have ambushed him already. When the distance shrank to just a few dozen meters, Zhang Yi finally caught a clear glimpse of his pursuer, a fully grown berserk bear. This beast was a 5th-tier magical creature, capable of challenging a 7th-tier warrior. If it caught up to him, there would be no escape. In this life-and-death situation, Zhang Yi quickly thought on his feet and cast an iron chain spell. However, the chain net formed by the 3rd-tier spell was easily shattered by the berserk bear. If 1 isn't enough, how about 10? 10 times the iron chain. Zhang Yi relentlessly cast spells, creating chains, pitfalls, and steps to hinder the bear's pursuit. Each obstacle only bought him a few precious seconds, but those seconds were enough for him to repeatedly escape death. Just as Ella had said, once they were within 3 miles of Leona, the berserk bear's attacks noticeably weakened. Finally, with a reluctant roar, it turned and retreated. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi dared not venture outside again. Instead, he stayed in the cave, focusing on his training and occasionally checking on the still unconscious Leona. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, Zhang Yi couldn't help but mutter, does she really not need to use the bathroom? Ella covered her face, feeling a bit speechless. I mean, isn't your focus a bit strange? Most people care about whether she's pretty or has a great figure, but you're worried about whether she needs to pee. Of course. Isn't that important? Zhang Yi blinked earnestly. Whether she's pretty or has a great figure doesn't really affect her, but if she holds her pee too long, her bladder could burst. She could even get bladder cancer and die. Ella was momentarily at a loss for words. A top-tier warrior skilled in both magic and combat, with a body so resilient, almost immune to illness, getting bladder cancer? By the way, Ella, Have you noticed? It's getting hotter? Zhang Yi suddenly asked, fanning himself with his hand. A bit, but it doesn't affect me. Even if I were in a volcanic hell, I'd be fine, but it affects me. After training this morning, I was drenched in sweat, all sticky and uncomfortable. I wonder if the weather is warming up. Impossible. It's the beginning of winter. The temperature in the forest of beasts should only be dropping, not rising. Hearing this, Zhang Yi got up and walked to the cave entrance, immediately feeling the cool temperature outside. If the outside temperature hadn't changed, the heat source must be inside the cave. Yet, the large cave entrance ensured ventilation, and the fire was well controlled, so there was no buildup of carbon monoxide or dioxide. His gaze fell on Leona. Reaching out to touch her forehead, he quickly pulled back as if burned. Whoa, she's burning up. The temperature far exceeded a common fever of 40 degrees, probably reaching 70 or 80 degrees, a truly alarming level. Ella, what's going on with her? Zhang Yi asked urgently. Ella shook her head. I can't tell just by looking. Cover her body with your magic, and I'll observe the flow of magic. Zhang Yi immediately released a gentle white magic, enveloping Leona's body. Ella's gray eyes flashed with light before her brows furrowed deeply. She explained in detail how the magic was being absorbed and that Leona was fighting a dangerous internal magic erosion. If the magic went out of control, not only would the surroundings turn into a sea of fire, but Leona herself could die from magic exhaustion. Quick, transfer your magic, Ella urged. Use direct physical contact to channel it into her body. Directly? Will that be safe? With your measly amount of magic, what harm could it do to a top-tier warrior? Besides, we don't even know if you have enough for her to absorb. Ella shot him a disdainful glance. Zhang Yi, chuckling awkwardly, grabbed Leona's hand and muttered, Wow, her chest is really hot. Ella was left speechless, silently watching the scene unfold. The instant the magic surged into her, Leona's furrowed brow relaxed, and a soft moan of relief escaped her lips, causing Zhang Yi to raise an eyebrow. However, the situation was dire. Leona's body temperature had soared to 70 or 80 degrees Celsius and was still climbing. Zhang Yi gripped her arm tightly, feeling the searing heat that threatened to burn him. Worse still, his own magic was pouring into Leona at an alarming rate. At this speed, he would be drained dry in less than 20 seconds. Start meditating immediately to accelerate your magic recovery, Ella urgently instructed. Can we even train at a time like this? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Why not? As long as you can meditate, do it. Hurry, or if the magic supply runs out, she'll have a full-blown magic eruption. You won't escape the blast radius, you'll die with her. Who said anything about running? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. His hands were already burned, and if he hadn't reached the third stage of body fortification, he would have collapsed by now. Even so, the searing pain made him grimace, and the heat waves only added to the danger. The frantic draining of his magic left him feeling a bone-chilling emptiness inside, while the external heat was unbearable. This torturous blend of ice and fire made Zhang Yi inwardly chuckle bitterly. I wanted to experience the extremes, but not like this. When you wake up, you owe me big time, or else. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, forcing himself to meditate despite the burning pain in his hands. The meditation barely managed to sustain the magic supply with its threefold recovery rate. As time passed, the burning sensation spread from his palms to his arms, and the smell of charred flesh filled the air. Zhang Ye's consciousness began to blur as his clothes turned yellow and shriveled from the heat. His entire body was suffering from severe burns. The room temperature had risen to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, while Leona's skin temperature had surpassed 100 degrees. The area around him was nearing 90 degrees. Just as he was about to collapse, a white light flashed had broken through to the fourth stage, enhancing his ability to analyze and replicate magic. This gave him a brief moment of clarity, but he could no longer speak, his body severely dehydrated, and his lungs and throat scorched. Finally, Leona's body temperature began to drop rapidly, and the magic drain ceased. Is it over? Zhang Yi wondered hazily if he could ever recover his appearance. After all, this was a fantasy world, there should be hope, right? Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped his mind. As he lost consciousness, Ella's form faded away as well. She is a system spirit who can only manifest physically when Zhang Yi is conscious. The moment Zhang Yi falls into unconsciousness, she disappears into thin air, returning to his mindscape. As soon as the spirit vanished, Leona opened her eyes. Her left eye was initially shrouded in darkness, with a sinister purple hue in her pupil. But quickly, these anomalies were drawn into the center of her pupil like being sucked into a black hole, eventually disappearing completely. Her eyes returned to a ruby red, glowing with excitement. It worked, she cheered inwardly. The power of the demon realm had fully submitted to her, and from now on, it would be her ally. All of this was thanks to the person beside her. Turning to look at Zhang Yi, Leona finally noticed his dire condition. He sat cross-legged next to her, his hands still tightly gripping her arms. His body was covered in severe burns, with skin peeling off, hair singed and brittle, and his hands charred almost beyond recognition. Recalling the scene when she was battling the demon realm's power, she remembered the moment when her magic was nearly depleted, and she was close to despair. A warm surge of magic flowed into her body, a sensation so comforting that she couldn't help but moan. She greedily absorbed the power, puzzled at its source since Zhang Yi only had second-tier strength in her memory. Now, to her astonishment, he had broken through to the 4th tier in just a few days, with a magic reserve far exceeding that of an ordinary 4th-tier mage. Looking at his severely burned face, Leona's gaze softened. She reached out, gently caressing his face and whispered, "Did you go to such lengths just to win my favor? Not bad, kid." As she spoke, a gentle flame formed in her hand, enveloping Zhang Yi. This was the phoenix's breath, and under its healing flames, his injuries began to heal visibly, even his charred clothes smoothing out. However, his hands were so severely damaged that even Leona's healing magic couldn't completely restore them in a short time. She lightly moved her arm, realizing that even in his unconscious state, Zhang Yi was still gripping her tightly, instinctively continuing to transfer magic to her. This sight made her eyes soften even more, and she chuckled as she pried his hands off gently. She touched his forehead with her fingertip, and his furrowed brows relaxed, his breathing becoming steady. After laying Zhang Yi down gently, Leona lay beside him, propping her chin with her hand as she gazed at his face. She softly asked, "Why did you save me?" At that moment, memories flooded back. The year she was 16. In the city of Flame Lion, ruins, fire, and screams were all because of her. When she thought she would perish in the inferno along with the city, a mysterious masked figure appeared. Does saving someone need a reason? His words still echoed in her ears. That person gave her hope and power but vanished at the last moment, leaving behind a single promise. "We will meet again." Today, she had met another person willing to save her without a reason. On the surface, it seemed he wanted her to repay him with her body, but Leona knew that wasn't the real reason. During the days he cared for her, aside from necessary feeding, he barely touched her. How could someone like that risk his life for mere beauty? She decided that when he woke up, she would get to the bottom of it. Zhang Yi had a dream. In his dream, he found himself in a courtyard filled with laughter and joy, transformed into a child. However, instead of joining the playful children, he crouched in a corner, silently observing. Suddenly, a unique little girl ran towards him. She was enveloped in pure white fair skin, white eyelashes, short white hair. Even her shorts and shirt were white. The only exception was her eyes, which gleamed like two vivid red rubies. "What are you doing?" the girl asked in a clear, crisp voice. Zhang Yi was stunned. You can see me?" "Of course I can," the girl replied, blinking her ruby-like eyes. "Why don't you play with them?" Zhang Yi looked at the playing children, his eyes flickering with longing before dimming again. He silently shook his head. "Then I'll play with you," the girl said excitedly. "Let's go catch some fish by the river." "Grandpa the director won't allow it." Zhang Yi hesitated. "Don't worry about it." The girl grabbed his hand and started running. "By the way, what's your name?" "Zhang." "Zhang Yi. Nice name. I'm Xiao Bai." "Xiao Bai? Just call me Xiao Bai." Zhang Yi suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed. The dream was rapidly fading, and he struggled to hold on to something, but could only remember the girl named Xiao Bai. Though her appearance was now blurry, he felt she was deeply significant to him. As he was lost in thought, he noticed someone was missing. "Where's Leona?" "Ella." Ella's figure appeared. "I'm here. I couldn't manifest physically after you fell unconscious, but it seems your injuries are mostly healed, probably thanks to Leona." Zhang Yi then noticed his injuries. Apart from some numbness in his hands, he was mostly recovered. Yet, Leona's absence left him feeling empty, as if all his efforts had been in vain. "Not a big deal. At least I won't have to take care of her every day." He forced a smile. "Oh, are you tired of me?" A familiar voice came from the cave entrance. Leona stood there, backlit, surrounded by a soft glow. She walked over and bent down, their faces inches apart. "Then why did you save me?" she asked, looking straight into his eyes. "Do you need a reason to save someone?" Zhang Yi countered. Leona was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Not bad, kid." She gave Zhang Yi a hearty slap on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. "Let's go," Leona said, turning to leave. "Go where? Didn't you want me to teach you magic?" Leona turned back, a meaningful smile on her face. "And by the way, I heard someone say I should repay you by offering myself while I was unconscious." Zhang Ye's face turned bright red. "I was just joking." Before he could finish, Leona had already flashed in front of him, grabbing his collar and pulling him close again. "I don't like jokes." Leona said as she turned around, and in an instant, fierce flames surged around her. The fire quickly formed into a majestic lion's paw, which accurately grabbed Zhang Ye's head and easily lifted him up. Instinctively, Zhang Yi closed his eyes, expecting the burning pain, but to his surprise, the fiery lion's paw was not scorching at all. Instead, it emitted a comforting warmth. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized something and reached for the top of his head. Wait, where's my hair? Zhang Yi was horrified to find himself completely bald. Apparently, in the process of channeling magic to Leona, his hair had been burned away. I'm bald now, but I don't feel any stronger, he muttered, on the verge of tears. Leona strode forward, the lion's paw holding Zhang Yi firmly. Kid, your talent is the most extraordinary I've ever seen. In just a few days, you've gone from an ordinary person with no magic to a fourth-tier mage. And, you've been stealing your magic from me, haven't you? Zhang Yi chuckled awkwardly. How can you call it stealing when it's a scholar's pursuit? Let's call it borrowing. Leona laughed heartily at this. Interesting. You must be from another world. Seeing Zhang Ye's puzzled expression, she explained. You don't have the aura of this world. People from other worlds often have some peculiar abilities, so it's not surprising. Are there many people like me from other worlds? Zhang Yi asked, completely forgetting the awkward situation of being held by a lion's paw. Not many, and although they all have some strange abilities, I've never seen anyone as extraordinary as you. Leona turned her face, a beautiful smile appearing on her stunning features. Kid, if you want to be my man, it's not going to be easy. You'd better be prepared. Huh, are you really offering yourself to me? Zhang Yi asked excitedly. It's not about me offering myself to you. It's about whether you can make me want to. Leona laughed. My name is Leona Kalaman. And you? My name is Zhang Yi. Zhang as in brilliant, and Yi as in radiant. An interesting name from the East. Leona nodded. I'll give you a chance, but I have one condition. Become strong. Strong enough to defeat me. Only then will I consider offering myself to you. No problem. Zhang Yi said confidently. With my speed of leveling up, I'll surpass you in no time. Is that so? Leona laughed heartily. I'll be looking forward to it. In a forest clearing, Leona gently laid down Zhang Yi. Her eyes were sharp as she looked at him and directly asked, Can you steal my magic? Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, but then realized what she meant. It seemed Leona had been conscious even while she was passed out and had noticed his ability. Since he had been discovered, he chose not to hide it anymore and nodded frankly, more or less. Given some time, I can fully master any magic you've cast. Is that so? That's quite a frightening ability, Leona mused, nodding thoughtfully before breaking into a bold smile. Let's give it a try. She quickly opened her palm, made a fist, and a blazing flame instantly formed in her hand, eventually taking the shape of a perfect claw. Fourth-tier magic scorching flame claw. Can you learn it? Zhang Yi immediately began to replicate it. Spreading his hands wide, he shouted, Scorching flame claw. Flames similar to Leona's formed in his hands, though they were noticeably less powerful than those of the Saint-tier mage. Give me half a day, and I can fully master it. The fourth-tier analysis takes 10 hours. Zhang Yi declared confidently. Impressive. Leona acknowledged with a nod. How many spells can you learn? As many as you cast. Zhang Yi responded, his eyes burning with determination. Can you learn Saint-tier magic as well? Yes, but it takes a long time, an entire year, to fully analyze one Saint-tier spell. Leona gave a mysterious smile. All right, I'll cast spells of various tiers one by one. Try to learn as many as you can. Once you're done. She paused meaningfully. We'll see what happens next. Although Zhang Yi didn't know what she had planned, his instincts told him it wouldn't be dangerous. After all, not only was Leona immensely powerful, but he had also saved her life. More importantly, the opportunity to learn various spells excited him greatly. Watch closely, kid. Leona's aura suddenly surged as dozens of mid-tier magic circles appeared behind her. She began casting spells in rapid succession. From fourth-tier spells like Molten Heatwave, Blazing Firestream, and Flame Pillar, to fifth-tier spells like Earthmelt Flame Pillar, Lava Fire Whip, and Scorching Roar, and then to sixth-tier spells like Lion Fireball. Zhang Yi copied each spell, eventually showcasing a flaming lion's head. This sixth-tier spell consumed a fifth of his mana, but also proved he was far beyond a typical fourth-tier mage. Little monster, Leona chuckled. But that's exactly what we need. Ordinary people can't keep up with me. She then unleashed even higher-tier spells. Seventh-tier spells like Flame Power Surge and Skyward Flame Wave. Eighth-tier spells like Rain of Fire and Phoenix's Breath. Ninth-tier spells like Inferno Prison and Blazing Flame Lion. And finally, 10th-tier spells like Scorching Lotus Lion. When Zhang Yi indicated he had learned them all, Leona asked, Do you want to learn Saint-tier magic too? Absolutely. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. In the next instant, Leona flashed forward and gave him a sharp flick on his bald head. The crisp thunk echoed loudly without any hair to buffer the impact. Ouch! Zhang Yi clutched his head and squatted on the ground, looking up at Leona with a face full of grievance. Why did you hit me? Leona flashed a sharp-toothed smile, towering over him. You little guy who hasn't even reached the 9th tier. Thinking you can learn saint-level magic without the power of laws? Aren't you afraid the world's laws will obliterate you? Huh. Zhang Yi was stunned and quickly asked Ella in his mind, Ella, can I learn saint-level magic? Ella's voice echoed in his head. Ordinary people indeed can't learn it, but you have a system that can directly analyze it. However, even after analyzing it, you can't use it. Saint-level magic involves the power of laws, which ordinary magic does not. Using it without the power of laws can severely damage your soul, or worse, get you annihilated by the backlash. Zhang Yi was startled, then gave Leona a sheepish smile. With my abilities, I can learn it without casting it, right? Leona looked at him sternly. No, aiming too high is detrimental to your growth. You need to master the magic you already know to its fullest. I've already mastered it to the fullest. Zhang Yi hurriedly defended. The fullest doesn't just mean mastering the magic itself. Leona shook her head, but knowing how to use it in real combat. You may have talent, but you lack combat experience. Even if you can cast 100 spells instantly, it won't make you a true warrior. Since you claim to have mastered them, she gave a meaningful smile, then show me in actual combat. What? Zhang Yi hadn't processed her words when he saw a huge figure flying towards him from afar. It was the savage bear beast that had once left him fleeing for his life. The beast was now curled up, trembling, held by a giant flaming lion's paw, too scared to open its eyes. I'll take care of your little pet for now, Leona said, using the flaming lion's paw to pluck Gu Jiao from Zhang Ye's shoulder. Gu! Gu Jiao cried out in fear, about to absorb Leona's magic, but Zhang Yi calmed it down in time. Your first task is to defeat it. Leona waved her hand, and the savage bear beast landed on the ground with a thud. Defeat it? Zhang Yi exclaimed. It's a 5th-tier beast with 7th-tier combat power. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Leona laughed heartily. Didn't you say you wanted to be my man? Are you giving up now? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and pounded his chest. A man never says he can't. Bring it on. I've copied 2 advanced spells, perfect for testing on it. Good. Leona nodded in satisfaction, then vanished along with the flaming lion's paw. The savage bear beast, sensing the terrifying presence disappear, finally lifted its head, meeting Zhang Ye's awkward smile. Zhang Yi swallowed hard, trying to defuse the tension with words. So, how's the grass growing on your cub's grave? Roar. The savage bear beast roared in fury. Whoa, why are you so angry? Facing the enraged bear beast, Zhang Ye's body trembled uncontrollably, his rapid breathing betraying his inner fear. But he forced himself to confront the 5th-tier magical beast for the path to becoming strong, and for Leona to accept him, he had to overcome this hurdle. Stay calm. Stay calm, he murmured to himself, taking deep breaths. His biggest advantage at the moment was the advanced magic he had copied from Leona. As a 4th-tier mage, he had 5 copying slots, 1 for 4th tier, 1 for 6th tier, 2 for 7th tier, and 1 for 8th tier magic. He hadn't copied any 9th tier magic because his current mana reserves couldn't support it. Even the 8th tier spell would nearly drain him completely. However, with these spells, he could at least inflict some damage on the bear beast. Moreover, he believed that Leona was watching from the shadows and wouldn't let him die. Roar! The bear beast suddenly lunged, its massive body exuding a mountain-like pressure as it charged. 7th tier flame surge. Instantly, intense flames engulfed Zhang Yi. Thanks to his exceptionally pure mana, the 7th tier spell consumed only a third of what it would for an average mage, but it still drained 2/5 of his mana reserves. With his physical abilities sharply enhanced, Zhang Yi quickly dodged to the side, leaping nearly 10 meters. However, the sudden surge of power made it difficult to control, and he tumbled to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. Just as he got back on his feet, the bear beast unleashed its 5th-tier innate magic shockwave. Even with the boost from Flame Surge, the impact sent Zhang Yi flying, slamming him against a tree and causing him to cough up blood. The bear beast followed closely, its massive paw glowing with dark red Energia 5th-tier spell, Dark Claw. 30 Earth Steps. Thinking quickly, Zhang Yi summoned layers of stone steps to lift himself. But the bear beast shattered the steps with a single swipe. 30 Rare Cushion. He floated down slowly, only to see the bear beast standing on its hind legs, glaring at him menacingly from below. 6th-tier Lion Fireball. In the nick of time, Zhang Yi conjured a massive flaming lion's head. The bear beast immediately activated its 5th-tier innate magic Blood Frenzy, enveloping itself in a blood-red aura. Boom! The lion fireball hit the bear beast Hedon, and the explosion shockwave sent Zhang Yi wobbling in midair. He managed to steady himself as he landed, focusing on the dust cloud stirred up by the blast, his brow furrowed in concentration. Where there's smoke, there's no harm. That raging bear beast is definitely fine. So, let's get out of here, Zhang Yi muttered as he quickly dispelled the bloodthirsty frenzy and turned to run. Sure enough, a deafening roar erupted from the smoke. The airwaves rolled, instantly dispersing the smoke to reveal the massive figure of the bear beast. Its fur was singed and its arms were charred black, but other than that, it was unharmed. The minor burns hadn't incapacitated it. Instead, they had only enraged the beast further. With a furious roar, the bear beast powered forward, charging at Zhang Yi like an armored tank. Each step caused the ground to tremble violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhang Yi was struggling to adjust to the sudden surge of power within him, fearing that one misstep might send him flying. Hearing the thunderous noise behind him, he couldn't help but glance back. The bear beast had closed in to less than 30 meters, and the gap was still shrinking. Cold sweat drenched his back instantly. With no time to spare, Zhang Yi sprinted desperately. However, the uneven terrain of the forest, coupled with his inability to fully control his newfound strength, made each step a challenge. Sometimes he would leap dozens of meters, only to crash heavily to the ground. If he could perfectly harness this power, he could easily outpace the bear beast, but for now, he could only barely keep up. Hovering in the air, Leona watched the scene unfold and shook her head. Although Zhang Yi had decent adaptability, his control over his body was poor, and his combat experience was nearly zero. The only commendable thing was his quick thinking. If he hadn't decisively fled, he would have been caught by the bear beast long ago. But with his current stumbling escape, it wouldn't be long before he was covered in injuries. At that point, getting caught would just be a matter of time. Leona's eyes sparkled with a flame-like interest as she pondered. How will you handle this situation? As Zhang Yi continued to flee, he gradually gained control over his body, but at a significant cost. His knees and elbows were scraped and bleeding. His body was covered in bruises, and he looked a mess. His pants even had a large tear, revealing his bright red underwear. This clumsy escape was draining his energy rapidly. He could only run for another 5 or 6 miles at most before collapsing from exhaustion. Although he knew Leona wouldn't let him die, Zhang Yi understood that this real battle was both a training exercise and a test of his abilities. If he simply kept running and was eventually caught, it would surely disappoint Leona. Not only that, but he would also miss the chance to win favor with this valiant heroine. For the sake of his future happiness and to prove his worth, he had to come up with a strategy. Zhang Yi's mind raced. Fortunately, he had carefully considered his skill set when copying abilities. The 7th tier Flame Power Surge was to enhance his physique for emergencies, while the 7th tier Flame Serpent Bind was meant to restrict the target's movements, setting up the 8th tier spell Fire Rain for a powerful combo. Now, he needed to find the right moment to use Flame Serpent Bind to immobilize the bear beast, then unleash Fire Rain. But first, he had to test how long Flame Serpent Bind could hold the bear beast. Glancing back, he saw the bear beast still in hot pursuit, maintaining a distance of less than 30 meters. His magical energy had fully recovered during the chase. Given the short duration for copying high-tier magic, he had just over 10 minutes left to use the 8th tier spell. He needed to take down the bear beast within this time frame. Time was running out, so Zhang Yi made a quick decision. As he leaped over a fallen giant tree, he slammed his hand onto the ground. 3rd tier spell Quicksand Marsh. The once solid ground instantly turned into a swampy wetland, and Zhang Yi agilely leaped out of the quagmire's reach. The behemoth bear followed close behind, crashing into the swamp after clearing a giant tree, its massive body sinking into the mire. Although the 3rd-level swamp magic could only briefly slow down the behemoth bear, the momentary delay was enough. Taking advantage of the behemoth bear's struggle in the slippery swamp, Zhang Yi shouted, "Flame Serpent Bind." In an instant, a red magic circle with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared above the behemoth bear's head, and 3 thick fire serpents emerged, wrapping the beast tightly. The scorching bodies of the fire serpents continuously burned the behemoth bear's fur, causing it to roar in agony. The behemoth bear flew into a rage, its massive body thrashing wildly. In just 10 seconds, it tore the fire serpents to shreds. This sight made Zhang Yi frown. Typically, a 7th-level spell could restrain a 5th-level beast for over 10 minutes, but the behemoth bear, with its incredible strength and berserk state, easily broke free. Though the behemoth bear surpassed ordinary 7th-level beasts in strength, it relied solely on brute force, giving Zhang Yi a chance to maneuver. If he had faced a 7th-level beast capable of casting wide-range spells, he would have been dead already. 10 seconds of restraint was far from enough. Although Zhang Yi could perfectly control and instantly cast copied spells, the continuous damage spell Rain of Fire required more time to accumulate sufficient lethality. Worse still, After casting Flame Serpent Bind, his mana was depleted, needing at least 8 seconds to recover enough to cast Rain of Fire. As Zhang Yi pondered, he continued to flee. Low-level spells had little effect on the behemoth bear. Even casting hundreds would be like scratching an itch through a boot. At this moment, only Rain of Fire could turn the tide. Several seconds later, as the behemoth bear broke free and resumed its pursuit, Zhang Yi had formulated a plan if one Flame Serpent Bind wasn't enough, then use two. As his mana recovered, his eyes gleamed with determination. The moment arrived. Flame Serpent Bind, Zhang Yi shouted again, accurately predicting the behemoth bear's path and casting the spell ahead of it. The behemoth bear tried to dodge but couldn't stop its momentum in time, crashing into the magic circle. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi unleashed a second Flame Serpent Bind, binding the behemoth bear with 6 fire serpents. Casting 2 7th-level spells in quick succession left Zhang Yi pale, his mana nearly exhausted, and he felt dizzy but forced himself to stand firm. The behemoth bear was now only tens of meters away. If it broke free, it could tear him apart in an instant. Leona watched from above, her previously furrowed brows relaxing, a smile forming on her lips. She noticed Zhang Yi's mana recovering at an astonishing rate, clearly indicating he had another trick up his sleeve. Sensing a mortal threat, the behemoth bear forcibly freed an arm and hurled a giant rock at Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi dodged in time, the shattering rock fragments still left cuts on his body. The behemoth bear continued to throw everything within reach, and with its strength, even fist-sized stones were enough to seriously injure Zhang Yi. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi dodged frantically, anxiously waiting for his mana to recover. Casting an 8th-level spell required all his mana, and now he had only a fifth of his reserves. Under the behemoth bear's relentless bombardment, he couldn't calm his mind to meditate and accelerate recovery. He could only rely on natural regeneration, racing against time. 20 seconds would allow his magic to fully recover, so he only needed 16 seconds. Zhang Yi quickly calculated in his mind. The power of the double fire serpent bind should be enough to delay the violent bear beast for 20 seconds. 16 seconds to restore his magic, instant cast of Rain of Fire, plus 4 seconds for the damage accumulation period. Would this plan work? He was taking a gamble. The violent bear beast's roar thundered in his ears, causing his eardrums to ache. The overwhelming pressure nearly made him turn and flee, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, deftly dodging the beast's long-range attacks. As soon as the 16 seconds were up, a determined smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. 8th tier magic. Don't let me down now. Rain of Fire. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Holy crap. I'm gonna die. Zhang Yi jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The dream was still vivid. The violent bear beast had charged at him through the terrifying Rain of Fire, and with his magic depleted, he could only watch as the massive bear claw tore him apart. He quickly checked his body and sighed in relief upon confirming he was unscathed. It was indeed a dream, as the real battle had ended very differently. The moment Rain of Fire was cast, the area within a 100-meter radius turned into a sea of flames. The dense fire poured down like a waterfall, reducing everything within its range to ashes. The violent bear beast, trapped in the inferno, quickly became a giant fireball, its dreadful roars and desperate struggles futile as it was ultimately consumed by the flames. Zhang Yi had stood just outside the range of the Rain of Fire, but the scorching heat still gave him a taste of the terrifying power of 8th tier magic. Mere seconds later, he had passed out from the dual exhaustion of magic and mental energy. Guju. A soft touch came from beside him. It was his concerned Guju. Zhang Yi smiled and reassured it. I'm fine. He conjured a fireball to feed Guju, then asked, have you seen Leona? Guju nodded, its round body morphing into an arrow pointing outside the cave. Zhang Yi got up to search for her, but stumbled on his first step. He was surprised by the surge of power within him. My strength. It's increased so much. Ella's voice chimed in at the right moment. Of course, you killed the violent bear beast beyond your level and absorbed its life force and soul power. Your physique is now at the late stage of a third-tier warrior. A joyous smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. From an ordinary person's physique to the third-tier level, it meant he had finally become a true dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. The risk he took to kill the violent bear beast was completely worth it. After getting used to his enhanced strength, Zhang Yi stepped out of the cave and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. A massive bonfire was blazing, and next to it sat Leona, cross-legged. Skewered over the fire were huge chunks of roasted meat, which looked to weigh at least several hundred pounds. Come over and eat if you're awake, Leona said without turning her head. She held a large skewer of meat in her hand, biting off a chunk the size of a fist. Delicious. Zhang Yi walked over to her, staring at the skewer as thick as an arm, not knowing where to start. He glanced around and noticed the bear pelts hanging nearby and the unmistakable bear paws on the skewers, realizing where the meat had come from. This bear beast really had it rough. Zhang Yi thought. Its cubs were killed. It tried to avenge them and got killed too, and now it's been turned into skewers, but as the aroma hit his nose, any sympathy he had quickly vanished. He sat down next to Leona, picked up a skewer, blew on it, and took a bite. The bear meat was tough but juicy, and under Leona's expert roasting, the flavors exploded in his mouth, almost bringing tears to his eyes. After days of surviving on soup and crab, especially during the times they were besieged by bear beasts, such a feast was a rare luxury. Tastes good, doesn't it? Leona asked. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. It's amazing. Of course, my cooking is the best. Leona laughed heartily. They focused on devouring the roasted meat. After a while, Zhang Yi was surprised to find he had eaten 3 or 4 pounds of meat, but only felt slightly full. Ella explained at the right moment, with your warrior physique now, your energy needs are immense. As long as you don't exceed your body's storage limit, you won't feel full. The meat of a 5th-tier bear beast is highly nutritious, so 4 or 5 pounds should suffice. A 4th-tier warrior can eat over 10 pounds of regular beef in one sitting. For someone like Leona, it would take tons of regular beef. Tons? Zhang Yi exclaimed. Ella added, of course, that's regular meat. High-level magical beast meat or rare treasures are much more energy-dense, so you wouldn't need to eat as much. Zhang Yi suddenly understood, thinking that without magic to maintain her weight, Leona would probably weigh several tons. It made sense that she needed so much energy. He casually fed a piece of meat to Gujio, who immediately showed a look of bliss. Where did this slime come from? Leona asked. Found it in the forest, Zhang Yi answered honestly. Leona's eyes darkened. I knew it. Those things have started coming through the rifts. What things? You should focus on getting stronger. Those things are beyond your reach for now, Leona said with a smile. Under Zhang Yi's persistent questioning, Leona finally began to explain the phenomenon of world rifts. She used simple terms to describe the opening of passages between two worlds, making it easy for Zhang Yi to understand what had previously been complex theories. When Leona smiled, her sharp canines were faintly visible, and the natural red eyeshadow accentuated her beautiful eyes, adding a touch of wild charm to this formidable woman. A woman as fierce as a lion. Leona's expression suddenly grew serious as she slowly revealed the truth. It turned out that the other end of the rift connected to the demon realm. While creatures from this world struggled to survive there, those from the demon realm thrived here. When the rift opened, demons swarmed in, eager to invade. I discovered it and immediately prepared to seal the rift. Leona continued, frowning. But I was a step too late. 3 incredibly powerful beings emerged, strong enough to make me tremble. Zhang Yi was listening intently when Leona suddenly changed her tone, and then I smashed them to pieces. What? Zhang Yi looked stunned. You said you were trembling, and then you just smashed them? Who's supposed to be trembling here? Leona scratched her head and laughed. But because I was so focused on the fight, I didn't notice if anything else slipped through the rift. By the time I wanted to seal it, I had run out of magic power and had to burn my life force to forcefully close it. She paused. Burning my life force allowed the demonic energy to take hold. To resist it, I had to enter a state of dormancy, which is how I ended up in the river, and you saved me. Saved you? I rescued you. Zhang Yi corrected. You were about to drown. Even a saint-level warrior would die from prolonged oxygen deprivation. Leona waved her hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. She turned to look at Gujio. It seems quite a few demons escaped through the rift. In the ensuing conversation, Zhang Yi repeatedly questioned her, even lifting Gujio to interrogate her. Leona finally admitted that the slime was an exception but insisted that other demons wouldn't pose a threat. Zhang Yi disagreed. He analyzed the potential dangers in detail. Just like Gujio, given time to develop, it could devour the entire forest of beasts. While those demons may seem weak now, who knows if they have the same growth potential as the slime? When Zhang Yi mentioned it was a novel trope, Leona looked puzzled. He didn't explain what a novel was, but emphasized the need to find and eliminate these demons quickly. Why do we need to deal with them? Leona asked. Isn't it a lot of effort for little reward? Zhang Yi smiled and pointed out that killing the invaders could earn them bounties. Leona responded matter-of-factly, but I don't need money. Looking at the wealthy saint-level warrior, Zhang Yi could only helplessly size her up. Zhang Yi shook his head, looking helpless. You may not need money, but I do. He started counting on his fingers. Think about it. I just arrived in this world, and I don't know anyone. Starting a business requires capital, upgrading equipment costs money, and future wedding expenses, houses, cars all need money. As he continued, his thoughts began to drift. And then there's early education for our future kids, school, learning magic, buying gear, plus daily expenses. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he turned enthusiastically to Leona. By the way, what should we name our future child? How about Zhang de Shui? Or maybe Zhang de Shui? Leona was stunned, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She punched Zhang Yi on the shoulder. What are you thinking? I haven't even agreed to marry you, and you're already naming our kids. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Zhang Yi sheepishly suggested, how about Zhang Deku for a boy, and Zhang Demii for a girl? His eyes sparkled with a new idea. Do you think it would be better to have a son or a daughter? How about we have a set of Dragon Phoenix twins? Leona replied sarcastically. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up immediately. Leona couldn't help but laugh, and gave him a playful flick on the forehead. Dream on. You want me to give you Dragon Phoenix twins? Not anytime soon. So, you're saying it's possible later? Zhang Yi asked, even more excited. Leona rolled her eyes and waved him off. Go back to training. We have more combat practice tomorrow. Got it. Meanwhile, in a dark corner deep within the forest, a pitch-black beetle lay on the ground, its crimson eyes glinting with satisfaction. Surrounding it were countless eggs, one of which had already hatched. A black beetle with a menacing set of mandibles emerged. The mother beetle hissed with laughter. Humph, as long as I have time, my army will grow. Who will be able to stop the insect clan from conquering this world? The Dark Lord will surely praise me, moi. Suddenly, it paused. But why do I have a bad feeling about this? The next morning, Zhang Yi emerged from his cultivation state to find Leona squatting right in front of him, their faces inches apart. Startled, he let out a yelp and leaned back. What's up? Zhang Yi asked instinctively. Your cultivation speed is freakishly fast, even faster than mine, Leona said, staring directly into his eyes. In just one night, you've gone from a newly advanced 4th tier to nearly the early stage of the 4th tier. At this rate, with normal cultivation, you'll reach the 5th tier in less than half a month. Even the geniuses from major factions can't compare. Of course I'm a genius. Zhang Yi replied with a smug smile. Leona rolled her beautiful eyes. But you're still too weak. Even at the same 4th tier, I can completely overpower you. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Really? That bad? Don't doubt it, Leona said seriously. I've been training in real combat alongside my cultivation. My strength comes from actual battles. Your combat ability is too weak. You can't fully utilize your talent. You can instantly cast multiple spells. Against a 5th tier berserk bear, you could easily win. Just focus and hit its eyes with 20 beams simultaneously. That would pierce its eyeballs and penetrate its brain. Even if it doesn't kill it, it will severely weaken it, making it easy for you to finish off. Zhang Yi pondered. Easier said than done. How could he accurately hit a fist-sized eye on a rampaging berserk bear? He might control magic power and instant casting perfectly, but timing his spells was another story. It was like having a top-tier sniper rifle but not knowing how to aim. Achieving what Leona described seemed nearly impossible for a combat novice like him. Noticing his hesitation, Leona smiled. Fighting is the fastest way to get stronger. Plus, I noticed your physique improved a lot after killing the berserk bear. Clearly, killing magical beasts enhances you, which is even more beneficial for you. Zhang Yi was secretly impressed by her keen observation. This seemingly carefree woman was surprisingly meticulous. So, from now on, you'll train in combat within the formation I've set up, Leona continued. The formation ensures your safety, and the magical beasts inside are ones you can handle. I've kept the berserk bear's core for you. Fight as a 4th tier mage first. It will help solidify your strength. Got it. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. They soon arrived at a magical formation within a forest, spanning a kilometer in radius. Several magical cages held beasts of various levels. Leona explained, these are 4th and 5th tier magical beasts. After you kill one, another will be released after half an hour. Finally, there are 3 6th tier beasts. You can choose whether to challenge them. To fight, just infuse the cage with magic, and it will automatically open. She crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Yi. I expect you to deal with all the beasts below the 6th tier before I return. Zhang Yi looked at the trembling beasts in the cages and nodded confidently. No problem. If I can handle a berserk bear with the strength of a 7th tier, these should be a piece of cake. All right, I'm off, Leona said, flying away, only to return 3 seconds later. She grabbed Zhang Yi and marked his forehead with a red flame. What's this for? Zhang Yi asked, touching his brow. Just in case, Leona smiled. You're my lifesaver, and I can't have you dying before I repay you. Zhang Yi's blood surged with excitement. Don't worry, I won't go down easily. Though she didn't understand go down, Leona felt his determination, smiled, and flew away. Flying must be nice. Zhang Yi sighed, then perked up. All right, time to start leveling up. The creature on his head chirped. You want to fight alongside me? Sure. Zhang Yi laughed. Let's get started. As Leona left, the beasts in the cages regained their ferocity, scanning their surroundings. Several 6th tier beasts repeatedly rammed their cages, but Leona's magical barriers held firm. Moments later, one cage opened, and a 3-meter-long lizard cautiously crawled out, flicking its blue tongue. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately sent out an analysis spell. Information about the beast appeared before him. A blue-tongued lizard, a Tier 3 poison-type magical creature. He quickly initiated the copying process, not to replicate the beast itself, but to acquire its innate magic. The scan revealed that the lizard had 2 innate abilities, a Tier 1 poison bite and a Tier 3 blue poison mist. Zhang Yi decisively chose to copy the higher-tier blue poison mist. The blue-tongued lizard, sensing Zhang Yi's powerful magical aura, instinctively tried to flee. But Zhang Yi was prepared. His light wings unfurled instantly, and a 30-fold light beam spell enveloped the entire area. The beast didn't even have time to let out a full scream before it was consumed by the light, leaving behind only a shattered corpse. Zhang Yi could clearly feel his physical strength increase slightly. 5 minutes later, a second Tier 3 beast was Relocating stone fist monkey, resembling a monkey but with rock-hard fists. Zhang Yi immediately analyzed it. A Tier 3 earth-type magical creature, possessing a Tier 1 rock throw and a Tier 3 stone fist spell. He quickly copied the stone fist spell, and his fists were instantly covered with heavy stone gauntlets. However, this stone fist monkey was much smarter than the previous beast. After witnessing its companion's demise, it bolted without hesitation, leaping onto a 10-meter-high tree and agilely darting between the branches. Not only that, but it also taunted Zhang Yi by throwing rocks at him and making faces, which infuriated him. Zhang Yi refused to back down and cast a sharp chain spell. 2 iron chains shot out from the magical array at his waist, piercing distant tree trunks like spears. He attempted to mimic the maneuvering gear from anime, controlling the chains to retract and propel himself forward. However, his lack of experience caused him to crash heavily into a tree, earning more exaggerated taunts from the stone fist monkey. Instead of discouraging him, this failure only strengthened Zhang Yi's resolve. He quickly realized the key. He needed a propulsion device in addition to the grappling hooks. Immediately, he cast a Tier 3 explosive flame spell combined with a featherfall spell. The magical array at his waist spewed intense flames, generating a powerful thrust. This time, he finally got it right. Zhang Yi was ecstatic. First, he donned a level 4 fire armor for protection. Then he began experimenting with combining spiked iron chains and explosive flames, attempting to mimic the characters who effortlessly navigate through the air in anime. The initial attempts were far from smooth. The chains frequently got tangled in branches, causing him to veer off course, and his control over the flame propulsion was erratic, sometimes propelling him too far, other times not far enough. However, with his impeccable command over magic, Zhang Yi only needed to focus on adjusting the direction of the chains, the rhythm of retraction, and the intensity and angle of the flame propulsion. In just half an hour, he mastered this new mode of movement, moving at speeds far exceeding those of running on the ground. Woohoo! Zhang Yi maneuvered deftly among the giant trees. The chains at his waist continuously shot out and retracted, while a magic array on his back spewed flames, allowing him to change direction midair with ease. Perched on his head like a pink safety helmet, his pet Gujio clung tightly to his chin, chirping joyfully with each of his movements. Guji, ahead. A stone fist monkey was fleeing in a panic. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile as he increased the thrust and surged forward. When the monkey frantically hurled a magically conjured stone at him, he deftly dodged using the chains and simultaneously unleashed 30 explosive fireballs. The dense barrage of fireballs instantly covered the target area, with several hitting the monkey directly, knocking it to the ground. Looking at the struggling stone fist monkey, Zhang Yi sighed. I know this seems cruel and unfair to you, but that's the way this world is. I want to become stronger, so I can't let you go. With that, he decisively ended the monkey's life, feeling a slight enhancement in his physical strength. A few hours later, Zhang Yi stood, panting, beside the corpse of a level 5 wood element beast, a mushi. The battle had taken a toll on him. A half-centimeter deep wound on his waist from a wood spike, and his arms were swollen and sore from blocking wood whips. Even with the mobility advantage provided by his magic-powered maneuver gear, it had taken him over 10 minutes to kill the beast. I'm still too weak, Zhang Yi muttered with a bitter smile as he extracted the crystal core from the mushi. As a transmigrator, struggling so much against a mere level 5 beast was quite embarrassing. The core of the mushi gleamed with an emerald brilliance, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, surpassing the typical size and quality of 3rd or 4th tier magical beast cores. Zhang Yi didn't rush to absorb this core. He was more interested in seeing how far his 4th tier strength could take him. After a series of intense battles, his abilities had significantly improved. Several brushes with death had honed his mastery of magic. Killing so many magical beasts had not only sharpened his combat skills, but had also elevated his physical strength to the early 5th tier, surpassing his magical tier by 1 level. He carefully stored the core inside Gu Juhi's loyal companion wouldn't absorb it without his command. Turning his gaze to the 3 6th-tier magical beasts trapped in the magical cage, Zhang Yi hesitated. Even 5th-tier beasts had nearly cost him his life multiple times. If not for his timely evasions, he would have long been dead. Although he knew Leona had left him some life-saving measures, the suffocating threat of death still haunted him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ye's eyes grew resolute. I'm the protagonist. How can I back down here? To win Leona's heart and secure our future twins, I must become stronger. After a brief rest to fully recover his magic, he approached the cage of one of the 6th-tier beasts. Analyze, he commanded, touching the cage. Blade-tailed tiger, 6th-tier dual-element beast of gold and earth. He then opened his skill panel. 1st-tier golden claws, 2nd-tier golden roar, 3rd-tier blade-tail extension, 4th-tier strong golden blades, 5th-tier tiger roar earthquake, 6th-tier golden tiger armor. Ella's figure appeared, explaining, dual-element beasts may lack the focused power of single-element specialists, but their varied attributes grant them more comprehensive combat abilities, often making them exceptionally difficult to deal with. This blade-tailed tiger could be even more threatening than a 5th-tier violent bear beast. Indeed, the blade-tailed tiger's array of innate magic far exceeded that of the violent bear beast. Although slightly weaker in strength, its agility and magic compensated for it. Given Zhang Ye's current physical state, one mistake could lead to severe injury or death. The other 2 6th-tier beasts were a forest ape, a dual-element beast of gold and wood, and a pure gold-element terraclaw bear. The forest ape was even tougher than the blade-tailed tiger, with greater strength. The terraclaw bear, though a single element, had physical strength and power comparable to a 5th-tier violent bear beast, making it the strongest of the 3 6th-tier beasts. Zhang Yi grinned and ultimately chose the blade-tailed tiger. Training should be gradual, right? As magic surged into the barrier, it quickly dissipated. Zhang Yi immediately retreated to a safe distance, focusing intently on the blade-tailed tiger. The sudden freedom left the blade-tailed tiger momentarily stunned, but it soon locked its gaze onto Zhang Yi. Its fierce eyes burned with bloodlust, and the oppressive aura it emitted made Zhang Ye's spine tingle. Just the sheer intensity of its presence exerted immense pressure on him. The blade-tailed tiger began to pace slowly, a low growl rumbling from its throat, its sharp eyes never leaving Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quietly gathered his magic, ensuring the array at his waist was ready to activate at a moment's notice. For nearly 3 minutes, man and beast stood in a tense standoff. The unfamiliar environment made the blade-tailed tiger extremely uneasy. It was desperate to escape. In its judgment, it needed to eliminate the human in front of it to break free. More importantly, it had to finish this before the terrifying human woman returned. With a deafening roar, the blade-tailed tiger lowered its body into an attack stance. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately activated his magical mobility device. The array at his waist shot out sharp cables, and the flame array on his chest spewed a column of intense fire, propelling him backward. Using magic to sense his surroundings, he could clearly perceive everything behind him, making the retreat maneuver effortless. The blade-tailed tiger's attack followed closely. Its massive paw struck the ground where Zhang Yi had just stood, creating a large crater. The force of this blow startled Zhang Yi. An ordinary tiger's paw strike could exert a force of up to 1,000 kilograms, but the power of this blade-tailed tiger must exceed 100,000 pounds. As Zhang Yi flew backward, he quickly set up a magic array at the tiger's feet and activated the 5th-tier replication magic of Mushi Giant Wood Spike. A wooden spike over 2 meters thick erupted from the ground, covered in spikes longer than an arm, aiming directly at the tiger's vital underbelly. But the blade-tailed tiger reacted even faster, leaping away the moment the magic activated. This strike missed completely and only served to enrage it further. With a thunderous roar, the tiger charged at Zhang Yi with speed surpassing that of a cheetah. Its massive body moved with incredible speed, covering dozens of meters in a single leap, and it swiped at Zhang Yi with a deadly strike while airborne. Using the cable's pull, Zhang Yi narrowly avoided the paw strike, but the danger was far from over. The tiger twisted midair and unleashed its most terrifying attack, the blade tail extension. Its 3-meter-long tail extended to over 10 meters, sweeping toward Zhang Yi like a massive blade. In the nick of time, Zhang Yi activated the explosive flame array beneath him. The flames, pushed to their magical limits, turned from blue to nearly white, generating such immense thrust that his spine nearly snapped. But this desperate move saved his life. The tiger's attack barely missed, cleanly slicing through a nearby tree 2 meters thick. Gazing at the fallen tree, Zhang Yi couldn't help but gasp. He finally understood why Ella had said the blade-tailed tiger was more dangerous than the rampaging bear beast. Though its strength wasn't as great, its attack range and speed far surpassed the latter. The moment the tiger landed, it launched a new round of attacks. It bounded off 3 trees in succession, finally leaping nearly 100 meters into the air, aiming a deadly pounce at Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately maneuvered his magical mobility device to evade the lethal strike. One man and one tiger began a chase through the forest. Zhang Yi used his magical mobility device to navigate between the giant trees, but to his surprise, the blade-tailed tiger displayed astonishing agility. It effortlessly climbed the towering trees, leaping between trunks with a speed that nearly matched his own. Who the heck told me tigers can't climb trees? I'll beat the crap out of them. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. The situation grew increasingly dire. To maintain distance from the blade-tailed tiger, he had to frequently fire his grappling hooks and continuously inject magic to sustain his propulsion. The magic consumption far exceeded his natural recovery rate. At this pace, he would be caught in less than 3 minutes. Once his magic was depleted, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhang Yi made a quick decision to fight back. While moving at high speed, he seized the opportunity to cast several 3rd and 4th level spells. However, these attacks seemed to merely tickle the blade-tailed tiger, only serving to infuriate the beast further. Roar! The blade-tailed tiger let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Golden roar! The terrifying sound waves swept over Zhang Yi, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. Worse yet, the grappling hook he had just fired disintegrated under the metal resonance. With no anchor point, he hurtled straight toward a giant tree. Even with defensive magic, the impact at this speed would be devastating. In the nick of time, Gujiu made a dramatic entrance. It instantly expanded, enveloping Zhang Yi and cushioning the impact. After bouncing twice on the ground, Zhang Yi emerged unscathed. Gujiu! Gujiu! The little creature chirped proudly, seeking praise. Zhang Yi, regaining his senses, hugged his adorable and dependable companion tightly, rubbing it affectionately. Truly, it was his little guardian angel. The angry roar of the blade-tailed tiger reminded him that the danger was far from over. An idea sparked in Zhang Ye's mind. He turned to Gujiu and asked, "Can you absorb the blade-tailed tiger's magic?" Seeing Gujiu nod and wiggle in affirmation, a cunning smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. "All right then, let's do this. Come on, hit me, little kitty." Zhang Yi taunted the razor-tailed tiger, placing Gujiu on his head provocatively. Although the razor-tailed tiger couldn't understand human speech, the blatant provocation enraged it. It let out a deafening roar, and its agile body shot towards Zhang Yi like an arrow. Zhang Yi was prepared. He immediately activated his magical 3D maneuvering device. Flames erupted from the magic array on his back, propelling him forward at a speed matching the tiger's. He leaped and darted through the forest, sometimes using tree trunks for leverage, sometimes soaring into the air, engaging in a high-speed chase with the razor-tailed tiger. "Woohoo! Come on, little kitty. Let's see what you've got." Zhang Yi twisted midair and made a face at the tiger. This further infuriated the already intelligent beast, and its front paws began to glow with a dazzling golden light. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed. Here it comes, the strong gold blades. Sure enough, the razor-tailed tiger leaped into the air and slashed with its paw, sending 4 crescent-shaped golden blades whistling towards him. Each blade was over 10 meters wide, slicing through trees with ease, even bisecting massive trunks. Facing this deadly attack, Zhang Yi took a deep breath. "Gujiu, don't let me down. It's all on you now." Gujiu immediately expanded, enveloping Zhang Yi completely. Inside Gujiu's semi-transparent body, Zhang Yi could breathe freely and observe the outside world clearly. As the golden blades touched Gujiu, they dissolved instantly, like cotton candy in water. This was Gujiu's special ability, magic absorption. Zhang Yi was ecstatic. He had worried that Gujiu might not absorb the attacks quickly enough, but reality proved Gujiu's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Nice. Time for a counterattack. Zhang Yi, with Gujiu perched on his head, charged directly at the razor-tailed tiger. Seeing its attack fail, the razor-tailed tiger was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. It let out a golden roar, a powerful sound wave aimed at disrupting Zhang Yi. However, Gujiu expanded again, covering Zhang Ye's head and perfectly absorbing the magic in the sound wave, reducing it to a mere roar. Terror Claw Strike. Zhang Yi shouted. This was a 6th-level gold magic he had copied from a Terror Claw bear. His hands formed 2 massive bear-shaped claws, which he thrust forward, sending 6 intersecting golden blades hurtling toward the tiger, far more powerful than the tiger's strong gold blades. The razor-tailed tiger, just landing, was hit by the deadly strike and quickly activated its innate magic golden tiger armor. Its body shimmered with golden light, and rock-like armor with a metallic sheen covered its head, shoulders, back, and claws. The Terror Claw strike hit with a thunderous impact. While the golden tiger armor mitigated the fatal damage, the tiger was still knocked back, its armor covered in cracks. This was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted. His true aim was to get close. As the tiger staggered back, he launched his grappling hook from his waist, the magic array on his back firing at full power, propelling him towards his opponent like a cannonball. Earth Tiger Armor Fusion. Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with golden light as he shouted. This wasn't just any armor. It was the golden tiger armor he had just copied from the razor-tail tiger. In an instant, the armor materialized on his body. The armor on the blade-tail tiger is made from the same material as Zhang Ye's gear, but through perfect control of his system, he condensed it into a full-body golden tiger earth armor. The tiger-shaped helmet leaves only a pair of sharp eyes exposed, and blades extend from the back of his hands like tiger claws. The entire armor exudes a sharp yet lightweight aura. The moment the golden tiger earth armor enveloped him, Zhang Yi felt a surge of power flooding in like a tidal wave. His physique, already at the initial stage of the 5th tier, immediately soared to the level of the 6th tier. This was exactly the strength he needed to completely annihilate the blade-tail tiger. Explosive flames, tenfold injection, 5 explosive flame magic arrays unfolded evenly behind Zhang Yi, spewing intense flames. The perfect arrangement of the magic arrays allowed him to maintain his stability, transforming into a golden red streak of light shooting straight towards the blade-tail tiger. His speed was astonishing, forcing him to squint and rely on his magical senses to lock onto the target. Just as the blade-tail tiger had finished executing its fearsome claw strike and was still recovering, Zhang Yi broke through the dust and appeared before it. Channeling the power of the fearsome claw strike in his hand, he delivered a decisive blow without hesitation. Die already! With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked and dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Yi stood shakily at the center of a crater, with the lifeless blade-tail tiger at his feet, its head shattered and eyes scattered meters away. This strike came at a great cost. Zhang Ye's arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken, his shoulder dislocated, and his magical energy nearly depleted. As the golden tiger earth armor dissipated, his bloodied arm was revealed. The tenfold speed boost from the explosive flames combined with the fearsome claw strike had nearly rendered his right arm useless. Hiss! It hurts like hell. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, yet managed a faint smile. Ella appeared, looking at him speechlessly. How can you still smile when you're in pain? There's no rule that says you have to cry when it hurts. Zhang Yi tried to smile, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Gujiu hopped onto Zhang Ye's shoulder, gently nuzzling him in comfort. Zhang Yi pressed his cheek against Gujia's soft body, a warm smile spreading across his face. I'm fine. It's all thanks to Gujiu this time. Indeed, without Gujia's 2 interventions to fend off the blade-tail tiger's attacks, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been able to get close enough to land the fatal blow unscathed. In this battle, the little angel Gujiu was undeniably the MVP. After slaying the blade-tail tiger, Zhang Ye's physique advanced from early-stage Tier 5 to mid-stage Tier 5, almost breaking through to late-stage Tier 5. Carefully using his only functional hand, he extracted the beast's core and hobbled back to the center of the formation to sit and rest. Looking at the remaining 2 Tier 6 beasts, Zhang Yi shook his head to himself. In his current state, it would be difficult to handle them. At this moment, Gujiu wanted to heal Zhang Ye's arm using its liquid, but he firmly stopped it. Zhang Yi knew that even repairing minor injuries on his fingers had nearly caused Gujiu to revert to its original form. Healing an entire arm, even with Gujiu's larger current size, would be too much. For slimes, energy is akin to life force for humans, and Zhang Yi didn't want Gujiu to deplete its life for him. Besides, with Leona's abilities, she could heal severe burns on both hands, so a mere fracture should be no problem. The beast cores in front of him had already formed a small pile. 8 Tier 3 cores, 9 Tier 4 cores, 5 Tier 5 cores, and 1 Tier 6 blade-tailed tiger core. Additionally, Leona had a Tier 5 storm bear core. These cores should be enough to get you to early stage Tier 5, Ella said. Just as Zhang Yi was about to start absorbing the cores, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it was indeed Leona. She glanced at the beast cores on the ground and smiled. Not bad, kid. I thought you'd only be able to handle Tier 5 beasts at most. Zhang Yi pitifully raised his injured arm. Aren't you going to check my injury first? Leona strode over and lightly tapped his injured arm. What's a little injury? If you're a man, you can handle it. Zhang Yi shivered in pain and silently looked at her with the eyes of a wounded animal. Feeling unnerved by his gaze, Leona finally relented. All right, I'll heal you. As she extended her hand, a warm, gentle flame enveloped Zhang Ye's entire body. His arm's bones realigned, and the injuries quickly healed. Zhang Yi immediately used his analysis ability and acquired the Tier 7 Fire Healing Magic Phoenix Breath. In less than half a minute, Zhang Ye's injuries were completely healed. Ella explained that Tier 7 healing magic works best on lower tier targets, with its effectiveness varying based on the caster's strength. There are plenty more battles ahead. You can't be fussing over small injuries, Leona said seriously. I swear. I'm not afraid of pain at all, Zhang Yi insisted. Yeah, right. Leona rolled her eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed something floating behind Leona, giant beetle restrained by fiery lion claws. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter high, entirely black, with antennae on its head and 4 crimson eyes, oddly looking somewhat cute. You were right. Something really troublesome did sneak into the forest, Leona said. That's called foresight, Zhang Yi replied with a smug smile. Leona nodded and explained. This is a dark demon bug, one of the lowest creatures in the demon realm. Although individually weak, this one is a queen bug and can lay hundreds of eggs daily, hatching in 5 days. As the queen's level increases, not only does production efficiency and the level of the bugs improve, but it can also produce lower-tier queen bugs, expanding the breeding scale. So, given just a few months, this queen bug can produce an army of tens of thousands. Leona explained gravely. The dark demon bugs are ferocious and eat anything. They are extremely resilient. With enough food, they can quickly evolve. Once their swarm reaches a certain size, nothing can stop them. If we let this queen bug continue to reproduce, the entire beast forest will be overrun. When I discovered it, it was already at the 3rd tier and had produced a lot of bugs. But I managed to clear them all out. Zhang Yi was slightly shocked after hearing this. This is just like the Zergan games. Their swarms number in the billions, and once they form, they cover the sky and are incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but sigh. The demon realm is terrifying. First, there are demon slimes, and now this dark demon queen bug. It's like a level straight out of hell. Leona nodded solemnly. Exactly. That's why if the demon realm ever invades the divine creation world, the consequences would be catastrophic. This vast world, home to countless races, is called the divine creation world. Then why not just destroy it instead of bringing it back? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Leona looked at the creature on Zhang Yi's shoulder and gave a meaningful smile. Since you were able to tame a demon slime, I want you to try contracting this dark demon queen bug. If you succeed, it and its offspring could become a powerful asset for you. Can't you contract it yourself? Leona shook her head and explained, we, the native humans of the divine creation world, cannot form contracts with creatures from the demon realm. They are extremely hostile towards us and would rather die than submit. Forcing a contract would result in a soul backlash, leading to certain death. It's still alive because I sealed its essence. But you're different. As an outsider, you might not face the same rejection. Since you've already successfully contracted the demon slime, it's worth a try. If you fail, we can always kill it. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yi, and he immediately used his analysis skill on the dark demon queen bug. The information that appeared was unexpected. It was actually a dark demon queen mother bug, at the early 3rd tier, capable of producing 100,000 dark demon bugs every month. It could also give birth to other queen bugs and special types of dark demon bugs, with reproduction and evolution abilities far surpassing a normal dark demon queen bug. This creature hid its true identity so well that even Leona didn't notice. Zhang Yi marveled. 100,000 dark demon bugs a month, that's an alarming reproduction rate. If it produces more queen bugs, their numbers will grow exponentially. It's a good thing we caught it in time. But how do I contract it? Zhang Yi asked. You don't know contract magic? Leona was somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi shook his head. No, the demon slime formed a contract with me voluntarily. Leona then demonstrated the contract magic. Zhang Yi quickly analyzed it and soon mastered this non-tier contract magic slave contract. This magic could forcibly contract creatures of a lower tier, making them completely subservient. Zhang Yi turned to the dark demon queen mother bug, a meaningful smile forming on his lips. The dark brood mother, number 520, felt utterly defeated. She curled up in a dark corner, reminiscing about her recent misfortunes. She had thought she had finally evaded that woman's detection, found an ideal nesting spot, and successfully hatched a large brood. The invasion plan was on the verge of beginning. But then, like a ghost, that woman suddenly appeared, annihilating her offspring in an instant and capturing her alive. Oomph! Ignorant humans, the brood mother sneered inwardly. So what if they've caught me? My loyalty lies solely with the demon lord, unwavering until death. She had resolved to take her own life at the first opportunity, giving humans no chance to exploit her. At that moment, a young human man approached. The brood mother watched him warily, noticing his strange, amused smile as he examined her. Hey there, would you like to be my pet? Zhang Yi asked with a grin. The brood mother was stunned, surprised that she could understand human speech. How dare you suggest I become your pet? Why don't you go eat centipede dung? She roared, opening her jaws to spray a corrosive venom at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi deftly dodged, and the venom struck a tree trunk behind him, instantly corroding a large hole. You want me to be your pet? That will never happen as long as I can still breed, the brood mother screeched in fury. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then realized it might be the system's translation function at work. Communication was possible, which made things easier. In the ensuing conversation, Zhang Yi attempted to deceive the broodmother with a tale about cursing the demon lord to live forever, but she saw through his ruse. Finally, at Ella's suggestion, Zhang Yi used a perfect control slave contract. As the contract sigil embedded itself into the broodmother's body, this self-proclaimed noble high demon was horrified to discover she had truly been enslaved by a human. To make matters worse, this human shamelessly claimed to be the demon lord in disguise. Furious, the broodmother prepared to spray venom again, but Zhang Ye's command of freeze immobilized her. The venom pitifully dripped from her mouth. Though she couldn't move, she used her magical powers to curse Zhang Yi. "You scoundrel! Do you think I'm that gullible?" Zhang Yi sighed and shook his head. "Why won't you believe me? I really am the demon lord. Unleash your hellish lava troll's spiral torment fart, you wretched human." The queen bug 520 roared menacingly at Zhang Yi. "I really am the demon king. Why don't you believe me?" Zhang Yi pleaded earnestly. "You don't even have Bobo, and you call yourself the demon king." The queen bug 520 retorted disdainfully. "Bobo? What's Bobo?" Zhang Yi asked, bewildered. "It's that wicked woman's Bobo." The queen bug glanced smugly at Leona. "The demon king's Bobo is much bigger than that wicked woman's." Zhang Yi finally understood. "All right, no wonder my lie was exposed so quickly. So the demon king is a female." He paused and then added, "But speaking of which, Leona's Bobo isn't small, must be a D cup. How big must the demon king's Bobo be?" Noticing Leona's warning look, he quickly clarified, "I'm just curious, no other thoughts really?" "All right, cards on the table." Zhang Yi coughed. "Actually, I've aspired to become the demon king since I was a kid. You don't even deserve to be a maggot of the lowest black fly, and you want to be the demon king's man?" Pfft. The queen bug 520 sneered. This completely angered Zhang Yi. "Oh, you've got quite a sharp tongue, huh? Come on, let's hurt each other." The next scene left Leona dumbfounded. Zhang Yi and the queen bug started exchanging insults in the language of the demon bugs. Hiss hiss hiss. Squeak squeak. Pfft. Squeak squeak squeak. PFFT PFFT PFFT. PFFT 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 PFFT. In the end, Zhang Yi was left coughing. He gulped. Cough cough. He turned to Leona. Embarrassed, squeak cough. Forgot to switch languages. "Leona, I can't out-insult it. Help me." Leona couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. "You can actually argue with a bug, haha." It turned out the hissing sounds were the language of the demon bugs. Although Leona couldn't understand the content, seeing Zhang Yi argue with the queen bug and lose was quite amusing to her. All right, since it's subdued, let's put it in the contract space for now. We'll have plenty of time to deal with it later," Leona said, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement and with a thought, transported the queen bug 520 into the contract space. Considering the stubborn bug might self-destruct or commit suicide, he immediately activated the confinement function to restrict its movements. Even in confinement, the queen bug wouldn't give up. "You villain. If you have guts, let me out. Give me a month and I'll duel you unknown." "Give you a month? You'd probably come with your 10,000 offspring to gang up on me." "I'm not that dumb," Zhang Yi scoffed. "It's fine if you don't submit to me. How about you give birth to a few offspring for me to play with?" "No way. I'd rather die than give birth. My offspring are not for your amusement." The queen bug vehemently resisted. Seeing he couldn't persuade it to give birth, Zhang Yi started thinking about something else. "Let's give you a name first." "No, I'm Queen Bug 520. I don't want a name from you." The queen bug protested loudly. "Even your number is a symbol of love, which shows you have a kind heart." Zhang Yi laughed. "So I'll give you a kind and bright name. I'll call you Gooden." The queen bug 520 was so furious it couldn't speak. "Just kidding. I'll call you Tet, since you keep going Titi." The newly named Tet made one last protest. Ignoring Tet, Zhang Yi turned to Leona and asked seriously, "Have all the demonic creatures in the Forest of Beasts been dealt with?" Leona nodded slightly. "Yes, this time it's completely resolved. I followed the residual demonic aura and wiped out every last one of them." Zhang Yi frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you sure those 3 powerful demonic creatures are really dead?" "You're being overly cautious." Leona couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Better safe than sorry. Who knows if those creepy things might suddenly come back to life? What if they can regenerate from just a drop of blood?" "Interesting." Leona laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I burned those 3 to ashes. Not a single drop of blood remained. There's no way they can come back." "What about their souls?" Zhang Yi pressed. "Could their bodies be destroyed but their souls still possess someone and be reborn?" Leona shook her head and explained. "Those 3 demonic creatures were only at the 3-star holy level. To be reborn through their souls, they'd need to be at least 9-star. Stop overthinking. Just focus on absorbing the crystal core." "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm already 23, Zhang Yi retorted, then added after a pause, And I'm not just talking about my age. Oh? Leona raised an eyebrow and then walked closer to Zhang Yi, lifting his chin with her slender fingers. 23? I'm 26, 3 years older than you. And you still think you can win me over? Zhang Ye's heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. This woman was really something. He chuckled nervously. We have an old saying. A woman 3 years older is like holding a treasure. Besides, love knows no age. Leona burst into laughter and playfully ruffled Zhang Ye's bald head. You sure know how to talk. Time's running out. Go absorb the crystal core. With that, she handed him the crystal core of the rampaging bear. Time's running out? Are you leaving? Zhang Yi asked anxiously. Seeing his worried expression, Leona smiled and explained, it's not just me. We're both leaving. We only applied for 3 months for this training, and now there's just 1 month left. I'll be returning to the All Spirits Magic Academy, just in time for the enrollment season. I plan to take you with me so you can experience human civilization in this world. In this remaining month, you need to enhance your strength as much as possible to prepare for the entrance exam. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and then picked up the crystal core. Are you a student at the All Spirits Magic Academy? I used to be. Now I'm an instructor, though I'm currently just on the roster and haven't started teaching yet. Leona sat cross-legged in front of Zhang Yi and began to describe the All Spirits Magic Academy in detail. The Academy is a top-tier magic institution in the northern continent of the Western Lands, known for admitting students from all races. As long as you meet the requirements and pass the exams, even goblins can enroll. However, the admission standards are extremely high. Out of hundreds of thousands of applicants each year, fewer than 3,000 are accepted. Are the admission requirements that high? Zhang Yi asked in surprise. Leona explained that first, the age requirement must not exceed 25, and the rank must be at least mid-4th rank. That's not too hard. I can definitely reach that, said Zhang Yi, who was already at the early 4th rank, brimming with confidence. That's just the first test, Leona continued. The second test is a control test, which assesses your ability to control magic. This round eliminates 2/3 of the candidates. The final test is a practical combat test, where you have to fight a randomly selected magical beast of the same rank. This tests not just your strength, but also your luck. I get it. Zhang Yi immediately understood. Among same-rank magical beasts, there are some like the rampaging bear that can match those of higher ranks. If you're unlucky, you might end up facing one of those, right? Smart. Leona snapped her fingers. But these 3 tests shouldn't be a problem for you. At the rate you're improving, you'll soon meet the rank requirements, Leona said seriously. I'll focus on training you in magic control and combat. But what you really need to focus on is the entrance exam after the 3 trials. She explained in detail that the rules of the entrance exam had never changed. All prospective students who passed the 3 trials would be sent into a secret realm. There, they would hunt magical beasts and collect soul essences. The number and rank of these essences would determine their scores, and only the top 3,000 students would become official students. The top 500 would receive generous rewards, with higher ranks earning more. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. He was familiar with this type of setup from the many novels he had read. But the secret realm is far more dangerous than you imagine. Leona's tone grew somber. Besides the magical beasts, there are many deadly areas where one misstep could mean death. Even with the Academy's protection, casualties are inevitable. And the biggest threat is people. Zhang Yi interjected. Leona gave him an approving look. Exactly. The secret realm is isolated from the outside world, and no one outside knows what happens inside. To compete for rankings, some students will kill others to steal their essences and treasures, sometimes even settling personal grudges. That's why, despite thousands participating in the exam, fewer than 3,000 slots are filled. Isn't allowing such violence a waste of talent? Zhang Yi frowned. Leona shook her head firmly. The Academy trains warriors, not delicate flowers. Those who can't pass the entrance exam won't have what it takes to become stronger. In this world, strength is paramount. This brutal first lesson is to make them understand that the path to power is never smooth. Zhang Yi nodded solemnly, fully grasping her point. Leona suddenly flashed a dazzling smile, revealing her sharp canine teeth. I have only one expectation for you: pass the exam in the top 3 of the freshman rankings. Top 3? What if I don't make it? Then I'll beat you up. And what if I not only fail to make the top 3, but don't pass the exam at all? Then I'll kill you. Leona's smile grew even brighter. That seems a bit extreme. I did save your life, after all. Zhang Yi shrank back a little. True, but you're also my first student, Zhang Yi. If you can't even pass the entrance exam, where does that leave my reputation? How can I hold my head high in the mage community? Watching Leona's confident and spirited demeanor as she said this, Zhang Yi felt his heart stir. So, for the next month, for the sake of your own life, you must train like there's no tomorrow. Leona suddenly leaned in, grabbing Zhang Yi by the collar and pulling him close. Their noses almost touched, and he caught a faint, pleasant scent from her. And, she whispered, if you want me to be yours, you need to show some backbone. My man can't be a coward. Zhang Ye's eyes burned with determination as he grinned confidently. Absolutely. To absorb the crystal core, you need to inject your magic into it, guiding the magical elements inside to circulate and refine within your body. Leona explained earnestly to Zhang Yi, her slender fingers gently caressing a translucent crystal core. Although it's not as efficient as a magic crystal, it's the best option when you don't have one, she continued. The most important thing is compatibility. A fire attribute body can only absorb fire attribute crystal cores. Otherwise, it will cause a conflict within your magic, wasting the core and possibly leading to magical disorder. Zhang Yi grinned. I don't have to worry about that. The advantage of being compatible with all attributes is right here. Leona was momentarily stunned but then chuckled. Indeed, she had personally confirmed Zhang Ye's unique attributeless magic, a special constitution that allowed him to absorb any attribute crystal core, a remarkable advantage. Just as Zhang Yi was about to start absorbing the crystal core, Ella's voice suddenly rang out. Actually, you can use a simpler method. The system's cultivation function lets you directly absorb the core, though it loses some other components. But since you've already analyzed Gujio's devouring ability, just eating the core is the perfect choice. Zhang Yi looked at the variously sized crystal cores in his hand, hesitating. The third-tier cores were the size of beans, the fourth tier like grapes, but the fifth and sixth-tier ones were quite challenging. He swallowed hard, listening to Ella explain the nutritional value of the cores beyond their magical properties. From cultivation to alchemy, from forging to enchanting, these substances had unique uses. After weighing his options, Zhang Yi chose the devouring method. He placed a third-tier core in his mouth, drawing a surprised protest from Leona. No, you can't eat the core directly. It's fine. I have Gujio's ability. Zhang Yi waved her off and activated his devouring power. The core quickly dissolved in his mouth, the magic flowing into his body like a stream, while the other substances turned into a sweet liquid sliding down his throat. Not bad. Zhang Yi smacked his lips. Sweet and tangy. Seeing Leona swallow unconsciously, Zhang Yi mischievously held a mouthful of crystal core essence. Wanna try? Thump. A precise flick landed on his bald head. Hurry up and absorb it. Leona scolded, exasperated. I'll teach you magic control once you're done. Rubbing his head, Zhang Yi continued to pop more crystal cores into his mouth, savoring them. The wood attribute tastes like aloe, the metal one like oranges, and this one, lychee? Unable to resist any longer, Leona grabbed a crystal core and popped it into her mouth, trying to separate its components with magic. However, no taste. She frowned in disappointment. After separating the magic, the crystal core transformed into magic and nutrients, but Leona only felt a bland, tasteless sensation. She squinted her eyes and looked at Zhang Yi with dissatisfaction. I suspect you're messing with me. How could I be? Zhang Yi quickly explained, his face full of sincerity. The crystal core is truly delicious, but your method of separating the magic doesn't bring out its flavor. You need my devouring magic for that. As he spoke, he popped another crystal core into his mouth and opened wide to show Leona. Smell this, it's lychee flavored. A sweet fragrance indeed wafted from his mouth. Leona stared at him for a moment before finally giving him a flick on the forehead. Ouch! Zhang Yi clutched his head, pouting. It really is tasty. Just eat it and stop talking. Leona huffed. As a gourmet who had researched thousands of magical beast recipes, she had never tasted a crystal core before. Zhang Yi's teasing had piqued her curiosity. You stay here. I'm going hunting. With that, Leona spread her wings and flew off. Zhang Yi pouted. Missing out on such delicious crystal cores is your loss. He continued enjoying the crystal cores. Soon, he had devoured all the third and fourth tier cores, advancing his cultivation to the late fourth tier. Although the increase in magic resistance and conversion rate wasn't immediately noticeable, it had definitely improved. He picked up a fifth-tier crystal core, about the size of a lychee, and put it in his mouth. This core contained the magic equivalent of 4 or 5 fourth-tier cores and had much higher nutritional value. The rich, full-bodied flavor was utterly irresistible. Suddenly, Guju jumped into Zhang Ye's arms, looking at him eagerly. You want some too? Here you go. Zhang Yi smiled and fed it a fifth-tier crystal core. The little creature happily swallowed it and curled up comfortably in his arms to digest. With the last fifth-tier crystal core from the violent bear beast consumed, a flash of light enveloped Zhang Ye had broken through to the fifth tier. Just as he was about to savor a sixth-tier crystal core, about the size of an egg, he suddenly burped, releasing a fragrant scent from the core, and felt a sense of fullness. Ella explained that it wasn't stomach fullness, but rather his body reaching its energy absorption limit, requiring time to fully digest before continuing. Based on his current digestion speed, he could resume in a few hours. Now at the newly advanced fifth tier, Zhang Yi far exceeded the admission standards for the first test of the Wanling Magic Academy. He now needed to focus on magic control and combat training. At that moment, Leona returned. Her body radiated magic, and a giant flaming lion's paw emerged from the magic layer, gripping a wild boar. Zhang Yi immediately used his analysis magicite was a 7th-tier water magic boar. Further analysis revealed detailed information. The water magic boar lived deep in the forest of beasts, possessing incredible strength and defense, along with strong water attribute resistance. Most importantly, its meat, nourished by water magic, was extremely tender and elastic, making it top-grade cuisine. Leona landed with the barely alive water magic boar, smugly declaring, "What's so great about crystal cores? Watch me roast this whole pig and show you what true culinary delight is." Leona gave a flick of her wrist, and in an instant, a series of high-end seasonings like heavenly olive oil, special sauce, fire cloud chili, lightning peppercorn, and red crystal salt appeared out of thin air around her. Zhang Yi stood there, dumbfounded at the sight. "Is that a spatial ring on your finger? Why would you stuff it with so many seasonings?" Before he could finish, Leona had already conjured a fire pit on the ground with a wave of her hand. Her magic surged, completely enveloping the water demon pig, and she began a series of fluid cooking processes removing hair, gutting, segmenting, cutting, and seasoning. Every movement was clean and precise, like a seasoned chef. Soon, the entire water demon pig was roasting over the fire, turning slowly. Golden olive oil was evenly brushed on, and a perfect blend of chili and pepper powder sprinkled over the surface of the meat. The sizzling sound of roasting meat filled the air, and an enticing aroma wafted towards Zhang Yi. When the special sauce was evenly applied, the smell became so rich that Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. This red-haired lioness is not only beautiful but also an amazing cook. Incredible, he thought to himself. As the roast reached perfection, Zhang Yi couldn't wait any longer and summoned metal cutlery to dig in. But just as he was about to, Leona smirked, and the whole roast pig floated away. "What's the deal? I made this for myself," she said with a teasing smile. "Come on, I didn't mean to drool over your food." "The crystal cores were really tasty," Zhang Yi said sheepishly. "Then go back to eating your crystal cores," Leona replied, cutting off a piece of the crispy, tender roast and savoring it. She made an exaggerated sound of enjoyment. Roasted to perfection, crispy skin, tender meat. The water demon pig's flesh, nourished by magic, is incredibly delicious. Too bad someone only likes crystal cores. Zhang Ye's mouth watered uncontrollably. Though his energy was replenished, his stomach was still empty. With Leona's teasing, he couldn't help but inch closer. "Leona, I've been fighting for so long. I'm hungry too. Don't you like crystal cores? Aren't they lychee flavored?" Leona teased, pressing a finger to his forehead. "Go away and don't bother me while I eat." With that, she flicked him away. Zhang Yi got up, pretending to be stubborn. "Fine, I won't eat. Even if I'm chased by a bear beast, hunted by a blade-tailed tiger, or drown in a river, I won't take a bite of your meat." Leona raised an eyebrow at him and suddenly cast a spell, non-rank miso technique. Instantly, the aroma of the roast meat intensified tenfold. Before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence, his mouth was watering. "Wait, how does a fire element grand mage know such a weird spell?" he muttered as he analyzed the magic, inching closer again. "Leona, can I have some? Where's your pride?" Simmering in soup. Seeing she was ignoring him, Zhang Yi started to act coy. "Leona, Leona, Leona." His antics gave Leona goosebumps. "Fine, fine, eat. Here." Zhang Yi cheered and tore off a piece of meat, happily devouring it. So delicious. Watching him eat, Leona shook her head with a smile. The two of them enjoyed the feast heartily. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" Zhang Yi asked, still munching. "Self-taught," Leona replied, taking a big bite of meat. "Back when I was training in the forest, I had to hunt and roast my own food. To eat well, I figured out how to roast magical beasts. This miso technique is my invention, enhancing the flavor threefold and the aroma tenfold." She proudly raised her chin. Zhang Yi gave her a thumbs up. "That's amazing. How many magical beasts did you have to roast to get this good? Even inventing a spell for it." Zhang Yi quickly filled up, but Leona continued to devour the roast. In no time, half of the massive water demon pig was gone, and the rest she stored back in her spatial ring for later. Holding a few pork ribs, Zhang Yi seemed deep in thought. He wondered, if consuming crystal cores could enhance his cultivation, would devouring bones strengthen his skeletal structure? "What? Is it so delicious that you even want to eat the bones?" Leona asked with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation, then grabbed a rib as long as his forearm and started stuffing it into his mouth. Amid the crunching sounds, the seemingly indestructible bone was gradually chewed up and swallowed by him. Leona watched this scene in stunned silence, unable to say a word. Zhang Ye's hypothesis was quickly proven right. As his devouring ability activated, his teeth became incredibly resilient, allowing him to easily gnaw through even iron-like pig bones. More astonishingly, as the bones were consumed, he felt a warm sensation spread through his entire skeletal system, steadily increasing its strength. No need to go that far, even if it tastes good. Leona finally couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Yi grinned widely. Leona's roast meat shouldn't go to waste. With that, he swiftly devoured the remaining bones, leaving nothing behind. Leona shook her head and chuckled lightly, then her expression turned serious. Now that you're full, let's start the magic control training. Standing in an open space, she explained in detail, there are various ways to train magic control. You can evenly coat your body with magic to form a thin layer, known as magic skin, to isolate from external elements. Alternatively, you can gather magic into threads for precise control. But what I'm going to teach you is the most effective method: array drawing. Array drawing? You mean drawing magic arrays? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Leona nodded in confirmation and added, this is not just any array drawing. It's high-intensity, precision array drawing. You need to gather magic into threads and control multiple magic threads simultaneously in midair to draw the array. As soon as she finished speaking, countless red magic threads as fine as hair extended from her body. These threads floated around her, with their tips suspended in front of her. As magic flowed into them, the threads began to move rhythmically. In less than a second, a complete magic array formed before her. Zhang Ye's pupils constricted. 8th tier fire rain descent. The magic array shimmered and rotated slowly, ready to be activated with the infusion of magic. Such rapid drawing speed required the simultaneous control of at least 100 magic threads, yet it was done so orderly, leaving Zhang Yi in awe. Now, you try. Start by gathering magic threads, Leona instructed. Zhang Yi immediately began his attempt. Magic gathered in his hands, gradually extending into a magic thread as thick as a rope. Although it was far from the hair-thin threads Leona had produced, he didn't get discouraged. He continued to focus on control until he finally condensed a thread comparable to a hair's width. Well, how's this? Zhang Yi asked eagerly. Leona was secretly astonished. Such rapid progress was almost unbelievable. It had taken her an entire day to reach this step, yet Zhang Yi had achieved it in just 10 minutes. However, she didn't show approval and instead raised the bar. You're still far from it. You need to gather at least 100 of these threads simultaneously and control them with ease to be considered proficient. Start practicing now. Remember, you must also coat your body with a magic layer to form magic skin. I will set up a magic gathering array, so don't worry about running out of magic. By the end of today, I want to see you able to gather 10 magic threads simultaneously and cover one arm with magic skin. Zhang Yi nodded with determination. Got it. Afternoon. The sky grew darker as colorful stars climbed into the night, adding a touch of dreamlike beauty to the world. The ground was illuminated by the faint blue glow of a magic circle, with Zhang Yi standing in its center. His upper body was enveloped in a shimmering magical light, from which dozens of fine magical threads extended and floated gently in the air. Leona stood nearby, arms crossed, watching Zhang Ye's performance in amazement. In less than 4 hours, this young man had already managed to cover half his body with magical skin and control dozens of magical threads simultaneously, far exceeding the standard she had set. His talent and rapid progress were beyond her reach. At this rate, he might rival her magical control in a month. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. 4 hours of intense training had left him mentally exhausted. Although the magic circle helped him quickly restore his magical energy, his mental strength couldn't be replenished as easily. Despite this, today's training had been fruitful. At this pace, he should be able to form a complete magical skin and control hundreds of magical threads by tomorrow. That's it for today, Leona nodded. From now on, we'll have combat training in the morning and magical control training in the afternoon. All right, Zhang Yi responded, then flashed a mischievous smile. Leona, it's getting late. Shouldn't we be heading to bed? Leona looked at him helplessly. This guy was indeed handsome when serious, and his perseverance during training was admirable. But his playful attitude sometimes made her want to punch him. With a flick of her fingers, she used magic to lift Zhang Yi and send him into the cave, pinning him down. Sleep? More like training. Zhang Yi pouted but didn't argue. He swallowed a 6th-tier crystal core and took out a 7th-tier water pig crystal core, focusing on his cultivation. His joke about sharing a bed with Leona was just theta joke with no real expectation. Leona watched Zhang Yi seriously train, chuckling softly before sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance to meditate. As night deepened, a heavy atmosphere engulfed the entire beast forest. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, quickly forming a magical barrier around Zhang Yi while vigilantly looking into the forest. In the darkness, a massive figure approached, its footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. It was a giant deer, stopping 100 meters from the cave, its emerald eyes locking onto Leona. Leave, or I won't hesitate to replace the king of the beast forest, Leona said coldly. The giant deer's eyes flashed with anger, but its voice was unexpectedly calm. You killed the offspring of the bear king. As the king of the beast forest, it is my duty to seek justice for my subjects. Ha, you can only seek justice, Leona sneered, releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the area for miles. Either it comes here itself, and I get to enjoy some bear paws, or you leave. Under this immense pressure, even towering trees bent low. The giant deer stared at Leona, its eyes turbulent, and finally sighed. I am no match for you. The demonic rift's influence has made the beasts restless, and you killed the bear king's direct offspring. It is enraged and wants to incite a beast tide. The giant deer slowly bowed its head, its jade-like antlers touching the ground. So please leave, or I won't be able to suppress the beast's anger. Leona nodded silently. This was the greatest concession the king of the beast forest could make. If she hadn't dealt with the demonic rift in time, saving the beast forest, the giant deer wouldn't have been so submissive. But Zhang Yi had indeed killed two of the bear king's direct descendants, and under the influence of the demonic energy, this had infuriated the bear king, who now wanted to incite a beast tide. If that happened, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of beasts would rush out of the forest, bringing disaster to the surrounding nations. The countries would inevitably send powerful warriors to suppress the tide, which would be detrimental to both the beasts and humans. Given the current strength of humanity, the beast forest would ultimately suffer the most. The dark energy of the demon realm made the bear king easily irritable, but the king of the forest was unaffected. To avoid a bloodbath, Leona had no choice but to bow to this ruler of the forest. In a month, we will leave on our own, Leona solemnly promised. The great deer nodded slightly and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Only when she could no longer sense its powerful presence did Leona breathe a sigh of relief. This king of the forest, the great deer, was a formidable beast at the late stage of the 5-star sacred rank, 2 whole ranks above her. Although her dual mastery of magic and martial arts and her advantageous attributes meant she wasn't afraid, a fight would not end well for her. This outcome was the best arrangement. The relationship between humans and magical beasts is growing increasingly tense. Leona sighed softly. At dawn, Zhang Yi dashed towards the bushes as soon as he opened his eyes. Last night, Leona had forced him to train, leaving him no time to relieve himself, and now his bladder was about to burst. Guccio, don't look, or you'll get a sty, he warned his little companion. Emerging from the bushes, Zhang Yi clenched his fist. I must train to reach the sacred rank. That way, I won't wake up needing to pee. Alas, my goal for getting stronger is just that simple and unadorned. Just as he was looking around for Leona, she descended from the sky, holding a freshly caught prey. The two started bickering after Zhang Yi accidentally mentioned her weight, resulting in him being punched into the ground. After a night of training and consuming a crystal core, Zhang Yi's strength had surged to the late stage of the 5th rank. After eating the roast pork leg Leona tossed him, he felt confident and ready to challenge the forest ape and claw bear. However, Leona suddenly snapped her fingers, and the cages of the 2 magical beasts opened simultaneously. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. You can't be serious. Zhang Yi stood still, contemplating the situation with a serious expression. Although his strength had increased several times since he was at the 4th tier, he still wasn't confident about facing both the forest demon ape and the terraclaw bear at the same time. The forest demon ape, with its dual wood and metal attributes, was as strong as a blade-tail tiger, while the mid-6th tier terraclaw bear possessed power comparable to a late 7th tier beast. He was confident he could handle either one alone, but facing both simultaneously would multiply the difficulty exponentially. This is to train you, Leona said with a charming smile. When I was at the 5th tier, I could handle 3 such beasts at once. If you want to be my man, it's not going to be easy. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. All right, for the sake of our twins, I'll give it my all. Leona lightly pointed her finger, and a red light enveloped Zhang Yi. The 2 beasts, which had been wary of each other, immediately fixed their fierce gazes on him. I've cast a baiting spell on you, so they'll prioritize attacking you. This prevents you from exploiting any loopholes and maximizes your combat training. Thoughtful, isn't it? Well, thank you very much. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. With a deafening roar, a fierce battle erupted. When the last terraclaw bear fell to the ground with a thud, the severely injured Zhang Yi collapsed against a tree. A deep gash ran across his back, nearly cutting him in half. His left shoulder was shattered, and his arm hung limply. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling from the intense pain. This was the most grievous injury he had ever sustained. Even after replicating several of Leona's 7th tier spells, he barely managed to win. Leona landed in front of him and nodded. Well done. Embrace this pain. It will enhance your resilience. In battle, The ability to endure pain often determines the outcome. An hour later, unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Yi looked at Leona with a pitiful expression. She intended to remain firm, but her resolve softened when she met his eyes. All right, that's enough for today. She began healing his wounds and sighed. Don't use that look again in the future. For lunch, Leona prepared a delicious meal using the Terraclaw bear's paw. As Zhang Yi enjoyed the meal, he joked, I'll be blessed if I marry you. After the meal, Zhang Yi absorbed 2 crystal cores and, after a brief cultivation session, broke through to the 6th tier. Leona was astonished. Advancing from no tier to the 6th tier in less than 10 days was unheard of. However, she also reminded him that rapid advancement required time to consolidate his newfound strength. Although Zhang Ye's devouring skill is powerful, the process of digestion and consolidation requires considerable time. As his rank increases, this process becomes even longer. Additionally, the cultivation he gains through meditation also needs to be stabilized. Otherwise, rapid advancement could result in unstable foundations and affect his control over magic. What worries Leona the most is Zhang Ye's state of mind. She watches this young man, who can be both serious and playful, with a slight furrow in her brow. Despite his ability to showcase impressive strength at crucial moments, he often behaves like a mischievous child, joking and playing around all day. Strangely, this personality does not annoy Leona, even though she typically despises indecisive people as a strong-willed woman. Perhaps it's because Zhang Yi always manages to prove his worth through his actions. However, to become a true powerhouse, an elevated state of mind is indispensable. While Zhang Ye's current performance is acceptable, Leona still needs time to observe him and guide him when necessary. The afternoon's magic control training lasted a full 6 hours. By the time Zhang Ye's mental energy was nearly depleted, he had managed to cover his entire body with a layer of magic skin and simultaneously control 120 hair-thin threads of magic. The next step is array drawing training, Leona said sternly. You need to maintain your magic skin while using the magic threads to draw magic arrays. Start with low-rank arrays, then gradually move to mid-rank and high-rank. Eventually, you should be able to control multiple threads to draw arrays of different ranks at the same time. The more threads you can control, the more arrays you can draw, the higher the rank, and the faster you can do it, the stronger your magic control will be. Slumped on the ground, Zhang Yi took a gulp of water and curiously asked, how many arrays can you draw simultaneously? First-rank arrays, thousands of them. Leona replied with a slight smile. The number left Zhang Yi dumbfounded. He had just tried it himself, and even the simplest first-rank array was extremely difficult to draw with over 100 magic threads. Nevertheless, a determined light flashed in his eyes, and he silently vowed to surpass Leona one day. Leona, I want to eat a roast pig, Zhang Yi suddenly said. Are you ordering me around? Leona raised an eyebrow. Let me rephrase that. Zhang Yi immediately switched to a flattering tone. Oh, my dear Leona, could you please prepare a delicious roast pig feast for your adorable student? You are the best mentor in the world. Watching Zhang Ye's exaggerated performance, Leona couldn't help but laugh. You are so greasy. You really have no shame. No shame at all. I'd give my life for your roast pig. Zhang Yi grinned. Stop saying such ominous things. Wait here, Leona said before swiftly flying away. As he watched her silhouette disappear, a radiant smile spread across Zhang Ye's face. This anticipation was perhaps not just for the food, but also for the warm feeling of mutual support. Ah, I'm stuffed. Zhang Yi lay on the ground, contentedly rubbing his bulging stomach. Leona's cooking was simply too exquisite. Every time, he couldn't help but eat until he was full. After eating, go train. My requirement for you is to reach the early stage of the 7th tier within a month, Leona said directly. Only then will you have a chance to place in the top 3 in the All Spirits Academy entrance exam. Zhang Yi sat up with a start. Seriously? Only at the early stage of the 7th tier will I have a chance? Are those people that strong? Leona nodded seriously and explained. Yes, they are very strong. Every year, the entrance exam attracts a large number of geniuses, including elites from various countries, heirs of great families, and outstanding individuals from other races. The top 50 freshmen in the last cohort were at least at the early stage of the 7th tier, with the top 10 reaching the mid-stage, and the first place even at the late stage. She paused for a moment and continued, this year, due to special reasons, all the major families will send their top candidates, and it's likely that there will be contestants above the 8th tier. Moreover, these individuals can generally fight above their level. Those in the mid-7th tier can contend with newcomers in the 8th tier. So, you must reach the early 7th tier to stand a chance against them. What special reason? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Is it because some treasure is about to be revealed? Leona gave him a peculiar look. You guessed it right. Seeing Zhang Ye's eager eyes, she explained, a special secret realm controlled by the All Spirits Academy is about to open, containing treasures of immense value. To compete for the entry slots, Various factions will send their young elites. You want me to help you seize the treasures? Zhang Yi asked. No, to help yourself, Leona smiled. The treasures in the secret realm can bring a significant boost, extremely beneficial for your growth. The top 3 freshmen are guaranteed a spot to enter the secret realm. Warmth filled Zhang Ye's heart, and he beamed. Got it. Advancing a tier in a month is no big deal. Although Leona rolled her eyes, she didn't doubt him. Typically, advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier takes months or even years for most cultivators. Even she took over 4 months. But Zhang Ye's extraordinary talent, combined with his slime's devouring ability, made this goal achievable for him. Then what are you waiting for? Go train. All right, but let me take care of a personal matter first. Want to join? Leona raised her hand expressionlessly, and Zhang Yi immediately covered his bald head and fled. Watching his awkward retreat, Leona couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, Zhang Yi stretched. His cultivation was steadily progressing, although he hadn't yet broken through to the early 6th tier. Consuming 2 more crystal cores should do the trick. Just as he was about to head to the river to wash up, his pants suddenly tore with a rip sound. Looking down, he saw that his pants, already torn by the terror claw bear last night, were now completely ruined, and his shirt was also in tatters. As he was about to use magic to conjure a temporary covering, Leona walked in. Zhang Yi yelped and covered himself. What's wrong? Leona frowned. My pants are torn. Leona glanced at him. I have an All Spirits Academy uniform here. Do you want it? Is it male or female? Just tell me if you want it or not. I want it. Leona waved her hand and tossed him a set of clothes. Zhang Yi caught it and, feigning shyness, asked, Do you want to watch me change? Without a word, Leona turned and left. Only then did Zhang Yi chuckle and put on the uniform. Zhang Yi stood in front of the mirror, examining the unique school uniform he was wearing. It resembled a suit, primarily white with gold and blue accents that added a touch of elegance. The special joint design didn't hinder movement in battle, and the fabric offered some degree of protection. The only thing that felt off to him was the flowing skirt pants design. Clearly, this was a girl's uniform. The skirt pants were ingeniously designed, maintaining the graceful curves of a woman while not compromising on practicality. The skirts on either side swayed gently with movement, and the slightly loose fabric at the chest, along with a faint fragrance, reminded him that this was indeed Leona's old-school uniform. All set? Footsteps approached from behind. Leona turned and almost burst out laughing. Zhang Yi was posing like a lady, delicately lifting the skirt with his fingers and twirling around. How do I look? He asked. The uniform looked quite distinctive on Zhang Yi. Although his eyebrows had yet to grow back, his eyes still sparkled with energy. His straight nose and handsome face, even with a bald head, exuded a unique charm. However, the contrast with the skirt was comically striking. Leona couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, slapping her thigh. Ha ha ha. I wore that when I was 18, she said, wiping away tears of laughter. Zhang Yi patted the stretched fabric around his chest and joked. You had quite the figure at 18. This earned him a gentle flick on the forehead from Leona. No other clothes left. If it doesn't fit, you can tear off the skirt, Leona suggested. Zhang Yi twirled around again, watching the skirt flutter, and finally shook his head. Forget it. This is your school uniform from back then. It has sentimental value. Besides, what's wrong with wearing girls' clothes? I look great in them, trust me. Leona smiled warmly and said, All right, let's go for the real fight. Okay. By the way, can we have water demon pig for lunch today? More of that? Aren't you afraid they'll go extinct because of you? But it's so tasty. I can make anything delicious. Today, I'll switch it up for you spicy roasted vine snake. It'll blow your mind. Sounds good. Jiao. The bizarre cry echoed through the forest as a figure swiftly leaped between towering trees. Zhang Yi was maneuvering a magical 3D maneuvering device, darting through the woods with a dense swarm of Qingting snakes trailing closely behind. These 5th-tier wood-poison dual-type magical beasts sported wings and moved with great agility. Not only were they highly venomous, but they also emitted eerie jiao sounds. To make matters worse, they had fleshy, chicken-like protrusions on their heads. At this moment, 200 to 300 of them were in hot pursuit. Did I just poke a jiao nest? Zhang Yi shouted as he dodged left and right. Leona glided gracefully beside him, as if she were walking on solid ground. How can she be so at ease while flying? Zhang Yi grumbled to himself while frantically avoiding the snake swarm. There's only a little edible part on a single Qingting snake. You need to hunt down a dozen to make a meal, Leona said casually, arms crossed. Zhang Yi glanced back at the swarm and gasped. Although Qingting snakes were only 5th-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were enough to make even 8th-tier beasts retreat. Their venom was particularly terrifying, capable of affecting creatures of higher tiers. If you want to taste my cooking, it's not that easy. Keep it up, kid. Leona chuckled softly before disappearing in a flash. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. These flying Qingting snakes were incredibly fast, and even at full throttle, his magic device barely kept him ahead. They also spat highly corrosive venomous arrows, as potent as acid, causing catastrophic damage on contact. Knowing he couldn't rely on Leona, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and spun around midair. Bring it on. He spread his arms wide, and countless magic arrays materialized around him. 100-fold explosive fireball. 100 red magic arrays spun and simultaneously launched massive fireballs. The snake swarm tried to dodge, but the fireballs were too dense. Dozens were hit and fell, not fatally wounded but significantly reducing their numbers. The remaining 20 or so Qingting snakes grew even more furious. With their green wings flapping wildly, their bodies straightened like arrows, launching their soaring serpent shot, innate magic at Zhang Yi. In the midst of evading, Zhang Yi accidentally crashed into a large web, startling a 5-meter-wide tree web spider. This sixth-tier poison-type beast immediately crawled toward the ensnared Zhang Yi. The web was as tough as steel wire, and Zhang Yi hurriedly reached out his hand. Level 5 Blazing Handblade. Zhang Yi unleashed the newly deciphered spell without hesitation. Intense magical energy gathered in his palm, instantly forming a tumtor-long flaming blade. With a swift slash, the web was cut cleanly. As he fell from the tree, Zhang Yi immediately activated his magical maneuvering device to escape. But the brief delay had allowed more than 20 green vine snakes to close in, with the distant snake swarm also recovering and surging forward. 10-fold exploding fireball. 10-fold flame blade. Zhang Yi attacked the pursuing green vine snakes while moving at high speed. Flame aura. When one of the vine snakes suddenly spat at him, Zhang Yi lost his temper entirely. Damn it, this is too much. Do you think you're some kind of titan? All fire magic release. With a loud shout, over 100 red magic circles of varying sizes unfolded around Zhang Yi. Spells from the 1st to the 5th tier erupted simultaneously, draining his mana completely. Flames engulfed the area within 100 meters, leaving the green vine snakes with no escape. They fell from the sky, screaming in agony. Exhausted, Zhang Yi quickly finished off the fallen snakes, tied their bodies to his back, and continued to flee. Half an hour later, after confirming his safety, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. The several thousand pounds of spoils were a heavy burden, even for someone with his 6th-tier physique. All this just for lunch, am I right? At that moment, Leona appeared before him, giving a satisfied nod. Not bad, this should be enough. She then began to point out the flaws in Zhang Ye's combat technique, explaining in detail the principles of magic coordination and spiritual targeting. As she lectured, Leona skillfully processed the green vine snakes, finally sprinkling them with chili peppers. The perfect combination of flames and spices resulted in a dish of spicy grilled vine snake. How's the taste, gourmet? Leona asked with a smile. Zhang Yi tasted it and couldn't stop praising it. From the crispy skin to the tender meat and the layers of spiciness, he was full of compliments. He exaggeratedly declared, a culinary god. No, a god descended to cook. Leona, amused by his flattery, couldn't help but pinch his cheek. You sure have a way with words. How do you know? Want to give it a try? Zhang Yi teased. Give it a try? How? Are you going to cut it off and grill it? Leona asked, genuinely puzzled. Looking at this titanium-grade straight woman who couldn't even understand a flirtatious remark, Zhang Yi thought to himself. This adorable contrast is just too cute. In the afternoon, Leona stood aside, nodding slightly as she watched Zhang Yi skillfully manipulate magical threads to simultaneously draw 10 third-level magic arrays. With continuous practice, he had become adept at controlling hundreds of these threads, with each set of 10 creating a complete magic array. As he mastered more spells, his understanding of magic deepened. But the only bottleneck remained his control over the magical threads. As dusk fell, Zhang Ye's progress was evident. He could now draw 23rd-level magic arrays in just 10 seconds, his movements smooth and precise. However, Leona did not show any approval. Instead, she crossed her arms and said, not good enough. You won't be truly qualified until you can draw 38th-level magic arrays in 3 breaths. This demand was stringent, to say the least. A breath is the time it takes to inhale and exhale once, meaning he had to complete 38th-level magic arrays in 6 seconds. This not only required exceptional control over magical power, but also a profound understanding of magic. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding but suddenly shifted the topic. So, Nana, what's for dinner tonight? Leona clenched her fist, a dangerous smile appearing on her face. What did you call me? Zhang Ye's eyes flicked between her fist and her chest before he spoke, as if he had an epiphany. Big Nana. With a dull thud, Zhang Yi was sent flying 100 meters away by a punch. Despite the dramatic impact, Leona's magic enveloped him, ensuring he wouldn't get hurt. Knowing this, Zhang Yi dared to push her limits so boldly. What followed was a rather comical scene. Zhang Yi kept running back, only to be punched away again just as he was about to speak. After this happened 12 times, he finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven comes, you're still Big Nana." Leona reluctantly extinguished the flames on her fist, but then showed a sly smile. "Go catch some greenvine snakes, Xiao Yi." Zhang Yi retorted defiantly, "No way, you have to call me Big Yi." This earned him another long-distance flight, along with a new task. Don't come back without catching the greenvine snake king. It was only after Ella's explanation that Zhang Yi realized the enormity of the mission. The greenvine snake king was a 7th-level beast, which only appeared among at least 500 5th-level greenvine snakes. This meant he had to face hundreds of highly venomous 5th-level beasts, and contend with a 7th-level beast that was both exceedingly fast and skilled in wide-area magical attacks. Though the flame mark on his forehead ensured his safety, figuring out how to complete this task still gave Zhang Yi a headache. He rubbed his bald head as he walked deeper into the forest, pondering a strategy. 10 minutes later, he still hadn't come up with an effective way to handle the snake horde. Moreover, the strength of the Vine Snake King was formidable. Even if he managed to lure the snake horde away, he might not be able to defeat it. As Zhang Yi pondered, he anxiously rubbed the sticky substance on his bald head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh with excitement. "I can't beat it, but I can find someone who can." "Who are you thinking of?" Ella appeared at just the right moment. "You're not planning to lure a magical beast over there and reap the benefits, are you?" "Exactly, Ella. You know me so well." Zhang Yi laughed heartily, explaining excitedly, "Since I can't win, I'll find a magical beast that can match the snake horde and let them fight it out. I'll just sit back and enjoy the spoils." Ella immediately pointed out the risks. For a magical beast to stand a chance against 500 5th-tier vine snakes and a 7th-tier vine snake king, it would need to be at least 8th tier. "Aren't you afraid you won't be able to escape while luring it? Or that you might make a mistake and get caught between both sides? That would be disastrous. That's why I need a solid plan." Zhang Yi said confidently, then began outlining his strategy. First, find the Snake King's lair and set up a magic array for a quick escape. The target magical beast must meet 3 criteria. It can't be too agile, it needs enough defense to withstand the snake horde, and it must be large enough to draw attention. A rage bear would be perfect thick-skinned and tough. Without further ado, Zhang Yi set off deeper into the forest. After more than an hour, he finally discovered his target near a mountain stream, a massive hive-like nest woven from vines, with numerous vine snakes slithering in and out. At the center was a huge opening over a meter in diameter. "I bet you a pack of spicy strips that the Vine Snake King is inside," Zhang Yi said with conviction. "No way I'm betting with you," Ella retorted bluntly. After calming the sticky substance on his head, Zhang Yi began setting up the magic array. To avoid alerting the snake horde, he carefully suppressed his magical energy, staying at least 300 meters from the nest. He meticulously designed dozens of guerrilla warfare arrays, a system of traps combining earth magic and camouflage spells for escape. Each array could instantly open an underground space and escape tunnel, with the surface automatically covered by vegetation to conceal any traces. After testing one of the magic arrays, Zhang Yi had a sudden flash of inspiration. Could these individual spells be combined into a cohesive whole? This way, he could build an underground labyrinth, or even an underground fortress. He even considered the possibility of integrating and simplifying the magic of 3-dimensional maneuver gear. However, the immediate task was to find a suitable target magical beast. Suppressing his excitement about improving the magic arrays, Zhang Yi refocused on the task at hand. In the forest, Zhang Yi was constantly searching for the right prey. A large wild boar was only at the 6th rank, a bear was merely at the 7th, and even the ugly appearance of an 8th-rank magical beast made him shake his head in disappointment. After more than half an hour, he finally found his target, a 20-meter-long lizard lazily basking in the sun on the riverbank. His spiritual sense revealed that this was a rock lizard, an 8th-rank Earth-type beast. Not only did it have formidable control over the Earth, but it also possessed dragon blood, making its defense and physique far superior to typical 8th-rank beasts. Although Zhang Yi had entered the rock lizard's sensory range, the 80th-rank beast clearly did not regard a 6th-rank practitioner as a threat, not even bothering to lift its eyelids. "Gujiu, what do you think of it?" he asked his pet. Receiving an affirmative response, Zhang Yi smiled. "All right, it's you then." To be cautious, he retreated 300 meters away, contemplating how to lure his target. After a moment, he raised his hand to conjure a white magic circle, preparing to cast a 3rd-rank spell, Light Beam. Even though it was just a 3rd-rank spell, in Zhang Yi's hands, its power was equivalent to a 5th-rank spell. He poured a third of his mana into it, causing the 2-meter-wide magic circle to spin wildly, forming a basketball-sized orb of light. The light orb erupted, and a wrist-thick beam of light instantly crossed 300 meters, striking the side of the rock lizard's face with precision. Scales shattered and stone armor crumbled as the lizard's head jerked to the side. The impact was powerful enough to reach the 7th rank, leaving a fist-sized charred wound on the lizard's face. Feeling the pain, the rock lizard finally turned its attention to Zhang Yi. As it let out a thunderous roar, Zhang Yi followed up with 2 more beams of light. One struck its nose, and the other shot directly into its mouth as it roared. Infuriated, the rock lizard charged at Zhang Yi like an out-of-control tank, smashing down giant trees along its path. Simultaneously, it manipulated the surrounding rocks and soil to form massive stone spikes, hurling them at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi deftly dodged the attacks, leading the beast towards the green vine snake's lair while occasionally firing more light beams. Before long, he reached his destination, standing at the entrance of a tunnel, ready to execute his next move. Third, her magic stone spikes. Triple, 20-fold power. 3 enormous stone spikes, infused with 20 times the usual magic power, rapidly coalesced in the air, aimed precisely at the green vine snake's nest in the mountain ravine. With a whispered command from Zhang Yi, the stone spikes shot through the air, and he quietly sank into the ground. The hole on the surface quickly closed, leaving behind an inconspicuous little red flower. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled explosions echoed as the stone spikes, possessing the power of a 6th-tier spell, hit their target with precision. Debris and shattered vines flew in all directions, killing several green vine snakes instantly. One of the spikes even struck the central cavity of the nest, infuriating the green vine snake king. It was the eve of autumn, and the green vine snake king was busy reproducing. The sudden attack not only interrupted its activities, but also destroyed the nest. Its crest stood on end, and its cold snake eyes blazed with fury. Leading its minions, it surged out of the nest, determined to find and punish the intruder. At that moment, the rock lizard arrived on the scene. It sensed the human's presence vanish suddenly, unable to pinpoint the target, and shook its head in frustration. Surrounding it were the 3 massive stone spikes. Seeing this, the green vine snake king's anger intensified. Despite the rock lizard being an 8th-tier creature, it could no longer hold back. Hiss! It challenged the rock lizard with a fierce hiss. Not to be outdone, the rock lizard responded with a thunderous roar. With their temperaments clashing, and the recent disturbances from the demonic rift, a battle was inevitable. The fight erupted instantly. The rock lizard conjured a 10-meter-wide boulder and slammed it down, forcing the green vine snake king to retreat and smashing the nest to pieces, scattering snake eggs everywhere. This act enraged the entire snake horde. Destroying my home and harming my offspring? This means war. Over 600 5th and 6th-tier green vine snakes launched their attack, their venom raining down like arrows. The rock lizard, covered in stone armor, retaliated with its massive tail, sending stone shards flying like shrapnel. The battlefield shook violently. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was hiding underground, grinning. His magic-infused skin concealed his presence, making it impossible for the rock lizard to find him. He carefully crawled out through an escape tunnel. A small flower was lifted by a pink slime, revealing his bald head. He quickly hid behind a tree, observing the scene with Gujio. Watching the intense battle between the snakes and the lizard, Zhang Yi found it immensely entertaining. He quietly picked some vine flower seeds, conjured a small stool, and found a spot with a good view to enjoy the show. Nice, this is going to be fun. Leona sat cross-legged on a stone slab in front of the cave, her body pulsating with magical energy as she focused on her training. As a 3-star Saint rank warrior, she couldn't train simultaneously with Zhang Yi, lest they absorb all the surrounding magic particles. The glowing magical patterns on the ground outlined a mid-level magic gathering array, continuously drawing energy from the forest. This array was set up by her to boost their training speed. Earlier, she had exhausted all the items in her spatial ring that could be converted into magic to counteract magic erosion. Not being a professional magic array master herself, she couldn't set up a more advanced gathering array. Suddenly, she opened her beautiful eyes, a fleeting flame lotus in her pupils. She raised an eyebrow, sensing Zhang Ye's presence and 2 powerful magical fluctuations in the distance. While such levels of magic were trivial to her, they posed a deadly threat to Zhang Yi. Strangely, the power she had implanted in him hadn't signaled any danger. Her fiery red hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, and the space around her trembled slightly as she extended her powerful spiritual sense across several miles. With this god's eye view, she saw the scene clearly. 2 magical beasts, the earth lizard and the green vine snake king, were locked in fierce combat, surrounded by hundreds of green vine snakes. About 300 meters away, Zhang Yi was leisurely sitting on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds while providing commentary. Wow! The earth lizard roared and unleashed its earthquake spikes. Too bad the green vine snake king can fly and dodged it completely, Zhang Yi narrated excitedly. The Snake King is furious, whipping its tail and hitting the earth lizard's face, poisoning it. That hit was both high damage and painful. Chomp, here. Have some seeds. As Zhang Yi was engrossed in the battle, the earth lizard suddenly cast the 8th rank spell Earth Roar, causing sonic damage, shielding itself, and provoking its enemies. This provocation infuriated Zhang Yi, who leapt up and unleashed a beam of light enhanced with a 100-fold magic boost. The light magic, equivalent to an 8th rank spell, pierced through the shield, shattered the earth lizard's chest armor, and sliced off a portion of the charging green vine snake king's tail. The scene momentarily became awkward. Zhang Yi chuckled nervously and muttered, "Who told you to provoke me?" Then he picked up his small stool and his pet, Gugio, and ran off. This sight made Leona laugh so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. She realized through the preset underground tunnels that this snake-lizard battle was orchestrated by Zhang Yi. This 6th rank kid not only had the audacity to scheme against 8th rank magical beasts, but was also quite smart. However, he was somewhat unreliable, daring to watch the magical beasts fight while sitting on a small stool. Seeing the bald-headed boy running wildly, Leona couldn't help but feel a twinge of mischief. She enveloped him in a pure magic field and made a slight gesture with her finger. At that moment, the enraged earth lizard hurled a massive rock at Zhang Yi, but the even angrier Snake King intercepted it, its fighting spirit heightened after losing its tail. The two gigantic beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Zhang Yi, heart pounding, sprinted away, thinking the monsters were chasing him. The scene he had just witnessed was still unbelievable to him, being taunted from such a distance. He had been so riled up by the sight of the rock lizard that he impulsively cast a spell without thinking. Looking back, it was quite the thrill. As he ran, secretly feeling a bit proud, a sudden surge of magic gathered at the back of his head and lightly brushed him. Whoa! Zhang Yi shivered and quickly moved Gugio from his shoulder to his head. Gugio, cut it out. Gugio? Leona couldn't help but stifle a laugh and lightly brushed the back of his head again. The cold touch made Zhang Yi shiver once more, like someone had slipped an ice cube down his neck in the dead of winter. Gugio, stop it. We're running for our lives here. Zhang Yi held Gugio in his arms and sternly said, "Brother can't be distracted when he's escaping, understand?" Whoa. Before he could finish, another chill ran down his spine. Looking down, he saw Gugio innocently gazing up at him from his hand. Gugio, Omega Gugio? Not Gugio? Could it be a ghost? Zhang Yi halted, looking around in confusion. Is it a ghost? He muttered to himself, his eyes glinting not with fear but with anticipation. Gugio looked at him and suddenly chirped, "Gugio? A ghost? No, it's me." Leona's voice echoed in his mind. Leona? Zhang Yi barely finished speaking before an ethereal blue magic hand flicked his forehead. Then, the magic coalesced in front of him, forming Leona's image. How did you do that? Zhang Yi asked, curious. It's just a pure magic domain. I can manipulate magic freely within it. As she spoke, she conjured a fiery lion orb. Can I learn that too? Maybe when you reach the rank of Archmage, at least the 9th tier. That's a long way to go. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together and grinned. Leona, those two beasts are almost done fighting. How about you finish them off? Leona raised an eyebrow and smiled. What, can't handle the mess you made? Of course I can, just didn't want you to go hungry. No way. You need to finish what you start. Deal with your own mess. Zhang Yi sighed. Over the past few days, he had come to understand Leona's personality. Only by meeting her expectations could he earn some favor. He nodded and, grabbing a small stool, ran back. Time to grab some popcorn and watch the show. When Zhang Yi rushed back to the battlefield, the fight was nearing its end. Despite the rock lizard's ultimate move being thwarted, it still displayed astonishing combat prowess, slaughtering over 600 vine snakes until only 100 were left. The vine snake king paid a heavy price, with its body reduced by nearly a third, shrinking from over 30 meters to just over 20 and covered in gruesome wounds. However, the scales of victory ultimately tipped in favor of the vine snakes. At this moment, the vine snake king was tightly coiled around the rock lizard's neck, the latter's eyes rolling back as its life force rapidly dwindled. No way. Zhang Yi was frantic. His plan to reap the benefits was about to fall apart. He had to act immediately. Taking a deep breath, a dull yellow glow surrounded him, forming a dense earth elemental magic shield. 8th level replication skill Earth Roar. Zhang Ye's abdomen tensed, and the magic shockwave spread out with a thunderous boom. Big mudfish, come at me. The power of the 8th level magic was immediate. Hundreds of spiraling vine snakes instantly stiffened and fell unconscious from the sky. The vine snake king was not spared either. Its mind fogged, and a surge of inexplicable rage ignited within. The combination of magical taunting and verbal provocation filled it with hatred, its blood-red eyes locking onto Zhang Yi. Humans all must die. The Vine Snake King released the rock lizard and charged at Zhang Yi with fury. Zhang Yi shrank his neck, but felt a surge of confidence when he remembered Leona was watching. A red magic circle unfurled beneath his feet, and he channeled a tenth of his magic power. The explosive flames turned from crimson to azure, propelling him skyward like a rocket. Twisting midair, Zhang Yi made a finger gun gesture with a confident smile on his face. Replication King Vine Arrow. Green magic coalesced before him, forming a massive light arrow entwined with vines. The vines extended, wrapping tightly around the barely alive rock lizard. With a snap of Zhang Ye's fingers, the vines released abruptly, and the light arrow, carrying immense kinetic energy, shot towards its target. With a thunderous blast, the rock lizard's head was pierced and shattered, its life ending swiftly. Drained of magic, Zhang Yi turned and fled without hesitation. This scene left the Vine Snake King in shock. Could humans really use its innate magic? A mix of anger and fear triggered its demonic transformation. From a distance, Leona watched with a furrowed brow. The Vine Snake King's body rapidly became covered in red and purple markings, its aura surging. Such extreme, pure hatred had directly garnered the favor of demonic powers, which was indeed perplexing. The only possibility is that this Vine Snake King doesn't harbor hatred solely towards Zhang Yi, but towards the entire human race. Driven by this overwhelming resentment, its aura began to surge wildly, with dense black markings appearing on its body. The shackles of the 7th stage peak shattered with a roar, and its power skyrocketed like a runaway horse. 8th stage beginner, 8th stage peak, crossing several minor realms in an instant. But this was far from its limit. It continued to break through. 9th stage beginner, early, mid, late, peak. Each breakthrough accompanied by increasingly dense demonic energy. Finally, with an earth-shaking roar, it broke through to the 10th stage. Leona watched in shock. How deep was this Vine Snake King's hatred for humans? To gain such terrifying power from its first contact with the demonic realm and ascend directly to the 10th stage? Just 100 meters away, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold envelop his body. Instinctively, he turned around to see the Vine Snake King's body completely drenched in pitch-black demonic energy. How could it change color? The analysis didn't mention this. What frightened him even more was the suffocating wave of demonic power, as if it could crush him to dust at any moment. The Vine Snake King's blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as it began to speak in human language. Why? Why is it so unfair? Even our talents must be stripped away. It let out a long, skyward howl, the sound waves blasting Zhang Yi into the air, causing him to spit blood. Why? Not even a sliver of hope. Slaughter my Vine Snake clan, and now you want to take our talents? Are we born to die? Upon hearing these words, Leona finally understood the truth. This was a descendant of the Vine Snake clan, who harbored deep-seated hatred for humans after its clan was exterminated by human warriors. Zhang Ye's ability to learn magical talents from beasts was mistaken as a method to strip them of their talents, triggering such a terrifying demonization. Struggling to get up from the ground, Zhang Ye's lungs were severely injured, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. However, before he could retreat, the pitch-black figure appeared right in front of him. The Vine Snake King opened its massive mouth, an arrow of crimson red forming within. Zhang Yi reflexively used his analysis. Demonized Vine Snake Arrow, 10th stage Wood Demon dual talent magic. Due to demonization, analysis duration and mana consumption are only at 7th stage level, but its power rivals that of 10th stage magic. This power-to-consumption ratio is insane. I need to analyze it quickly for a big move. But what's with this demonization? Facing the fully formed black arrow, Zhang Yi remained unusually calm. Although the demonized Vine Snake King far exceeded his power level, he was confident that Leona would come to his aid. Human, die. Just as the Vine Snake King uttered these words, a massive lion paw engulfed in flames grabbed it. The dozens of meters long snake body seemed insignificant as an earthworm compared to the several hundred meters long paw. Seeing this, Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dana had made her move. You're the one who will die. A cold voice echoed throughout the realm, and a terrifying pressure spread instantly. The flames on the lion's paw surged, reducing the Vine Snake King to ashes in the blink of an eye. A powerful 10th stage demonized beast fell just like that. Zhang Yi stared blankly, murmuring to himself, so this is the power of the holy stage. Leona's figure appeared before Zhang Yi. This wasn't a magical projection. It was really her. Zhang Yi couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek, feeling its real texture and elasticity. Leona impatiently swatted his hand away and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yi grinned, "I'm fine." But before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood surged from his mouth. "Stop pretending." Leona rolled her eyes at him and then released a warm phoenix breath to heal him. As she treated him, Zhang Yi asked, Why did the Green Vine Serpent King turn out like that? What did it mean by what it said? And the Tongue Serpent clan? Leona placed a finger gently on his lips, interrupting him. These things are still too far off for you. I'll tell you what you need to know, and the rest you'll have to find out for yourself when you're stronger. Seeing Zhang Yi nod, she began to explain. Falling into demonic influence means successfully communicating with the demon realm and gaining its power. The strength after demonic transformation is related to one's original power. The stronger the being, the stronger they become after transformation. However, the difficulty of transformation also increases. It requires not only the laws of the demon realm but also extreme, pure emotional fluctuations, such as hatred. She continued, the Green Vine Serpent King transformed because its ancestral clan, the Tang Serpent clan, was exterminated by humans. You, being human, and using its clan's innate magic in front of it triggered its hatred. After transformation, even if one loses their sanity, they will fight driven by their obsession. Although they can initially maintain consciousness, being eroded by the power of the demon realm is only a matter of time. When Zhang Yi asked if the erosion by the demon realm's power could be reversed, Leona explained that an ordinary person with a sufficiently strong mind and power could suppress or even devour the demon realm's power. But she warned Zhang Yi not to act recklessly, as the likelihood of being eroded was far greater than that of success. Regarding the Tang Serpent clan, Leona briefly described the event of its annihilation by the Holy Order a few years ago. When Zhang Yi inquired about the Holy Order, she introduced the major factions of the Western continent, the Holy Order of Light, the Dark Magic Sect, and the Mage Alliance. At the end of their conversation, Zhang Yi looked at the sky, where the ashes were dissipating, and regretted, there goes dinner. Leona lightly tapped his forehead and laughed. There's still the rock lizard. It tastes much better than the Green Vine Serpent King. Really? Then hurry up and cook. I'm starving, Zhang Yi said excitedly. Leona raised an eyebrow. You're ordering me around? Zhang Yi immediately adjusted his expression and said seriously, I mean, great chef Nana, could you please cook a sumptuous dinner for your adorable student? Only then did Leona smile with satisfaction. That's more like it. Just wait. With a light wave of her wrist, magic surged, and the bodies of the rock lizard and the green vine snake lifted off the ground, carrying Zhang Yi towards the cave. Suspended in midair, Zhang Yi silently gazed at the spot where the Green Vine Snake King had fallen, bidding it a silent farewell in his heart. Maintaining a basic respect for all living things was a principle he had always upheld. Even when he had to kill to grow stronger, he never slaughtered magical beasts without reason. At this moment, he could only silently wish. May these creatures that died because of him never meet him again in their next lives. The final words of the Green Vine Snake King especially stirred a bit of pity in his heart. This experience made Zhang Yi understand even more deeply. Only the strong have the right to be compassionate, and only the strong can control their own destiny. He must accelerate his strength improvement. Otherwise, the next time danger comes, Leona might not be there to save him in time. What's wrong? Leona noticed his unusual demeanor and turned back to ask. Nothing. By the way, what about the crystal core of the Green Vine Snake King? Zhang Yi changed the subject. The crystal core of a magical creature transforms into power during the magical process, so there isn't one, Leona explained. Suddenly, she became serious. Also, the meat of magical creatures is poisonous and can't be eaten. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Great Nana, you wouldn't have eaten it, would you? Leona immediately turned her head away, but he could still see her blushing cheeks. How? How was I supposed to know it would taste so awful? Zhang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking how adorable it was that this gluttonous cat would even dare to taste a magical creature. Annoyed by his laughter, Leona's hair flared up like a lion's mane on fire. You're still laughing. Zhang Yi quickly stifled his laughter and bowed his head in apology. Great Nana, I was wrong. Seeing his sincere attitude, Leona finally calmed down. A man shouldn't mock others lightly. Even if you find it funny, you should hold it in, understand? Got it. I promise it won't happen again, Zhang Yi replied earnestly, thinking to himself how Leona really was like a big sister with great style. Leona nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, we need to find some honey later. Our stock is running low. No problem. I know all the friendly neighbors around here. Zhang Yi had barely finished speaking when he saw a swarm of bees approaching. Honeybees. Don't come any closer. Leona's culinary skills were as exceptional as ever, and Zhang Yi savored the delicious food in front of him with immense pleasure. Once he was full and content, Leona began to outline the upcoming training plan. You need to practice mana weaving and rune drawing in actual combat, Leona said earnestly. This will perfectly combine magic control training with combat practice, making your efforts much more effective. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Next is mental training, Leona continued. This will not only enhance your control over magic, but is also crucial for breaking through to the saint level in the future. Again, Zhang Yi nodded. Lastly, Leona said, we'll change your meals from 3 times a day to once every 2 days. No problem, Zhang Yi started to say, but then quickly realized, wait, that's absolutely not okay. I can't miss a single meal. Without Nana's barbecue, what's the point of living? I might as well just. Before he could finish, Leona flicked his forehead. Don't say such unlucky things. Rubbing his forehead, Zhang Yi looked at her pleadingly. What about my 3 meals a day? All right, we won't change it, Leona said, amused by his antics. Seeing Zhang Yi's excited expression, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Later that night, once Zhang Yi had digested his meal, he immediately began absorbing crystal cores until he reached his absorption limit. By then, he had advanced to the early stage of the 6th tier, and his physical strength had surpassed his mana level, reaching the early stage of the 7th tier after defeating a latest-stage 8th tier rock lizard. Nana, can you teach me some close combat techniques? Sure. I'll teach you how to use the most powerful weapon tomorrow. Is it a sword or a blade? Zhang Yi asked eagerly. Leona gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out tomorrow. Zhang Yi then mentioned that he wanted to study magic array combinations that night. So Leona began her own training. Fiery mana flowed around her, and her long hair fluttered like a graceful lioness. After admiring her profile for a moment, Zhang Yi focused on his study of magic arrays. He drew 4 arrays in the air: sinkhole, earth construction, earth covering, and blooming grass. He meticulously analyzed the meaning behind each magic rune. Using the sinkhole array as the primary focus, he retained its mana supply trigger sequence and optimized the structure with a 6th tier magic array. The 1st and 3rd sequences of civil construction slowly took shape within the magical patterns, synchronizing with the ground-sinking spell. Zhang Yi meticulously embedded the triggerable earth-covering glyphs, his fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. The earth-covering and grass-blooming sequences, as core components of the 1st sequence, seamlessly integrated with the main sequence, forming a highly controllable surface camouflage system. He continued by embedding earth construction glyphs at 4 positions: 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, creating 5 escape routes. Each route was endowed with the properties of an earth-covering valve, ensuring the caster could open or close them at will. Within the main sequence, he cleverly set up multiple hub glyph groups, allowing for future combinatorial variations. After more than 2 hours of focused casting, a 2-meter diameter, earth-colored magic circle hovered and rotated before Zhang Yi. He concentrated, beginning a systematic analysis. Soon, the essence of the magic circle was revealed to him. It was a 6th tier earth magic, the tunnel warfare joint array. A wave of joy surged through him as his theory was validated in practice. As long as the glyph positions were accurate, the formulas correct, and the mana flow smooth, multiple magic arrays could be integrated into one. This innovation not only significantly shortened the setup time, but also greatly enhanced the practicality and power of the magic. Of course, with increased amplification came higher mana consumption, highlighting the importance of prioritizing the mana supply sequence. Through continuous experimentation, Zhang Yi discovered a crucial feature of the system. For self-created magic, he could complete the analysis in just 1/3 of the usual time. Moreover, the higher the completion level of the magic, including mana conversion efficiency, transmission power, operational speed, and power enhancement, the shorter the analysis time. This validated what Aila had said. The system's detailed functions need to be discovered by oneself. With this revelation, Zhang Yi could quickly troubleshoot errors through the system and continuously refine his magical constructs. Countless new ideas began to take shape in his mind. A magical version of a 3-dimensional maneuvering device, a dual attribute ice and fire array, an electrolysis-based hydrogen-oxygen fire enhancement array. These concepts beckoned him to bring them to life one by one. Harnessing his eidetic memory, Zhang Yi immersed himself fully in what he called magical innovation. Dana? Dana? Leona slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Zhang Yi's face, magnified and just inches away. What's going on? Leona rubbed her sleepy eyes. Zhang Yi, rubbing his hands together excitedly, said, "Come on out. I want to show you a magic spell I created." Once they were outside, Zhang Yi wore a smug expression. "Watch closely and don't blink." Leona crossed her arms and nodded with interest. Magic energy began to swirl around Zhang Yi, causing the hem of his robe to flutter lightly. He slapped his hand onto the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of magical threads spread out like a spider web, weaving a massive, earth-colored magic circle on the ground. The circle vanished as quickly as it appeared, sinking into the earth. The next moment, colorful flowers bloomed on the ground. "That's it." Leona raised an eyebrow. "You spent all night just to make some flowers bloom?" Zhang Yi waggled his finger mysteriously. "No, no, no. You're too naive, my dear." He tapped the ground lightly. "Why don't you use your spiritual sense to check underground?" Leona extended her spiritual sense and was immediately stunned by what she saw beneath the surface. What appeared to be a simple flower field was actually the top of an intricate underground kingdom. Dozens of spaces, each at least 30 square meters, connected by a network of tunnels. Each space had a direct passage to the surface, forming a vast underground labyrinth. Even more astonishing, these spaces were covered by a special layer of magically condensed soil that could effectively dampen surface vibrations. The tunnels were filled with traps that could be controlled by magic, and there were even magic-powered lift platforms. A 6th-level spell can achieve this? Leona marveled. In all my years, I've never seen anyone use magic to this extent. If the researchers at the Magic Academy knew about this, they'd be fighting over you. Zhang Yi blushed slightly at her praise, but quickly regained his confident smile. I'm not done yet. With a snap of his fingers, threads of blue and red magic energy appeared. Water and fire, two opposing elements, coexisting perfectly. Within 10 seconds, a redan blue magic circle took shape. The circle activated, and columns of water and fire shot into the air, merging into a single beam of blue on the outside and red on the inside, which then blasted towards a giant tree in the distance. With a thunderous crash, the massive tree, several meters thick, was severed at the trunk. The cut was clean, with the center charred black. Leona's eyes widened in amazement, leaving her speechless. This is also a 6th-tier spell, but it's clearly a combination of 3rd-tier explosive flame and water pillar. Not only does it reach the 6th tier, but its power even surpasses that, reaching the 7th tier. Leona's voice was filled with amazement and curiosity. Zhang Yi flashed a confident smile. Steam is the key. He began to explain in detail. By precisely controlling the conversion efficiency of fire and water magic, you can balance the flame temperature with the evaporation rate of water, creating a thin layer of steam between the two. The mana maintenance runes I designed in the magic array stabilize this layer, preventing the fire and water magic from canceling each other out. When the spell hits the target, the mana film shatters instantly, and a high-pressure water jet enveloped in fire forms a high-temperature stream. At the same time, the central fire pillar erupts, generating a large amount of steam, causing secondary damage. Seeing Leona's increasingly bewildered expression, Zhang Yi was about to delve into the details of the mana output array, but she covered his mouth with her hand. Enough. Stop. I can't follow. Leona shook her head helplessly. Like a soldier who can use a gun but may not understand its manufacturing process, she could use the spell but comprehending its profound theory was too much for her. With your kind of talent, if you went to the Magic Research Institute, those old folks would treat you like a treasure. Leona sighed. A novice who had only been exposed to magic arrays for a few days could create a perfect combination of opposing elements. Such talent was astonishing. But Zhang Yi clearly wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, a blue-purple array formed in front of him, this time without even using mana threads. Lightning and water dual-element magic? Leona sensed a faint mana fluctuation and was puzzled. The power doesn't seem that strong. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, and the array expanded to a 3-meter diameter. Leona, try casting a fire spell through this array. Following his instruction, Leona released a 7th-tier lion fireball. As the fireball passed through the array, it transformed into a dazzling blue and grew several times larger. The massive explosion obliterated the target tree, leaving Leona stunned. The next second, she rushed to Zhang Yi, grabbing his collar in excitement. Teach me. Huh. Zhang Yi was stunned. Leona's face was inches from his, their noses almost touching. A little closer, and they would kiss. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance on her, and even feel the softness of her chest pressing against his. Zhang Yi swallowed and placed his hands on her shoulders. The Nana, calm down. Leona retreated slightly, but kept her intense gaze fixed on him. Teach me that spell. Her voice was full of excitement. From her observations, she was certain that the lion fireball's power had increased 3 or 4 times after passing through the magic array. This wasn't just an attack spell. It was a magic that could significantly enhance all fire spells. As a non-ranked spell, it could even provide a noticeable boost to someone of her saint-level mage status. She couldn't believe Zhang Yi had created such a powerful magic array. Trying to calm his racing heart, Zhang Yi forced an awkward smile. Okay, no problem. Could you step back a bit first? He decided to maintain respect for Leona, even though he was admittedly a bit intimidated. After Leona stepped back, he began to explain. This magic array is called the Electrolytic Water Hydrogen Oxygen Fire Magic Enhancement Array, or Hydrogen Oxygen Enhancement Array for short. The principle is to use a combination of water gathering and strong electric current magic to electrolyze water elements, producing hydrogen and oxygen. What are hydrogen and oxygen? Leona asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Seeing her innocent and curious look, Zhang Yi couldn't resist teasing her. Hydrogen is the gas produced by kissing, and oxygen is the gas produced by tickling. Both gases can enhance flames. Really? Leona raised an eyebrow. I feel like you're pulling my leg. Heh. Why would I? Zhang Yi laughed awkwardly before admitting. Okay, I was indeed messing with you. So you want me to kiss you? Am I that kind of person? Zhang Yi paused. Yes, I am. Leona burst into laughter at his honesty. This Zhang Yi, who clearly wanted a kiss but was too timid to go for it, seemed especially endearing to her. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yi got back on topic. Hydrogen and oxygen indeed significantly enhance the power of flames. Oxygen boosts combustion efficiency, and hydrogen increases temperature and power through explosive combustion. Once the magic array is infused with magic, it continuously generates and stores these gases. When fire spells pass through, the output magic runes inject the gases evenly. The effect is related to the caster's strength. The more powerful the mage, the more significant the enhancement of fire spells, at least doubling their power. He explained the principles of the magic runes in detail, and Leona listened intently. Although she could directly learn the spell, she wanted to fully understand the intricacies since Zhang Yi had created it. His jokes about kissing gas and tickling gas amused her, and she frequently asked questions that Zhang Yi patiently answered. At this moment, Zhang Yi seemed like a teacher, and the powerful female warrior resembled an eager student. As a true, strong individual, Leona always maintained a humble and eager Tolian attitude. During the actual learning process, she found that mastering the spell became much easier once she understood Zhang Ye's theory. Whether it was the gas storage in the magic runes or the output regulation, she quickly grasped it. This was also thanks to her solid foundation in magical theory. It took only half an hour for her to completely master the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array. Danana, you could try integrating the enhancement array formula directly into your casting array, Zhang Yi suggested thoughtfully. This might eliminate the need for the passing step and directly enhance the spell. Leona nodded excitedly and immediately began to try out his suggestion. As expected, under Leona's powerful output, the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array displayed astonishing effects. The amplification of magic below the Saint tier directly broke through tenfold, and even Saint tier magic imbued with the power of laws saw its potency increased by 2 to 3 times. With a mere wave of her hand, Leona turned the flames from crimson to a profound blue, instantly reducing the forest hundreds of meters ahead to ashes. She lifted her face, eyes sparkling with excitement, her hearty laughter tinged with a hint of pride, and a blush gracing her cheeks. Watching this scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Leona's figure flashed and she appeared beside Zhang Yi in an instant. Before he could react, she had already planted a light kiss on his cheek. Zhang Yi stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the girl beside him. Ha ha ha, with my strength boosted so much, what's wrong with giving you a kiss? Leona laughed heartily, giving Zhang Yi a hearty pat on the back. Her hair ignited with flames of excitement, resembling a proud lioness, both beautiful and filled with power. Zhang Yi gently touched his cheek, where the warmth of her kiss still lingered. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. As long as you're happy, he said, flashing a brilliant smile. All right, Leona said, her laughter fading as she turned serious. Since you've taught me such powerful magic, it's my turn to teach you something. What? Zhang Ye's interest was piqued. What's the most powerful weapon in this world? Leona grinned, revealing sharp canines, and lightly tapped Zhang Ye's chest with her finger. Your own body. Seeing Zhang Ye's confused expression, Leona continued to explain. I mean, you need to forge your body into the strongest weapon. Fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, head. These are the powers you truly need to master. External weapons can be lost at any time, but your body will never betray you. Turn your hands into blades, your arms into swords, your legs into spears, your shoulders into shields, your head into a hammer, and your knees into spikes. These are the foundations of your strength. Today, we won't be heading into the forest for combat practice. Instead, your opponent will be me. Leona's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as she stared directly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, as if he had been marked by a large predator. He couldn't help but admire her silently. She really is like a stunningly beautiful big cat. So, how do we do this? Zhang Yi asked cautiously. Leona explained, your current physical strength is at the early stage of the 7th level. I will suppress my strength, speed, and magic to match yours. During the battle, you cannot use any spells. You can only enhance your body with pure magic. I will guide you on how to train yourself during the fight. Got it? Zhang Yi nodded excitedly. The prospect of sparring on equal terms with a saint-level warrior made him both nervous and eager. Of course, he was well aware that defeating her was impossible given her years of accumulated combat skills. Here I come. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and channeled magic into his legs. With a powerful step, he launched himself toward Leona, aiming a punch straight at her chest. His choice of target was less a tactical decision and more an instinctive avoidance of her delicate face. Leona effortlessly sidestepped, letting his punch graze past her. Zhang Yi quickly adjusted, pivoting on his foot to deliver a hook. Yet, despite his efforts, 10 minutes passed with every attack being deftly parried by Leona. She maintained a composed stance, arms crossed, moving with such grace that it seemed more like a dance. When time was up, Leona finally made her move. In a blur, she appeared before Zhang Yi and flicked her finger. He felt her magic flow in a unique pattern, concentrating at her fingertip. Bang! Zhang Yi was sent flying until he crashed into a distant tree. Coughing and clutching his chest, he struggled to catch his breath. Leona, why did such a light flick have so much force? He asked, bewildered. Leona first pointed out his flaws. Your movements are too complicated and wide, wasting energy and exposing weaknesses. Even my technique at 10 years old was more refined than yours. She then elaborated on the differences in magic use between warriors and mages. Mages channel magic outward to cast spells, while warriors circulated internally to enhance their combat skills. Her flick, though seemingly gentle, was a basic internal magic technique that unleashed tremendous power in an instant. Zhang Yi had an epiphany, finally understanding why warriors constantly train their bodies. It's a synergistic process of internal magic circulation and external physical conditioning. This also explained why there are far more warriors than mages. The key for a mage is talent and cultivation, Leona explained earnestly. Only with strong cultivation talent can one enhance the quality of their magic and unleash powerful spells. Warriors, on the other hand, don't require as much innate talent. As long as they have some magic and train diligently, they can enhance their physical strength and use a small amount of magic to deliver formidable combat power. However, at the same level, the destructive power of magic is indeed superior. Now, let me teach you the combat skill I just used. Flash strike. Flash strike? Zhang Yi instinctively repeated. It's flash strike, Leona corrected. Flash strike. Flash. Leona shook her head helplessly. Fine, call it whatever you like. Expand your consciousness and closely observe the flow of my magic. Zhang Yi immediately focused his attention. With Leona's deliberate demonstration, he clearly saw the trajectory of her magic within her body. The 6th level magic circulated for a cycle according to a specific pattern. Then the magical aura surged dramatically and ultimately gathered at her fingertip. Leona raised her hand gently and flicked her finger casually. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, waves of air rolling and surging. Is that a sonic boom? Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Just a flick can cause a sonic boom. If you use that to flick someone's forehead, wouldn't it blow their skull off? That's terrifying. Now, you give it a try, Leona instructed. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and concentrated. Recalling the trajectory of the magic flow from earlier, he mobilized his internal magic, following the same pattern, and quickly gathered the magic at his fingertip. He opened his eyes sharply, a glint of determination flashing. Flash strike. Duong. Feeling the burst of air from his fingertip, Zhang Yi was elated. This is so powerful. If I use this to flick someone's forehead, they might really fly off. But why does this sonic boom sound a bit off? Leona displayed a knowing expression. Zhang Yi not only learned magic quickly but also grasped combat skills at an astonishing speed. Although Flash Strike was just a 6th level combat skill, he was the first to master it so quickly. Of course, mastering it didn't mean he was proficient. He still needed gradual and consistent practice in combat skills. Not bad, Leona praised. Next, I will focus on training your combat techniques, teaching you combat skills, and strengthening your physique to turn your body into a weapon. Be prepared. You might get hurt during the process. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Since Leona said he might get hurt, he definitely would. Although he feared pain, he thought to himself this would give him a reason to seek comfort from Nana. This thought made him secretly delighted. One morning, Zhang Yi spent hours sparring with Leona. The training ground was in complete disarray by the time they finished. Craters marred the earth. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and trees were leaning precariously. Zhang Yi was covered in bruises and cuts. To avoid damaging Leona's school uniform, he wore only a pair of shorts, with a magically conjured grass skirt wrapped around him. The most striking feature was a large bump on his bald forehead, a trophy from his overconfidence after mastering the silent strike technique. He had boasted he could touch Leona once, only to be flicked hundreds of meters away by her, ending up looking like a unicorn. The morning's training was highly effective. Under Leona's guidance, Zhang Yi mastered 6 combat techniques, significantly improving his coordination, combat skills, and awareness. Leona taught him to turn his entire body into a weapon. From fists to knees, elbows to head, every part of him needed to become a lethal tool. She emphasized the importance of training his muscles, joints, bones, and ligaments to work in perfect harmony to maximize his combat potential. When training ended, Zhang Yi put his school uniform back on and, with the bump on his forehead, playfully demanded healing. Leona, amused by his antics, reluctantly cast a healing spell on him. At lunchtime, Leona gave Zhangyi a new task: to hunt down a Tier 6 magical beast without using any magic, relying solely on his combat techniques, while maintaining a magical thread and magical skin. Zhang Yi completed the task, but at a great cost that chose a Tier 6 forest ape as his target and aimed for its most vital spot. Although his strategy worked, it enraged the ape, resulting in multiple injuries and fractured ribs for Zhang Yi. In the days that followed, Zhang Ye's life settled into a routine. Morning sparring with Leona, hunting magical beasts for food during meals, focusing on magical innovation in the afternoon, and meditating at night. A month flew by. Now, a figure was darting through the forest, moving between the trees at an astonishing speed, even without using magic. He soon locked onto his target, a mid-tier Tier 8 earth-splitting tiger. This beast was a tier lower than the rock lizard, but far more dangerous. A month ago, he would have fled immediately, but now he could face it with confidence. Gujio, what do you think? Zhang Yi asked, rubbing the slime on his shoulder. Over the past month, thanks to his and Leona's care, Gujio hadn't changed in size but had grown powerful enough to expand to 100 meters at will. Gujio nuzzled Zhang Yi's cheek, letting out a cute sound. All right, tiger whip for lunch, Zhang Yi exclaimed, snapping a branch underfoot as he launched himself like an arrow towards the resting earth-splitting tiger. The earth-splitting tiger sensed danger immediately, its eyes widening. In a flash, Zhang Yi appeared before it, shouting, "Take my fiery cloud kick," as his magical energy surged within. Flames erupted from his leg, delivering a fierce kick straight to the tiger's face. The power of the kick was astonishing. The massive earth-splitting tiger was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. It hastily tried to get up, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. Before it could steady itself and let out a thunderous roar of rage, Zhang Yi flicked his hand, sending a blazing lion fireball precisely into its gaping maw. "Do you even have any sense of honor?" the earth-splitting tiger roared, coughing up blood. "Interrupting me while I'm showing my skills?" More bloody teeth fell from its mouth. Learning its lesson, the earth-splitting tiger wasted no more words, slamming its paw heavily on the ground. Dozens of massive rocks shot up, hurtling towards Zhang Yi like arrows. But Zhang Yi was prepared, nimbly leaping into the air and kicking each rock to pieces. Immediately after, Zhang Yi spread his hands, forming 10 overlapping 7th-tier magic arrays. Tenfold flame serpent bind. Fiery serpents emerged from the magic arrays, tightly wrapping around the earth-splitting tiger. Even with its mid-8th tier strength, the tiger struggled against the tenfold binding. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi unleashed a seamless combination of attacks: tenfold 6th-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhanced lion fireballs, followed by threefold 8th-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhanced fire rain, and capped off with a 100-fold 1st-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhanced spark spell. Blue flames engulfed the battlefield, explosions mingling with the tiger's roars, turning everything within 100 meters to ash, with blue sparks flickering in the sky. Yet, the beast's vitality was exceptionally resilient. It struggled to unleash its strongest innate magic tiger earth-splitting claw. Zhang Yi was ready, his magic array flashing, with sharp tendrils anchoring into tree trunks, using the blue flame's thrust to swiftly evade. The tiger's slashing attack carved 300-meter-long grooves into the ground but failed to touch Zhang Yi. In the final moment, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and unleashed his most powerful fire magic. Using the thrust, he closed and instantly, launching a relentless, thunderous barrage of silent strikes. The heavily injured earth-splitting tiger had no chance to retaliate. Its massive body hammered continuously, unable to land. With a final furious lion flame punch, the tiger's rock armor shattered inch by inch, and its body crashed heavily 100 meters away, lifeless. Zhang Yi stood firm, clasping his hands in salute to the tiger's corpse. "Rest in peace." That's right, a battle should be fought with full strength. Even a lion uses all its might to catch a rabbit. A magnetic voice echoed from the sky as a graceful figure descended lightly to the ground. Leona had arrived. Zhang Yi instinctively touched his newly grown eyebrows and shoulder-length black hair. After a month of recuperation, his appearance had finally returned to normal. "This isn't even my full strength," he said with a smile. "I know," Leona replied with a smile. "When I say full strength, I mean the limit your opponent can handle, not your own limit. Always keep some strength in reserve." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Over the past month, his progress had indeed been astounding. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 7th tier, and his physique had broken through to the mid-stage of the 8th tier. His ability to analyze and replicate spells had also seen significant improvement, now allowing him to replicate spells up to 4 tiers higher than his own. Through Leona and various magical beasts, he had gained a wealth of magical knowledge. Over 100 7th tier spells, most of which he had already analyzed. only a few days left to analyze the 8th tier spells, and even some 9th, 10th, and Saint tier spells were in the process of being analyzed. In terms of combat techniques, he had honed his skills to perfection, and his battle techniques had advanced rapidly through actual combat. The most noticeable improvement was evident in his sparring sessions with Leona. A month ago, he couldn't even touch her clothes, but now he could exchange moves with her. Compared to his former self from a month ago, he was confident he could now take on 100 opponents single-handedly. His physical conditioning also brought him great satisfaction. Leona's rigorous stretching exercises had been excruciating, but now he could perform a perfect split. "It's about time to set off," Leona suddenly said. "Are we going to the Magic Academy?" Zhang Yi asked excitedly. Since arriving in this world, he had stayed in the Forest of Beasts and hadn't seen anyone else besides Leona. "We'll go to the Lionheart Empire first," Leona explained. "That's the homeland of the Kalaman Flame Lion family, my family. We'll get you a proper outfit. You can't take the entrance test in a dress, can you?" Zhang Yi glanced at the dress he was wearing and smiled sheepishly. Wearing women's clothing was something he preferred to do only in front of Nana. For lunch, they enjoyed boiled rapid river fish and roasted two-headed giant chicken. As for the earth-splitting tiger, it ended up being used for materials since Leona found tiger whip soup too gamey. As they each held a giant chicken leg and sipped the delicious fish soup, Leona suddenly tossed a ring to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then carefully slipped the ring onto his ring finger and, feigning shyness, said, "I do." Leona, already accustomed to his antics, gently flicked his forehead and said, "This is a high-grade spatial ring. Inside, I've stored the crystal cores from the magical beasts I've hunted these past few days. It should be enough for you." During this time, after training Zhang Yi every day, Leona would venture into the forest to hunt magical beasts. It turned out she was collecting crystal cores for him. While ordinary people use crystal cores for refining tools or medicine, Zhang Ye's devouring ability allows him to absorb them to the fullest. "Leona, you're so good to me," Zhang Yi said, touched. "You're my lifesaver and my first student. If I'm not good to you, then who?" Leona laughed. "Stop being so sentimental and quickly bind the ring with a drop of your blood." Zhang Yi nodded and brought his finger to his mouth but hesitated. "What's wrong?" "It hurts. I'm afraid of pain. Is there a less painful way?" Zhang Yi mumbled. Leona looked at this guy, who could still laugh even with 10 broken ribs, now hesitating over a tiny cut. She grabbed his finger and gently nicked it with her fong. "What's there to be afraid of?" "That's my finger, of course. It doesn't hurt for you." Zhang Yi grumbled while quickly letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring and then sucking on his finger to stop the bleeding. Seeing him act like a child, Leona couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Bald heads feel better. Should I shave my head then?" "No need. It looks good as it is." After binding the ring, Zhang Yi examined its interior and his eyes widened in shock. Inside, crystal cores were piled high, roughly estimated to be in the thousands, each at least 5th tier. Although 5th tier cores wouldn't significantly boost his current power, they were enough as snacks. Even more surprising were the glowing plants inside the ring, which must be legendary spiritual materials. "Leona, can I give you a kiss?" Zhang Yi asked, his eyes moist with gratitude. Leona punched him lightly. "Stop taking advantage of me. Eat up, drink up, and let's get going." With a wave of her hand, a small floating boat appeared out of thin air. It was a magical vehicle, a magic-powered airship. Infused with magic, it could sustain long-distance flight. The airship was entirely white, trimmed with gold, and covered in magical runes that emitted a faint blue glow when activated, looking even more luxurious than the most extravagant car on Earth. "This is so cool," Zhang Yi said, caressing the airship's smooth, jade-like exterior. "If you like it, it's yours. It's only a few million gold coins, not worth much. Rich lady, can you sponsor me?" Leona flicked his forehead again. "Sit tight. We're going full speed. If you fall off, I'm not saving you." The two boarded the cabin, and the airship quickly ascended. As the propulsion magic array activated, its speed soon surpassed that of an airplane on Earth. Zhang Yi leaned against the window, both excited and nauseous. "Wow. Ugh. The view is amazing. Ugh. That mountain must be over 10,000 meters high. Ugh. Stop talking and lie down." Leona pointed, and the seat transformed into a bed. A magic array expanded, and Zhang Yi felt comfortable, quickly falling asleep. Gujio also jumped onto his face, nestling against his chin to sleep. Watching this warm scene, Leona couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and stretched lazily. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed, and even the discomfort from seasickness had completely disappeared. Chirp, the little creature beside him sensed its owner's awakening and let out an adorable sound. Zhang Yi smiled and gently picked it up, nuzzling it softly. Turning his head, he saw Leona still focused on piloting the airship. "You're awake?" She glanced back with a smile. "Perfect timing. We're almost at the capital. The capital? Zhang Ye's spirits lifted instantly, and he quickly walked to the window. What met his eyes was no longer an endless forest but a vast plain dotted with fields and homes, clearly indicating they had entered a human settlement. This is the Lionheart Empire, and that city ahead is Lionheart Capital, home to the Flame Lion family, Leona explained. Is the All Spirits Academy also in the Lionheart Empire? Zhang Yi asked excitedly. Leona shook her head. The All Spirits Academy is in the All Spirits Empire. The top magic academy here is called Lionheart Academy, but it only admits humans. If they're both top academies, why not go to Lionheart Academy? It'd be closer to the Flame Lion family. They serve different purposes, Leona explained with a smile. Lionheart Academy mainly trains talent for the Empire. Graduates are often forced to join the Imperial Army or family legions, making it more like an advanced training ground. The All Spirits Academy, on the other hand, focuses purely on nurturing powerful individuals. It's more liberal and has a better atmosphere. Besides, with your personality, you'd likely get expelled from Lionheart Academy. Why? With your carefree nature, you'd never get along with those uptight royal descendants. One minor conflict could escalate into a major issue. I wouldn't be able to relax. How am I not serious? Would a serious person argue with an insect? That's my pet. I'm determined to reform it, Zhang Yi retorted indignantly. Leona's gaze softened as she looked at him. Over the past month, Zhang Yi had indeed spent considerable effort trying to talk with Tet, although each session ended in a heated exchange between man and insect, with Zhang Yi invariably losing. Moreover, Leona continued, I want you to go to the All Spirits Academy not just because I'm an honorary instructor there, but also because its heritage far surpasses that of Lionheart Academy. The Lionheart Empire has only been around for a few thousand years, while the All Spirits Academy boasts a history of over 10,000 years. It embraces all races, making it an ideal place for you to encounter various species and better integrate into this world. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, compared to a human-only academy, one that included myriad races was far more appealing. He was already excited about the possibility of meeting legendary elves, dwarves, and even beast-eared girls. We've arrived, Leona said, heading toward the deck, with Zhang Yi following close behind. The airship gently descended, and the surroundings became clearer. The towering city walls were equipped with magic-driven defensive devices. Leona, are those treasures? Zhang Yi asked. No, they're magic devices, Leona explained. Treasures require a certain level to unleash their full power, while magic devices only need magic infusion to operate. With enough magic, even ordinary people can wield magic devices with holy level power. Inside the city were numerous Western-style buildings, with manors and churches in the distance, and a grand statue standing in the square. At the city's center, a majestic castle stood out prominently. That's the Lionheart Royal Palace, the residence of the Lionheart King. The Lionheart King? Is his name Arthur? No, it's Oscar Venice. Why would you think it's Arthur? Zhang Yi chuckled awkwardly without answering. The airship finally docked in the floating harbor, surrounded by various other airships, one of which was over 300 meters long. Unregistered airship, please dock in the temporary harbor, await registration, and state your purpose. Several soldiers flew over. In this world, those at the 5th tier could hover briefly, and those at the 7th tier could fly freely. Leona didn't say a word. Instead, she tossed out a token that hovered in midair, revealing a magical pattern. The guards' expressions changed instantly at the sight, and they respectfully saluted. Welcome back, Your Grace. Leona nodded slightly. Carry on with your duties. Yes, ma'am. After the soldiers withdrew, Zhang Yi looked at Leona curiously. You're a duke? The Kalaman family, also known as the Kalaman royalty, has close ties with the royal family. Direct members of the family who reach the saint level are granted the title of duke, Leona explained, smiling. I have a territory in the Shukatan volcano range west of the capital. The hot springs there are my favorite. I'll take you there sometime. Zhang Yi replied excitedly, sure. After entering the city, Leona handed Zhang Yi a ring. There's 500,000 gold coins in here. Explore the city on your own for a bit. I need to visit my family. I'll come find you later. Zhang Yi took the ring, feeling its weight, and nodded in agreement. As he watched Leona fly away, he couldn't help but chuckle. Am I being taken care of? Chirp, chirp. He petted his companion's head and walked towards the bustling part of the city. Lionheart City, the imperial capital, lived up to its name. Shops lined both sides of the main road, exuding a rich western atmosphere. Zhang Yi eagerly took in the sights, his eyes darting everywhere. Passers-by cast curious glances, whispering about the black-haired, black-eyed Easterner in a skirt. Oblivious to their stares, Zhang Yi was completely absorbed in the city's vibrant scene. Everything was available here: food stalls, taverns, clothing shops, weapon stores, magic item shops, and even an old lady selling delicious but stomach-churning roasted venom tail lizard tails. Suddenly, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a tavern. Curious, he approached and found out that the Cloud Tavern was having a grand opening raffle. The prizes ranged from a third prize of 20 off drinks, a second prize of free drinks under 20 gold, to a first prize of a bottle of Cloud wine worth 300 gold, and a grand prize of a lifetime 50 discount, a bottle of Cloud wine, and 200 gold coins. Even those who didn't win received a free chilled ale. Zhang Yi immediately joined the line. When it was his turn, the owner shook a wooden barrel with a crank, and a golden bead rolled out. Look, everyone, we have a winner. The owner excitedly held up the golden bead. This young man has won the grand prize. Amidst the envious applause of the crowd, Zhang Yi, still bewildered, collected his prize. Just as he was processing his unexpected luck, a figure appeared at the tavern entrance. Owner, give me 2 bottles of Cloud wine. The newcomer was burly and exuded an imposing presence. The owner hurriedly explained that the wine was sold out. The man's gaze immediately locked onto the Cloud wine in Zhang Ye's arms, and he instantly appeared before him. Young man, would you sell me that wine? Name your price. Zhang Yi stood there in shock, the system's information leaving him stunned. Oscar Vines, 6-star saint, possessing powerful light magic and an incredible physique. The moment the man appeared in front of Zhang Yi, his speed startled Zhang Yi, causing him to instinctively use his analysis ability. To his shock, the man standing before him was none other than Oscar, the emperor of the Lionheart Empire. Zhang Yi scrutinized the emperor in disbelief. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and, apart from his tall and sturdy build, had an unremarkable appearance. The only striking features were his dark golden hair and eyes of the same color. This hardly seemed like the appearance of an emperor. What was even more puzzling was why the emperor would be buying alcohol by the roadside. So, brother, how about it? Can you help me out? Oscar asked with a smile, devoid of any imperial arrogance, looking every bit like an ordinary person. Ah, sure, no problem. Zhang Yi snapped back to reality and quickly agreed. He wasn't about to refuse a 6-star mage warrior, especially not with Leona as his backup. Besides, this emperor seemed quite approachable, probably on a covert visit. Zhang Yi handed over the bottle of Cloud wine, and Oscar's face lit up with a bright smile as he handed over a heavy pouch of money. Zhang Yi didn't bother to count it. The wine wasn't for sale anyway, so anything he got was a bonus. Oscar took a swig from the bottle, downing over a liter in less than 10 seconds. Fantastic! Nothing beats the wine from Sky City, he exclaimed. What's Sky City? Zhang Yi asked out of curiosity. After Oscar explained about Sky City, his gaze suddenly became intense, locking onto Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi uneasy, fearing the emperor might have some peculiar interests. Before Zhang Yi could react, Oscar had already patted his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed, and they were standing on a grassy plain outside the city. The majestic Lionheart City loomed in the distance, with grass swaying in the wind. Terrified, Zhang Yi clutched Gujiu tightly, warily watching Oscar. The emperor, however, burst into laughter. Relax, little one. I won't harm you. I just didn't expect to meet someone from another world. After a bit of explaining, it turned out Oscar was merely curious about other worlds. Like an excited child, he bombarded Zhang Yi with questions. What's your world like? Is it powerful? What's your ability? Can you show me? And what kind of slime is that little guy you're holding? Feeling helpless, but reassured that he would be sent back, Zhang Yi began to explain. Listen up, my name is Yifan, and I come from the Dolua continent. There, we don't have flashy magic. What we have is the pinnacle of martial arts. In my world, the strongest can even shatter space and devour stars. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, his dark golden eyes gleaming as if stars were twinkling within them. It's not an exaggeration. His eyes are really glowing, sparkling even. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. A light element warrior is truly formidable. When excited, their eyes practically light up like bulbs. As for my ability, Zhang Yi paused mysteriously. Don't be scared when I tell you. Go ahead. I promise I won't be. Oscar responded eagerly, nodding his head. With a serious expression, Zhang Yi said, my ability is... Oscar leaned in expectantly, nodding. Yes, yes. To uphold justice. What? Oscar was taken aback. Uphold justice? What kind of ability is that? Can you demonstrate it? No. Zhang Yi shook his head, maintaining a serious demeanor. Justice cannot be executed lightly. Seeing this, Oscar immediately adjusted his attitude. I was too forward. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Oscar, a 9th-tier light element warrior. Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly. Keep pretending. If it weren't for my analysis ability, I might have believed him. 9th-tier warriors aren't that easy to come by. Brother Yifan, Oscar proposed. If you tell me your ability, I'll grant you one condition. How about it? Why? Is it really worth it? Zhang Yi found it odd. Even an emperor's promise seemed overly generous. Oscar's eyes sparkled with sincerity. To be honest, I have a dream. I want to witness all the magic, races, and beings from different worlds. I'm fascinated by the abilities of beings from other realms and the worlds they come from. The two found an open plain, and Oscar began to demonstrate his ninth tier ability. From the third tier to the ninth, he performed dozens of combat techniques and spells. The final move, Lionheart Lightsword, was particularly impressive, creating a massive crater with a radius of 500 meters. Throughout the process, Oscar acted out the scene perfectly, veins bulging, sweat pouring, and heavy breathing, as if he had truly exhausted his magic. Zhang Yi watched from the side, struggling to suppress his laughter. This guy's acting is on par with an Oscar-winning performance. If it weren't for my analysis ability, I might have been completely fooled by this brilliant show. Impressive. Zhang Ye's face lit up with excitement. This opportunity had not only allowed him to decipher more than a dozen light magic spells, but also helped him memorize the mana flow of dozens of combat techniques. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The power of light magic made him look forward to enhancing his future combat abilities. All right, I'll tell you. Zhang Yi turned to Oscar. Oscar immediately leaned in, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What's your ability? It's a contract, Zhang Yi said mysteriously. But it's not just any ordinary contract. Do you know what kind of slime I have here with me? What? An angel slime. Zhang Yi proudly showed it off. It's a little angel. The slime, seemingly understanding its master's praise, let out a sweet guju, looking particularly adorable. Oscar's eyes lit up instantly. Can I touch it? Zhang Yi quickly shielded the slime in his arms. No way. It's my favorite little buddy. He then placed the slime back on his head and continued. My ability allows me to contract any creature below my rank. What's so special about that? Oscar asked, puzzled. Zhang Ye's expression turned serious. I can even contract creatures from the demon realm, with a 100 success rate. This statement left Oscar utterly shocked. Contracting creatures from the demon realm was one of the most challenging feats. It was nearly impossible unless the creatures volunteered. There were only 3 known successful cases to date. Can you prove it? Oscar asked eagerly. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, and a giant insect suddenly appeared on the ground. An abyssal demon queen bug? Oscar exclaimed. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and quickly retracted the creature into his contract space before it could cause any trouble. Believe me now? Absolutely. Oscar nodded repeatedly. Name your terms. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to meet them. Zhang Yi scratched his head. I haven't thought of anything yet. Can I owe you one? Oscar laughed. Sure, come find me anytime you think of something. The Cloud Tavern gets a new batch of cloud wine every 7 days, and I always go there. Just have the tavern owner notify me if you need anything. As long as you're in Lionheart City, I'll be able to find you. That impressive? You better not be lying to me, Zhang Yi said, feigning suspicion. I swear on the honor of the Lionheart Empire. Oscar promised solemnly. Satisfied with the assurance, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Oscar then teleported them both back to the front of the Cloud Tavern, startling the passers-by. Just call me Zhang Yi, he said when Oscar asked for his name, rattling off a series of names. Zhang Yefan, Zhang Xiaoyan, Zhang Tangsan, Zhang Lihai, Zhang Tsongming. People from other worlds are truly fascinating, Oscar laughed. I'll call you Yi then. By the way, there's a great barbecue place nearby. Want to join me? What are we waiting for? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. I've been on an airship all day and I'm starving. Ha ha ha, but hold on a second. Oscar's figure vanished into thin air. Moments later, he reappeared holding 3 bottles of crystal-clear cloud wine. Where did you get those? Zhang Yi asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Heh. Oscar smirked mischievously. I found someone with cloud wine and offered them a price they couldn't refuse. Let's go. I'm starving, Zhang Yi said, dropping the topic. All right. The two of them headed to the barbecue joint, chatting and laughing along the way. Yi, how about trading 1 bottle of wine for a story from your world? Oscar suggested. Deal. You bring the wine. I've got the stories and not just stories. Ha ha ha. In a private room at Little Flame Barbecue, after hearing Zhang Ye's tale, Oscar took a sharp breath. Turning battle energy into horses? That's terrifying. As Zhang Yi enjoyed his barbecue, he asked, so, tell me about this world. Sure. What do you want to know? Oscar took a small sip of wine, intrigued by his new friend's fascinating stories. Tell me about the Lionheart Empire. I heard it's one of the 12 major human empires in the West. Are these 12 empires really that powerful? Absolutely, Oscar said, taking a bite of his barbecue. Each of the 12 empires rules over hundreds, if not thousands, of smaller kingdoms. Where does the Lionheart Empire rank among them? 12th, Oscar replied, holding up 2 fingers. So, it's last. Zhang Yi laughed. Don't underestimate the Lionheart Empire. Oscar quickly clarified. The other empires have histories spanning tens of thousands of years, while Lionheart has only been around for 3,227 years. Its ability to rank among the 12 in such a short time proves its strength. Give it a few more thousand years, and it could become the strongest empire. Is the strongest person in the Lionheart Empire the 6-star Saint Emperor? Zhang Yi asked. Definitely not. Oscar shook his head. Compared to the Royal Guardian Mage, the 6-star Saint Emperor is nothing. Is it really okay to say that about your own emperor? How powerful is this Royal Guardian Mage? He's a demigod, Oscar explained. This isn't a secret in the Lionheart Empire. It's because of the demigod that we can be one of the 12 empires. It's a strict requirement you must have a demigod. Why is that? Think about it. The Western continent is only so big. Adding another major empire means dividing resources further. All the other empires have demigods, and below demigods, everyone else is just an ant. Only with a demigod can you have a seat at the table and avoid being invaded. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. It was like nuclear deterrence. Only with a demigod could you achieve a strategic balance. The conversation continued as they drank. Zhang Yi shared stories about Earth's technology and quirks, while Oscar talked about strange magical beasts and mystical phenomena. As the night went on and the drinks flowed, the two became fast friends, clinking glasses and laughing heartily. Is that thing called a nuclear bomb really that powerful? Oscar asked with wide eyes. Zhang Yi put down the roast meat in his hand and nodded solemnly. It's even more terrifying than you think. The true horror of a nuclear bomb isn't just its explosive power. It's the nuclear radiation. Areas hit by a nuclear bomb are uninhabitable for decades. Radiation causes severe bodily mutations and can even result in loss of fertility. Oscar shivered involuntarily. Zhang Yi continued, if we're talking about a megaton-level nuclear explosion, the shockwave would trigger a cascade of disasters. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, storms. It could wipe out billions of lives in an instant. That world is truly horrifying, Oscar gasped. Not only do they have powerful combat chi, but also such devastating weapons. Before he could finish, Oscar suddenly paused. Sorry, I need to leave for a moment. With that, he vanished instantly. Zhang Yi, unfazed, continued to leisurely enjoy his roast meat. Oscar reappeared in a deserted alley. In the next moment, a magical projection materialized before him, revealing a refined face. A man with golden hair and eyes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, glaring at him angrily. Oscar, my lord. The man gritted his teeth. Don't be mad, Eric, Oscar said with a smile, waving his hand. I just want to buy some cloud wine. Sire, you have a mountain of state affairs to handle. Please return to the palace immediately. Eric's frustration was tinged with helplessness. This emperor was truly incorrigible, leaving all the piled-up paperwork to him while sneaking out to buy wine. The two argued back and forth for a while, and eventually, Oscar reluctantly agreed to return. He reappeared beside Zhang Yi and apologized. Sorry, I have to go. There's some business I need to attend to. No problem, Zhang Yi smiled. Next time we meet, I'll tell you more about our world's culture. Oscar eagerly agreed and then vanished again. Zhang Yi stood up to leave, suddenly realizing that Oscar hadn't paid. He opened the pouch Oscar had left behind and found it filled with purple crystals, unsure if they could be used as currency. In the end, Zhang Yi took out a ring given to him by Leona. When he called out for the bill, a teenage girl with chestnut pigtails, freckles, and striking green eyes came running out. Finding out that Zhang Yi was a friend of Oka Oscar, the girl insisted on not taking any payment, explaining that Oka had once helped their shop. Zhang Yi, seeing her determination, quickly shoved a handful of gold coins into her hand and ran off. The girl wanted to chase after him, but Zhang Yi was already out of sight. She paused for a moment, then smiled as she held the handful of gold coins. Mr. Oka and his friends are really good people. Zhang Yi quickly left the tavern and only relaxed once he was out on the street. The feeling of having paid but still seeming like he was skipping out on the bill left him both amused and exasperated. The street was bustling with activity, and many passers-by seemed to glance at him curiously. Zhang Yi instinctively tidied his hair and thought, have they never seen a handsome guy before? Sigh, being too good-looking really does draw attention. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to see Leona, who was giving him a peculiar look. I gave you money to buy yourself some clothes, and you spent half the day walking around in a dress? Leona said helplessly. It was only then that Zhang Yi realized he was still wearing the billowing dress. He immediately covered his face, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Come on, let's go get you some proper clothes, Leona said with a smile. Zhang Yi tried to return the ring to her, but Leona waved him off. Keep it. You'll need money out there. Then Zhang Yi took out the pouch given to him by Oscar. Leona, what is this? Leona glanced at the pouch, her expression turning strange. That's an amethyst coin. Worth 100 gold coins each? Where did you get it? A friend gave it to me. Zhang Yi answered truthfully, secretly astonished by the unexpected wealth. What kind of friend? The Lionheart Emperor? It really was from him. Believe it or not. Should we return it? Leona chuckled. Only royalty or nobles use amethyst coins. They won't miss this small amount. It's probably some young master's pocket change. If you found it, it's yours. They arrived at a clothing store in the city center called Dream Silks. Every piece of clothing in the window exuded magical energy, and the prices were staggering. A pair of silver-edged, magic-embroidered underwear cost 10,000 gold coins. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhang Yi felt a subtle, almost imperceptible scan sweep over him. If not for his heightened senses, he wouldn't have noticed it. Leona smiled knowingly. Joyce, aren't you going to come out and greet us? A seductive voice came from the back of the shop. Greet you? You never change, do you? With a waft of fragrant air, a seductive figure slowly emerged. Joyous C was dressed in exquisite, fashionable attire of a roseate hue, topped with a lady's hat that perfectly highlighted her fiery silhouette. Her face was meticulously beautiful, with long, rose-colored hair accentuating her narrow, captivating eyes. A delicately crafted pipe rested between her flaming red lips, exuding a lazy elegance with every move. Zhang Yi immediately used his analytical ability to check the information of this beauty. Joyous C. Carlo, a one-star saint-level power wielder with formidable wood element magic. This level of strength made him sigh in admiration. Indeed, anyone in Leona's circle was of saint-level caliber. What brings you here? Joyous C. took a slow drag from her pipe, her enchanting and magnetic voice cutting through the swirling smoke like a cat scratching at one's heart. Leona responded with a smile. I need you to make a few outfits. You're the best tailor I know. Only remember me when you need help? Joyous C. looked at her with a hint of sadness. Leona pushed Zhang Yi forward and said cheerfully, I'll bring you thorny black roses next time. For now, help with this favor. All right. Joyous C. exhaled a smoke ring, her gaze landing on Zhang Yi, but only because of this handsome young man. She walked gracefully towards him, a rich but not overwhelming floral scent accompanying her. Zhang Yi instinctively took a step back, making Joyous C. chuckle lightly. Little brother, am I that scary? Seeing Zhang Yi nod earnestly, Joyous C. was momentarily speechless, then turned to Leona. First time I've seen you bring a man to my shop. Who is he to you? My first student. Leona ruffled Zhang Yi's hair. Just a student? Joyous C.'s beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She knew Leona too well. Her friend, who always kept a distance from men, was now allowing a boy to be so close. After confirming the payment of 3 thorny black roses, Joyous C. led Zhang Yi into the depths of the shop. Leona mentioned she had to prepare some things and asked Zhang Yi to wait there. Through the beaded curtain, the view opened up magnificently. This was no ordinary tailor shop. It was practically a hazardous botanical garden. Under a transparent dome, various exotic plants were neatly arranged, with even a bed placed on the central lawn. Zhang Yi carefully analyzed the surrounding plants. The 7th-tier venom songgrass emitted deadly sound waves. The 8th-tier feast grass and revelry flower could, if coexisting, spark a carnage. That purple man-eating flower in the deepest part was a 1-star saint material, capable of threatening even saint-level warriors. Faced with this garden of dangerous plants, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask in his mind, Aila, what do these spirit and saint materials mean? Ella appeared and began to explain the concepts of spirit herbs and sacred herbs in detail. She said these were special medicinal plants imbued with powerful magic, and their effectiveness was strictly aligned with their rank. 8th-rank spirit herbs were most effective for 8th-rank beings, while their efficacy would be affected if the user's rank was higher or lower. Sacred herbs worked similarly, specifically targeting sacred rank beings. One important point she emphasized was that many herbs had offensive properties, but their attack power didn't solely depend on their rank. She gave an example. For instance, the feast grass and the carnival flower, both 8th-rank spirit herbs, have the attack power of a 7th-rank warrior when used alone. However, when combined, even a 9th-rank expert would find them hard to withstand. The attack power mainly depends on the species' characteristics, though higher-ranked herbs of the same species are naturally more powerful. After hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly understood, but was then shocked by the sight before him. This botanical garden is too dangerous. Aren't you worried that the feast grass and carnival flower over there might harm visitors? Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Joyous' voice came from within the garden. Although Zhang Yi knew these herbs were domesticated, he still decided in his mind that if anything went wrong, he would go find Leona to complain. He walked into the center of the botanical garden and saw Joyous sitting cross-legged on a bed. Lie down, she said, patting the bed. Zhang Yi noticed she was wearing black stockings and swallowed nervously before cautiously lying down. So cooperative? Joyous gave a seductive smile. Do you really think you could be interested in me? Zhang Yi replied with a smile, knowing he looked decent, but not to the extent of believing he could attract Joyas at first sight. The subsequent conversation and interactions were filled with testing and vigilance. When Joyas deliberately leaned in close enough for him to feel her breath, Zhang Yi immediately summoned his Earth Tiger armor for protection, making Joyas burst out laughing. All right, dispel the magic. It's time to take your measurements, Joyas said, sitting up. In the end, Zhang Yi had to strip down to his underwear, lying on the bed somewhat shyly. Nice physique, Joyas teased, running her finger over his abs, nearly prompting him to summon his armor again. Then, memory foam began to rise slowly, enveloping Zhang Yi. Relax, when I say tense up, give it your all. Got it, Zhang Yi replied. The memory foam enveloped Zhang Yi, leaving only his head exposed. Under Xiao Yassi's instructions, he completed a series of movements, tensing his body, spreading his arms, flipping over, and bending his legs. 10 minutes later, the measurements were complete, and Zhang Yi quickly put his clothes back on while Xiao Yassi gave a knowing smile. With a gentle wave of her hand, the small tree beside her, adorned with 7 colorful flowers, began to tremble. Threads of 7 colors slowly emerged from the flowers, floating in the air. As Xiao Yassi's fingers moved rhythmically, the threads started to weave together. The surrounding plants responded by releasing powders, liquids, and even toxins, all of which merged into the forming fabric. Zhang Yi watched the magical scene intently, memorizing every move Xiao Yassi made. Can you understand what you're seeing? Xiao Yassi asked, turning to him. Not really, but I think I can learn, Zhang Yi replied firmly. Xiao Yassi chuckled dismissively and suggested, you can go outside and pick any clothes you like. Just put it on Leona's tab. No need. I'll stay here and watch. Maybe I'll learn something, Zhang Yi insisted. Just don't take my job if you do learn, Xiao Yassi teased, clearly not taking him seriously. 3 hours passed silently, and 3 magical outfits floated before Xiao Yassi. A loose casual outfit covered with enhancement and comfort runes, a black and metallic blue formal suit, and a seemingly ordinary form-fitting combat undergarment that had taken her half the time to create. Xiao Yassi detailed each outfit's features. The casual wear, Sunshine Night, had temperature control and self-cleaning functions and could withstand attacks below the 9th tier. The formal suit, Night Banquet Prince, could enhance personal charm, and the combat wear, Parallel Guardian, could not only resist attacks below the 10th tier but also preset 3 magic arrays. Most importantly, it could merge with the wearer's body and, as long as a single piece remained, it would bear all damage for its owner. Realizing the last piece was made from a precious Saintier fabric, Zhang Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You are her first student and the first man she brought here, so consider it a welcoming gift. I also owe Leona, Xiao Yassi said, then playfully added with a wink. Feeling so grateful, how about a kiss for your sister? Zhang Yi quickly stepped back, laughing awkwardly. Let's just put it on Leona's tab, huh? Xiao Yassi laughed to herself. If this kid really dared to kiss her, he'd probably end up in a carnivorous plant's mouth. Go on now, making these clothes drained me. I need to rest. Call me when Leona arrives. Zhang Yi nodded, thanked her again, and then turned to leave the inner room. The shop's window display curtain fell, and the sign at the entrance automatically flipped to show Dream Silks temporarily closed. He entered the fitting room to try on the 3 newly made enchanted outfits. First up was the Parallel Guardian. After the painful process of binding it with his blood, the outfit instantly merged with his body. With just a thought, he could summon it, fitting him like a second skin without occupying any equipment slots, and it was incredibly comfortable to wear. Next, he tried on the Sunlight Knight and the Night Banquet Prince outfits. Each enchanted outfit transformed his aura, especially the Night Banquet Prince, which made him look so elegant and princely that he was stunned by his own reflection. Ultimately, he chose to wear the most comfortable one, the Sunlight Knight. As Zhang Yi admired himself in the mirror, Leona returned. Seeing him in the casual Sunlight Knight outfit, her eyes lit up. The outfit perfectly highlighted Zhang Yi's sunny and playful nature, making him radiate a unique charm. Nice, you look great, Leona said with a smile, ruffling his hair. Laughing, Zhang Yi told Leona about the Parallel Guardian that Joyous had made for him. Leona looked surprised and delighted. Leona, is this Parallel Guardian very valuable? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Of course, it's valuable, Leona explained. Joyous's shop caters exclusively to royalty and nobility. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have seen the shop. Each enchanted outfit she makes can sell for over 3 million gold at auction, and the Parallel Guardian could fetch tens of millions. That expensive? Zhang Yi was shocked. Leona laughed and explained that even 3 thorned black roses wouldn't cover the cost of these enchanted outfits. When Zhang Yi asked about the thorned black roses, she told him they were sacred materials, each worth 7 to 8 million gold. Just as Zhang Yi was about to wake Joyous to thank her, Leona stopped him. Let her rest. Modifying a saint-level garment is exhausting. With this outfit, if you don't make it to the top 3 in the freshman rankings, it would ruin her reputation, Don't worry, if I don't make the top 3, I'll wash my hair standing on my head, Zhang Yi said confidently. Leona's eyes sparkled. Actually, I'd rather see you wash your hair standing on your head than make the top 3. How about? Seeing Zhang Ye's horrified expression, she burst into laughter. Just kidding, look how scared you are. Then why do you look so disappointed? Zhang Yi questioned. As your mentor, I feel it's my duty to teach you an important lesson. A true man does not sweat the small stuff, Leona said seriously. Zhang Yi was speechless. 2 hours later, Joyous woke up and walked out squinting. She looked a bit dazed with her sleepy expression. Why didn't you wake me up? Leona immediately stepped forward and hugged her, gently ruffling her hair. I wanted you to rest a bit more. Instinctively, Joyous nuzzled Leona's hand like a cat, but then suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was still there. She quickly swatted Leona's hand away. I'm not a kid anymore. Stop patting my head. You're still as adorable as ever, Leona chuckled. Come on, let's get ready for the teleportation. Joyous gave her a sideways glance and turned to walk inside. The three of them entered the previous room, but the bed that had been there was now replaced by a glowing magic circle. Zhang Yi immediately began analyzing the magic circle. It was a 10th tier small distance teleportation array used for long distance travel. It required positioning and injecting magic power to enable travel between 2 teleportation arrays, with a maximum capacity of 10 people at a time. His eyes quickly scanned each magic rune and symbol, memorizing them with his remarkable memory. Joyous unfolded a magical projection, displaying a map dotted with glowing markers, each representing a teleportation array's location. The All Beings Empire, All Beings Mountains, Bailing City. Leona pointed to one of the markers. Bailing City? Joyous exclaimed. You want to take this kid to the enrollment center there? The difficulty of the third test there is much higher than in other places because it's near the All Beings Mountains. The magical beasts used for testing are much stronger. I know, but I believe he can handle it. Leona nodded. As Joyous operated the projection, she said, this year's All Beings enrollment is special. I heard a secret realm is about to open and many prominent families are sending their best candidates. Your brother is going too. Leona raised an eyebrow. He's going as well? This is going to be big then. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Leona turned to explain to him, originally, we thought the highest level would be 8th tier, but with my brother participating, there will likely be quite a few 9th tier contenders. It seems the allure of that secret realm is greater than we thought. Even my family is interested. 9th tier? Your brother is 9th tier? Zhang Ye's eyes widened. Yes, at 22 years old. He's in the early stages of the 9th tier. Leona smiled. And he's a genius in both magic and martial arts. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. He could easily handle mid-80-tier challenges, but he had never faced a 9th tier opponent. This meant the entrance exam would be much harder than expected, and other prominent families would surely send their top candidates. If you end up facing my brother, it will be a good test of his strength, Leona said. You're giving me too much credit. Zhang Yi chuckled bitterly, but seeing the confidence in Leona's eyes, he nodded resolutely. Since she believed in him, he had to give it his all. All right, step onto the circle, Joyous indicated. Zhang Yi and Leona stepped onto the magic circle. As it activated, a beam of light rose from below, and Zhang Yi immediately felt a sense of weightlessness that continued to intensify. Joanna looked at Zhang Yi and gave a slight smile. Little brother, don't let Leona down, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, a rainbow-like brilliance instantly enveloped Zhang Ye's vision. A strong sense of weightlessness hit him, and the flickering colorful lights around made him instinctively uneasy. Just then, a warm and firm hand grasped his. Turning to look, he saw Leona smiling reassuringly at him, which immediately eased his tense nerves. The teleportation process lasted only a few seconds. As the light faded, Zhang Yi finally felt solid ground beneath his feet, but a strong sense of dizziness followed. Why do I get seasick and now teleportation sick too? What kind of weird constitution do I have? Zhang Yi complained, trying to suppress his discomfort. Your body will feel uncomfortable the first time you teleport, but it won't happen after that, Leona explained as she cast a dispel spell on him. Zhang Yi felt much better. He looked around and found himself standing on a magical platform, surrounded by armored guards. They were in a massive plaza with several similar teleportation platforms around the edges, and people were occasionally stepping out of the glowing teleportation circles. Leona led Zhang Yi away from the platform and towards the city. Look, that's the registration desk over there. She pointed to a small booth not far away. Although the booth was small, a long line had formed in front of it. Zhang Yi excitedly noticed that the queue included not only humans but also at least a dozen different races. Stout dwarves with arms as thick as his thighs, blue-skinned pianos, and rock-covered rock spirits. Using his analytical ability, he observed that each race had numerous subgroups. For example, dwarves were divided into lowland, highland, and cave subtypes, each with unique characteristics. So, I'm going to register now? Zhang Yi was eager to get started. Go ahead. I'll be right here waiting for you. Leona nodded in agreement. Just as Zhang Yi was engrossed in observing the various races, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He instinctively turned around and activated his analytical ability. Lena Vinny's 7th tier peak, possessing abundant light, attribute magic, and an extraordinary physique. Venice? Isn't that the same last name as Oscar? Zhang Yi scrutinized the young girl in front of him. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with short blonde hair and a delicate face with a touch of baby fat. Her dark golden eyes sparkled with life. Despite wearing men's clothing, her clear voice and androgynous appearance made her stand out even more. Hi, I'm Lena. The girl flashed a radiant smile, revealing her prominent little canine teeth. At that moment, her voice and appearance reminded Zhang Yi of a character from a game on Earth. Tracer. My name is Zhang Yi. Is there something you need? Zhang Yi, that sounds like an oriental name. Are you from the East? Lena's eyes lit up like stars. Sort of. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging that he indeed came from the East on Earth. Wow, really? I've never met anyone from the East before. Lena said excitedly. My father always said people from the East are very impressive. You must be too, right? Of course. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. The conversation quickly turned to the topic of forming a team. Considering the safety and ranking for the final secret realm test, Zhang Yi agreed to Lena's request to team up. However, he couldn't help but wonder why this girl, who seemed to be from the royal family of the Lionheart Empire, would join the All Souls Academy instead of the Lionheart Academy. As they were chatting, a commotion arose in the crowd. A group of people emerged from the teleportation array, led by a woman with waist-length blue hair. She had a delicate face, a slender waist, and shoulders as if carved from jade. Her beauty rivaled that of Leona, but her expression was distinctly aloof. Zhang Yi immediately used his analysis ability. Samaragali, early stage of the 9th level, possessing powerful wind attribute magic. Yi Gu. Did you see that? Lena was so excited her eyes sparkled. That's Samaragali from the Gali family. She's the most talented young genius of the wind spirit family, reaching the 9th level at just 23 years old, even surpassing her brother. Oh, I see. Zhang Yi nodded calmly. Huh, aren't you surprised? She's a 9th level mage at the age of 23. I'm surprised, really surprised, Zhang Yi responded. The appearance of Samantha indeed surprised Zhang Yi, but only in terms of her looks. In his opinion, whether it was cultivation or beauty, Leona far outshined Samantha by several times. Really? Lena scrutinized Zhang Yi's calm expression, which starkly contrasted with the surprise he mentioned. However, she was quickly captivated by Samantha, staring intently at her back. She's so beautiful. If only I could marry her. Zhang Yi was taken aback by her words and quickly activated the system's deep analysis function. Upon seeing the gender information of Lena Venice, he suddenly understood this short-haired, dashing girl with a tomboyish appearance was actually a lesbian. Considering that Tracer was similar, Zhang Yi didn't find it particularly surprising. He just wondered if Oscar knew about this. The registration process was simple, requiring only a form with basic information. In the birthplace column, Zhang Yi wrote Lionheart City. Hey, you're from Lionheart City too? Lena noticed his form and commented with a smile. Zhang Yi glanced at her details and thought to himself that she indeed belonged to the Lionheart royal family. They received adjacent candidate number badges 66, 66, and 66, 67. Lena suggested meeting at a nearby lamppost at 6 the next morning, and Zhang Yi readily agreed. Watching Lena happily run towards Lark City, Zhang Yi turned and found Leona still waiting by the teleportation array. She was holding 2 skewers of specialty grilled meat made from 100 kinds of magical beast slices, handing one to Zhang Yi. We need to prepare food for the next 3 days, Leona explained. The stuff in the secret realm is notoriously awful. Before parting, Leona told Zhang Yi that she was going to meet a friend who was serving as an examiner. As for her brother, Raymond, she said mysteriously, you don't need to look for him on purpose. When you meet, you'll recognize him naturally. Watching Leona leave, Zhang Yi took out the ring she had given him earlier and pondered. Being a man with a strong sense of pride, he decided to avoid using Leona's money and instead rely on the few thousand gold coins given by Oscar. After wandering around Bailing City, he spent 300 gold at a food shop to buy enough supplies for about 10 days, along with some extra spices and juices. Although his current physique could go 10 days without food, it was always better to be prepared. Once he had finished buying the necessities, Zhang Yi began searching for a place to stay. However, 3 inns in a row were fully booked, which left him a bit worried. Fortunately, he heard that there might be vacancies at a small, secluded inn called Greengrass in the west of the city, so he headed there immediately. As soon as he walked into the inn, Zhang Yi saw an unexpected acquaintance Lena, who was haggling with the innkeeper at the counter. Could you make it a bit cheaper, just a little? Lena asked cautiously. Young lady, This is already the cheapest inn in all of Bailing City. Fine, fine. Name your price, the innkeeper replied, exasperated. Zhang Yi glanced at the price list. A regular room was indeed only 3 silver per night, much cheaper than the other inns that charged several gold coins. But what surprised him was that a member of the prestigious Lionheart royal family couldn't even afford this. 2 copper? Lena timidly held up 2 fingers. 2 copper? You might as well ask for it to be free, the innkeeper shouted. Is that possible? Lena's eyes lit up. In the end, the innkeeper, frustrated, told her to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Yi stepped forward and handed over a purple crystal coin, 2 superior rooms, and 2 orders of water-cut chicken. After receiving the room keys, he handed one to Lena. On their way upstairs, Lena explained that she had originally brought 500 gold coins with her but had spent 300 helping an old lady who ran an orphanage, and the remaining 200 on teleportation fees. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. This naive girl had spent all her money helping others, to the point where she couldn't even afford a place to stay. It was both amusing and endearing. Well, here's the question. Your family only gave you 500 gold? Zhang Yi asked with a frown, a hint of doubt in his eyes. As a member of the Lionheart royalty, it seemed impossible for her to have so little money. After all, Oscar could casually spend 3,000 gold on a bottle of cloud wine. Lena fiddled with the hem of her clothes and quietly said, My family didn't give me any money. I ran away on my own, and this 500 gold is what I saved up myself. Zhang Yi suddenly understood. So, you sneaked out, he said thoughtfully. No wonder you didn't go to Lionheart Academy, but chose All Spirits Academy instead. Still, there was something he couldn't figure out. Even if the royal family didn't provide her with money, a royal member's pocket money shouldn't be this meager. He clearly remembered when he found a purple crystal coin worth 3,000 gold. Leona had considered it just some royal kid's pocket change. By that standard, the royal family's allowance should be even higher. Zhang Yi had 2 guesses. Either Lena held a low status in the royal family, or she wasn't part of the Lionheart royalty at all, and her surname was just a coincidence. He leaned towards the former, as sharing a surname with the royal family was considered blasphemous here, making it nearly impossible. The reality, however, was unexpected. Lena had initially prepared 50,000 worth of purple crystal coins, stored in a space ring kept in the pocket of her enchanted coat. But in her hasty escape, she forgot to wear the coat. As for why she didn't wear the ring on her finger, this naive little princess thought it would both expose her identity and attract unwanted attention. She had made many preparations but stumbled at the first step. Fortunately, she had other rings containing some gear. Although her cash was down to a meager 500 gold, she had planned to sell a valuable item for money but met Zhang Yi in the meantime. This encounter significantly increased her fondness for him. Back at the inn, Lena didn't head straight to her room but followed Zhang Yi into his. While enjoying some water-cut chicken, she shared the information she had gathered. Brother Yi, there are many powerful individuals in this recruitment. Samantha Gali from the Wind Spirit clan, Reynold Monroe from the Fire Lion clan, Nan Long from the Thunder clan, and Paige Beck from the Melody clan. They've all recently broken through to the 9th rank, and they're probably at the early 9th rank now. Should we team up with them? Zhang Yi asked with interest. Lena shook her head decisively. Better not. They all have their own teams, and I don't trust them. You don't trust them but trust me? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Lena pointed proudly at her eyes. I trust my eyes. I can see who the truly good people are, and only good people earn my trust. And the facts prove that I'm right. Her face beamed with a bright smile. You have such an ability? Zhang Yi asked in surprise. Of course. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that Lena was said to have an extraordinary constitution. Could this be her ability? Thinking that he might have just received a good person card, he couldn't help but laugh. Yigu, is that a slime or a pouring? Lena asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared at the little creature on Zhang Ye's shoulder. It's an angel slime, Zhang Yi replied with a smug grin. Cute, right? So cute. Lena nodded eagerly. Can I touch it? Nope. If you want to touch one, find your own, Zhang Yi said bluntly. Even Oscar hasn't touched it, and you think you can? Little angel Guji is mine. Though a bit disappointed, Lena quickly bounced back and asked, so where can I find an angel slime? The demon realm. An angel slime. In the demon realm? Lena's eyes widened in disbelief. Shouldn't it be in the divine realm? Zhang Yi nodded seriously, confirming her suspicion. Then there's no way I can find one. The demon realm is a death trap for humans, Lena sighed but soon perked up again, chatting away like a cheerful lark as they ate. Zhang Yi listened to her endless chatter without feeling annoyed. That was delicious, Lena said after finishing their meal. Yigu, want to go for a walk? There are lots of beautiful girls in Bailing City. Zhang Yi looked at her, amused by her boyish enthusiasm. No, I need to train. I want to break through to the peak of the 7th tier before the exam. He was already at the late stage of the 7th tier, just one step away from being more confident against those ninth-tier powerhouses. Lena nodded understandingly. All right, I'll train too. Yi go. I'll come wake you up at 6 tomorrow morning. After Zhang Yi agreed, Lena left. He immediately began absorbing crystal cores. His body was incredibly strong, and it took him over 38th-tier crystal cores to reach saturation. This was likely due to his pure and vast magical power, which required resources tens of times more than others of the same tier. This might be the price he paid for being invincible among his peers and advancing quickly. After feeding Guji a few crystal cores, Zhang Yi focused on his training. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door and Lena's clear voice. Yi Gu, wake up. It's time for the admission test. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, feeling the change in his magical power had finally reached the peak of the 7th tier. He stretched and went to open the door, only to be stunned by the armored warrior standing outside. Emperor Hero? Is that you? Wait, are you Lena? Yup. Lena lifted her visor, revealing a bright smile. I prepared this for the admission test. Cool, right? Zhang Yi examined the magnificent 9th-tier armor named Lionheart. The white and gold armor featured a lifelike golden lion head, giving it an extraordinary and regal appearance, reminiscent of an Emperor Hero's armor without the transformation belt. What was even more surprising was that Lena had brought 8 spare sets. Such resources clearly indicated she was from the Lionheart royal family. I have the Earth Tiger armor, Zhang Yi said with a smile, demonstrating it. Earth Tiger armor unite. The metallic and stone armor instantly covered his body, making his 7th-tier peak strength even more impressive. Although its defense wasn't as strong as Lena's armor, it looked equally majestic and could be repaired or resummoned if damaged. Lena excitedly circled around him. So cool. How about we call ourselves the Lion-Tiger Duo? Zhang Yi agreed, amused by her insistence on putting the lion before the tiger. Glancing at the water clock, he said, Let's go. We need to eat breakfast and head to the admission test. The plaza was already crowded with early arriving candidates, all dressed in their respective gear. The admission test prohibited the use of scrolls, combat puppets, and golems, but allowed candidates to use family-provided armor and weapons, even holy artifacts. Of course, anyone below the holy tier could barely handle a holy artifact, and forcing it could result in severe consequences. Equipping weapons isn't always about having the highest grade. When the grade is too high, one's own magic power might not be sufficient to wield it effectively, diminishing its utility. Most people in the square were equipped with 7th or 8th grade gear, while 9th grade equipment was extremely rare, making Lena, adorned in her Lionheart armor, particularly eye-catching. Unlike Zhang Yi, who had already removed his armor, Lena continued to wear her dazzling suit, clearly enjoying the envious gazes around her. As time passed, the crowd in the square grew denser. An elegant flying carriage descended gracefully, and Samantha stepped out, dressed in a 9th grade wind spirit light armor. The cyan armor perfectly accentuated her tall figure, highlighting her unparalleled beauty. She was followed by 2 members of her clan, a man and a woman, both wearing wind spirit armor of a simpler design, with cultivation levels at the late and mid-8th grades, respectively. The wind spirit clan's arrival immediately elicited gasps of admiration. Even Lena was entranced by Samantha's presence, her starry eyes shining even through her helmet. At precisely 7 o'clock, 7 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, each exuding an awe-inspiring aura of the saint level. Leona was among them. The arrival of the 7 saint-level powerhouses caused a stir in the square, with countless admiring gazes directed upwards. For most present, the saint level represented the pinnacle of their lifelong aspirations. As soon as Leona landed, she fixed her gaze on Zhang Yi, flashing a bold smile. Her charisma was so overwhelming that even Samantha, a daughter of a great clan, seemed overshadowed. Although Samantha reaching the early 9th grade at 23 was remarkable, it paled in comparison to Leona's achievement of becoming a 3-star saint at 26. Lena was so excited she could barely speak coherently. Yega, it's Leona, the Crimson Lion of the Flame Lion clan. She's smiling this way. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes helplessly, not wanting to shatter her fantasy. The first saint-level elder announced, the admission test for the All Spirits Magic Academy officially begins. All applicants, please proceed to the examination grounds. As he finished speaking, a massive spatial gate opened at the front of the square, leading to a testing ground within the All Spirits mountain range. Zhang Yi immediately analyzed the spatial gate. Was a 10th grade spatial magic capable of opening a 100 by 100 range. Let's go, Yega. All Spirits Academy. Here we come. Lena exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yi smiled and followed her lead. Passing through the portal, the group found themselves in a clearing. The sight before them was breathtaking. A magical barrier encircled the forest, and outside the barrier, a dense horde of terrifying beasts pressed in. Each of these beasts exuded at least 4th tier magical energy, with the most powerful reaching the 9th tier. Surprisingly, They were not fighting each other but were instead working together to assault the barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Most of the candidates turned pale at this sight, except for a few who remained composed, including Zhang Yi. Lena followed closely behind him, nervously eyeing the ferocious beasts and swallowing hard. Brother Yi, aren't you afraid these beasts might suddenly break through the barrier? Lena couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. What's there to fear? 7 Saintier experts are watching over us from above. He lowered his voice and continued. Actually, the entrance test started the moment we stepped through the portal. These beasts are the first challenge set by the organizers. Many people get so rattled just by seeing them that they can't perform in the third test, let alone the secret realm hunt. Lena looked around and saw that many of the candidates were indeed pale-faced. Even though the beasts were kept at bay, their fierce attacks on the barrier were enough to make many consider quitting. Let's go to the first test, Zhang Yi said, moving forward with Lena following closely behind. The exam site had 20 testing stations operating simultaneously, with over 8,000 candidates lining up for their turn. The testing process was straightforward. Candidates submitted their number cards, placed their hands on the testing pillar, and injected their magic. The pillar's color determined their magic attribute, while the height of the light column indicated their tier. Those who met the standard had their number cards infused with magic, while those who didn't had their cards confiscated on the spot. Number 1542, 4th tier peak, Earth element, pass. Number 3248, 6th tier late stage, Wood element, excellent, pass. Number 2250, 5th tier mid-stage, Fire element, good, pass. Suddenly, a series of high-tier results caused a stir. Number 36, 9th tier early stage, Wind element, perfect, pass. Number 37, 8th tier mid-stage, Wind element, perfect, pass. Number 38, 8th tier late stage, Wind element, perfect, pass. Samantha collected her number 36 card with a blank expression, as if such results were completely normal. The two people behind her, however, couldn't hide their smugness. 90-tier early stage, that's incredible. Lena marveled. Zhang Yi smiled. You reached the 7th tier peak at 19. You might surpass her one day. Lena forced a smile, though the light in her eyes dimmed a bit. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from afar. Number 3, 9th tier mid-stage, Lightning element, perfect, pass. Zhang Ye's pupils contracted, and he was about to take a closer look when a commanding voice from the sky interrupted. Maintain order. Any disruption will result in a warning. 3 warnings, and you will be expelled from the exam site. Everyone had to suppress their curiosity and continue waiting for their turn. Finally, it was Zhang Ye's turn. He placed his hand on the testing pillar and injected his magic. The pillar immediately burst into a spectrum of colors, reaching the end of the 7th mark and nearly touching the 8th. The examiner was stunned and quickly flew up to confer with the Saintier experts. After a moment, he returned, confirmed Zhang Ye's results, and announced. Number 6666, 7th tier peak, dual elements of gold and fire, perfect, pass. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Dual fire and gold attributes? Perfect score? Zhang Yi stood in the testing area, furrowing his brows. He vividly recalled the evaluation standards. Mid-4th tier was passing, mid-5th tier was good, mid-6th tier was excellent, and mid-7th tier was outstanding. Only mid-8th tier and above could achieve a perfect score. Yet, he was clearly only at the peak of the 7th tier. Why did he receive a perfect evaluation? Looking up at Leona in the sky, he saw her give a slight nod. Zhang Yi instantly understood. Leona had concealed his attributeless physique, allowing him to gain attention without being overly extraordinary. After all, in this land, an attributeless physique meant unprecedented compatibility with all attributes. Number 6667, Lena. The examiner's voice rang out. Peak 7th tier, light attribute, perfect, passed. That's amazing, it's perfect. Lena cheered excitedly. What's so special about a perfect score? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Lena explained. If you get a perfect score in all 3 tests and pass the entrance exam, you can enter the blue class of Wanling Academy. The academy has 8 classes: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and rainbow. The further you go, the better the cultivation resources and teaching quality. A few hours later, the first test ended. Out of over 8,000 participants, fewer than 1,000 were eliminated, leaving more than 7,000 for the second test. A saint-level expert in the sky waved his hand, and neat grids of magical energy appeared on the ground. The candidates quickly took their seats, each facing a winding magical pathway with a small floating magic ball. The examiner announced the rules. Use magic to guide the orb through the pathway. There were 5 chances, and touching the pathway walls meant starting over, with a time limit of half a silver hourglass. Zhang Yi observed closely. The pathway was 11 millimeters wide, and the orb had a diameter of 10 millimeters, leaving only a 1 millimeter margin for error. The 3-meter-long winding path was indeed a significant challenge for most. Some had already used up 2 chances in haste. But for Zhang Yi, who could precisely control hundreds of magical threads, this was no issue at all. His control accuracy was already within 0.1 millimeters. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yi completed the second test and raised his hand to signal. Turning his head, he realized he was the first to finish and couldn't help but feel a bit proud. A proctor walked over quietly, nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, "Perfect, you passed. Now, make sure not to make any noise or help or disturb other candidates." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, but secretly grumbled. When it comes to disturbances, the roars of those beasts outside are the real source of distraction. Each roar could cause the less determined candidates to falter and lose their precious testing opportunity. In such an environment, having half the people pass would already be considered lucky. Just then, a figure in purple not far away also raised a hand to signal the completion of the test. When that person realized they weren't the first to finish, their gaze turned cold, and they shot a sharp look at Zhang Yi before closing their eyes and ignoring him. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching him. He looked around but found nothing unusual, thinking perhaps it was Leona keeping an eye on him. This thought made him feel a bit smug. In fact, it wasn't just Leona. Several powerful figures in the sky were also closely watching him. "Leona, this little guy you brought back is impressive. His magic control even surpasses that of the Thunder family's young master," a blue-haired woman said with a smile. "Of course, he's my first and currently only student," Leona said, laughing with her arms crossed. "Where did you find this outsider?" an elderly powerful figure asked curiously. Leona glanced at him with a hint of pride. "Rather than me finding him, it was more like he found me. Don't even think about recruiting him, or I won't hesitate to turn against you." The powerful figure sighed in response. Having an otherworldly genius as a disciple was indeed enviable. People from other worlds not only had exceptional talent, but also often possessed unique abilities, making them even more valuable than the heirs of major families or the saints of the church. Zhang Yi was oblivious to the conversation in the sky. At this moment, he was amusedly watching Lena. The young girl had her face almost pressed against the magic orb, her eyes nearly crossing, as she carefully manipulated the golden magic energy to guide the orb through the passage. Though slow, her movements were very stable, showcasing her impressive control over magic. As time went on, the geniuses from various families completed the second test perfectly one after another. Lena also passed with a perfect score, though her speed was slightly slower. Half an hour later, the second test concluded. Less than 2,000 candidates passed, eliminating 4,000 to 5,000 people. The elderly powerful figure routinely comforted those who didn't pass, suggesting they try again in 2 years, and then opened a portal to send them away. "Next, please proceed to the combat arena," the elder said, opening another portal leading to a massive arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, divided into 10 smaller sections for simultaneous battles. The rules for the third test were simple. Candidates had to defeat a beast of the same level within half an hour, with instructors evaluating the entire process. Other candidates could watch from the observation area. Zhang Yi immediately realized this was a rare learning opportunity and quickly found a spot with an excellent view with Lena. The first match featured Samantha against a wind-side mantis at the early stage of the 9th level. Insect-type beasts were known for their strength, but unfortunately for it, Samantha could fight across levels. Her casting speed was astonishing, able to instantly cast 9th level spells without chanting or drawing arrays, and their power was even greater than usual. With just 3 9th level spells, the wind scythe mantis was torn apart by a storm, earning her a perfect evaluation without any suspense. Zhang Yi sighed in disappointment, wishing the battle had lasted longer, so he could learn a few more spells. He had only learned 5 spells, 2 from the wind scythe mantis and 3 from Samantha, but that didn't dampen Zhang Yi's spirits. Using his replication ability, he effortlessly deciphered the other 3 9th level spells mastered by Samantha. As time went on, Zhang Yi's magical repertoire grew rapidly. Most of his spells were basic 5th or 6th level spells, with fewer at the 7th level, around 20 at the 8th level, and only a few 9th level spells from Samantha. However, Zhang Yi welcomed any spell he could get his hands on. In a short period, he had amassed hundreds of spells with different attributes, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lena looked at Zhang Yi's unusually bright eyes in confusion, while Leona in the sky struggled to hold back her laughter. This guy was clearly overjoyed, judging by the way he was almost drooling. Indeed, Zhang Yi was ecstatic. He had collected spells of all attributes like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his growing collection, a particular exam caught his attention. There, a young man with purple hair was facing a mid-9th level fire-horned demon tiger. This was no ordinary beast. In the world of magical creatures, tigers, bears, and apes were generally much stronger. A mid-9th level fire-horned demon tiger had at least double the combat power of an early 9th level wind-scythe mantis. Zhang Yi immediately analyzed the young man. Nan Long, a mid-9th level expert, proficient in lightning magic and possessing a robust physikia, true master of both magic and martial arts. No wonder he had previously shocked the examiners. The fire-horned demon tiger let out a thunderous roar upon being released, but it soon turned into a cautious growl. Lowering its body, the mighty beast was actually wary of Nan. Nan stood motionless, surrounded by purple electric currents, his ear-length purple hair fluttering, highlighting his refined features. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he slowly gripped the purple long blade at his waist, then closed his eyes and slightly bent forward. This stance made Zhang Ye's eyes widen in recognition. It was all too familiar. Finally, the fire-horned demon tiger couldn't hold back any longer and roared, igniting its body in flames as it charged at Nan with incredible speed. Just as the tiger was about to reach him, Nan suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of purple blade light streaked across like the last flicker of a TV turning off, accompanied by rolling thunder that spanned the entire field. Nan swiftly sheathed his blade and silently left the arena. The massive fire-horned demon tiger stood still for a moment before its head slid off, and its huge body collapsed to the ground. The examiners snapped out of their daze and announced that he had passed the test perfectly. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap and flash. Zhang Yi couldn't contain his excitement. Although Lena didn't understand the terminology, her eyes were also shining, repeatedly praising the unparalleled talent of the Thunder Clan's strongest genius. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was already eager to activate his replication ability. If you can do it, so can I. If you can be cool, so can I. As the evening drew near, the crowd around the examination venue began to thin out. The third round of tests was nearing its end, but the pass rate was less than half. Most candidates performed poorly against the magical beasts, utilizing less than 50% of their abilities. If not for the timely intervention of the examiners, the casualties would have been severe. It's almost my turn. I'll go first, and then you can follow, Zhang Yi said to Lena beside him. Why don't we go together? Lena asked, puzzled. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, if we go together, I won't get to see you in action. Secretly, he hoped to learn some techniques by watching Lena's fight. Lena was taken aback at first but then laughed cheerfully. Good point. Zhang Yi handed his number card to the examiner, and a magical disc, shimmering with various beastly silhouettes, appeared before him. After infusing it with his magic, the disc spun rapidly and finally settled on the image of a sawtoothed snail. This was a peak tier 7th level magical beast, known for its hard, sawtoothed shell and its ability to attack by spinning rapidly. However, apart from its defense, it had no other notable traits. Entering the exam arena, a massive snail with a 3-meter diameter crawled forward slowly, its body covered with repulsive saw-like protrusions. Go, ye go, Lena shouted from the sidelines, cupping her hands around her mouth, drawing envious looks from other candidates. With the examiner's permission, Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, and 3 massive magic circles, interwoven with red and blue, instantly appeared. Let's finish this quickly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, 3 gigantic lions, formed from blue flames, roared out of the magic circles and charged at the target with blinding speed. Although the sawtoothed snail immediately retracted into its shell and began spinning rapidly, its defenses were futile against the 7th-tier flame lions enhanced by the hydrogen-oxygen amplification array. In an instant, blue flames engulfed the entire battlefield, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, shaking the ground. The power was even more astounding than an ordinary 9th-tier spell. The examiner was momentarily stunned. Looking at the ashes of the sawtoothed snail, he loudly declared, perfect. Passed. When it was Lena's turn, she faced a formidable peak tier 7th level ice leopard. As her opponent growled, Lena appeared visibly nervous, taking deep breaths to calm herself. Suddenly, the ice leopard let out a fierce roar, conjuring hundreds of ice spears that shot towards Lena. In that critical moment, Lena's body radiated a golden light, and she seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, flashing 3 times in quick succession to effortlessly evade all the attacks. Amazing! Zhang Yi exclaimed sincerely. Lena's performance not only showcased near light speed agility, but also an impressive battle awareness. Blink, this innate light magic talent, once exhibited by Oscar, appeared again before their eyes. It's a tierless light magic that allows the caster to transform into light and move at light speed, with the distance covered depending on the amount of mana consumed. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Although innate magic is rare, it does exist in a select few humans with special constitutions, and Lena clearly belonged to this group. Though he missed analyzing Oscar's use of blink back then, it wasn't too late to analyze this powerful skill now. As a tierless magic, the analysis only took a second, and he quickly confirmed Lena's strength as part of the Lionheart royal family. On the battlefield, Lena effortlessly dodged the Ice Spike's attacks, infuriating the Frost Panther. It let out an earth-shaking roar and unleashed its innate magic, Frostbite. Instantly, the entire area began to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. This area effect magic slowed down both movement and mana flow of its targets, covering the entire region where Lena stood. However, Lena remained motionless. Zhang Yi quickly understood why the 9th tier Lionheart armor she wore, although not fully under her control, had a defense mechanism strong enough to resist the cold's effects. The battle intensified as the Frost Panther swung its tail, releasing spinning ice blades while leaping toward Lena, its claws forming sharp ice edges. Lena's response was astonishing. She performed 7 blinks in an instant, leaving 7 fleeting afterimages across the field, easily evading the attack. Yet, as the fight went on, something unusual caught Zhang Ye's attention. Lena had not launched any attacks, merely dodging continuously. When he sensed her mana fluctuations weakening, a shocking truth emerged through skill replication. He discovered that besides Blink and an unanalyzable unknown innate magic, Lena didn't possess any other magic, not even the most basic tiered spells. What puzzled Zhang Yi even more was that when he attempted to analyze Lena's special constitution, the system indicated it was an unprecedented, unique constitution, requiring his own exploration. This revelation plunged Zhang Yi into deep thought. A genius who had cultivated to the peak of the 7th tier, yet hadn't mastered even basic magic, surely harbored significant secrets. After a few more flickers, Lena stumbled and lost her balance on the smooth ice, falling heavily to the ground. The exhausted ice leopard's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. As an experienced predator, it instinctively seized this moment of vulnerability. It quickly gathered its remaining strength and lunged at Lena. Zhang Yi immediately stood up from his seat, his gaze fixed on the scene. Although Lena was wearing 9th tier armor, her control over it was still not proficient. If the ice leopard's attack landed, the force penetrating the armor would cause significant damage. The examiners were already preparing to intervene, which meant Lena's test would end in failure. The thought of this lively and cheerful girl missing out on Wanling Academy made Zhang Yi feel a pang of sympathy. Despite her being a lesbian who liked girls, their brief interaction had made him want to be her friend. Just as he was silently praying, the scene before him filled him with surprise. Lena hadn't given up. She remained seated but instantly teleported, causing the ice leopard to miss its target. The exhausted beast crashed heavily into the wall, while Lena had already stood up, a golden 7th tier sword appearing in her hand, remarkably similar to the one Oscar had used. She gripped the sword tightly and slashed at the ice leopard. A golden sword light roared out, hitting the back of the magic-depleted, defenseless ice leopard, leaving a gruesome wound. Lena panted heavily. This wasn't her magic, but the activation of the magic array within the sword. Despite her near-exhausted magic power, she stubbornly held the sword, gathering strength. The severely injured ice leopard futilely tried to get up, but its exhaustion and back injury left it helpless as Lena prepared for the final strike. 3 seconds later, the magic-infused golden sword unleashed another beam, precisely hitting the ice leopard's neck. The blow severed most of its neck, and after a few spasms, the ice leopard was lifeless. "Excellent, passed," the examiner announced with a nod. Lena let out a cheer, but immediately fell backward from exhaustion. Zhang Yi quickly teleported to her side, catching her firmly. "Hee, Yigu, I passed." Lena removed her helmet, her face pale but radiant with a smile. Zhang Yi chuckled and infused her with attribute-neutral magic, which wouldn't conflict with her own magic. As her magic power recovered, Lena resisted the comfortable sensation, her face gradually regaining color. "Yigu, thank you," she said sincerely. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, not prying into her secrets. He knew everyone had their own story. With the 3rd test over, only about 1,000 candidates remained from the nearly 2,000. These candidates would join newcomers from other recruiting areas to enter the assessment realm, competing for the final 3,000 spots. A Saint-level elder of the Space Department announced that the candidates could return to Bailing City to rest and should gather at Bailing Square at noon tomorrow for the final test. "Yigu, want to go for a walk and check out some pretty girls?" the now energetic Lena asked excitedly. Zhang Yi was amused by her change and nodded in agreement. Let's go. Bailing Commercial Street is bustling, and there must be lots of pretty girls." Lena's eyes sparkled. "I just saw a particularly beautiful beast woman. I wonder if we'll run into her again." The beast woman that Lena mentioned was exactly as she described. Zhang Yi recognized the cat girl at first glance. She had a delicate face, but the most striking feature was her fluffy cat ears, which made Zhang Yi want to reach out and touch them. "Let's go then," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "There are so many people taking the test. I wonder if we'll see any elves." His tone was filled with anticipation, as elves were often depicted as a mysterious and extraordinarily beautiful race in many novels. However, Lena's response was like a bucket of cold water. "Elves went extinct a long time ago." "What?" Zhang Yi jumped up in disbelief. "I was really looking forward to seeing elves. How could they be extinct?" Lena sighed and began to explain. Elves were indeed an impressive race. They had a natural affinity for magic and nature, and each one of them was stunningly beautiful. She paused for a moment before continuing, but it was these very traits that led to their downfall. Their blood could grant eternal youth, their magic cores could enhance abilities, and their extraordinary looks made them highly sought after. Many countries enslaved and hunted them down. Decades ago, the elves waged a war against the church, which ended in the elves' defeat. Since then, no one has seen an elf. Zhang Yi fell silent after hearing this. It was a classic case of, a man is not guilty, but treasuring a jade ring becomes his crime. The very advantages that the elves possessed led to their demise. Eternal youth and enhanced abilities were temptations strong enough to drive the entire world mad. Although Zhang Yi felt disappointed at losing the chance to see an elf, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. The world was vast, and perhaps some elves had survived and were living in seclusion somewhere. He really wanted to see just how beautiful the legendary elves were. But then, Zhang Yi thought to himself, even if he did see an elf, they wouldn't be as beautiful as Nana. He was absolutely certain of this, and no one could convince him otherwise. After spending more than an hour shopping with Leona, the two of them finally felt exhausted. Back at the inn, they enjoyed dinner while chatting. Unlike other candidates who were seriously discussing the secret realms and probing each other for information, these two were enthusiastically commenting on the beauties from various races they had encountered. Yigu, did you see that girl from the leopard cat tribe? Lena's eyes sparkled. Her tail is so long, and the stripes on her face are adorable. She is pretty cute. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, but her temper is too fiery. I saw a guy who tried to hit on her get his face scratched. Lena continued excitedly. The girl from the flower spirit tribe was also nice, with hair that flows like petals. And that dwarf girl. Wait, Zhang Yi looked puzzled. Aren't all dwarves men? No. Lena blinked, explaining. The bald one with the flower in her hair is a girl. Dwarf women always wear flowers. What? Zhang Ye's eyes widened in shock. Her beard is longer than my leg hair. Her hair and beard are so smooth, Lena said dreamily. Even smoother than my hair. I want to ask her how she maintains it. Ask for me too, while you're at it. Zhang Yi touched his hair, which had only grown for a month. My hair could use some improvement. As they chatted, Lena suddenly sighed. All those girls are so beautiful, but they're way out of my league. Don't be discouraged. Zhang Yi patted her shoulder comfortingly. There's always someone who doesn't have an eye for talent. Lena was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then her eyes lit up with stars. Yigu, which girl do you think is the prettiest? Leona. Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. The others don't even come close. Leona is the real deal. Yes, yes. Lena nodded excitedly. Her smile is so dashing, like a lion's. Even getting beaten up by her would be a kind of happiness. Girl, that's a messed-up way of thinking. Zhang Yi looked at her in horror. Getting beaten by Big Nana is far from happy. It hurts like hell. At that moment, a magnetic female voice came from the doorway. Oh, is someone praising me? They quickly turned their heads to see Leona leaning against the doorframe with a casual smile. Lena's eyes sparkled, and Zhang Yi excitedly went up to her. Big Nana, what brings you here? Leona walked in and habitually ruffled Zhang Yi's hair. Came to check on you. How's it going? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Leona's expression turned serious. She detailed the strength of the other candidates, specifically mentioning that some mid-9th tier candidates were as strong as 10th tier ones and might even possess pseudo-sacred artifacts. So, she looked at Zhang Yi earnestly. I don't expect you to aim for the top 3. Just pass the exam safely. Zhang Yi grinned. I hadn't planned on aiming for the top 3, but now that you've mentioned it, I'm even more motivated to get a top 3 spot for you. Leona laughed, tapping his forehead. Remember what I said, don't overdo it? She bared her sharp tiger teeth. But if you do manage to get in the top 3, I wouldn't mind giving you another kiss. This instantly fired Zhang Yi up. Wait for the good news. It'll be unstoppable. Good, Leona replied with a smile. She gave Lena a long, meaningful look before turning to leave. Lena stood there with her mouth agape, her gaze darting between the direction Leona had left and Zhang Yi. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Brother Yi, you and Leona? Zhang Yi chuckled smugly. So, kiddo, just forget about Leona. She's going to be the mother of my little lion cubs. Lena's face was filled with shock. Clearly, she hadn't expected Zhang Yi and Leona to be so close. Once she regained her composure, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in. Brother Yi, how did you win over Leona? Can you teach me? I want to pursue Sister Samara. Zhang Yi glanced at the eager girl and shrugged helplessly. It's all about my irresistible charm and a heart of gold, born with natural beauty. It's something you can't learn. Lena rolled her eyes. Why is this guy so shameless? All right, enough with the chit-chat. Zhang Yi said seriously. Go train. The entrance exam for the secret realm is tomorrow. Every bit of strength counts. Though Lena was a bit disappointed at not getting any tips on romance, she quickly remembered another question. Brother Yi, are you really planning to compete for the top 3 against those mid-tier 9th level geniuses? A flicker of determination flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. For a kiss from Leona, my combat power will soar tenfold. Mid-tier 9th level? Even if a mid-tier 10th level shows up tomorrow, I'll take them down. This was no idle boast. With his trump cards and having analyzed Lena's blinking skill, his strength had indeed reached a new level. Plus, with the parallel guardian and Leona's power as backup, Zhang Yi was brimming with confidence. Although Nan had displayed impressive abilities, Zhang Yi was willing to go all out to win Leona's kiss at any cost. Seeing Zhang Ye's confidence, Lena smiled. Then we'll be counting on you, Brother Yi. Don't worry, as long as you don't mess things up, I've got this. The next morning, after having breakfast, the Lion-Tiger duo arrived at Bailing Square to wait. After several rounds of elimination, only about 1,000 candidates remained on site. However, those who failed the third test didn't leave. Instead, they gathered around Wanling Square, eager to witness the leaderboard update in 3 days. As the scheduled time approached, a Saint-Tier expert appeared punctually. The spatial Saint-Tier figure announced in a calm voice, the final assessment will now begin. You will enter the Greystone Secret Realm along with candidates from other enrollment zones. He elaborated on the scoring rules, hunting magical beasts and extracting their soul essences. A third essence is worth 1 point, 4th tier 5 points, 5th tier 25 points, 6th tier 125 points, and so on. The assessment lasts for 3 days, after which candidates will be forcibly teleported out of the realm for a score tally. A score of over 500 is required to be ranked, and the top 3,000 candidates will be admitted to Wanling Academy. Any means to acquire points within the secret realm are permitted, but I urge you all, act wisely. As the spatial Saint-Tier's voice fell, his gaze turned cold, sending a shiver through everyone present. Zhang Yi understood the implicit warning those planning to use extreme measures to gain points should restrain themselves. The examiners began distributing soul essence lamps, small magical devices shaped like handheld lanterns that automatically extract soul essences. Each person received 3 lamps, accompanied by a special belt. Due to their unique nature, these lamps could not be stored in spatial rings. Lena fastened her belt and playfully spun around, asking, "How do I look?" causing Zhang Yi to smile. The spatial Saint-Tier opened a spatial gate, and the crowd filed through it, arriving at a square surrounded by high walls. In the center stood an ancient stone door inscribed with arcane runes. Candidates from other enrollment zones also began arriving through spatial gates. Zhang Yi scanned the crowd and eventually focused on a particular young manha had fiery red hair like a lion's mane, thick fiery eyebrows, and bright red eyes, exuding a heroic aura. Just standing there, he radiated the powerful presence of a lion. After analyzing, Zhang Yi confirmed that this was Leona's brother, Relocating Kalaman, a formidable early-stage 9th-tier warrior with strong fire magic and a robust physique. Sensing Zhang Ye's gaze, Relocating looked over and nodded confidently before turning his attention back to the stone door. This composed attitude earned Zhang Ye's silent approval, contrasting sharply with the arrogance of the 8th-tier candidates. At the back of the crowd, in the shadows, Zhang Yi noticed Nan, who remained low-key, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, not flaunting his highest-tier status in the entire venue. Suddenly, an elderly man resembling the movie character Gandalf descended from the sky, his booming voice echoing through the square. "Attention, everyone. The assessment is about to begin." Zhang Yi silently cast an analysis spell on the elder. Ran Poladu, a 7-star Saint Mage. Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the elderly man before him, who possessed powerful metal-based magic. This old man's prowess was even a tier higher than Oscar's. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi activated his replication ability. As a 7th-tier mage, he could replicate and analyze skills up to 4 tiers higher than his own. This meant he could decipher any Saint-tier magic, regardless of its star level. As his skill panel expanded, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Iron Wall, Earth-Shaking Metal, Steel Titan, a series of Saint-tier spells made his heart race. Considering the long analysis time for Saint-tier magic, he chose to replicate only 4 of them, while also selecting some 80 to 90-tier spells for transition. Attending this recruitment event was indeed a wise decision, yielding significant gains. Old Master Rand took out a crystal ball emitting a white glow and announced the examination rules to the candidates. Candidates from each recruitment area would be grouped and teleported to the gray region of the Greyrock Secret Realm. He particularly emphasized that the yellow and red regions outside the gray region were extremely dangerous, and the black region was an absolute forbidden zone. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to analyze the crystal ball, the core of the Greyrock Secret Realm, the key to controlling the entire realm. Although it required manual analysis, success would grant him control over the secret realm. Unfortunately, such a treasure was not something one could touch lightly. The candidates from the Bailing recruitment area were the first to enter the secret realm. 1,000 candidates entered in single file, passing through the magical barrier. Lena nervously clutched Zhang Ye's sleeve. He turned to her and gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, your brother's here. This seemed to give Lena a great deal of courage. As they stepped onto the massive magic array, the familiar glow of teleportation enveloped them. The scene before them first blurred and then gradually became clear, revealing the true appearance of the Greyrock secret realm. Zhang Yi widened his eyes, staring intently at this mysterious world. The group found themselves in a clearing within a stone forest, surrounded by jagged, gray rocks that exuded a desolate and decaying atmosphere. This was precisely why the area was known as the Gray Zone. The moment they entered the secret realm, the tension of the assessment and competitive atmosphere instantly filled the air. After exchanging a glance, the other candidates eagerly rushed deeper into the stone forest, clearly anxious to find magical beasts. Yega, let's hurry up and start hunting too, or everything will be taken, Lena said anxiously. Zhang Yi, however, remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. 3 days is plenty of time. The organizers gave us this long, which means the secret realm is much larger than we think. More importantly, the main assessment area is in the gray zone, indicating that this place has the lowest danger level. The real high-level magical beasts are in the yellow and red zones. That's where we need to go. Lena's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yega, you're so smart. Zhang Yi accepted the compliment with a pleased smile. Although the deduction wasn't difficult, Lena's straightforward praise still lifted his spirits. Wait here for a moment, Zhang Yi said as a burst of fiery magic appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. As he ascended to about 200 meters, he felt increasing resistance, indicating a flight height limit in the secret realm. He finally stopped at 300 meters and surveyed the surroundings from above. Stretching out before him was an endless expanse of gray terrain, with visibility extending for dozens of miles. In the distance, he saw hints of yellow on one side and red on the other, confirming that these areas were block-like rather than circular. No trace of the black zone was visible for now. After getting his bearings, Zhang Yi descended back to the ground and pointed in a direction. There's a red zone over there. It's perfect for us. Lena, trusting Zhang Yi completely, nodded. All right, let's go. Considering that Lena's teleportation ability consumed a lot of magic, Zhang Yi decided to fly with her. He used his magic to lift her and secured her with 2 iron chains around her waist for safety. Lena, are you ready to feel the speed and excitement? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Lena nodded seriously. Ready? Zhang Yi cast wind rush and air cushion spells on them, making them light enough to ride the wind. Then, a blue magic circle overlapped with the fiery one under his feet, turning it blue-violetta, a technique he proudly called hydrogen-oxygen enhanced explosive flame, or as he liked to say, rocket propulsion. Blue flames burst forth, and they shot into the sky. The tremendous centrifugal force made Lena lean back involuntarily as she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! No, you should shout like this," Zhang Yi said, throwing his head back and yelling, "Woo!" Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she mimicked him. "Woo! This is amazing! Yega, you're incredible, woohoo!" Lena's face flushed with excitement under her helmet. Goo chirp! The little creature on Zhang Ye's shoulder, Gujio, joined in the cheer. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to speed up now. Let's hear the dragon's roar. Woohoo!" Goo chirp! As they reached maximum speed and broke the sound barrier, the airflow gathered at their fingertips, leaving long vapor trails behind them. Meanwhile, on the ground, someone who had just defeated a magical beast suddenly heard strange shouts coming from the sky. Everyone was taken aback, and the monkey cries from the sky left them all looking at each other in confusion. Does anyone know if there are flying beasts in the secret realm? I just saw a dark shadow fly by really fast. I couldn't make out what it was. A giant black rat? The group was abuzz with speculation, faces filled with bewilderment. This mysterious encounter quickly spread outside the secret realm, with rumors circulating about a flying monkey that emitted strange cries. Zhang Yi, along with Lena, traversed dozens of miles through space and finally arrived at the legendary red region. Like the gray region, it was filled with jagged rocks, but here the stones were reddish-brown, the air thick with fiery elements, and the temperature notably higher. The two slowly descended. Zhang Yi appeared calm, while Lena's long hair stood on end from the air currents, making her look like an adorable little hedgehog. Exciting, right? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Still immersed in the thrill of the flight, Lena nodded excitedly. It was amazing, so exhilarating. Yega, I want to do it again. Don't worry, there's more excitement ahead, Zhang Yi reassured her with a grin. Flying had drained a lot of his magic power. Zhang Yi meditated for a few seconds, fully restoring his magic. Lena watched in astonishment, just about to take out a mana potion, when she realized his mana was already replenished. Yega, you're so fast, Lena exclaimed. What do you mean I'm fast? I'm quite enduring, you know, Zhang Yi teased, raising an eyebrow. Lena, missing the innuendo, continued to marvel. Your mana recovery speed is the fastest I've ever seen. Oh, you mean my mana recovery speed? Zhang Yi chuckled and explained. I have a unique constitution, so my mana recovers much quicker than normal. Alright, let's start hunting monsters. Before he finished speaking, magical beasts were already drawn to them. Zhang Yi observed that the beasts here were different from the gray stone beasts of the gray region. They were called flame stone beasts, dual element creatures of earth and fire. Made of scorching red stones, their cracks flowed with fire and magma. Most of the beasts were around the 6th or 7th tier, with occasional sightings of 8th tier beasts in the distance, and possibly even stronger ones deeper within. 3 6th tier flame stone beasts surrounded them, 2 charging from the front, and 1 preparing a molten fireball from afar. These stone beasts, although made of stone, have a certain level of intelligence and know how to coordinate their attacks. The deeper we go, the larger the groups of stone beasts will be, Zhang Yi explained as he casually waved his hand. A giant palm of pure magic, crushing the 3 flame stone beasts into pieces. However, when he checked the storage lamp at his waist, he found it empty. Lena's 3 storage lamps were also devoid of any essences. Hey, where's my essence? Where's my big essence? Zhang Yi looked puzzled. I thought the storage lamps were supposed to automatically extract the essences. At that moment, Lena gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Yega, you absorbed the essences. Zhang Yi was instantly dumbfounded. What? Eaten by me? What a joke. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, then had a sudden realization. If killing magical beasts allowed him to absorb life force and soul energy to strengthen himself, could the soul essence be the soul energy? If so, it made sense that his body would automatically absorb it when he killed a magical beast. To test this idea, Zhang Yi immediately found a flamestone beast to experiment on. Sure enough, the moment he killed the beast, as its body turned into rubble and lava, a firefly-like light emerged. He hurriedly raised his soul lamp to catch it, but the light bypassed the lamp and went straight into his body. I really did eat it. Zhang Yi scratched his head and turned to Ella for help. What should I do? Ella emerged from the void, shrugging. It's an automatic function of the system's cultivation, a passive skill. You can't control it until you come into contact with the power of laws. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Without being able to collect soul essence, forget about competing for the top 3. Even passing the assessment would be a challenge. After all, he needed at least 500 points to make it into the rankings. Just as he was at a loss, Ella smiled and said, Actually, the solution is simple. As long as you don't personally kill the magical beast, the essence won't be absorbed by you. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately came up with an idea. Ignoring Lena's concerns, he charged towards a 7-meter high, 7th tier flame stone beast nearby. He conjured a massive magical hand, effortlessly grabbing the gorilla-like behemoth as if it were a chick. Lena watched in astonishment. To gather such a large and solid magical hand, she would exhaust all her magic, but Zhang Yi did it with ease. Zhang Yi handed the nearly dead flame stone beast to Lena. Here, you deliver the final blow. Seeing Lena's confusion, he explained, My physique is special. If I kill it myself, the essence will be absorbed, so I need your help. Lena nodded, drew her golden sword, and infused it with magic. Her first strike on the beast's hard skull wasn't fatal, causing her to blush. She then swung her sword repeatedly. Under the flame stone beast's resentful gaze, it finally turned into rubble and lava, and a soul essence larger than a 6th tier one formed, which Lena's soul lamp absorbed. Although they had found a way to obtain soul essence, Zhang Yi frowned. Lena's attack power was limited, making this method inefficient. As he pondered a more effective solution, he noticed the golden sword in Lena's hand and had a sudden idea. Lena, do you have any stronger weapons? Lena nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a pile of gleaming weapons appeared on the ground, leaving Zhang Yi speechless. Zhang Yi looked at the treasure scattered all over the ground and couldn't help but gasp. There were probably over 100 precious weapons and pieces of equipment, some of which emanated powerful auras. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yi was even more surprised to find 2 one-star divine artifacts among Thema Holy Staff and a Holy Sword. Although their grades weren't particularly high, the fact that a 7th tier peak girl could carry divine artifacts with her was a testament to the Lionheart royal family's immense wealth. Lena, aren't you afraid I'll just take all these for myself? Zhang Yi asked with a chuckle. No, I trust you, Brother Yi. You're not that kind of person, Lena replied with a smile, pointing to her eyes. Remember, I can see good people. You're right, Zhang Yi nodded, his gaze falling on a pseudo-divine artifact, the pseudo-light rain staff. This 10th tier treasure was imbued with multiple high-level spells, the most notable being the pseudo-light rain judgment, a large-scale light magic with an 800 meter range, capable of threatening 10th tier beings. Zhang Yi instructed Lena to put away the other treasures and then revealed his plan. I have enough mana to support a 10th tier spell, but it needs to be released through you. Otherwise, the beast essence will be absorbed by me. Seeing Lena's hesitation, Zhang Yi reassured her, don't worry. I can convert my mana into the purest light energy, perfectly compatible with your physique. Once Lena agreed, Zhang Yi gently held her soft hand and began to transfer the converted mana. As the warm energy flowed in, Lena's body trembled with pleasure, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. A little more. Lena blushed and requested. Zhang Yi increased the mana flow, enveloping Lena in a golden glow, as if she were bathed in holy light. When the golden gem at the tip of the staff fully lit up, the rotating mini-magic circle indicated that the spell was ready. Let's begin, Zhang Yi commanded, and Lena raised the staff. Ding! In the sky several hundred meters away, a massive golden magic circle with an 800-meter diameter suddenly formed. Just as the flame stone beast below was still in a daze, Lena softly chanted, Pseudo-light rain judgment. After the terrifying display of power, the area was left riddled with craters. Hundreds of 6- and 7-tier flame stone beasts had turned into scattered rubble and lava. One by one, their essence crystals floated up, waiting to be drawn into the Naden lamp. Zhang Yi and Lena stared at the scene in stunned silence for a couple of seconds before erupting into cheers. Nice. Zhang Yi punched the air in celebration. This method works perfectly. Our monster farming efficiency just skyrocketed. Yega, you're amazing. Lena jumped up excitedly. I've never cast such a powerful spell before. It wiped out everything within an 800-meter radius in an instant. Zhang Yi grinned proudly. Of course, I'm even stronger than you think. Now do you believe I can lead you to the top 3? Yes, I believe it now. Lena responded enthusiastically. Zhang Yi was in high spirits too. His biggest issue at the moment was that the 9th and 10th tier spells in his body were still being analyzed, and he desperately needed high tier magic. The advanced artifacts Lena brought gave him hope he could replicate the 10th tier spells from these artifacts to dominate. Others either can't cast 10th tier spells, or can only use them once with pseudo-sacred artifacts. But me? I can cast them again after just a few seconds of meditation. Who can compete with that? Zhang Yi calculated to himself. The top 3 freshman spots are in the bag. After casting that 10th tier spell, Zhang Ye's mana was completely drained, but a few seconds of meditation to recover was no big deal for him. Lena happily collected the essence crystals, watching the Naden lamp grow brighter and brighter, grinning from ear to ear. With all these essence crystals, we're sure to pass the test. Not just pass, Zhang Yi corrected her. We're aiming for the top 3. They'll be first and you'll be second. Lena nodded vigorously, fully trusting Zhang Yi now. Not only was he powerful and meticulous, but he had never shown any greed towards the numerous advanced artifacts and even sacred items she revealed. This greatly increased her affection for him. The next plan was to recharge the magic wand, with Zhang Yi luring the monsters together. During the recharging process, Lena, due to her high mana compatibility, couldn't help but make suggestive sounds, prompting Zhang Yi to remind her to keep it down. After setting up a protective magic array to ensure Lena's safety, Zhang Yi set off to lure the monsters. 10 minutes later, the ground began to tremble. From a distance, Lena saw Zhang Yi running towards her with a serious expression, chased by a horde of flame stone beasts, 2 of which were towering at 15 meters. Did Yega stir up a nest of stone beasts? Lena was dumbfounded. In fact, she was right. While searching for a cluster of flame stone beasts, Zhang Yi discovered a massive underground chamber brimming with fire elemental energy. He decisively blasted open the ground, only to find 2 9th-tier flame stone beasts in the middle of doing business, making the situation quite awkward. A gorilla-shaped flame stone beast had pinned down a boar-shaped one, and the sight made Zhang Yi feel like his pure soul was being tainted. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, aimed at the point where the 2 beasts were connected, and unleashed a powerful laser beam. The sneak attack enraged the 2 flame stone beasts, escalating their hostility from mere animosity to a relentless vendetta. They immediately summoned their kin for support. In no time, hundreds of flame stone beasts emerged from all directions, forming a massive horde chasing after Zhang Yi. 800 meters isn't enough. Whatever, I'll kill as many as I can. Zhang Yi shouted as he sprinted. Lena, get ready to release. Got it. Lena responded nervously. Brother Yi, where should I aim? Above my head. Zhang Yi yelled back while dodging the attacks of 2 9th-tier flame stone beasts. These gigantic creatures continuously summoned firestones from the sky, nearly hitting him several times, but he had to keep luring and gathering them. But you'll get hurt. Lena shouted anxiously, knowing the pseudo-holy light rain didn't discriminate between friend and foe. Trust me, I'll be fine. Do it now. Lena bit her lip and chose to trust Zhang Yi. With a faint sound, a massive golden magic circle appeared above Zhang Yi and the swarm of beasts. The flame stone beasts immediately sensed the lethal threat, but it was too late. Light rained down like a waterfall, and the cries of the beasts echoed through the battlefield. Even the two ninth-tier flame stone beasts were overwhelmed within seconds. 10 seconds later, the battlefield fell silent, with over 300 surviving beasts scattering in all directions. All that remained was a devastated landscape littered with rubble and lava. Hundreds of spirit stones coalesced, with two shining particularly brightly. But at that moment, Leona had only one thought in her mind. Brother Yi? Brother Yi. Tears welled up in her eyes. Over here, over here. Zhang Ye's voice came from behind her. He was running towards her, completely unscathed. Leona clutched her chest in relief. You scared me to death. I thought you didn't make it out. Don't worry. My skills are way better than you think, Zhang Yi said with a smile, though he knew how close it had actually been. The light rain had fallen faster than expected, and he had narrowly escaped using a blinking skill he had learned from Leona, though the suddenness had sent him further than intended. These spirit stones, there must be 7 or 800. We're rich, really rich. Leona, get ready. Ready. Ye go. All right, on my mark, go. A series of explosive bangs echoed through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. A brilliant shower of light rained down, and when the dust settled, the ground was riddled with craters. Hundreds of soul essences floated upward like fireflies, with 3 particularly bright 9th-level essences standing out. Zhang Yi and Leona quickly rushed forward, deftly collecting the essences into their soul lanterns. After several rounds of luring monsters, Leona's first soul lantern was full. The lanterns measure by the number of essences, each of similar size but varying in brightness. A single lantern can hold 3,000 essences. Zhang Yi would attract over 1,000 flame stone beasts each time, reaping 700 to 800 essences in one go, filling a lantern in 4 to 5 rounds. A rough estimate showed they had collected about 4,000 essences, including at least 15 9th-level ones. With a 5-fold incremental value, a single 9th-level essence was worth 15,625 points, making 15 of them worth over 234,000. Adding the 4,006th, 7th, and 8th-level essences, they conservatively estimated a total of 3.5 million points. Leona's face flushed with excitement as she looked at the densely packed essences in the lantern. With these points, we're sure to make it into the top 10. Last time, the 10th place had only tens of thousands of points. How many points did the first place have? Zhang Yi asked. About 2 million, I think, Leona replied. Zhang Yi shook his head. 2 million won't be enough. Even if we split these points, each of us would get less than 2 million. Plus, the strongest competitor last time was only at late 7th level, and this time we have mid-9th level competitors. The points needed could be 4 or 5 times more. We need to keep grinding and fill all 6 lanterns. 6 lanterns can hold 18,000 essences, which would yield approximately 15 million points, averaging over 7 million per person. Zhang Yi calculated. We'll also need to snatch some lanterns from others and help my brother-in-law. That should be enough. Surveying the area, the ground was littered with craters, and the flame stone beasts had either burrowed underground or leapt into the lava to escape. This small red zone had only early 9th level beasts at most. Zhang Yi decided to move to another area, ascended to observe, and spotted a larger red zone in the distance. Leona, let's move to a new spot. Got it. Zhang Yi lifted Leona, secured the safety rope, held the little bird, and took to the sky. The two of them flew towards the distant red zone on the back of their dragon. After about 10 minutes, they arrived, only to find others already hunting there. The air was thick with lightning magic, and purple flashes occasionally lit up the distance, accompanied by rumbling sounds. Is that Nan? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. He quickly put a helmet on Leona and summoned his earth tiger armor for himself. Leona, remember to keep your face hidden. What are you going to do? Leona asked innocently. Just going to say hello to the genius from the Thunder Clan, and maybe borrow a couple of lanterns. Borrow? Leona blinked, quickly catching on. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile through their helmets. Heh. The little bird beside them, however, looked completely bewildered. Zhang Yi led the way, guiding Leona to use magic skin to conceal their presence. For added stealth, he employed his self-created 6th-level spell Earth Shuttle, allowing them to move silently like a subway train underground. Soon, they neared their target area rift, teeming with 8th-level and higher flame stone beasts. A swift figure darted through the beast horde, each flash of lightning sending 3 or 4 massive flame stone beasts into fragments. 2 small holes suddenly appeared in the rift wall, and Zhang Yi and Leona's heads popped out, with a metallic lump perched on Zhang Ye's shoulder. That was Gujiu, meticulously disguised by Zhang Yi to the point of being unrecognizable. A rounded suit of armor enveloped its entire body, and a small, sharp sword was strapped to its waist, making it look both formidable and adorable. To further conceal its identity, Zhang Yi transformed all his magic into light-based energy to align with his publicly declared dual element of gold and fire. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Leona were lying in a high vantage point, watching a fast-moving figure below in the ravine. That person was efficiently harvesting one flame stone beast after another. It's Nan. He's incredible. He killed an 8th-tier flame stone beast with a single strike. Leona exclaimed through telepathy. Is he as impressive as I am? Zhang Yi replied dismissively. Yega is the best. Leona giggled and agreed. Though he spoke confidently, Zhang Yi knew deep down that Nan was indeed terrifyingly strong. Nan merely infused his blade with lightning magic and relied on his astonishing physique. Yet he could effortlessly slay 8th-tier latest-stage flame stone beasts. Even 9th-tier early-stage flame stone beasts could only withstand him for a moment. In a short time, hundreds of flame stone beasts in the ravine, including dozens of 9th-tier ones, had all fallen to his blade. Nan's combat prowess clearly surpassed the ordinary 9th-tier level, making him almost invincible within his tier. Zhang Yi secretly felt relieved that he was only at the 7th tier, while also acknowledging this was the power of a native genius. However, he wasn't worried. With Leona, the little rich lady, by his side, her high-tier magical artifacts were enough to deal with such opponents. As Zhang Yi watched Nan fill up his first storage lamp, he estimated it contained at least 3,000 high-quality soul crystals. When Nan began filling the second lamp, Zhang Yi and Leona continued to patiently track him. 3 hours later, just as Zhang Yi was about to make a move on the nearly full second lamp, the ground suddenly started to shake. Everyone's attention was drawn to the same direct Iona massive boulder radiating powerful magical energy was rolling rapidly towards them. It was a 9th-tier peak flame stone beast. Even more intriguing were the 3 figures chasing after it. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, this is going to be interesting. Zhang Yi and Leona remained hidden in the burrow, only their small heads peeking out to observe the unusual scene before them. A golden, peak-level tier 9 stone beast caught their attention, vastly different from the red flame stone beast they had encountered before. This one shimmered like pure gold, exuding a strong aura of gold element. Zhang Yi frowned deeply at this discovery. According to logic, golden stone beasts in the yellow zone should only reach peak tier 8 at most. Yet here was a peak tier 9 golden stone beast, not only defying expectations but also appearing in the red zone. More intriguingly, unlike other golden stone beasts that had a bronze or steel-like texture, this one gleamed with the pure luster of gold. After a quick analysis, the identity of the beast became clear. Palapo the Golden, a peak tier 9 dual-element stone beast. It possessed extraordinary defense and magic resistance, and was directly birthed from the core of the secret realm, endowed with intelligence comparable to humans. This revelation sent a shock through Zhang Yi. Ordinary stone beasts were born from elemental forces, but this one was a creation of the realm's core power, marking it as exceptionally formidable. As Zhang Yi pondered this, a stream of curses echoed from afar. The golden stone beast was running while shouting, "Are you humans crazy? Just trying to take a bath, and you want to chop me? Go chop other stone beasts. Why are you fixated on me? If you have the guts, put down your pseudo-sacred artifact, and I'll take you all on." The beast's sweet tone made Zhang Yi's eyes widen, and he was even more astonished to recognize the pursuer Samantha and her team. One of them yelled, "Cyclone gathering." Instantly, countless wind blades formed a circular storm and rushed towards Palapo. Unfazed by the attack, Palapo retorted, "You humans are all lunatics. When I reach tier 10, I'll beat the crap out of you. Then I'll beat you back into the crap and use your crap to beat you again." With that, it curled into a giant golden rolling stone, and the tier 9 magic cyclone left only shallow marks on its surface. Ha ha ha, a bunch of weaklings trying to kill Grandpa Gold. Come on, hit me harder. Are you polishing me? Palapo taunted as it peeked out. Come on, hit me. You call that an attack? These provocations infuriated Samantha's trio. Just then, Nan suddenly intervened, transforming into a bolt of lightning and striking Palapo with a thunder flash, slicing off a piece of its golden armor. "Who the hell are you? You little purple-haired freak. Attacking me out of nowhere? Did a donkey kick your brain?" Palapo cursed while quickly regenerating its damaged armor. This scene left Zhang Yi in shock. A regular late tier 9 flamestone beast would have been killed by that strike, and even a peak tier 9 would be critically wounded. Yet this golden stone beast was only lightly injured and could instantly heal, showcasing its remarkable defense and recovery abilities. Nan hadn't expected his full power strike to have such little effect, but he quickly shifted his focus to Samantha's trio. Sakura quietly reminded them that this was Nan from the Thunder Clan, to which Sabiba scoffed. "So what? Are the 3 of us afraid of him?" The tension escalated, with Samantha and Nan locking eyes, neither making a move. They remained in this standoff for a full 3 minutes, making Zhang Yi's teeth ache from the suspense. These 2 stone-faced individuals seemed to be locked in a silent standoff, neither speaking a word for 3 minutes. as if performing a mute drama. Finally, it was the hot-tempered Sabiba who broke the silence first. Pointing his slender sword at Nan, he threatened, "There are 3 of us, and we found this golden stone beast first. Continuing this fight won't end well for you. If you know what's good for you, leave now." Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. He had expected Sabiba to say something more provocative to anger Nan. However, Nan didn't even glance at Sabiba, his eyes fixed on Samantha. His hands subtly gripped his sword hilt, and purple currents began to shimmer around him. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. This posture indicated a fight was imminent. Sure enough, seeing Nan ready for battle, Samantha and her 2 companions immediately assumed combat stances. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, an irritating voice suddenly rang out from between the 2 sides. "Ha! Humans, this is what humans are like? Truly laughable. Here I am letting you fight, yet you end up fighting amongst yourselves. Such an inferior species dreaming of world domination, what a joke. Ow, ow, ow." Before Bolobo could finish its taunt, several sharp wind blades and a bolt of lightning struck it. Though not severely hurt, it yelped in pain. In the next instant, Nan transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, charging straight at Samantha. Samantha reacted quickly, waving her staff to summon a massive arrow of wind. Nan slashed horizontally, his thunderous blade clashing with the wind arrow, producing a deafening explosion. When the dust from the blast settled, Nan had vanished. "What?" Sabiba exclaimed, only to find Nan had appeared right in front of him. Although Sabiba was a prodigy of the Wind Spirit clan's new generation, this sudden assault left him scrambling. He hastily raised his sword to form a wind shield. However, the power of Nan's strike far exceeded expectations. The shield shattered under the onslaught of electricity. Before Sabiba could react, the deadly blade was already at his throat. At the last possible moment, a green energy blade sliced through the air, forcing Nan to block. Simultaneously, he kicked Sabiba, sending him flying. It was Samantha who had intervened to save him. By now, Sakura had also joined the fray, and the 3 of them, their killing intent intertwining with the howling wind, were ready for battle. Sabiba was kicked hard into the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly. He lay in the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Nan's kick was too powerful, shaking him to the core, breaking several of his bones. Is this the difference in strength? Frustration and anger surged within him as he struggled to get up and fight back. However, just as he was about to rise, a cold golden blade was already pressed against his neck. A sharp spiritual force locked onto him, and he knew clearly that any slight movement would result in his immediate death. "Don't move, blades don't have eyes, you know," Zhang Yi said with a mischievous grin as he emerged from the dirt nearby. Sabiba was stunned. How is there a warrior hiding in the ground? Sensing that Zhang Yi only had 7th tier peak level magic power, he sneered, "You think you can kill me?" "Yes, I can." Zhang Yi nodded nonchalantly. "Your magic is in disarray, and you're severely injured. My sword is already at your neck. If you dare to channel your magic, I'll feel it immediately and chop your head off." This sword is a pseudo-sacred artifact borrowed from Leona. Sabiba was left speechless. Indeed, under these circumstances, even if Zhang Yi only had 7th tier strength, he had no choice but to comply. "Hand over the nading," Zhang Yi demanded directly. "In your dreams." Sabiba snarled through gritted teeth. Zhang Yi shrugged. "I'm just going through the motions. The nading is on your belt anyway. I'll just take it myself." With that, he swiftly removed Sabiba's nading belt. Sabiba's veins bulged in anger, but the battle in the sky was still raging. Nan was suppressing both Samara and Sakura, leaving them no time to pay attention to what was happening on the ground. After securing the belt, Zhang Ye's eyes fell on Sabiba's spatial ring. As a genius of the Wind Spirit family, the ring must contain numerous treasures and wealth. He didn't need money to pay off the equipment costs owed to Leona, but this thought was quickly dismissed. Taking the nading was part of the competition for the top 3 freshmen, but robbing personal belongings was going too far. "All right, you can take a nap now," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Take a nap? Just because you say so? That would be so humiliating. Wait, what are you doing?" Sabiba's words were cut short as Zhang Ye's fist loomed large in his vision. The battle in the sky continued. Samara unleashed countless cross-shaped wind blades, while Nan countered with thunderous blade strikes. The golden stone beast on the ground watched leisurely, completely unperturbed. When Samara noticed Sabiba's absence, it was too late to think much, as Nan's attacks grew even fiercer. Meanwhile, Leona was anxiously holding Gugio and waiting. Soon, Zhang Yi appeared before her with a triumphant smile, showing off the nading belt he had acquired. "What about Sabiba?" Leona asked. Sleeping soundly, Zhang Yi replied casually. Zhang Yi delivered a precise karate chop to the back of Sabiba's neck, causing him to collapse unconscious. He quickly used his magic to securely bind him, ensuring that this troublemaker couldn't cause any more chaos for the time being. Looking up at the fierce battle in the sky, Zhang Yi asked Lena about the current situation. Nan is really strong. Samanra and her team are no match for him, Lena briefly explained. Zhang Yi thoughtfully stroked his chin. It's about time to step in, he said. Turning to Lena, he instructed, stay here and don't move. If anything changes, get away from here immediately, understood? What about you, Brother Yi? Lena asked worriedly. Zhang Yi waved the pseudo-sacred artifact in his hand and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll be fine. At that moment, in the sky, Nin unleashed another thunder strike, slashing fiercely at Samanra. Facing this powerful attack, Samanra's expression grew serious. We can't wait any longer. Wind Spirit Blast. Samanra unleashed a terrifying gust of wind, pushing Nan back several hundred meters and neutralizing the thunder strike. After this powerful move, her face turned visibly pale, and she immediately prepared to retreat with Sakura. In her view, it wasn't worth risking their lives for a golden stone beast, especially since Sabiba was nowhere to be found. Just then, countless golden chains suddenly appeared out of thin air, binding Samanra, Sakura, and even the recently returned Nan in midair. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. The strength of these chains was clearly at the 10th tier, and there was no sign of any magical fluctuations, something a regular pseudo-sacred artifact couldn't achieve. Zhang Yi walked out with a smile. Hey, everyone seems to be having fun. Mind if I join? I'm quite the wizard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. How could this kid, whose magical fluctuations were barely at the 8th tier, cast a 10th tier spell? With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Yi brought the three of them to the ground with the holy light shackles. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent from Nan, he added another chain for reinforcement. Who are you? Samanra asked coldly. Zhang Yi sighed dramatically. I wish I knew. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Seeing their exasperated looks, he quickly got back on track. All right, let's get to the point. This is a robbery. Hand over your Naden belts. Ignoring Samanra's protests, Zhang Yi easily removed the Naden belts from her and Sakura. When he approached Nan, even in the face of his intense killing intent, he didn't hesitate to take the third belt. Looking at the shiny spoils in his hands, Zhang Yi thought triumphantly. One more round of looting, and the top 3 spots are mine. Big Nana, get ready to accept me. Zhang Yi looked around at everyone with a mischievous glint in his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. He had just completed a heist, and was now ready for the next step. Samara and Sakura, upon hearing his amused tone, instantly became wary. They couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. Was this bandit planning to do more than just rob them? Samara, confident in her stunning beauty, and Sakura, no less beautiful, found this confidence turning into a source of worry. In this unregulated secret realm, bound by the holy light shackles and unable to even self-destruct their magical cores, if this man had any evil intentions, I warn you, don't try anything funny. Samara snapped through gritted teeth. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the embarrassed and angry look on Samara's face. He hastily waved his hands in denial. Funny business? Do I look like that kind of person? I'm a principled, professional bandit. Since I've already robbed you, it's my duty to ensure your safety. Now, let me offer you 2 options. Everyone present was stunned. Even Nan's killing intent seemed to waver. Zhang Yi assumed an air of a professional consultant and continued, Option 1. I release you, and you can continue fighting. But I don't recommend this because it's clear you can't defeat Mr. Nan. He paused, then added, Option 2 is out. Thieves with ethics, robbers with code, post-robbery escape package. I'll let you 2 go first to ensure your safety, then release Mr. Nan. This way, everyone's safety is guaranteed, and no talent is lost. It's a win-win situation. What do you think? Samara and the others were dumbfounded. Sakura couldn't help but ask, will you really let us go? Of course, it's part of our professional ethics, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Choose quickly. Time is precious. Samara stared at Zhang Yi for a long moment, trying to discern his intentions, but his armor concealed everything. She tentatively asked, what if we ask you to kill him? Zhang Yi glanced at the expressionless Nan and shook his head. Sorry, we only rob, we don't kill. Anyone we've robbed is under our protection. Of course, you can request escort services, and I'll come up with a new plan based on the situation. Completely free. Free? What's in it for you? Peace of mind, Zhang Yi replied with a grin. Besides, free doesn't mean we can't make a profit. Hurry up and choose. The secret realm assessment time is running out. Samara made a quick decision. We'll take the second option. Smart choice. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, releasing the holy light shackles from the 2 women. Before they could react, he added, if you have no other business, please leave quickly. Mr. Nan is also under my protection. Any violations will result in all services being cancelled. Final interpretation rights belong to our company. Just as Samara was about to leave, Zhang Yi remembered something. Wait, This person should be one of yours too, right? I found him unconscious and saved him as a free service. He lifted the unconscious Sabiba from the ground. Samara and Sakura noticed that Sabiba's Naden belt was missing and cursed the shameless bandit in their hearts but dared not say anything. They hurriedly left with Sabiba, fearing Zhang Yi might change his mind. Take care. Come again next time. Zhang Yi cheerfully waved goodbye, causing the two women, who were just about to take off, to noticeably hesitate in midair. Come back next time? So you can rob me again? Samantha turned and gave Zhang Yi a long, hard look. Though his expression was hidden by his helmet, she could just tell he was smiling. Damn it. I'll remember this. Don't let me catch you, she thought angrily as she stormed off. Zhang Yi watched Samantha leave before shifting his attention to Nan, who had been silent the entire time. He quickly walked over with a sly grin on his face. Mr. Nan, our company offers 2 more packages. Interested in hearing them out? Unfazed by Nan's silence, Zhang Yi continued, the first package is what I mentioned earlier. I let you go after they leave safely, but the Golden Stone Beast stays with me. The second package, he deliberately stretched his words, is a win-win collaboration. Look, I'm strong, and you're no slouch either. If we join forces, passing the freshman assessment would be a piece of cake. He went on enthusiastically. Of course, I can only guarantee you a spot in the top 5. Don't even think about the top 3. First place is mine, and second and third are reserved for my people. Teaming up with me secures you a top 5 spot. Otherwise, he blinked, you'll be my next target. Our company, Thieves with Principles, has no rule against robbing the same person twice. Making the top 10 would be a long shot for you. Seeing that Nan remained unmoved, Zhang Yi added, if you have any suggestions, I'm all ears. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. What do you say? Nan finally responded. He slowly lifted his chin and, under Zhang Yi's expectant gaze, uttered a single word, scram. Well, isn't this guy a piece of work? Zhang Yi's eye twitched as he sighed in resignation. All right then, we'll go with the first package by default. But our company is always open to collaboration. See you around. With that, he waved his hand, and the golden stone beast, Bola, was lifted into the air, bound by a holy light shackle. Ignoring its struggles and protests, Zhang Yi swiftly took off with it. At least untie me before you leave. Nan shouted furiously at Zhang Yi's retreating figure. 10 minutes later, the shackle finally unraveled. As Nan landed, he stared in the direction Zhang Yi had disappeared, a flash of menace in his eyes. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. In an open field, Zhang Yi watched the golden stone beast, Balapo, with a cheerful smile. The gaze that pierced through the tiger armor made Balapo shiver all over. As a 9th-tier pinnacle beast, he knew that this man, capable of casting 10th-tier magic instantly, could take his life at any moment. Despite his defense being far superior to those of the same rank, able to withstand a few 10th-tier spells, the disparity in power left him feeling extremely uneasy. Balapo forced a flattering smile and said in a sycophantic tone, Hey, big brother, how about hooking me up with a package too? Zhang Yi responded with a chuckle. Our company's package services are for clients, meaning only those I've robbed can enjoy them. You don't have anything for me to rob, so why would you need a package? Nearby, Lena was crouching on the ground, holding Gugu, her head buried deeply as her shoulders shook uncontrollably. The comical scene made her laugh so hard her stomach hurt, but she tried her best to hold it in. How about you rob me too? Balapo's eyes lit up as he quickly suggested, to be honest, I do have treasures you can take. Really? Zhang Yi's interest was piqued by this survival-driven beast. Oh, then tell me, what do you have that's worth robbing? I have a piece of original crystal armor. You can take it and let me go, okay? Balapo cautiously probed. 10 pieces, or no deal. Zhang Yi replied bluntly. 10 pieces? Balapo almost jumped in shock, restrained only by the shackles. I've only managed to gather 9 pieces my whole life, and you want? Realizing he had said too much, he quickly covered his mouth. In the ensuing conversation, Balapo revealed his plight. Every 3 years, an old man with white hair and beard would exploit him, taking almost all his crystal armor, leaving only 1 piece for survival. As he spoke, this massive beast actually began to cry, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Zhang Yi stepped forward and patted Balapo's paw since he couldn't reach his shoulder and sighed. It seems that being a beast isn't any easier than being human. After learning that the original crystal armor could withstand fatal attacks below the 3-star saint level, Zhang Yi proposed a suggestion. How about this? You give me 3 pieces of crystal armor, weaken your cultivation, and sign a slave contract with me to hide in my contract space. This way, you won't be exploited anymore. What do you think? Balapo, although inwardly cursing Zhang Yi's outrageous demand, didn't dare to voice it. On second thought, he realized this might actually be a way out of his predicament. Palebo was secretly calculating in his mind. With his talent, once he signed the contract and advanced his rank, Breaking free from it would be a piece of cake. When the time was right, he could escape. And in this vast world, who could catch him? Once he became a demigod, he could come back to seize the core of the secret realm and rescue his sister. It was a perfect plan. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Big brother, are you serious? You really want to take me with you? Zhang Yi patted his chest confidently. Of course. I, Zhang Yi, am a living bodhisattva who rescues those in need. All right then, I'll follow you, big brother, Palebo said, pretending to be resolute. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction and lightly tapped Palebo's paw with his knuckle. Smart choice. Big brother, can you untie me first? This shackle is really uncomfortable, Palebo asked with an awkward smile. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers, and the holy light shackles dissolved instantly. Palebo, now free, did not flee. He knew very well that Zhang Yi had released him so easily because he had something up his sleeve. Besides, Zhang Yi was his only hope of leaving the secret realm. Palebo waved his sharp claw, lifting the armor on his chest to reveal several hexagonal crystals shimmering with brilliant light. With a roar, he forcibly removed 3 of the crystal plates. As they fell away, his body rapidly shrank, and his strength dropped to the peak of the 6th rank. With a mix of weakness and flattery, Palebo handed the crystal plates to Zhang Yi. Big brother, take a look. Zhang Yi examined the crystals, closely golden source crystals, capable of withstanding fatal attacks below the 3-star holy rank. No wonder Land came to harvest them every 3 years. Looking at the weakened Palebo, Zhang Yi nodded. Don't worry, big brother won't treat you unfairly. With that, he immediately cast a slave contract, binding Palebo as his contract beast. Then, he injected a stream of pure magical energy into Palebo's body. Palebo was astonished as he felt the magic flowing through him. It was purer than the magic elements in the outside world, even surpassing the magic spring water. He began absorbing it right away, his body rapidly expanding, and a new source crystal formed on his chest had broken through to the 7th rank. This unexpected gain made Zhang Ye's eyes light up, and he began formulating a new plan. Heh, ye go. Do you think these Na lamps are enough? Leona crouched on the ground, excitedly counting the confiscated Na lamp belts. For belts were neatly arranged, with 12 Na lamps glimmering in the dim light. Among them, Nan and Samanla each had 2 full lamps, while Sabiba and Sakura had only 1 each. That's at least 18,000 spirit shards. Millions of points. Leona counted on her fingers. With the 3 million we originally farmed, that's a total of 20 million. Each of you can get 10 million. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, Zhang Yi shook his head. It's still not enough. Nan and the other 9th level contestants are too efficient. They can fill 2 Na lamps in half a day. If they keep going without rest, their points will easily reach 20 million. Not to mention the contestants we didn't manage to intercept. 2 to 3 million points for them is a given. He sighed. The overall quality of this year's freshmen is too high. Last year's first place had just over 2 million points, but this year it skyrocketed to 20 million. So, we need to set a small goal next, Zhang Yi said with a mysterious smile. A small goal? How much? Leona blinked in confusion. Zhang Yi held up one finger. 1 billion. That much? Do we really need that much for the 2 of us? And one more person. Zhang Yi smiled. My dear brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? What does that mean? Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Let's focus on the task at hand. Zhang Yi turned to Barebo. You're a local beast. Do you know where we can find more monsters? Barebo immediately understood. Yes, I know several large nests with even 10th level stone beasts. Lead the way. Sure thing. This way, boss and lady boss. Barebo said obsequiously. Lady boss. Lena's cheeks turned a shade redder. I'm not. Zhang Yi gave Barebo a light tap. What lady boss? She's outside the secret realm. Don't call her that. The 2 jumped onto Barebo's back, and Zhang Yi thoughtfully wove a rocking chair from grass vines, allowing them to enjoy the scenery comfortably. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed figures moving in the distance. Stop. We have business. A group of more than 10 people was attacking a cluster of 7th and 8th level stone beasts, led by a few 8th level contestants. Zhang Yi had Barebo hide, then leaped out and used holy light shackles to trap everyone. Amidst their panic, he effortlessly defeated the stone beasts, then smiled warmly. Hello, everyone. Facing their questions, Zhang Yi simply smiled and said, Don't worry, let me finish my business first. With that, he began to collect their Na lamps one by one. Hey everyone, what are you doing? Give me back the Na lanterns. I'm from the Frost family, do you really want to mess with us? Angry shouts filled the air, but they didn't affect Zhang Ye's good mood at all. He looked down at the glowing Na lanterns in his hands, a grin spreading under his helmet. Though the essences of these people weren't as high quality as those of 9th tier contestants, their sheer number made up for it. Dozens of people had provided 30 or 40 Na lanterns, totaling thousands of essences. Standing in front of the restrained crowd, Zhang Yi began to market his services with a relaxed demeanor. Allow me to introduce the services of our honor among thieves, ethics in robbery company. He enthusiastically detailed various promotions, like half off your second heist, leaving everyone dumbfounded. All right, see you next time. Zhang Yi waved goodbye with a smile and strolled away, leaving the crowd seething with anger. When the holy light shackles finally dissipated, everyone looked at their disheveled appearances in despair. One candidate asked helplessly, "Boss, what do we do now? Our lanterns are all gone. How can we continue?" The 8th tier candidate's eyes darkened with determination. "What else can we do? We'll have to rob other contestants for their lanterns. Damn it. Whoever dared to rob me and Dia will pay for this." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was in high spirits, humming a tune. "Blow, blow, my proud indulgence, blow. But you can't destroy my pure garden." His talents from his days on Earth, now enhanced by his increased strength, made his singing even more captivating. "Brother Yi, your singing is amazing," Lena exclaimed excitedly like a little fan, with Guccio chirping along cheerfully. "Basic skills, everyone sit down," Zhang Yi said with a calming gesture. "Brother Yi, can you teach me to sing? I think you sing even better than the ladies from the Sound family," Lena asked eagerly. In the ensuing conversation, Lena explained the unique traits of the Sound family. Their songs contained magical powers that could boost morale, enhance mental resistance, and even be used in combat. She particularly mentioned her favorite, Sister Paige, joking that she'd rather marry Paige than Samara. This discussion intrigued Zhang Yi. Magic could be embedded in sound. He recalled the golden roar of the blade-tailed tiger and Leona's fiery roar, sparking an idea for innovative sound magic. The lion's roar isn't just a dream, Zhang Yi thought, eagerly anticipating his future experiments. Along the way, Zhang Yi expanded his spiritual sense to search for targets. He encountered 3 groups of examinees fighting monsters, and each time made Bole Bayo hide before pitching his new business: thieves with principles, robbers with rules limited. The offer was simple. A 3-person group could receive 1 immunity from robbery, represented by 3 empty Na lamps. This deal made the examinees furious, their eyes turning red with anger as they mentally thanked Zhang Yi and his entire family. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi felt quite virtuous and even proudly gave himself a mental pat on the back. Soon, they arrived at the monster farming spot Bole Bayo had mentioned. It was a cavern rich in fire elements, with an unexpectedly spacious interior. Below, a massive area was teeming with hundreds of 8th-tier flame stone beasts, and in the center were a few formidable 10th-tier beasts. Further in, countless tunnels twisted and turned, hinting at even more prey. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up immediately. This place was a goldmine for points. He sprang into action right away. First, he charged his pseudo-sacred weapon, then began his usual routine of gathering monsters. This time, Lena sat on Bole Bayo's back, with Guccio providing additional protection, greatly enhancing their safety. "Hey, Rockhead, I'm right here." Zhang Yi, fully charged with mana, leapt into the cavern and shouted provocatively. The flame stone beasts were enraged, and hundreds of them charged at him with bloodshot eyes. The few 10th-tier beasts, however, remained indifferent, clearly thinking a 7th-tier peak human couldn't stir up much trouble. But Zhang Yi was incredibly agile, weaving through the dense swarm of beasts with ease. The hundreds of 8th and 9th-tier flame stone beasts couldn't touch him. Once the monsters were sufficiently gathered, he retreated toward Lena. "Lena, get ready." "Got it. Aim for right above me now." "On it." With the point of Lena's wand, a massive golden magic array unfolded above the beast horde. By the time the flame stone beasts sensed danger, it was too late. Zhang Yi blinked out of the way, and hundreds of beasts were reduced to essences under the power of a 10th-tier spell. The remaining flame stone beasts were stunned. The enraged 10th-tier leaders finally made their move, leading dozens of peak 9th-tier and late 9th-tier subordinates into the fray. But Zhang Yi didn't retreat. He sat down instead. Lena screamed in panic. "Brother Yi, run." Zhang Yi turned back with a smile. "Relax, watch me." His pseudo-sacred sword glowed. Pseudo-sacred light barrier. A massive barrier enveloped him, and the beast horde's assault could only create ripples. With 20 seconds of protection, he calmly entered a meditative state, restoring his mana in 6 to 7 seconds. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with sharp light, pseudo-holy sword judgment. Golden magic arrays appeared around him, and countless golden swords began to materialize. The reason Zhang Yi didn't use the pseudo-light rain judgment was because it was an indiscriminate attack. Instead, he opted for the more targeted pseudo-light sword judgment. In an instant, countless rifts appeared in the surrounding space, and golden swords of light rained down. Each sword shot out at a speed beyond visual perception, accurately piercing through the beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the continuous sounds of piercing, one flame stone beast after another fell to the ground. Each light sword was incredibly powerful, easily penetrating through 3 or 4 beasts of the 8th or 9th rank, and even the 10th rank beasts were not spared. However, due to the limited coverage area, this round of attacks only wiped out half of the beast horde. Zhang Yi immediately closed his eyes to meditate, and after just 6 seconds, he opened them again. Pseudo-light sword judgment. The second wave of light swords arrived as expected, whistling through the air towards the remaining flame stone beasts, whose eyes were filled with terror. It was too late for them to escape. As the last 10th rank flame stone beast fell with a crash, a large amount of essence surged into Zhang Ye's body. The enhancement brought by this essence was immediate. His physical body leaped from mid-8th rank to late 8th rank, with overall improvements including external defense, internal organ strength, bone hardness, and muscle power. Even his skull became tougher. Although he had eliminated 4 newly advanced 10th rank beasts and nearly 200 8th and 9th rank beasts, he only advanced a small stage. This made Zhang Yi realize that the difficulty of advancement increased the further he progressed. As for his spiritual power, although it had no clear rank, he could feel that he far surpassed others of his level. Alright, let's continue, Zhang Yi said with satisfaction to Leona. Leona and Balebo were both in shock. Especially Balebo, who had thought Zhang Yi was a 10th rank Grand Magus hiding his true strength, but from the magical fluctuations, it was clear he was only at the peak of the 7th Runka 7th rank mage, capable of casting 10th rank magic. Over the next 3 hours, Zhang Yi led the team to sweep through the entire cave. Thousands of flame stone beasts, including dozens of newly advanced 10th rank beasts and one at the early 10th rank, were all taken down by them. The most challenging was that early 10th rank flame stone beast, which took Zhang Yi a full 3 minutes to kill. After this battle, Zhang Ye's physical rank increased to the peak of the 8th rank, and his points surged by more than 30 million. Combined with his previous points, he now had over 60 million, bringing him closer to his goal of 100 million. Leona, no rest today. Shall we keep grinding? Sure. Leona nodded excitedly, her face flushed. This efficiency gave her hope of making it into the top 3 of the freshman ranking, and also restoring some honor for the Lionheart royal family. Let's go, Brother Yi. I can't wait anymore. Alright, let's move. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. They ambushed 4 groups along the way, collecting millions of points and dozens of lights. By the time they reached the second cave, Palapo was already covered in lights from head to toe. Just as Zhang Yi was about to showcase his skills, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting coming from inside the cave. Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with Leona, signaling Palapo to hide. Then, he quietly led the slime underground, carefully sneaking into the cave. The sight that greeted Zhang Yi made him smirk. Nan was alone, battling monsters in the cave. Unlike Zhang Ye's strategy of pulling large groups of monsters, Nan adopted a more cautious approach. He used magic to lure dozens of flame stone beasts into the cave's passageway and dealt with them there. Though not as efficient as Zhang Ye's method, Nan's speed was impressive compared to other contestants. Most notably, Nan now had 3 lights hanging from his waist, one of which was already filled to the brim, clearly spoils of his victories. As Zhang Yi watched, the mischievous grin on his face grew wider, making Leona shiver. Brother Yi, are we really going to rob him again? Leona whispered. Watch your words, Zhang Yi said with a sly smile. As employees of the Thieves with Principles, Robbers with Rules Company, we don't use such uncivilized terms. We call it conducting business. Leona looked puzzled, but Zhang Yi eagerly explained his business philosophy, talking about priority for regular customers, company founders, and pioneers, leaving Leona utterly bewildered. Despite the absurdity, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement. 2 hours later, Nan had finally filled 2 lights and was about to rest, panting heavily, when several holy light chains shot through the air, binding him tightly. Another chain followed for double security. Seeing Zhang Yi emerge from underground, Nan's face remained expressionless, but the veins on his forehead bulged, and a murderous aura surrounded him. Zhang Yi, however, approached with a cheerful smile, deftly removing Nan's lights while promoting his new services. Half price for the second robbery, 3 new lights as gifts, and personal service from the chairman. When Zhang Yi cheerfully commented, Mr. Nan, you really have an A4 waist, Nan finally snapped, get lost. In response, Zhang Yi added another chain, binding Nan into a ball with only his head exposed. With a wave, Nan was rolled out of the cave like a ball. Before leaving, Nan glared at Zhang Yi and gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I'll kill you. Zhang Yi merely chuckled and began inspecting the lights he had acquired. Zhang Yi inspected the 2 soul orbs containing the spirit essences of magical beasts. To his astonishment, he discovered that 1/5 of them were from beasts of the 8th tier or higher, totaling nearly 10 million points. This meant that Nan had slain over 6,000 beasts in just a few hours, more than 1,000 of which were 8th tier or higher. On average, he was taking down a beast every 2 seconds. What a beast! Zhang Yi thought to himself in admiration. Just then, Bolabo contacted Zhang Yi through their pact. Zhang Yi summoned him immediately, and Bolabo appeared with an awkward smile. Boss, I found a mineral vein outside that can boost my defense. Can I go eat it? Go ahead. Zhang Yi nodded in approval. After Bolabo left joyfully, Zhang Yi turned to Lena and said, let's go grind some monsters. After more than 3 hours of efficient hunting, Zhang Yi amassed several thousand spirit essences, worth over 30 million points. To his delight, his physique had also advanced to the newly minted 9th tier. Just as he was about to continue his search for resources and his brother-in-law, a distress call came through the pact from Bolabo. Help, boss. It turned out that while Bolabo was eating the minerals, he saw the purple-haired kid from before tied up like a ball and decided to mess with him by kicking him around. Unexpectedly, the kid broke free and was now chasing him with a weapon. Zhang Yi quickly summoned the battered Bolabo back to his side. Bolabo's once golden shell was now in tatters, with one shoulder plate missing and a deep gash across his face. Boss, look at my handsome facete's ruined. How am I supposed to face anyone now? Bolabo wailed. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. If I were kicked around like a ball, I'd chop you too. Bolabo quickly changed his tune and sidled up to Zhang Yi. Boss, could you spare me some magic to heal? Zhang Yi nodded and transferred 4/5 of his magic to him. Energized, Bolabo eagerly ran off to train. With plenty of points in hand, Zhang Yi decided to take a break with Lena. He waved his hand, setting up a barbecue grill, various meats, seasonings, and even fruit juice. Seeing Lena's eyes light up, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of those exam candidates who hadn't brought food and would have to fight on an empty stomach for the next 3 days. He silently pitted them for 3 seconds. Then, he focused on brushing honey over the meat and began a delicious barbecue feast in the midst of the secret realm. Burp, Lena rubbed her flat stomach, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Yigu, your cooking is amazing. Above them, the little creature perched on her head wobbled like jelly, also having eaten its fill. Since Zhang Yi was about to head into battle, the pet had been temporarily entrusted to Lena's care. They had spent a solid 2 hours enjoying the barbecue, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere lively. Zhang Yi chuckled proudly. Half of his culinary skills were thanks to his time spent with Leona, and the other half from his secretly acquired miso techniques. Even Bolabo, who was busy gnawing on rocks to repair its shell, couldn't resist coming over to nibble on some meat. After their hearty meal, the two mounted Bolabo and set off again. With enough spirit energy collected, they were in no rush and planned to take their time, leisurely exploring while looking for candidates to promote their business. I wonder if we'll run into Nan again. Zhang Yi was pondering when a thunderous boom erupted from a distant hillside. There, Nan had just kicked a peak 9th tier flame stone beast into the sky and was preparing for the final blow when he spotted the two riding on Bolabo. Their eyes met, and the scene turned awkward. Nan's face changed dramatically. He immediately spread his purple magical wings to flee but was promptly ensnared by Zhang Yi's holy light shackles. Mr. Nan, what a coincidence, Zhang Yi said, rubbing his hands as he approached. I see you've filled a Naden already. Impressive. As an acquaintance, of course, I'll give you the best deal. Lena, Imperial Hero, bring the 6 empty Nadens. Though Lena didn't understand when she became the Imperial Hero, she obediently handed over 2 Naden belts. Zhang Yi skillfully exchanged Nan's full Naden with a new belt, attaching the filled one to Bolabo, and beamed. Looking forward to your next robbery. Feeling Nan's almost tangible killing intent, Zhang Yi quickly rode Bolabo away. Once the holy light shackles dissipated, Nan, veins bulging in fury, threw a Naden to the ground. Realizing he had just lost 1.5 Nadens he had painstakingly collected, he could only suppress his rage and sprint in the opposite direction. Along the way, Zhang Yi successfully plundered 6 more candidates, amassing a considerable haul. Soon, they arrived at their 3rd monster hunting Spoda Canyon. Peering through the cliff face, Zhang Yi was thrilled to discover his brother-in-law, Rainaman, inside. However, the situation looked grim. The canyon was filled with hot steam vents and swarming with flame stone beasts. Rainaman was currently besieged by hundreds of them, including 2 at the early 10th tier. Despite his formidable strength, even this dual-wielding magic and martial arts expert was struggling and gradually being pushed back. Zhang Yi's anger surged when he saw the situation. His brother-in-law was being surrounded and beaten up, and as his sister's husband, he couldn't just stand by. He quickly ensured Lena and Gujio were safe and then dove down without hesitation, shouting, "Hang in there, brother-in-law! I'm coming to save you!" At that moment, Rainaman was grappling with 2 twin-turtle flame stone beasts. His armor was already showing cracks, but he continued to fight bravely. Initially, he had only wanted to find a spot to farm some points and contend for a top 3 position, but the situation in the canyon turned out to be far worse than he had anticipated. It started with a few ordinary flame stone beasts, but as the battle dragged on, more and more of them were drawn to the scene. In a short period, he had already slain over 1,000 8th and 9th tier flame stone beasts and 3 newly ascended 10th tier ones. Yet, the situation did not improve, as 2 more early-stage 10th tier flame stone beasts joined the fray. If his magic was still abundant, these opponents would not have been a threat. However, after a prolonged battle, Rainamon's magic was nearly depleted. These fire-type flame stone beasts not only had strong resistance to his fire magic, but their rocky bodies also offered incredible defense. If he weren't skilled in both magic and martial arts, he would have been defeated long ago. Just as he was gritting his teeth to hold on, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a third-turtle, pangolin-like flame stone beast burst forth, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves, mixed with scorching heat, sent Rainamon flying into a cliff. The impact rattled his internal organs, and his face turned pale instantly. The giant beast roared to the heavens and then swung its claws, conjuring a massive firestone over 100 meters in diameter in midair, aiming it right at Rainamon. The strength of this mid-stage 10th tier flame stone beast forced him to consider using his trump card. At this critical moment, a figure flashed in front of him like lightning. Rainamon was stunned to see that the newcomer was merely a peak 7th tier warrior. Before he could say anything to stop him, the person had already spread his arms and released a holy light barrier. Holy light barrier. Rainamon was shocked to see a 10th tier spell being cast by a peak 7th tier warrior. However, the barrier was clearly not enough to withstand the massive firestone, and it began to crack under the onslaught. In a hurry, Rainamon took out a crimson pseudo-saint shield, ready to burn his life force to protect this seemingly reckless rescuer. But before he could act, the person casually pushed him down and said, "Sit tight and watch me show off." To Rainamon's further astonishment, the person's strength surpassed his own, and in this life-or-death moment, he simply closed his eyes and began to meditate. Rainamon was left bewildered, unable to comprehend what his savior was planning in such a dire situation. Renomon watched as Zhang Yi emerged from his meditation, ready to unleash his hidden trump card. His pupils suddenly contracted in shock. The scene before him was unbelievable. Magic from the surroundings was pouring into Zhang Yi's body at an incredible rate, and his previously weak magical aura was visibly strengthening. Within 6 seconds, Zhang Yi opened his eyes and shouted, "Holy light barrier." Before the first barrier could shatter, a second one had already formed. The incoming firestone crashed into the second barrier and finally exhausted its force, exploding into countless fragments that scattered the surrounding flame stone beasts. Renomon was left speechless by this sight. What astonished him even more was that after casting the second pseudo-holy light barrier, Zhang Yi immediately returned to meditation, and his magic was restored in an instant. "Hey there, brother-in-law." Zhang Yi turned and smiled at the bewildered Renomon. "Hello, thank you." Renomon stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. It wasn't that he was inarticulate, but the shame of being rescued by someone at the peak of the 7th tier was hard to bear. He silently berated himself. If only he were as strong as his elder sister, he wouldn't have found himself in this situation, needing someone else's help. "My name is Renomon, not brother-in-law," he said seriously. "All right, brother-in-law, got it," Zhang Yi replied with a grin. Renomon didn't understand the term brother-in-law and assumed it was some kind of local dialect, so he didn't dwell on it. Looking at the massive flame stone beast outside, Renomon's expression grew serious. "Brother, let's retreat for now. Once my magic is restored, we can come back to deal with it. Don't worry, I won't forget your help, and all the points will be yours." "No need, I have plenty of points," Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Renomon was stunned. How could someone claim to have plenty of points in less than a day? "Brother-in-law, sit tight. Leave these flame stone beasts to me," Zhang Yi declared confidently. "If they dare to bully my brother-in-law, I'll tear them apart, or my name isn't Anakin." Renomon found the name Anakin odd, but before he could think further, the scene before him made his eyes widen once again. The space around Zhang Yi trembled, golden magic circles appeared one after another, and countless light swords formed and shot out like a torrential rain. What's more, after casting a pseudo-light sword judgment, Zhang Yi immediately went back into meditation, and 6 seconds later, another barrage of light swords was unleashed, repeating in a seemingly perpetual cycle. The dense light swords swept through the approaching beast horde, causing them to wail in agony. The mid-ear 10th level flame stone beast received special attention. With every 10 light swords, 5 were aimed at it. Despite its formidable defenses, it couldn't withstand such relentless bombardment and had to curl up defensively, not daring to flee. Any movement would reduce its defense, and it would be riddled with light swords. This stalemate lasted for a full 10 minutes. The gigantic flame stone beast, initially brimming with confidence, believed its superior magic reserves would outlast any human. But it hadn't anticipated that Zhang Yi wasn't competing on magic reserves, but leveraging his terrifying 6-second recovery ability for a war of attrition. In the end, the flame stone beast's stone armor was completely pierced, its magic depleted, and it was shattered into fragments amidst an unwilling roar. After this battle, Zhang Ye's physical strength advanced to the mid-9th tier. He contentedly dispelled the holy light barrier, and the flame stone beasts in the canyon were either dead or had fled, leaving none behind. Renomon remained in a state of jaw-dropping shock for the entire 10 minutes. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Zhang Yi called out twice. Renomon finally snapped out of his daze, his eyes suddenly shining with a fiery determination, which made Zhang Yi pause, almost thinking his brother-in-law had some peculiar fetish. Fortunately, Renault had no ill intentions. The burning intensity in his eyes came solely from witnessing a true powerhouse. Anakin, you were amazing, Renault exclaimed, his face turning red with excitement. The overwhelming strength Zhang Yi displayed made him completely forget that Zhang Yi was merely a peak 7th-tier cultivator. Just average, top 3 among the new students, Zhang Yi replied with a cheerful smile. Being called Anakin by this handsome 6-foot young man certainly added a unique flavor to the situation. With the crisis averted, Zhang Yi waved his hand, and from a distance, Barebo came trotting over with Leona on its back. Instinctively, Renault wanted to strike down the stone beast, but then his eyes widened in shock. Not only was a woman in armor sitting on the back of the gleaming golden stone beast, but she was also holding a round object in her arms. What was even more astonishing was that the beast was covered in Na lamps. At least 10 of those brilliant Na lamps were full, making the already golden Barebo look like a massive moving light source. Are all these yours, Anakin? Renault marveled. As a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts at the early 9th tier, he had always considered himself one of the best among the younger generation. Though not as strong as his elder sister, he was still quite outstanding. However, meeting Zhang Yi made him realize how limited his understanding had been. A peak 7th-tier cultivator capable of instantly casting 10th-tier spells and possessing such an incredible rate of magical recovery. In a duel, even if Renault set up a 10th-tier shield, he doubted he could withstand Zhang Ye's continuous barrage of 10th-tier spells for long. Not to mention, Zhang Ye's physical prowess was on par with his own. By the way, brother-in-law, how many points do you have now? Zhang Yi asked suddenly. Renault glanced at the 6 Na lamps on his belt, 3 of which were full, all taken from other contestants. Points-wise, I have about 10 million. Without a word, Zhang Yi pulled out 2 full Na lamps and handed them to Renault. Anakin, I can't accept this. Renault quickly declined. I can't take something I didn't earn, especially since you saved me. I should be repaying you. Besides, I want to earn my rank through my own efforts. Impressive, impressive. As expected of Nana's younger brother, confident, strong, and self-reliant, Zhang Yi said, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. You haven't disgraced your sister. You know my sister? Of course, we're very close. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Why else do you think I saved you? So, you're a friend of my sister, Renault said, suddenly understanding. Zhang Yi gave a light snort, but didn't elaborate. Friend? More like future brother-in-law. Since you want to earn points on your own, then, join my team, Zhang Yi said. Rainaman gave a hearty laugh, his expression mirroring that of Leona. All right. Although he usually preferred to work alone, considering that Zhang Yi had saved his life and was a friend of his elder sister, teaming up seemed like a good choice. Onaikan. Who is this? Rainaman turned his gaze towards Lena. Hi, I'm Lena. Lena introduced herself quickly. Rainaman noticed the Lionheart armor on Lena and raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing, Lena? That Lionheart armor. Are you the beloved little princess of the Lionheart royal family? My goodness. The royal family actually sent you to participate in such a dangerous universal enrollment? If anything were to happen to you in the secret realm, it could trigger a war. Why do you call Brother Yi Onaikan? Lena asked curiously. Brother Yi? Rainaman looked at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Yi explained calmly, my full name is Yi Shuipi Ningdafuang Wanan Chiju 23 Onaikan Zhang. So you can call me Brother Yi or Onaikan? Then I'll stick with Brother Yi, Rainaman nodded. After all, you are stronger than me, and calling you Onaikan just feels weird. Alright, let's go grind some monsters for my little brother-in-law. Bobo, let's move. Zhang Yi waved his hand. Got it, boss. Bobo replied. This stone beast can talk? Rainaman exclaimed in surprise. After some banter and conversation, the 3 arrived at the 3rd grinding spot. The canyon was filled with flame stone beasts, which made Zhang Yi worry about possibly driving them to extinction. But Bobo explained that after the secret realm closes, the dead stone beasts would revive within 2 years. Zhang Yi replenished Rainaman's mana, and the 3 began to act separately. Zhang Yi and Lena coordinated seamlessly, while Rainaman fought like a blazing lion, taking on the beasts solo. After observing Zhang Yi and Lena's combat methods, Rainaman also started to learn how to gather and lure monsters, significantly increasing his efficiency. 2 hours later, the canyon was cleared. Zhang Ye's physical strength had nearly reached the late 9th stage, even surpassing Rainaman, thanks to killing high-level magical beasts. That was awesome, haha. Rainaman laughed heartily, looking at Zhang Yi with increasing friendliness. This battle had filled him with confidence in their newly formed team. With just a swipe, Lei Nuoming's pocket was suddenly filled with over 10 million points. Zhang Yi then activated his human power bank ability, lightly touching their shoulders with both hands, infusing them with a continuous stream of magic. This feels amazing. Lei Nuoming couldn't help but laugh heartily, his attention soon drawn to Gu Jiu. Isn't this the legendary slime? Yigu can even tame this. Incredible. Lena nodded repeatedly, feeling the surge of magic. Yes, yes, this feels great. Zhang Yi waved his hand with a smile. If you ever need magic, just come to me. I guarantee you'll have an endless supply. Me too. Me too. Bolabo immediately rushed over to get some magic. Everyone will get some. Zhang Yi agreed with a laugh. After receiving their replenishment, everyone thanked him profusely. Lei Nuoming calculated in his mind. With Zhang Yi as their mobile power bank, his monster farming efficiency would surely double, securing a top 3 spot among the freshmen. Of course, there was no doubt that the first place would belong to Zhang Yi. The 3 humans, 1 beast, and 1 slime continued forward, soon arriving at the next monster farming spot. However, it was already occupied by the Fengling family's Samara trio. After making Bolabo hide, the 3 of them crouched at the edge of the canyon to observe. The Samara trio wore stolen lantern belts. Sabiba and Sakura each had 2 full lanterns, while Samara had 3 full lanterns, with the 4th almost filled. Yigu, should we do some business with them? Lena asked. What do you mean by business? Lei Nuoming was puzzled. Robbery, Lena said bluntly. Lei Nuoming was momentarily speechless. Of course we should. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. They're old customers, so we should give them a discount. Let's wait until their 4th lantern is full. That way, we get more discounts. Are you sure it's for the discount and not for robbing more essence? Ella couldn't help but tease. It's all the same a win-win. Zhang Yi thought to himself with a grin. At that moment, the Samara trio below suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Samara looked around warily but saw nothing unusual, so they continued farming monsters. Seeing that the 4th lantern was about to be filled, she felt a sense of satisfaction. This should secure her a spot in the top 10 freshmen, maybe even the top 5. Thinking about the top 3, she couldn't help but remember Zhang Yi, the guy who could cast 10th tier magic, and she gritted her teeth. She vowed to settle the score with him once they were out. Just as she was thinking this, the 4th lantern finally filled up. As Samara was about to leave with her cousins, beams of holy light suddenly bound the trio tightly. Zhang Yi jumped down from above, walking towards them with a grin. Hello, valued customers. Don't come any closer. The 3 of them screamed in terror. When he saw the familiar earth tiger armor, Sabiba's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The person who had stolen his lantern, knocked him out, and humiliated him in front of his sister Samanla was now standing right before him. To make matters worse, this scoundrel had also taken Samanla and Sakila's lanterns. What do you want? Samanla finally couldn't contain her anger. Zhang Yi tilted his head and smiled, answering matter-of-factly, robbery, obviously. This unexpected reply left the 3 momentarily speechless. Zhang Yi continued in a cheerful tone. But since you're all regular customers, our company has a special promotion half off the second robbery, only taking half. And there's a freebie. 3 lanterns for each of you. Isn't that considerate? As he spoke, he casually gestured, and Lena behind him tossed 3 lantern belts his way. Zhang Yi caught them and walked towards the trio with a mocking smile. When he reached out towards Samanla, she gritted her teeth in shame and anger. Unaware of the details, Sabiba assumed Zhang Yi was about to assault Samanla. You beast! Come at me if you dare. Let go of Samanla. Zhang Yi turned and laughed. Don't worry, you're next. To Sabiba, this sounded even more infuriating. You won't even spare me? You beast. You. But his rant was cut short. Zhang Yi simply took the 2 lanterns from Samanla's waist and replaced them with a new belt. As he removed Sabiba's lantern, Zhang Yi explained, Don't get so worked up. We have professional ethics. We only take money, not lives, and certainly don't assault people. Didn't Samanla tell you? Sabiba was stunned, turning to look at Samanla. But as a 9th rank powerhouse and one of the top new talents, how could Samanla admit she had been so easily robbed? She could only remain silent, face flushed. After fastening a new lantern belt on each of them, Zhang Yi, holding 4 lanterns, suddenly seemed to remember something. He returned one to Sabiba's waist. Almost forgot. 3 people together, one gets a free pass. This act left Sabiba completely bewildered. He had mentally prepared to be thoroughly robbed, recognizing his inferiority in skill. As a well-educated scion of a prominent family, he could accept this. But to be left with half, and even have someone get a free pass dissipated much of his resentment. Alright, the 3rd robbery comes with even more discounts. Zhang Yi waved goodbye and dashed off, leaving a dumbfounded Sabiba and a still silent Samanla. Once the holy light shackles were lifted, Sabiba touched his newly acquired lantern belt inside. Given that the opponent could cast a 10th rank spell instantly, this outcome was surprisingly favorable. Samanla, are you alright? His voice trailed off. Samanla's shoulders were trembling, teeth clenched, her face filled with unprecedented rage. That bastard. I will kill him. Sabiba immediately agreed. Yes, we must kill him. How dare he offend the Fongling family? In truth, Samanla's anger stemmed not just from being robbed twice, but from the fact that when that guy fastened the belt, he had measured her waist. As Samanla, this was the first time a man had been so audaciously forward, an unforgivable offense. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was walking away, muttering joyfully, Sabiba's waist is even slimmer than Samanla's, and he's so handsome. What a waste not to have him in women's clothes. Reaniman, watching Zhang Ye's smug demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi, your style of robbery is quite unique. Of course, we're a legitimate company. How can those small-time robbers compare? We're aiming to grow big and achieve greatness. Reaniman couldn't help but smile. To reach Zhang Ye's level as a robber was indeed unprecedented. Although he personally disapproved of the robbery within the secret realm, given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Seeing Zhang Yi robbing like this, he didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he found it quite amusing. Alright, let's keep farming monsters, Zhang Yi chuckled. Bobo, let's go. Sure, boss. Balebo hesitated for a moment. Boss, we've pretty much cleared out all the stone beast nests on the outskirts. Cleared out? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Balebo explained obediently. The stone beast nests in the red zone are all cleared. The ones in the yellow and gray zones are too low level to help you gain points efficiently. Ever since witnessing Zhang Ye's power, especially realizing how his magic benefited him, Balebo had fully embraced his role as Zhang Ye's loyal assistant. I see. Zhang Yi pondered. You said the outskirts are cleared. Are there any nests left in the inner area? Balebo hesitated. Zhang Yi impatiently slapped him on the back. Spit it out already. The nests in the inner area are in the black zone, which is extremely dangerous, Balebo quickly explained. That's the territory of the black-silver stone beasts, each at least at the 10th tier. The outskirts may even have latest-stage 10th tier black-silver stone beasts. Plus, the black zone is filled with black-silver poison fog, which is lethal to anyone below the Saint tier after just a few breaths. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. 10th tier stone beasts, 78,000 points each. He quickly did the math. A single nest has 5 to 6,000 beasts. Clearing them all, that's a huge score. Let's go. 10th tier is nothing we can't handle. Balebo remained silent for a moment. If it were just 10th tier, that'd be manageable. But there are Saint tier stone beasts in the black zone, and a ruler overseeing them. A ruler? What kind of ruler? Balebo bit his lip as if making a difficult decision. The stone beast queen, Labella Silver. She's my sister, born from the same origin as me. Because I was exploited by that old man, I've been stuck at the 10th tier. But Labella was appointed as the guardian of the secret realm's core, maintaining her power at the 2-star Saint tier. If it weren't for that old man's exploitation, we could both have reached high-star Saint tier or even semi-divine levels. Can't you, as her brother, ask her to cut us some slack? Balebo shook his head bitterly. She has a curse. Any non-stone beast entering the black zone causes her immense pain. That old man uses this to force her to guard the secret realm's core. After a pause, he solemnly added, Boss, if you can rescue my sister, I swear my loyalty to you forever. Oh, so you've been disloyal before? Zhang Yi teased. Balebo grinned awkwardly. Not at all. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him, then nodded after a moment of thought. I'll see if I can break her curse. He thought to himself, the system could analyze the core of Land's Greystone secret realm, so it should be able to handle Labella's curse. If successful, he could use a slave contract to take her out. Although he currently couldn't contract beasts stronger than himself, this would mean having 2 potential semi-divine contract beasts in the future. Let's do this. Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. After stealing 3 mana lamps from Samanra and his team, we gained over 10 million points, bringing our total to more than 130 million. The primary purpose of this trip to the Dark Region is to help Labella lift the curse, with earning points becoming a secondary task. Balebo ran at full speed for over 2 hours to reach the destination. In the distance, the blackened land and the floating gray toxic mist were clearly visible. Popo, can you call her out? Zhang Yi asked. Ignoring the casual nickname, Balebo simply replied, Yes, I've already informed her through our mental link. She'll be out soon. The group waited outside the Dark Region, unwilling to venture into the toxic mist. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to analyze the nature of the toxic mist, and soon discovered that it originated from the forbidden magic of the secret realm and could be dispelled through manual decryption. Standing on the boundary between the red and black land, Zhang Yi saw a gray magic array before him. This was the decryption array for the toxic mist. Using his profound understanding of magic, he quickly extended threads of magical energy and began to manipulate the array. Yigu, what are you doing? Lena asked, puzzled. Decrypting the toxic mist curse, Zhang Yi replied with focus. Lena and Renomon exchanged confused glances. They couldn't see the magic array and only saw Zhang Yi gesturing at the air. In less than 5 minutes, the array emitted a crisp cracking sound as the sequence disintegrated, causing the gray mist in a large area to dissipate. The two were shocked at the scene, gaining a new understanding of Zhang Ye's capabilities. With their vision cleared, they saw many black stone beasts within the area, their bodies oozing a mercury-like substance that was clearly toxic. Suddenly, the stone beasts began to stir, crawling on the ground and trembling. Balebo's face lit up with joy. She's here. A silver figure appeared before them in an instant. It was a silver-haired woman with silver skin, clad in silver armor, with a delicate face and a tall, slender build. You said, she's your sister? Zhang Yi asked in disbelief, looking at Balebo. Yes. Are you sure? Why are you a pangolin and she's a human? After analyzing, Zhang Yi confirmed Labella's identity. A 2-star saint-level goldstone dual-element magical beast in a semi-human form, possessing powerful elemental control. Balebo explained, Labella mainly uses magic, so a human form is more suitable for casting spells. I focus on physical strength, so I chose a beast form. I can also transform into a human form if you'd like to see. Oh, no need. I'm sure you won't look as good as me anyway. Labella looked at Zhang Yi with her mercury-like eyes, filled with both caution and anticipation. No time to waste, let's begin. It was clear that she unconditionally trusted Balebo, although she harbored a deep-seated hostility towards humans, as it was humans who had confined her here. Zhang Yi didn't say much, just nodded lightly and immediately began a deep analysis. The system panel soon revealed crucial information. This was a territory-restricted taboo similar to the Black region of the Limestone Secret Realm. It not only confined the target within the Black region, but also inflicted cutting pain on the confined person when foreign beings entered. To break this taboo, manual analysis was required. As the analysis began, a complex magic array appeared between Labella and Zhang Yi. It seemed that only Zhang Yi could see this array, as others were completely unaware of its presence. The magic array was far more intricate than Zhang Yi had anticipated. Even with his current level of magical proficiency, there were many details he couldn't fully comprehend. He hesitated, fearing that improper manipulation might exacerbate the taboo and harm Labella. At that moment, Ella suddenly appeared and explained, you don't need to worry about hurting her. This analysis magic array is just a simulated projection. It will only take effect if the analysis is correct. Any errors can be reset at any time. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up at her words. I see, thank you, little Ella. Hey, can you stop putting little before my name? Ella puffed out her cheeks in protest. Zhang Yi glanced at her chest and replied dismissively, okay. No problem, Ella. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ella huffed and disappeared back into Zhang Ye's body. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, flexed his fingers, and began to focus on breaking the taboo. Thousands of magical threads extended from his body, directly interacting with the magic array. Through a secondary analysis, he could monitor the effects and progress of the breaking process in real time, allowing him to promptly identify and correct any mistakes. As he worked, he analyzed aloud. The core magic patterns can't be directly severed, as that would cause the taboo to reverse, leading to a potential explosion. This group of magic patterns is responsible for secondary magic conversion and neural stimulation. It can't be broken down in a single sequence. An overall approach is needed. I must identify the key points for a deep pseudo-breaking, like toppling a domino chain, ensuring the entire taboo collapses on its own without affecting the operation of the Black region's taboo. The surrounding people were utterly baffled. Even Reno, who had some foundational knowledge, could only nod along as if he understood. Only Lena became increasingly astonished as she listened. The methods Zhang Yi used to manipulate magic and combine magic patterns were completely novel to her. After quickly verifying the theories and finding them feasible, she immediately retrieved a magic book from her ring and began to take diligent notes. For 5 whole hours, Zhang Yi had been manually deciphering the complex array. His fingers moved constantly in the air, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his eyes revealed deep exhaustion. The forbidden spell, which could affect the Saint Tier, was incredibly difficult for him. After countless failed attempts, he finally saw a glimmer of hope, just one last step to go. Almost there, Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the intricate magic array before him with a hint of a smile. 5 hours of continuous mental exertion had left him nearly drained, but success was within reach. Rebella stood quietly in front of him, her lips trembling slightly. Can it really work? Yes, we just need to topple the first domino now. Zhang Yi turned to Reynold and Lena, who were waiting nearby. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. It's fine. Reynolds shook his head. No worries, Yi. Lena smiled. I've learned a lot from your explanations of the magic formulas and patterns. Are you ready? Zhang Yi asked Rebella. Yes. Rebella nodded nervously, knowing this was her chance to finally break free from the secret realm's control. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and threads of magical energy gathered around him. With a precise gesture, the analysis array before him burst into brilliant light, spinning and shattering, with the fragments merging into Rebella's body. Rebella's eyes widened as she felt an unprecedented lightness in her body. The shackles that had bound her for 200 years were finally gone. Rebella, try stepping out, Balebo said, his voice trembling. Cautiously, Rebella took her first step. Her bare foot touched the red soil, but the expected pain did not come. Another step, and she completely emerged from the dark area, tears streaming down her face. Just one more step. She looked up sharply, summoning 5 pentagonal crystal armors, her power level dropping rapidly to the early stage of the 7th tier. Let's form the contract. Are you sure? Zhang Yi reminded her. Once the contract is signed, you'll be my contracted beast. Yes. My brother is already your contracted beast. I want to be with him. Being your slave is better than being trapped here like livestock. The contract was quickly completed, and Balebo wept with joy. 200 years of imprisonment had ended. Even 1,000 years of slavery was better than eternal captivity. Will you be detected when you leave the secret realm? Zhang Yi asked. We'll leave a trace of our original aura. We won't be discovered for a short time, Balebo replied. All right, let's start clearing the monsters, Zhang Yi said. Oh, by the way, Rebella suddenly remembered. I have 500,000 8th and 9th tier beast cores here. These were used to maintain the secret realm's operations, but now I can give them to you. 500,000? Zhang Yi and his companions exclaimed. If Zhang Yi weren't wearing the Earth Tiger armor, his salivating expression would be visible. 500,000 spirit points? That must be worth billions. Zhang Yi thought to himself. With his current points, securing first place was a sure thing, but he wasn't after these spirit points for the entrance exam. He needed them to enhance his mental strength. Labella waved her arm, and a bright orb containing 500,000 high-tier spirit points flew towards her. She handed the orb to Zhang Yi, who accepted it cautiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do you guys need any spirit points? Zhang Yi asked Lena and Reynolds. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Lena explained, spirit points are mainly used for crafting magical potions, which aren't very useful to us. Reynolds nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhang Ye's eagerness for the spirit points, they smiled and said, you take them. We didn't contribute much anyway. Zhang Yi thanked them sincerely and then turned to Labella. Bibi, could you help me separate 50,000 spirit points and store them in the Naden? Labella didn't mind the nickname. With a flick of her finger, 50,000 spirit points separated and were absorbed into the Naden on Palapo. Instantly, nearly 20 lamps lit up brightly. Holding the remaining orb, Zhang Yi immediately entered a meditative state. Under his guidance, the spirit points surged into his body at an astonishing rate. His body began to emit a faint glow as his depleted mental strength was instantly restored and started to soar. He extended his spiritual senses and found that his range of perception was expanding rapidly, with increasing clarity. By the time the orb turned into an ordinary glass ball, his perception range had skyrocketed from 1.5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. Not only that, but his perception within 10 kilometers was extraordinarily clear, and he could accurately identify the attributes of magical energy even at the outermost edge of his range. His control over magic had also become more refined, allowing him to conjure thousands of hair-thin, 100 soft-meters-long magical threads with just a thought. These 450,000 spirit points had directly pushed his mental strength to surpass that of a typical 1-star saint level. For context, a usual 1-star saint level's perception range is merely 10 kilometers. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This haul was totally worth it. Rabara handed 5 floating crystal armors to Zhang Yi. These armors had the ability to store and transfer damage from attacks below the 3-star sacred level. Zhang Yi took the crystal armors, smiled and nodded. Don't worry, no one will exploit you anymore. What does exploit mean? Rabara tilted her head curiously. It means no one will take advantage of you and make you give up your crystal armors, Zhang Yi explained as he put away the armors. Stick with me, and you won't suffer any losses. Balebo and Rabara exchanged glances and said in unison, we'll see about that. From now on, you can call me boss, just like Bobo does. Or you can call me Yigo. I've got your backs. Zhang Yi chuckled confidently. However, Zhang Yi had some concerns. Once Lan discovered that the 2 magical beasts capable of producing primordial crystal armors were missing, he would surely be furious. As the top freshman, Zhang Yi would likely be the prime suspect. He needed to find a safe place for the golden and silver siblings, ensuring both his safety and theirs, as they held him in high regard. The siblings were formidable allies one could endure, and the other could fight. More importantly, knowing they had been treated like livestock for 1,000 years made Zhang Yi uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of his past encounter with the Qingting Snake King that he felt a sense of sympathy for these highly intelligent magical beasts. These points should be enough. So, little brother-in-law, are you going to earn points on your own from now on? Zhang Yi turned to ask. Rainom looked at the glowing lamp on Balebo's body, swallowed hard, and eventually shook his head. No, since Zhang Yi and Lena had enough points, he didn't want to trouble them further. How about this? You and I have a match. Zhang Yi suggested suddenly. I promised your sister I'd test your strength. If you can impress me, I'll share some points with you. That way, you'll have earned them with your own effort. Rainom thought for a moment and nodded firmly, all right? Zhang Yi handed Gujiu to Lena to take care of, and the two found an open area to spar. To be fair, I won't use 10th level magic, Zhang Yi said. Rainaman nodded. All right, let's begin. I'm a year older than you, so I should let you go first, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Brother Yi is 23, so calling you brother is well deserved. Rainaman laughed heartily. Here I go. Brother Yi, be careful. Before the words had even finished, blazing flames erupted around Rainaman, instantly releasing his fiery magic. He stomped hard on the ground, creating a deep crater, and the shockwaves spread out like ripples. In the next moment, he shot towards Zhang Yi like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in flames that formed a roaring lion's head. This was the famous battle technique of the Flame Lion clan. Flame Lion Fist. Good move. Zhang Yi laughed, his body instantly igniting with blue flames. Hydro-oxygen enhancement. Flame burst. He spread his hands, and a massive shield woven from blue flames appeared out of thin air. Hydro-oxygen enhancement. Blazing flame shield. Seeing this blue flame shield, a look of amazement flashed in Rainaman's eyes. Not only could Zhang Yi use the Flame Lion clan's magic, but the power of these blue flames far surpassed ordinary fire. It seemed he truly was the prize student of the eldest sister. Battle intent flared in Rainaman's eyes once he chose to fight. There was no turning back. Boom! The two flames collided in the air, intertwining red and blue, and instantly erupted into a purple mushroom cloud of fire. The blazing flame shield shattered on impact, and Rainaman was forced back by the strong recoil. Despite Zhang Ye's perfect control and the hydro-oxygen enhancement bringing his magic's power close to the 9th rank, a single shield wasn't enough against a top-tier opponent like Rainaman. Even though he quickly summoned 2 more shields in succession, they were both shattered by the powerful punch, and the third one was barely holding together. Impressive. Zhang Yi laughed as he gathered his strength and charged at Rainaman. Little brother-in-law, take this. Flame Lion Fist. In an instant, dozens of blue flame lion heads roared towards Rainaman. He responded with a shout of good, and unleashed his own Flame Lion Fist. The red and blue flame lion heads clashed fiercely in the air, creating continuous explosions that could be felt even hundreds of meters away by Lena and the Genine siblings. The two fighters advanced while battling, eventually engaging in close combat. Fist met fist, elbow met elbow, each move fierce and accompanied by flames. Their battle techniques were at an extremely high level, with each collision triggering intense bursts of red and blue flames. Gradually, the flames they released took the shape of a red and a blue lion, roaring at each other in the sky. From a distance, Lena watched this awe-inspiring scene, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a hint of wistfulness. If only I could be that strong too. In the end, Zhang Yi emerged victorious. During the battle, Zhang Yi displayed astonishing strength. Whenever Renaud Mott used magic, Zhang Yi could replicate it flawlessly, and his mastery alone made his attacks significantly more powerful than Renaud Mott's. The key advantage, however, was his physical prowess. Zhang Yi's mid-stage 9th tier physique completely overpowered Renaud Mott's early-stage 9th tier physique. To fully assess his opponent's capabilities, Zhang Yi opted for close combat. Although his peak 7th tier magical flames were not as fierce as Renaud Mott's, each of his punches carried immense power. His combat techniques were exceptional, with flowing, continuous movements that attacked like an unrelenting storm. Renaud Mott grew increasingly astonished as the fight progressed. Zhang Yi's fighting style was strikingly similar to that of his sister, Leona, the same overwhelming presence and ferocity akin to a red lotus lion. Remarkably, Zhang Yi had mastered 90% of these skills within just a month. Ultimately, Zhang Yi sent Renaud Mott flying over 100 meters with a powerful kick, smashing him into the ground. If Zhang Yi hadn't held back, this blow could have seriously injured Renaud Montana climbing out of the crater and brushing off the blue flames from his shoulder armor. Renaud Mont admitted with a calm demeanor, "I lost." Despite his defeat, his face beamed with excitement. The intense battle had been a valuable experience. With a smile, Zhang Yi used the Phoenix's breath to heal both of them and replenish Renaud Mont's energy. He then taught Renaud Mont a secret technique, the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array, which could amplify power fivefold for those of the same tier. True to being Leona's brother, Renaud mastered the array in just half an hour, instantly boosting his flame's power threefold upon initial use. Lena, witnessing all this, ran over with admiration in her eyes to inquire about Zhang Ye's beautiful blue flames. Patiently, Zhang Ye explained the principles of the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array to both of them, elevating his status from a friend to a mentor and ally in their eyes. Finally, when Lena asked if they should continue collecting points, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "We already have enough points. Not only can we secure a top 3 position for the 3 of us, but I've also reached an absorption bottleneck. Now, it's time to return the nading we took earlier." Return it? Renaud's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Yi. In his experience, it was unheard of for a robber to willingly return stolen goods. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I mainly want to return it to Nan. Honestly, we've robbed him 3 times in a row, and I'm starting to feel guilty about it." He gave a wry smile. "It's like shearing a sheep. You can't keep targeting the same one, right? Besides, with Nan's abilities, he could have easily taken one of the top 3 spots among the freshmen. Now, because of me, he might not even make the top 10. So, I want to return the extra essence crystals to him and see if we can smooth things over. If it works, we could gain a highly talented ally." Lena and Renaud nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the young master of the Laming family, Nan's talent was unparalleled among his peers. Although the new generation of the Laming family had generally seen a decline in strength, Nan was an exception, easily outmatching peers from other prominent families. If it hadn't been for Zhang Ye's interference, the top freshman spot would have been Nan's for sure. Zhang Yi took stock of their haul. Previously, they had essence crystals worth 1.3 billion points. Adding the newly acquired 50,000 or so 8th and 9th tier crystals, they had a total of over 4.2 billion points. He first gave his brother-in-law 40 million points, and after much insistence, convinced Lena to accept 60 million. He planned to return 50 million to Nan, give 20 million each to Samantha and the others, and use the remaining amount to V for the top freshman spot. "Let's go." Zhang Yi stood up. "It's time to distribute some benefits." They put away Bola and Labella and set off with nading. Since they were now actively seeking people out, these special companions needed to remain hidden. Currently, only Lena, Renaud, Samantha, and Nan knew about Bola's existence. Apart from Nan, the others had been sworn to secrecy by Zhang Yi. As for Nan, Zhang Yi decided to subtly probe him once they found him. With a divine sense range of 15 kilometers, their search efficiency was significantly boosted. After a little over an hour, Zhang Yi finally sensed Nan's presence. However, it seemed Nan was in a bit of a predicament. Nan was currently locked in battle with a mid-tier 10-level flame stone beast. The situation was dire for him. His injured left arm hindered his magic flow, and his overall magical energy was nearly depleted. Zhang Yi, sensing the situation, immediately rushed towards Nan's location. Cold sweat dripped from Nan's forehead, and his strained expression revealed his deep exhaustion. He used his agility to dodge the flame stone beast's every attack, but his movements were becoming sluggish. All of this started when he discovered that open air, or vein. Originally, he was just looking for a place to rest after defeating some monsters, but he unexpectedly found this precious or vein encased in magma and rock layers. The ore was incredibly valuable and had numerous uses, making it hard for anyone to pass up. However, he hadn't anticipated that this was the feeding ground of a mid-tier 10-level flame stone beast. By the time he realized, a pillar of fire had already struck his left arm. Already exhausted, he was no match for this formidable magical beast. Forced to consume a magic potion, Nan barely regained enough strength to continue the fight with the flame stone beast. But as the potion's effects wore off, his situation became increasingly perilous. Covered in wounds, he was almost relying solely on his willpower, while the flame stone beast, though also heavily injured, was still in a better state. At the brink of life and death, Nan made a decision. He sheathed his purple longsword and drew out a purple gold blade that shimmered with lightning, a pseudo-sacred artifact. Gently touching the jade sword pendant on his chest, he murmured, "Mother, bless me." In the next moment, thunder roared. Nan's eyes glowed with purple lightning as he slowly ascended into the air. Purple runes swirled around him, and a massive bolt of purple lightning from the sky struck the purple gold blade. His short hair moved as if blown by an invisible wind. Lightning serpents coiled around his body, and a bright purple lightning pattern appeared on his forehead, making him look like the god of thunder. Thunder Annihilation Slash. His ethereal voice echoed through the sky as the purple gold blade, imbued with terrifying thunder power, descended. The kilometer-long lightning blade cleaved the flame stone beast into fragments under its terrified gaze, leaving only a shining essence core behind. The cost of using such a forbidden technique was immense. Nan staggered weakly, barely able to stay on his feet. He slowly and painfully walked over to the essence core and placed it into his storage lamp. Just as he was about to find a safe place to heal, a figure suddenly appeared nearby. The moment Nin saw who it was, his pupils dilated, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhang Yi looked at the mess surrounding him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, Mr. Nan." He had just arrived on the scene and witnessed Nan's earth-shattering strike, which left him in awe. He instructed Lena and Renault to wait where they were and eagerly ran towards Nan, shouting along the way, "Mr. Nan, I'm here to give you a reward." Nan watched Zhang Yi running towards him, his body trembling with anger. He had just paid a heavy price to kill the mid-tier 10th level flame stone beast, draining his precious life force. This not only left him in a weakened state, but also meant that his cultivation would stagnate for months. And now, this detestable man was here again to take away the hard-earned Na belt in a humiliating manner. A reward? Nan gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth pierced his tongue, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth without his noticing. Even at his peak, he stood no chance against Zhang Yi, let alone in his current weakened state. He looked up at the gloomy sky, filled with questions for fate. Why must he endure all this? Despite giving his all, why did disaster keep coming? Must he sacrifice his life to satisfy the heavens? As Zhang Yi got closer, Nin suppressed his urge to tear him apart. For the sake of his family, for his mother, he had to stay alive. But who could he turn to with his grievances and unwillingness? Finally, Nan bit down hard and threw the Na belt to the ground. Take it all, you bastard," he muttered, then turned and staggered away, clutching his injured arm. Zhang Yi was stunned. He quickly picked up the belt and ran after him. "Hey, what's going on? I'm not here to rob you. I'm here to give you a reward." Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Nan could no longer hold on. He trembled and crouched down, burying his head in his knees. At that moment, he looked utterly helpless. Zhang Yi swallowed hard, unable to believe the scene before him. Nan, who always had a stoic expression, was crying? And it was because of him? Watching Nan's shoulders tremble and hearing his suppressed sobs, Zhang Yi felt a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly walked over to Nan and cautiously asked, "Are you okay?" Nan didn't respond, just kept his head down, trying to stifle his sobs. The intensity of his suppression was palpable, even making Zhang Yi feel suffocated. This? Zhang Yi bit his lip, feeling guilty. Snatching 3 times in a row was indeed too much. He scratched his helmet and called out, "Mr. Nan? Mr. Nan?" Seeing that Nan still didn't respond, Zhang Yi gently squatted beside him and tentatively touched his shoulder. Nan flinched slightly but remained otherwise unresponsive. I'm not here to rob you. I'm here to give you some benefits," Zhang Yi explained softly. Nan remained silent. To him, Zhang Yi's robbery and his so-called benefits were indistinguishable. Zhang Yi didn't say more. With a wave of his hand, 5 lamps filled with high-level essences floated in front of Nan, along with the belt of lamps that originally belonged to him, placed on the ground. "Here, these are your lamps back. Can you stop crying now?" Nan looked up slightly, stunned by the sight of the shining lamps. "Snatching from you 3 times, I feel really bad about it," Zhang Yi said sincerely. "I'm sorry. And to make it up to you, I'm here to heal you and replenish your magic." Nan wiped his tears forcefully, grabbed the lamps and stood up, saying coldly, "I wasn't crying, but I saw you crying." "I wasn't crying. You still have tear marks on your face." "I wasn't crying." Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking how stubborn Nan was. All right, you weren't crying. Let me heal you first." "No need." Nan turned to leave. "That's not an option. I said I'd do it and I will. Whether you want it or not, otherwise I'll restrain you again," Zhang Yi threatened, pouting. Nan gritted his teeth but stood still. Zhang Yi immediately moved closer and released his magic. Warm flames enveloped Nan's body. Nan was startled but soon found the flames extremely comforting, involuntarily closing his eyes. This was the Phoenix's breath, infused with 4/5 of Zhang Yi's magic, with an exceptional healing effect. Nan's wounds healed visibly. Zhang Yi continued to meditate and restore his magic, repeatedly casting the spell. Although a 7th level spell had limited effect on a 9th level warrior, Zhang Yi was determined to heal Nan, performing multiple rounds of meditation. When Nan's injuries were fully healed, Zhang Yi placed his hand on Nan's shoulder to replenish his magic. Nan's eyes snapped open, waking from the comfortable sensation, and he glared at Zhang Yi coldly. "Don't touch me. Don't move. I'm restoring your magic, or I'll restrain you again," Zhang Yi said, as he injected precise, non-elemental magic into Nan's body. The sudden comfort made Nan's whole body rejoice, and he couldn't help but let out a sound. Zhang Yi was shocked. What the heck? How can a grown man make a sound more enchanting than Lena? Nan immediately realized his lapse, biting his lip as his face flushed from his cheeks to his ears. But he quickly noticed that Zhang Ye's magic perfectly matched his own. automatically converting into lightning magic once inside him, rapidly restoring his depleted energy. The comfort was so intense that even someone as rigorously trained as Nen couldn't help but moan. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his amethyst-like eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yi. His whole body was tense, straining to keep himself from making any sound. That strange feeling unsettled him. Had Zhang Yi noticed? Finally, the process of absorbing the magic power was complete. As Zhang Yi withdrew his hand, both of them sighed in relief, though for different reasons. Zhang Yi felt the hostility and killing intent from Nan gradually dissipate, while Nan was simply glad that the indescribable comfort had ceased. His back was soaked with sweat, and he was relieved he'd managed to endure it. Feeling better now? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Nan almost wanted to punch him. Better? He had just exhausted his life force and wouldn't be able to enhance his cultivation for months. What was there to be happy about? But then, Nan's eyes widened. He instinctively tried to cultivate his magic power and found that a bit of his core magic had been consumed. Yet his cultivation had indeed improved slightly. Although it was a minor increase, it was undeniably real. How is this possible? He tried again with the same result. When he used his own magic or natural magic from the environment, there was no progress. This discovery left him stunned. Zhang Yi's magic could not only be used for cultivation, but was also so pure it had no limitations. This was unheard of. Even the legendary dual cultivation only accelerated the absorption of natural magic through special techniques, not by using the other person's magic directly. This meant that in the coming months, he might be able to continue his cultivation with Zhang Yi's help. Nan's eyes lit up, as if he had found a lifeline. This made Zhang Yi uncomfortable, prompting him to quickly say, "Just so you know, this doesn't include any funny business, so don't even think about it." Funny business? Nan didn't understand the term but quickly shook his head. In this situation, it was indeed hard to ask for help. Besides, this guy had almost made him. No, he definitely didn't cry. Absolutely not. We're having a barbecue. Want to join us? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Nan's voice turned icy in an instant. No. Are you sure? I'm really good at grilling, Zhang Yi coaxed. Nan was about to refuse again when a thought struck him. Barbecuing would mean Zhang Yi would have to remove his magical armor. This could be the perfect chance to see the true form of this annoying guy. With that in mind, he nodded slightly. Zhang Yi's face lit up with a triumphant smile. That's the spirit. We can chat about a win-win partnership while we eat. Nan almost felt like punching Zhang Yi, but quickly calmed himself. Given his current strength, he would probably be the one crying. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi said with a grin. Zhang as in decorate, and Yi as in radiant. Nan stared at him expressionlessly, clearly not interested in responding. Zhang Yi chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that this guy is really cool and a bit arrogant. Let's go. Zhang Yi motioned for Nan to follow him. As they walked, he suddenly turned back and asked, "We've had our differences, but does this make us friends?" "No," Nan replied coldly. When they returned to Leona and Renault, both were surprised that Zhang Yi had managed to bring Nan along. After all, Nan usually kept people at arm's length, making it a rare feat to have him join. Nan, however, was plotting his own agenda. Since he would need Zhang Yi's magic for his training over the next few months, it wouldn't be wise to ruin their relationship just yet. He'd deal with him once he had what he needed. Leona mustered up the courage to greet Nan. Hi, I'm Leona." Nan gave her a cold glance. Seeing this, Zhang Yi approached Nan. "Can you handle spicy food?" Nan continued to ignore him. "Answer me, or I'll bind you." "I can," Nan snapped back, glaring. After finding a suitable spot, Zhang Yi began preparing the barbecue with meticulous attention to detail. From seasoning to cooking time to honey glaze, every step showcased his expertise. When he finally used his special miso technique, the aroma intensified, making even the usually stoic Nan swallow involuntarily, though he quickly forced himself to stay composed. At last, the crucial moment arrived. Zhang Yi removed his golden tiger armor, revealing his true appearance. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, flowing black hair, and a warm, sunny disposition that instantly made him likable. Nan was stunned. Black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, and Eastern man? No wonder he was so powerful. The average strength in the East was indeed higher than in the West. But which Eastern faction did he belong to? Is it one of the 8 great clans, or the 12 sects? Or perhaps someone from the sacred land? Zhang Yi pondered aloud, taking a bite of the grilled meat in his hand. The aroma wafted through the air, and he smiled with satisfaction. Wow, my cooking skills have really improved. Leona and Renom immediately nodded in agreement. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, its fragrance irresistible. Even Leona, who had grown up in the palace, had to admit that the taste surpassed that of the royal chefs. Renom, on the other hand, found himself reminiscing about the delicious meals his sister used to cook for him. Watching the two devour their food, Zhang Yi turned to Nan, who hadn't touched his chopsticks, and teased, "Why aren't you eating? Am I too handsome for you?" And you've already had your fill just by looking at me? Ah, it seems being handsome can indeed be satisfying. Nan's eye twitched slightly. Despite his rigorous training in controlling his emotions, he always found it hard to stay calm around Zhang Yi. Ignoring the comment, he took a small bite of the grilled meat. As soon as he did, Nan's eyes widened. His body, starved for 3 days, seemed to awaken with the burst of flavor, and an overwhelming hunger surged forth. He couldn't hold back any longer and began to eat voraciously, even more ravenously than Lena and Rainam. Seeing Nan devour his food, Zhang Yi said gently, "Slow down, don't choke. Have some juice." The soft tone momentarily dazed Nan, as the voice of his mother overlapped with Zhang Ye's. He stared blankly at the juice Zhang Yi handed him, noticing the warm smile on his face, like that of a big brother taking care of everyone. This warmth not only affected Nan but also caused Lena and Rainam to relax. However, Nan quickly snapped out of it and lightly shook his head. He knew that Zhang Ye's inherent kindness had nothing to do with him, and the burdens he carried would not lessen because of it. After finishing this delicious meal, he knew he had to keep moving forward. There was no time to stop. After finishing his meal, Nan stood up to leave, but Zhang Yi grabbed his wrist. Nan's brow furrowed instantly, and he said coldly, "Let go." Zhang Yi released his grip, a smile playing on his lips. "No need to rush off. Why don't you tell me what you're up to?" Nan paused for a moment, his tone stiff. "Earning points. The Na lamps I gave you are each worth at least 10 million points. 5 million points should be more than enough, don't you think?" Zhang Yi said, looking at Nan. Nan hesitated, then glanced down to check the point conversion of the Na lamps. Indeed, the points were substantial, and he still had a few more Na lamps on hand. "You've already got a lot of points. Others don't have your efficiency," Zhang Yi continued. "Besides, no matter how hard you try, you can't surpass me. Why not join us in discussing the upcoming campus life?" "Not interested. I only want to be the top freshman," Nan replied, his tone still icy. "That's impossible. I have billions of points. You could never earn enough." Zhang Yi pointed to a pile of gleaming Na lamps nearby. Nan turned to leave in silence, but Zhang Ye's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke up. "How about this? I'll let you be number one." This stopped Nan in his tracks. He turned around, eyes full of surprise. Lena and Reno Mon were equally shocked. "Why? What's in it for you?" Nan asked, frowning. Zhang Yi chuckled. "That's for me to worry about. The benefits I get are more than you can imagine." He had his own calculations, avoiding suspicion in the Bora Bora and Labella incidents and gaining favor with a potential ally like Nan. Moreover, Zhang Yi added another bombshell. "I've taken from you so many times. Don't you want to take something from me, or punch me once?" "I'm not your match," Nan stated bluntly. "How do you know if you haven't tried?" Zhang Yi suggested. "Let's have a fight. If you win, I'll give you enough points to guarantee your first place. To be fair, I won't use 10th tier magic, and you won't use pseudo-sacred artifacts." Nan stared at Zhang Ye's gentle smile, feeling his anger rise. That smile, so annoyingly similar to his mother's gentle expression, why did it appear on the face of this jerk who had robbed him 3 times? "Fine." Nan nodded firmly. The two moved to an open area, with Lena watching over Gujio for Nan. Nan drew his purple long blade, while Zhang Yi stood unarmed. "Show your weapon," Nan demanded coldly. Zhang Yi chuckled, his hands trembling as blue flames formed into gauntlets. "My whole body is a weapon." Nan's pupils contracted, puzzled as to why Zhang Yi was using fire magic instead of light magic. But he didn't dwell on it, assuming his thunder-breathing stance, thunderclap and flash. In the next moment, Nan transformed into a streak of purple lightning, appearing instantly in front of Zhang Yi, his long blade aiming straight for his head. This strike showcased his terrifying prowess as a mid-9th tier warrior, his speed astonishing. Zhang Yi has achieved perfect mastery in magic and has also undergone rigorous physical training. His strength, defense, and agility have all reached their peak, with all attributes highly compatible. Coupled with his formidable mental power, he is a flawless warrior with no weaknesses. As Nan's long blade sliced through the air, Zhang Ye's fist was already on its way. His flaming gauntlet met the blade heat, and a blue fiery magic circle appeared at his elbow, propelling his hydrogen-oxygen-enhanced rocket punch forward with roaring flames. Clang! Sparks flew as the fist and blade collided, producing a deafening metallic crash. The impact was so powerful that Nan, a mid-tier 9th rank warrior, was forced to take several steps back. Nan was secretly astonished. A 7th rank peak practitioner being able to unleash 10th rank magic was already extraordinary, but the fact that Zhang Ye's close combat skills were equally impressive indicated he was a master of both magic and martial arts. Nan's eyes flashed with cold light as his figure suddenly blurred, moving with lightning speed across the field. He weaved through the battlefield like a dragon in the sky, with flashes of lightning trailing behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Yi laughed heartily and immediately gave chase at full speed. not only keeping up but using the propulsion of his fiery magic to surpass the mid-year 9th rank speed limit. Nan's eyes narrowed, and he executed his unique footwork technique. His steps perfectly integrated with his lightning magic, not only enhancing his speed but also leaving behind clones formed from lightning energy. These clones could be controlled for a short period to launch attacks. In an instant, Nan flashed from Zhang Ye's left to his right, leaving a lightning clone behind, crackling with electricity and wielding a lifelike long blade. Both the real Nan and the clone attacked Zhang Yi simultaneously, their blades crossing in a deadly arc. These were no mere illusions. The clones had significant destructive power. Zhang Ye's pupils contracted as he quickly recognized the intricacies of the left-right Nan technique. He grinned and instantly used Copy. Thunder Shadow Clone. Blue electricity surged around him, creating an identical clone of himself. Nan's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting his opponent to so swiftly replicate and counter his own technique. In the next moment, both Zhang Yes advanced to meet his attack. As Nan's pupils shrank sharply at the sight of another Zhang Yi composed of blue lightning magic, he thought, how could this be possible? How can one person master 10th level light magic, fire combat techniques, and lightning agility at the same time? And more shockingly, that's clearly the secret technique of the Laming family, which is never shared with outsiders. But there was no time to ponder on the battlefield. The two Nans and two Zhang Yes clashed instantly, with thunder and flames exploding in the air. Blazing blue and purple lightning intertwined and flashed, leaving charred marks on the ground with each collision, the molten earth emitting wisps of smoke. Leona and Lanuoming watched in stunned silence. Lanuoming felt a surge of relief. If he were caught in this battle, he would be seriously injured in no time. Thunder Slash. Nan roared, as a blade of purple lightning slashed through the sky. Flaming Lion Fist. Zhang Yi countered, his fist wrapped in blue flames and lightning charging forward. Using the explosion as cover, Nan closed in instantly. This was his only chance. Thunder Prison Triple Slash. Three figures appeared simultaneously, their long swords crackling with lightning, striking hundreds of times in an instant. Dense purple lightning engulfed Zhang Yi. Lena held her breath, while Lanuoming frowned. Given Zhang Ye's strength, he could easily dodge this move, yet he chose to take it heeding. Sure enough, when the lightning dissipated, Zhang Yi was sent flying, crashing into the rocks. He struggled to crawl out from the rubble, scratching his head with a smile. Oops, I lost. Nan gripped his sword tightly, almost ready to draw and realized Zhang Yi was holding back. But in the end, he chose to accept this act of kindness. For the sake of those points, to prove his efforts to his clan. You won, the points are yours. I can still hold on to 4th place, right? Zhang Yi said with a smile. Thank you, Nan muttered. What? I didn't hear you. Zhang Yi teased, leaning closer. Nan's forehead veins bulged as he turned to leave. Zhang Yi, however, continued to pester him. Do you want to thank me? Say it again. I said, I'm going to kill you. Nan finally snapped, drawing his sword. Whoa, are you serious, Nan? Call me Nan again, and I'll cut you down. Okay, Nan. Got it, Nan. No problem, Nan. Thunder Slash. Watching Zhang Yi being chased and slashed at by Nan, Lena couldn't help but laugh, and even Lanuoming smiled. Wherever Zhang Yi was, there was always joy. After swinging his sword for half a day, Nan still hadn't landed a single blow on Zhang Yi, which only made him more frustrated. Watching Zhang Yi effortlessly dodge his attacks, Nan couldn't help but grumble to himself. This guy obviously has such great dodging skills, but he insists on taking my hits heeding. It's not just holding back. It's like he's letting the whole ocean through. How infuriating. Yet, at that moment, he didn't realize that his hostility and resentment toward Zhang Yi had already quietly dissipated. Everyone sat in a circle, chatting casually and relaxed. Zhang Yi pulled out a lantern and counted. I still have over 3 billion points worth of essence. Even though Nan had heard this number before, his eye couldn't help but twitch. Over 3 billion? Did you slaughter half the stone beasts in the secret realm? Zhang Yi began distributing the points. Brother-in-law, I'll get you up to 80 million. Lena, you take 30 million. Reynold and Lena immediately waved their hands, refusing. But Zhang Yi was insistent. You have to accept it this time. I want to step down from the top 3, and you two need to take 2nd and 3rd places to make me proud. Brother-in-law, if you don't take it, we'll have another match, and I'll test your strength again. Faced with Zhang Ye's threat, Reynold smiled helplessly. All right, I'll just take the ranking. You can have all the rewards. Lena also chimed in. Right, I don't want the ranking rewards either. They all go to Brother Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We're like family. But since you insist, I'll gladly accept. Seeing the two finally smile, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. They probably don't know that for this decision, I had to give up Nana's kiss. And that upside-down hair wash? I'll keep 70 million to secure 4th place, leave 60 million for Samara and her group, and the remaining 140 million will go to Nan. Any objections? Everyone nodded in agreement. In reality, Zhang Yi had far more essence points than this, but since he had reached the saint level, essence points of levels 8 and 9 weren't of much use to him anymore. Nan took the lantern, feeling a mix of emotions. Just a day ago, he had wanted to kill Zhang Yi, and now he was accepting his points. The feeling was indeed strange. All set, Zhang Yi clapped his hands. Now let's go find Samara and her group and bring them into our team. Once we get into the academy, we'll have each other's backs. Let's see who dares to mess with us. Hee. As he expanded his senses, Zhang Yi simultaneously searched for traces of Samara and her group while turning to Nan and asking, Nan, did you see the golden stone beast earlier? Nan shot him a cold glance and chose to remain silent. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi moved a few steps closer, flashing a fawning smile. Hey, considering I shared my points with you, if anyone asks about the golden stone beast, could you not mention me? Okay? Seeing Nan still ignoring him, Zhang Yi persisted like an indefatigable pest, circling from left to right and back again, repeating his plea. Nan's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. Finally, he gave a slight nod. Thanks. I'll treat you to some barbecue later. Zhang Yi beamed. Not interested. Nan pushed him away and continued walking. Zhang Yi didn't mind, humming a tune as he followed. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up. He sensed high-level wind attribute magic fluctuations about 10 kilometers away. That should be Samara and her group, but the situation seemed dire. Surrounding Samara's trio were dozens of 7th-level magic fluctuations, with 5 at the 8th level, and 1 even at the peak of the 8th level. Our clients are in trouble. As a responsible company, we have an obligation to protect them. Zhang Yi suddenly declared seriously. Everyone, let's go save them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, 3 iron chains shot out from beside him, wrapping around the waists of Leona, Rainaman, and Nan. Before they could react, they were hoisted into the air. Woohoo! Leona cheered excitedly. Chirp, chirp. Rainaman let out a joyful cry. Only Nan frowned and said, Let go. I can fly on my own. You're too slow. Watch this. Zhang Yi grinned, casting a lightning spell on everyone and unfurling a blue flame magic array behind them, which erupted with incredible thrust. In a matter of breaths, their speed broke the sound barrier and continued to climb. Meanwhile, Samara and her group were in a precarious situation. They stood back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. A group of people dressed in red and gold, with golden sun emblems on their chests, encircled them. Samara, hand over the maiden obediently, or else. The blonde youth leading the group threatened with a sneer. He was at the peak of the 8th level, and those around him were all in the mid to late stages of the 7th level. Samara's group, however, had nearly depleted their magic, looking very worn out. Haha, has the Yaoyang family fallen so low that they need to huddle together for warmth? Samara retorted with a cold laugh. The blonde youth's eyes turned icy as he stared at Samara's stunning face, calculating his next move. I advise you to surrender. Do you really think you can overdraw your life force to activate a pseudo-holy artifact? Dream on. With 5 of us here, we can activate a pseudo-holy artifact easily. Though he spoke of letting them go, in his heart, he had decided to capture Samara. In this secluded secret realm, no one would know what happened next. Look at that ample chest, that slender waist. TSK, TSK, tisk. He licked his lips, his eyes brimming with naked greed. Samara noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but show her disgust. The situation was desperate. Although she had the family's 5-star holy level protection, in this secret realm, only 7-star or higher holy level protection could be effective. Apart from a pseudo-sacred artifact, she had no other options. The Yaoyang family had clearly come prepared, and they also possessed a pseudo-sacred artifact. Even if she activated hers, the chances of victory were slim. Falling into a weakened state would be disastrous. Sister Samara, stop wasting words with them. Let's just fight. Sabiba roared. Samara gritted her teeth. The thought of being defiled by that beast plunging her into despair. If it came to that, she would rather choose death to preserve her honor. I'll count to 3. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being ruthless. The blonde youth shouted harshly. 3. Enter. Aren't you afraid of the Fengling family's revenge? Your Yaoyang family can't afford any trouble right now. Sabiba retorted. The blonde youth named Enter sneered. Please, this is a secret realm. Who would know it was us? Enough talk, too. The trio tensed up, and Samara had already made up her mind to overdraw her life force to activate the pseudo-sacred artifact. 1. Enter raised his hand, and the wands of dozens of mages around him began to glow. Whoosh! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Who goes there? Enter exclaimed. Looking up, before his words faded, chains of holy light had already bound the 30-plus people tightly. Several figures descended from the sky. Aside from Nan, the other 3 were clad in armor, exuding an intimidating aura. With a thunderous roar, Lin Bei makes his grand entrance. Zhang Yi announced proudly. Enter and his group were horrified. These chains, we can't break free. Is this a 9th tier spell? Or a 10th tier? Who are you? Let me go. Enter shouted in anger. Zhang Yi glanced at him. Do you really think I'd release you after binding you? Are you an idiot? I'm Sabiba. Sabiba suddenly interjected. You fool. Don't interrupt my moment. Zhang Yi snapped. He turned to the wary trio of Samara and explained with a smile. Don't worry, we're here to save you. Save us? Why? Because you're valuable clients of our company. We have a duty to ensure your safety. Samara frowned but quickly realized that it was better to trust this seemingly frivolous, yet financially motivated person than to fall into Anter's hands. As long as you don't harm us, you can have the nading. But Zhang Yi shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. We're not here for the nading. We're here to give you a bonus. He took out 6 nadings and handed them to the trio. We needed points before, but not anymore. We're giving you back what we took, with interest 2 million points each. Keep them safe. The trio took the nadings in a daze. Sabiba's face turned red. I thought you were robbers, but you're actually good people. Of course, we're like living Buddhas here to save the needy. Zhang Yi laughed. He found that Sabiba, who seemed like a playboy earlier, was actually quite innocent. All right, now what do you want to do with these people? Zhang Yi pointed to the captives around them. Samara's gaze turned icy. Kill them. Hearing this, Ante and his companions were immediately taken aback, their faces turning deathly pale. Zhang Yi was also momentarily stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, is it really that ruthless? Samara's expression remained indifferent, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. If it weren't for you, you know what our fate would be. This isn't ruthless. It's just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Ante's lips trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear. You can't kill me, or else the Yaoyang family will. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. Samara sneered, her face full of contempt. Revenge? Please, this is a secret realm. Who's going to know it was us? She effectively shut down Ante's attempt to threaten them. Watching the scene unfold, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Samara may seem cold, but who knew she had such a devious side? Seeing that Samara was determined to kill, he took a deep breath and finally said, all right, but this isn't part of our job. You'll have to handle it yourselves. Samara nodded in agreement. She walked straight toward Ante and his group, while Sabiba cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yi, then smugly looked at Ante. Karma comes quickly, doesn't it? In the next instant, Samara flicked her wrist, and several blue wind blades materialized, slicing directly toward Ante and his companions' heads. Ante's terrified you can't was cut short as his head was severed. 30 heads flew into the air simultaneously, blood gushing like fountains. The holy light shackles disappeared, and the bodies collapsed to the ground, heads rolling around with expressions of terror frozen on their faces. The gruesome scene sent a chill through Zhang Yi. Even though he had killed many magical beasts over the past month, witnessing 30 human lives snuffed out in an instant still unsettled him. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. As the protagonist, he knew such scenes would become commonplace. This was a good opportunity to get used to it. Lena's face turned pale, but she struggled to suppress her discomfort. Reno Meng and Nan appeared much calmer, especially Nan, whose breathing didn't change at all. Looking at the scattered corpses, Zhang Yi clicked his tongue in admiration. You guys are ruthless. All right, since the 3 of you are major clients of our company, I'll provide some free benefits healing and restoring your magic. Samara shook her head, her gaze toward Zhang Yi noticeably softer. There's no need. We still have to thank you for this. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. But restoring you is still necessary. If you run into a similar situation again, we might not be able to get there in time, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Watching the 3 of them walk away, Lena couldn't help but sigh. Turns out Sister Samara isn't that scary after all. What, have you taken a liking to her? Zhang Yi teased. Lena chuckled. Of course. I like all beautiful women. This girl doesn't want to be a player, does she? Zhang Yi shook his head with a laugh. All right, let's get to mining. He immediately activated his sensing abilities and led the group into the air. Using the light from the lanterns, they began their search for a mineral vein. With Zhang Ye's holy level perception, even the most deeply buried veins couldn't escape his detection. It didn't take long for him to pinpoint the location of a rich vein. After landing, Zhang Yi delivered a few powerful punches to break through the surface rock, revealing the glowing orange crystals beneath. The system quickly analyzed them. These were Tier 8 orange flame crystals, useful for forging fire attribute equipment, making fire attribute potions, and setting up fire attribute magic arrays. Wow, this is great. Orange flame crystals can sell for 500 gold per pound. Lena exclaimed in delight. 500 gold per pound? Zhang Yi was stunned as he looked at the extensive vein. There must be thousands of tons here. We're rich. He spread his hands and conjured enormous magical lion claws, proposing a challenge to the group. Let's see who can mine the most. Lena was immediately excited, and Reynolds joined in with enthusiasm. Even the usually calm Nan silently drew his sword. Everyone split up to work. Zhang Yi used his magical lion claws to tear through the rock layers. The orange flame crystals were extremely hot, with surface temperatures around 500,600 degrees and core temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, sometimes even encountering magma. Fortunately, his magical skin protected him, allowing him to continue. Checking on the others' progress, Zhang Yi found that both Reynolds and Nan were making good headway. But what surprised him the most was Lena's production line. 5 golden armored golems wielding tier 9 enchanted pickaxes, 2 handling transport, and a cheering golden flag boosting the golem's strength. In a short time, she had piled up about 300 tons of orange flame crystals. Brother Yi, Lena called out proudly as Zhang Yi approached. This time I came prepared. These are my family's golden armored golems. Not only are they great in battle, but they're also excellent miners. With the cheering golden flag and tier 9 enchanted pickaxes, their efficiency is top-notch. Impressive, right? Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. 7 towering golden golems, each over 5 meters tall, were methodically excavating the mineral veins. Their gleaming bodies sparkled under the sunlight. As an expert, he instantly recognized that these golems were meticulously crafted from gold and precious minerals, each possessing combat capabilities comparable to a 9th-tier warrior. Each golem alone would cost no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Incredible, truly incredible, Zhang Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Just these 7 golems, combined with the 9th-tier enchanted pickaxes and the morale-boosting golden flags, this entire setup must be worth over 1,000,000,000 gold coins. The Lionheart royal family really knows how to flaunt their wealth. Lena beamed with pride at the compliment and said, Yega, I actually have 13 more golden golems. Want to give them a try? 20 golems? You brought that many with you? Zhang Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, I brought them for self-defense. But I can only control 7 at a time, Lena explained with a smile. With your strength, Yega, you should be able to handle all 20. Zhang Yi felt a warm surge of gratitude. Lena's trust in revealing her trump card touched him deeply, but he couldn't help but caution her. Lena, don't show these golems off too easily. It could attract unwanted attention and make others wary. Lena nodded earnestly. Got it, Yega. Let's keep mining, Zhang Yi said with a grin. You keep the golems. Your brother Yi hasn't shown his true skills yet. Then do your best, or I might just win. Lena playfully retorted. Zhang Yi sprang into action, his magical energy surging wildly. 8 enormous lion claws materialized out of thin air, joining his 2 hands to create a spectacle of 10 claws digging in unison. Aura, 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 he shouted as he activated his flame burst and hydrogen-oxygen enhancement arrays, shaking the mountain with his ferocious mining. On the other side, Rainaman wasn't about to be outdone. With a roar, his muscles bulged, and a massive fiery lion's phantom appeared above his head as he fiercely excavated the mineral veins. From afar, Nan watched the competitive scene, muttering, childish, but soon joined the fray, unleashing the Thunder Prison triple strike. The scene grew increasingly intense. Rainaman unleashed his blazing Lion King's fist, and seeing the situation, Zhang Yi quickly borrowed a pseudo-sacred artifact from Lena, replicating the 10th-tier spell Holy Light Sword Judgment. The 3 of them battled fiercely, their mining efforts resembling a war zone. The extraordinary scene terrified the examinees fighting monsters in the distance. Holy crap, that noise must be at least 9th-tier experts fighting. This is too scary. Let's get out of here before we get caught in the crossfire. 2 examinees abandoned their incomplete tasks and fled as fast as they could. After over 3 hours of hard work, they finally managed to extract most of the ore. The efficiency of the 4 was astonishing, comparable to that of 4,000 miners. After carefully selecting and removing the useless byproducts and rocks, they were left with over 1,000 tons of refined ore. 500 gold coins per pound. That's over 10 billion for these 1,000 tons. Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, the temperature in the lower mining area was excessively high. Despite the protection from their magical skin, all 4 of them suffered various degrees of burns. Thankfully, these injuries could be easily healed with simple treatment. In the end, Lena's output far exceeded the others, thanks to the assistance of her 7 golems. Brother Yi, is there a reward? Lena asked excitedly. Zhang Yi chuckled. Of course there is. With a wave of his hand, various metal and wood elements began to gather and shape in midair. This was a magical crafting technique he had spent an entire month perfecting, allowing him to create objects at will. Soon, a simple yet elegant guitar took shape. Every detail was meticulously crafted: the headstock, tuning pegs, nut, frets, neck, sound hole, and body. This was the result of Zhang Ye's repeated experiments based on his memories. The strings were made of specially treated high-carbon steel, coated with tin to prevent corrosion. The bass strings featured a unique hexagonal steel core winding for optimal resonance. What is this? Lena asked curiously. This is a guitar, an instrument from my homeland, and the first of its kind in this world, Zhang Yi said as he gently strummed the strings, filling the air with melodious notes. He then used his magic to add a reverb effect to the sound, making it even more enchanting. Zhang Yi conjured a few stone chairs with a wave of his hand and gestured for everyone to sit. This guitar is your reward, and I'll also give you a song. As the guitar's notes filled the air, colorful magical notes swirled around Zhang Yi, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Lena and Reynold were captivated, and even the usually stoic Nin raised an eyebrow. After a beautiful intro, Zhang Yi began to sing. I see flowers blooming everywhere, faintly hearing songs in the air blooming with the brightest smiles, shining even brighter than the sunlight. His voice was melodious and touching, perfectly complemented by the guitar's crisp sound and the magical reverb effect, even drowning out the hot wind blowing across the land. I sing the lullabies my mother sang. Peonies embroidered on golden plaques, I hum the tunes my father hummed. Green pastures with grazing sheep and cattle surrounding us. Butterflies with silver wings chasing ancient times, birds of freedom and courage keep singing, never stopping, never stopping. The soulful melody, enhanced by the waves of magic, drifted far into the distance. Zhang Yi was unaware that his singing had a magical quality that, under the influence of the secret realm's rules, continued to spread and amplify. His ethereal voice echoed through the heavens and earth, permeating half of the secret realm. All creatures that heard the song couldn't help but pause. Stone beasts lifted their heads to listen, their breathing softening. Examinees stopped in their tracks, the sound of their footsteps vanishing. Even those engaged in fierce battles ceased their fighting, captivated by the enchanting melody. In the distance, a group of women who had been chatting suddenly fell silent. Their beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, entranced by the unprecedentedly beautiful song. A girl with pink hair tried to hum along but couldn't quite capture the unique charm. The novel accompaniment and the profound lyrics were perfectly intertwined. The water droplets gently dancing on the leaves, occasionally wetting my hair in the sunlight. That wondrous little world changes its form. As the song gradually faded, the women remained immersed, unable to pull themselves away. When they finally came back to their senses, their eyes were filled with astonishment and admiration. What a beautiful voice! Who is singing? I've never heard such an enchanting song. If this were paired with sound magic, its power would be incredible. The girls immediately set off to find the source of the song. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked at the three stunned individuals nearby and chuckled. What are you standing there for? Shouldn't you be clapping? Lena and Rainaman quickly snapped out of it and applauded enthusiastically. Lena even jumped up in excitement. It's truly amazing. Even better than the songs from the Sound family. Rainaman nodded repeatedly in agreement. Even as an outsider, I was deeply moved. Nan, standing quietly beside them, gave a slight nod of approval. Zhang Yi smiled in satisfaction and handed the guitar to Lena. This is your reward. Lena carefully took the guitar, caressing it as if it were a sacred artifact. Indeed, this was the world's first completed magical guitar, far more precious than any holy relic. When we get to the academy, I'll teach you how to play, Zhang Yi promised. That's wonderful. Lena's eyes lit up once I learn. I must go find Sister Paige. She'll definitely fall in love with my playing. Zhang Yi almost burst into laughter. He changed the subject. All right, it's too hot here. Let's pack up the oars and head to the yellow region. We might find a gold mine. Okay, everyone responded. Rainaman couldn't help but ask, if we have another mining competition, will there be more rewards? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Of course there will be. By the time the women arrived, Zhang Yi and his companions had already left. The lingering waves of musical magic in the air caught their attention, and their faces were filled with disappointment they had missed a chance to meet the great singer up close. Paige, do you remember how that song goes? One of the women asked eagerly. The pink-haired Paige shook her head gently. I only remember the melody. This song has the power to influence the laws of magic, and only a top-tier singer can perform it completely. Her eyes sparkled with determination. He must be among this year's candidates. Anyone who can sing such a profound magical song must be incredibly talented. Once he passes the entrance exam, we have to find him at All Souls Academy. Yes, the women responded in unison. Time flowed to the evening of the third day, with only half a day left before the exam ended. Zhang Yi looked at the mountain of ores in front of him, his face beaming with joy. Although they hadn't found any gold, the Huangming ore they discovered was just as valuable, worth 300 gold per pound. Motivated by Zhang Ye's rewards, the four of them set a new record by mining nearly 2,000 tons of Huangming ore. This time, Rainaman took first place. He went all out for this position, casting 9th tier spells and combat techniques without regard for his mana consumption, and replenishing it with Zhang Ye's help when he ran out. Leona, being considerate, let him have first place this time and only operated 5 golems. As for Nan, although reluctant, he couldn't bring himself to ask Zhang Yi for mana replenishment, and ultimately watched as Rainaman claimed the top spot. Zhang Yi crafted a rugged-style guitar for Rainaman, perfectly matching his tough guy image. By adjusting the attached magic, this acoustic guitar could produce the electrifying sound of an electric guitar. In this magic-assisted world, making instruments was much simpler than on Earth. Next, Zhang Yi performed Warrior of Destiny for everyone. Even without accompaniment, the electric guitar-like sound and unique rap style instantly ignited the atmosphere. Rainaman's red hair seemed to catch fire, Lena's face flushed with excitement, and even the usually calm Nan couldn't help but tap his foot to the beat. Watching Rainaman caress the guitar like a treasure, Zhang Yi chuckled to himself. Noticing a hint of envy in Nan's eyes, he leaned in and asked, "Hey Nan, do you want a guitar?" "No," Nan replied curtly, turning his head to avoid Zhang Ye's gaze. Zhang Yi knew better. "How about this? You demonstrate a few of the Thunder Clan's special combat techniques, and I'll make you a guitar. Deal? You want to learn them?" Nan asked warily. "I do." Zhang Yi nodded eagerly. Each of Nan's techniques was incredibly cool, but he could only learn combat techniques through observation, unlike magic, which he could directly analyze and replicate. "No way," Nan refused flatly. He clearly remembered Zhang Yi using the Thunder Clan's Thunder Shadow clone technique before. He wasn't about to hand over his family's secret techniques to such a prodigy for just a guitar. "Then how about, you do a split for me?" Zhang Yi teased. "Get lost. Come on, your legs are so long. I really want to see you do a split. Hey, why are you drawing your sword?" Thunder slash. Watching the two start to tussle again, Leona couldn't help but laugh. In front of Zhang Yi, even someone as stoic as Nan couldn't keep a straight face. The aloof persona shattered instantly. Nan chased Zhang Yi across the open field, his blade flashing, yet always falling just short. This slippery fellow always managed to dodge at the last second, making Nan increasingly frustrated. Finally, in a fit of rage, he swung his sword wildly in Zhang Yi's direction and turned away, ready to give up. To his surprise, Zhang Yi darted forward, meeting the blade Hedon with his body. With a loud thud, he was sent rolling several times across the ground, his hair standing on end like a spiky hedgehog struck by lightning. "Got careless, didn't dodge." Zhang Yi grinned from the ground. "Wow, you actually managed to hit me. Impressive." Nan looked at him speechlessly. "Do you think I'm blind? You ran into it yourself." Zhang Yi sprang to his feet and theatrically dusted off his clothes. "As my little buddy, you've gotten stronger. I'm really pleased. So, I've decided to reward you with a guitar. Did you seriously take a hit just to give me a guitar? Are you crazy?" Nan thought this guy was absolutely ridiculous, but he couldn't help feeling a warm, indescribable sensation in his heart. With a wave of his hands, Zhang Yi conjured an electric guitar shaped like a lightning bolt. Before Nan could react, he began to play and sing a modified version of Little Bunny Foo Foo. "Little Nan, be good. Put the sword away. Hurry up, I want to come over." The deafening electric music combined with his bizarre singing voice made Nan explode on the spot. He drew his sword and slashed, while Zhang Yi ran and played, not forgetting to continue his song. "Little Nan, be good. Put the sword away. Let me finish my song." Thunder Prison Triple Strike. Nan roared as he unleashed his ultimate move. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Got shocked. My whole body is numb." Zhang Yi cried as he dodged. "That was close. Almost got hit." Leona, holding Gugio, was laughing so hard she could barely stand, and Reynold was almost doubled over with laughter. The absurd lyrics paired with the ridiculous chase scene were just too comical. Nan listened to this ridiculous song, feeling like Zhang Yi was deliberately humiliating him. He knew it was meant well, but he couldn't help the urge to tear this guy into pieces. Yet, at that moment, he didn't realize that the warmth in his heart was quietly growing. As the sky grew brighter, Leona took out her magical pocket watch and checked the time. "It's the 7th hour of the morning. In another half hour, the assessment will be over." Zhang Yi was deeply focused on examining a piece of Huangming ore in his hand, contemplating its potential use in making orchestral instruments. Hearing Lena's reminder, he nodded and said, "Everyone, get ready. Pack up your Na lanterns. We're about to make a grand exit." As he finished speaking, the hidden Na lanterns in the sky descended and were distributed according to the previously assigned plan. Everyone was adorned with Na lanterns, especially Nan, who had several Na lantern belts around his waist and multiple lanterns draped over his shoulders, making him shine like a walking light source. After securing their Na lanterns, Zhang Yi channeled his consciousness into the contract space to check on Barebo and the others. However, as soon as he entered, the previously muted cacophony suddenly erupted, startling him. The scene before him was both amusing and exasperating. The third-tier magic insect, Tet, was engaged in an unusual cultural exchange with the seventh-tier stone beast, Barebo. Tet was spitting furiously at Barebo, like a small machine gun, while shouting, "Get away! Get away, you bad dog! Who are you calling a dog? Have you ever seen a dog as handsome as me? I am your grandpa, Jane," Barebo retorted, unwilling to back down. "Pfft, you, my grandpa? When I was enjoying my freedom in the demon realm for millennia, you weren't even a liquid yet," Tet shot back. The two continued to bicker incessantly. Nearby, Labella watched the farce, giggling without any intention of helping her brother. All right, calm down everyone," Zhang Yi interjected quickly. Seeing the situation escalate, he had no choice but to gently lift Barebo and place him aside. Tet immediately flipped and hid behind Zhang Yi's consciousness projection, glaring warily at Barebo. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? You usually can't stand me, but now you need my protection?" Tet raised its head defiantly. "Why not? As long as I get protection, who cares? Don't think you can win me over. After all, I live in your contract space, eat your food, and scold your contract beasts. It'll make your life miserable, humph." Zhang Yi laughed heartily and reached out to pat Tet on the head. The tightly fitted chitinous shell had a unique, cool, and comfortable texture. Tet pretended to resist. "Don't touch me, bad man," but its antennae were gently twitching, as if tickling Zhang Yi. "Why do you look like you're enjoying this?" Zhang Yi teased. "I'm not enjoying it at all. It's unbearable. Let go of me." "But I haven't moved my hand. You're the one rubbing against me. Darn you, bad man, controlling me to cater to you. How despicable." Seeing this stubborn yet endearing insect, Zhang Yi found it incredibly amusing. He ruffled Tet's head and turned to Barebo, saying, "Tet is still young. You two should cut it some slack. I'm counting on it to give me some offspring in the future." Tay-Tay immediately raised its head, a hint of caution flashing in its eyes. "Did you hear that, big dog? Don't bully me. I still need to." It suddenly realized something and quickly corrected itself. "Ugh, this bug is not giving you any babies." Bolabo spoke sternly. "Boss, this guy has a dark aura. Creatures like this can't be tamed. Keeping it is a disaster waiting to happen, and it might even turn against you. We should just kill it." Labella nodded in agreement. "I think killing it is a good idea too." Hearing this, Tay-Tay shrank back into a corner, remaining silent. Zhang Yi glanced at it, his expression becoming serious. "Having a dark aura doesn't automatically make it a threat. From now on, don't say such things about Tay-Tay, understood?" Bolabo and Labella were stunned, opening their mouths but ultimately just nodding. "Got it, boss." Tay-Tay lifted its head, its large red eyes staring straight at Zhang Yi, flickering with a complex light. "Bad person." Zhang Yi suddenly turned to it, grinning. "What? Touched by my kindness?" Tay-Tay froze, quickly turning its head away. Who would be touched, you bad person?" After some playful interaction with the three contract beasts, Zhang Yi gave a special reminder before leaving. "No bullying, Tay-Tay. Got it?" "Got it, boss." Bola Bo responded obediently. Zhang Yi nodded and left the contract space. In an instant, a magic array appeared under the feet of all the candidates, signaling the end of the admission test. They were transported to a gray space, with a massive magic array supporting them. Passing through a stone gate, they returned to the previous square. "It's finally over." Zhang Yi stretched. "I'm exhausted." Nan, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. "You're tired? What about me, who got robbed by you 3 times? I've been grinding monsters non-stop and didn't complain. What are you tired from?" Over 6,000 candidates had gathered in the square, nearly 2,000 fewer than when they entered. Zhang Yi surveyed the area. Those who had disappeared either fell to the beasts or were killed by other candidates. More notably, many candidates had very few or no Na lamps left, clearly having been robbed. It's estimated that fewer than 3,000 out of the 6,000 would make it to the rankings. At this moment, a saint-level expert flew above the crowd, casting a large-scale healing spell. The candidates' injuries healed rapidly, and even the severely wounded were out of danger. "Look over there," someone exclaimed. "Those people have a lot of Na lamps. They must have stolen them." All eyes were instantly drawn to Nan, who stood out in the entire square with countless Na lamps on his back. "Quiet, the counting starts now," a voice announced, and a magical leaderboard appeared in the sky, synchronized with the rankings of each test area. The first name displayed was none other than Nan. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Nan, who shone brilliantly under the light of the Naden lamps. He turned to look at Zhang Yi, who gave a slight nod. With an expressionless face, Nan turned back, walked up to the mentor, and neatly arranged all the Naden lamps on the table. The mentor stared in awe at the table full of sparkling Naden lamps for a moment before his eyes lit up with admiration. The magic array swiftly scanned the lamps, instantly calculating the essence count, grade, and corresponding points. The result: 157,457,055 points. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Even the examiners and the powerful beings in the sky showed expressions of shock. Although it was expected that Nan would score high, a score surpassing 1 billion was unprecedented. For context, the highest record in the admission history was just under 60 million, and the top scorer in regular admissions usually hovered around 2 to 3 million. Leona, the previous record holder, was also taken aback. At 20 years old and at the late 9th tier, she had only scored just over 58 million points. Yet Nan, only at the mid-9th tier, had tripled her score? It defied logic. Normally, even with immense power, one would need time to recover mana. It was impossible to refill it in seconds like Zhang Yi. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, noticing that while he had many Naden lamps, they were far fewer than Nan's. She then looked at Lena and Rian. Older brother Reynold, at the early 9th tier, should have a limit of 40 million, but now it seemed he might break her record. And the little princess Lena, known for her exceptional magical talent but not her combat prowess, had even more Naden lamps than Reynold. Leona's lips curled into a knowing smile. The answer was clear: Zhang Yi was the mastermind behind all of this. The point calculations were quickly finalized. Nan with 157,457,055 points in first place, Lena with 105,648,205 in second, Reynold with 95,425,640 in third, and Zhang Yi with 88,888,880 in fourth. These astronomical scores created a chasm that left other candidates in despair. The once confident geniuses were now dejected, lamenting that the four seemed like cheat machines. Soon after, Samantha and her two companions stepped forward for their point calculations, and the leaderboard was updated once more. Sabiba and Sakila gave most of their essence to Samantha, a strategy that secured Samantha an impressive 5th place with nearly 70 million points. Although Sabiba and Sakila were left with only a few million points each, they still managed to clinch 7th and 8th places, respectively. This tactic of transferring essence within the secret realm to boost rankings is not uncommon. Many candidates from the same faction use this strategy. However, even when they join forces, their cumulative points often can't compete with the top-ranked candidates. Most candidates, aiming to protect their own standings, are reluctant to allocate too much essence unless ordered by their faction to concentrate it on one individual. In this year's entrance exam, many candidates acted as tools to support their leaders in the hopes of catching the Academy's attention and securing spots in special secret realms. However, Zhang Ye's astonishing efficiency in scoring, coupled with the billions of points gifted by Labella, made it nearly impossible for other candidates to match him, no matter how hard they tried. As the last candidate's points were tallied, the leaderboard finally settled. This year, over 2,800 candidates made the list, with those who didn't being directly eliminated. From 5th place Samantha onward, no one broke the 60 million points mark. The 6th place was held by a pink-haired girl named Paige, who accumulated over 59 million points, clearly through the pooling of essence. Despite the hidden talents among the candidates, Zhang Ye's meteoric rise overshadowed the top 5 rankings. What was even more astonishing was that the points of the other 4 top 5 candidates all came from Zhang Ye's generosity. Zhang Yi looked at the leaderboard with pride, thinking, "Look at this, the top 5, aside from me, are all my buddies. This strategy is flawless." A saint-level figure announced, "The rankings are final. All candidates on the list will be admitted to Wanling Academy. Ranking rewards will be distributed after identity verification, and the Academy will then assign classes based on various data. Please keep your badges safe, as notifications will be sent through them." "Is it over just like that?" Leona turned to ask Rand beside her. Rand smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's over." Leona eagerly vanished from sight. A female saint-level figure smiled at Rand and said, "Dean Rand, don't mind her. She's just restless by nature." Rand responded kindly, "No worries, young people should be energetic." He then asked, "What do you all think of this year's admissions?" The saint-level figures exchanged glances and shook their heads, unable to fathom it. One of them sighed, "I thought 5 million was the ceiling for first place, but someone shattered Leona's record by 3 times. A female saint-level figure questioned, "The results are astonishing. But could there be an issue with the secret realm?" Rand gazed deeply at the candidates and slowly replied, "The secret realm is fine. The issue lies with these candidates. But it's a good issue. If they can gain unimaginable opportunities within the secret realm, that's their skill." Stroking his white beard, his face filled with pride, he continued, "As long as these youngsters can grow stronger and surpass an old man like me to protect humanity, I'd be delighted even if the secret realm is dismantled. Heaven bless humanity. Ha ha ha." The gates around the plaza slowly opened, and several portals appeared simultaneously, leading to various admission areas. The examinees could choose to go directly to the towering city or return to the admission area to pack their belongings. Zhang Yi and Lena had already stored their luggage in their spatial rings, saving them the trouble. Yi, are you guys heading back? Asked Lei Numing as he approached. Zhang Yi shook his head. No, we're not. He then turned to Lena. I'm not going back either, Lena replied, gently stroking the chirping bird in her arms. Then let's explore Wanling City. Lei Numing suggested excitedly. I've always wanted to come here. Is that Wanling City out there? What kind of place is it? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Lena explained in detail. Wanling City is the main city of the Wanling Empire. The empire has 12 main cities, all called Wanling City. This should be the third main city of Wanling, which is also the location of Wanling Academy. Got it. So what are we waiting for? Zhang Yi looked around and suddenly noticed someone missing. Hey, where's Anan? Did he leave on his own? Lena and Lei Numing couldn't help but smile. Lei Numing explained. Anan has always been like that, whether outside or within the family. During the exchange between the Yin Lion clan and the Thunder clan, he only showed up twice despite being the main attraction. I see. Zhang Yi pondered. Being a loner means being lonely. There's nothing scarier than loneliness. But don't worry. Once we're in the academy, I'll make sure he feels unparalleled warmth. I'm a warm-hearted guy. The three walked out of the playground, greeted by a wall lined with fully armed soldiers, indicating the high security of this secret realm. Passing through the wall, they were met with a magnificent city. The main city was at least 100 times the size of Balan City, filled with grand European-style buildings. In the distance, a cathedral stood tall, with a giant six-winged angel statue in the center of its courtyard. This place is stunning. Zhang Yi and Lena exclaimed, their eyes sparkling. Let's find a place to stay. We'll be here for 3 days, Zhang Yi suggested. No need. My sister has already arranged a manor for us, Lei Numing said. As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure appeared before them. Sis, Big Nana. Lei Numing and Zhang Yi spoke in unison. Lei Numing then looked at Zhang Yi in shock. Yi, are you crazy? Calling her Big Nana? Aren't you afraid she'll beat you up? Surprisingly, Leona didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, it seems you all get along well. Zhang Yi put his arm around Lei Numing's shoulder and laughed. Of course, we're good brothers. Lei Numing was stunned. Leona usually hated such soft nicknames, and would certainly give him a beating for using them. But then he thought, maybe it's because Zhang Yi is Leona's only student. Have you guys sparred? How was it? Leona asked. We did. Zhang Yi nodded. Your little brother is impressive, rarely meeting his match at the same level. I even taught him the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array. He'll be even stronger. Lei Numing smiled shyly. Yi is amazing. I was no match for him. Thanks to him, I learned the enhancement array. Leona laughed heartily. Whether it was her brother or her first student, she felt proud of their strength. By the way, Xiao Yi, I have a question for you, Leona suddenly said. She still felt a bit awkward calling him Xiao Yi, but eventually got used to it. Xiao Yi, Leona called out, her unique intonation evident. Yes, what is it? Zhang Yi nodded. All those spirits, it's because of you, right? Leona's eyes gleamed mischievously. Although she phrased it as a question, her certainty was unmistakable. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, how could it be? Yes. He marveled internally. Big Nana truly lives up to her reputation. Not only is she stunning, but she's also incredibly smart. She saw right through me. At that moment, Renomon stepped forward. This time, it's all thanks to Yigu. Without him, I could have only earned 40 million points at most and would have been severely injured. Yeah. Lena nodded vigorously. Yigu is amazing. He gave us so many points and only kept 80 million for himself. If other candidates heard this, they might choke. Only 80 million? What kind of divine number is that? But come to think of it, Zhang Yi did indeed create miracles in the secret realm, bringing his friends along for the ride. Lian Nan's points were also given by Yigu. Lena gazed at Zhang Yi with admiration. She had followed him the entire time and witnessed his astounding performance, overpowering Samanra and Nan with absolute strength, successfully seizing points multiple times, and efficiently fighting monsters with her. Lena knew her own abilities were limited, but Zhang Yi not only helped her fight but also allowed her to contribute in unique ways. What was even more astonishing was that he saved Renomon, single-handedly battling hundreds of flame-stone beasts, including a mid-tier 10th level one. He even broke a taboo that could restrain a 2-star saint-level Labella feat that even peak 10th level experts might not achieve. Thinking of this, the light in Lena's eyes dimmed slightly. Besides her identity as the little princess of the Lionheart royal family, she felt she had nothing to offer. Could someone like her really be worthy of being Zhang Ye's friend? Suddenly, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Actually, it was thanks to Lena. Without your help and the pseudo-sacred artifact, I couldn't have accomplished any of this. Lena's eyes widened, and the sparkle returned. Yigu, that's my student. Leona laughed heartily. Zhang Yi scratched his head, embarrassed. But I still couldn't make it to the top 3. They made it to the top 3 because of you. Leona shook her head, licking her red lips. You'll get the rewards you deserve. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's breathing quickened. Rewards? What rewards? Renomon asked, puzzled. Kids shouldn't ask too many questions, Zhang Yi laughed. Lena, standing nearby, looked on with burning curiosity. She had dreamed of receiving a kiss from Leona. Leona glanced at her brother, smiling silently, then waved her hand. Let's go, we'll talk more later. Time to celebrate your achievements. All right, Zhang Yi cheered. Can I come too? Lena asked timidly. Of course, Leona replied with a smile. Upon arriving at the estate Leona had prepared, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be amazed. The grandeur of the buildings far surpassed any luxurious villa on earth. The vast grounds were filled with lush greenery and flowing fountains, showcasing the immense wealth of the Flame Lion family. To celebrate the trio's triumphant return, Leona personally took charge of the kitchen, preparing a table full of delicious grilled meats. As everyone gathered around the dining table, Zhang Yi began recounting his adventures in the secret realm. When he mentioned how he had snatched Nan's spoils 3 times in a row, Leona couldn't help but burst into laughter, calling him a cheeky rascal. After all, Nan was the Thunder family's most talented genius, having reached the mid-9th tier at the age of 20, comparable to Leona in her prime. Yet, he had repeatedly fallen prey to Zhang Yi. When it came to discussing Bolabo and La Bella, Zhang Yi hesitated slightly. But seeing the people around him, he decided to be honest. Leona and Renomon were his saviors, and though he hadn't known Lena for long, her innocent and lively personality made him feel close to her. Besides, she had witnessed the whole process of him taming the 2 beasts. After hearing the details, Leona reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, Dean Land is a kind person. Your ability to tame them is a testament to your skill. As long as they remain loyal to humans and don't cause harm, he'll be pleased. Zhang Yi was still concerned. Really? But losing the precious primal armor produced by Bobo and Bibi to Dean Land, who was at the 7-star saint level, primal armor is merely a reward for students, Leona explained, shaking her head. Besides, the secret realm will regenerate primal beasts after a few hundred years. It's not a big deal. After hearing her explanation, Zhang Yi pondered. Perhaps in the Myriad Spirits Academy, even demigods aren't the strongest. Moreover, taming these 2 highly potential beasts proved his extraordinary talent, which would only make the academy more eager to recruit him. At Leona's request, Zhang Yi released Bolabo and La Bella. The moment they appeared, the 2 beasts were captivated by the beauty of the estate, repeatedly praising it as far more magnificent than the Grey Rock secret realm. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. The 2 beasts tensed up and looked at Leona in fear. She wore a stern expression, and behind her, a majestic phantom of a red lotus lion appeared. If you follow Xiaoyi, you must behave. If you dare to harm him, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth and kill you. Understood? The 2 beasts nodded repeatedly, as obedient as frightened chicks. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yet he also appreciated Leona's approach of mixing kindness with sternness. Boss, who is she? She's really scary. Bolabo trembled as he communicated through the bond. This woman gave them a feeling even more terrifying than a beast. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself and thought, she is your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Bola and Labella were stunned for a moment, and their fear quickly dissipated. If she was family, there was nothing to be afraid of. Instead of sending the 2 creatures back to their contract space, Zhang Yi arranged for them to settle down at the farm on the estate. After warning them not to cause any damage, he let them roam freely. The 2 creatures were extremely curious about this new world, and Zhang Yi was happy to indulge their curiosity. Thinking of Tet, Zhang Yi released it as well, planning to enjoy some grilled meat together. Of course, on the condition that it promised not to curse or spit. Having already tasted the delicious grilled meat, Tet reluctantly agreed. However, as soon as Tet appeared, Lena reacted like a startled bird, her short golden hair standing on end. Terror flashed in her eyes as she quickly hid behind Zhang Yi. What's wrong, Lena? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. It has a terrifying dark aura. Lena trembled as she spoke. You can sense it? Zhang Yi was even more confused. He could also detect the dark aura around Tet, but it was merely the inherent power of a creature from the demon realm, not something inherently evil. I can't sense it, but I can see it, Lena explained. In her eyes, Tet was surrounded by a darkness as black as ink, almost obscuring half the sky. Within that darkness, a giant humanoid figure with black horns faintly appeared, making her heart race just looking at it. In contrast, Zhang Yi emitted a warm, multicolored glow, illuminating half the sky. The darkness couldn't come close to Zhang Yi at all, which is why Lena instinctively hid behind him. She could only feel safe by his side. This also explained why she was immediately drawn to Zhang Yi's light was simply too dazzling to ignore. It was this light that convinced her he was a good person. Deep within the demon realm, there was a garden of flowers so breathtakingly beautiful that even the most stunning scenery in the divine realm couldn't compare. In the center of the flower garden stood an ancient wooden house, seemingly ordinary but containing the most powerful laws of the demon realm. Two figures appeared in front of the wooden house, one in black and one in red. The one in black was the master, and the one in red was the servant. Ah, finally done. The demon king in black stretched lazily, about to enter the house. My lord, there's one more thing. The servant in red spoke cautiously. Mother Queen Worm 520 has gone to the human world. Boom. The entire demon realm shook instantly, a terrifying aura sweeping through, causing all creatures to cower in fear. After a conversation, they learned that 520 was still safe, and the demon king's anger subsided somewhat. She lay on the wooden bed, reminiscing about this special Mother Queen Worm. 520 was the last gift you gave me, she murmured softly. When will you come back? After a moment of contemplation, she sensed something unusual. Strange. Why is 520's dark power being suppressed? Was it captured by the Light Pope? But it seems quite happy. In the end, the Demon King decided to let it be. That child has always been playful. With those dark powers protecting it, it should be fine. When it's had enough fun, it will naturally come back. This is my contract beast, Tet. It's a creature from the demon realm, Zhang Yi said quickly, noticing Lena's fearful expression and trying to reassure her. Tet, who was happily devouring some grilled meat, snorted proudly, don't compare me to those lowly creatures from the demon realm. I'm very noble. Leona's cooking is much better than Zhang Ye's. I love the meat she grills. That scary woman may be terrifying, but her grilled meat is absolutely amazing. Hearing Tet's cute tone, Lena's fear gradually faded. With Zhang Yi by her side, she knew Tet wouldn't harm anyone. Growing bolder, Lena even took the initiative to feed Tet some grilled meat. Not bad, little girl. Unlike that bad guy who never feeds me like this, humph. Tet enjoyed Lena's feeding while complaining. How often have I fed you? Zhang Yi pouted in dissatisfaction. Is that what you call feeding? You have to bring it to my mouth and say, Honorable 520, please enjoy your meal, for it to count. You must be dreaming. Lena, don't spoil it. Zhang Yi retorted. Zhang Yi, you bad person. Tet snapped. Hey, you ungrateful bug. Zhang Yi shot back. Although Lena couldn't understand their argument, their interaction made her laugh out loud. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhang Yi suggested they visit Wanling City. Everyone agreed except for Leona, who declined, saying, I need to go back for the evaluation of the new trainees. Zhang Yi was a bit disappointed, as his wish to stroll around with Leona would have to wait. Just as the three were about to leave, Leona called out to Zhang Yi, Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. She walked inside as she spoke. Zhang Yi understood and told Renaud and Lena, you two wait for me outside. Lena quickly caught on and pushed the still-talking Renaud towards the door. Let's go, let's go. We'll wait for Brother Yi outside, she said, winking at Zhang Yi as she left. Zhang Yi gave her a thumbs up and followed Leona into the inner room. Leona smiled at him, making Zhang Yi's heart race and his face flush. Before he could say anything, Leona cupped his face and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Zhang Yi felt like he was floating on air. I'm never washing my face again, ever. Is it that serious? Leona laughed. Absolutely. Zhang Yi insisted. Leona's expression turned serious. Xiao Yi, there's something you need to know. Zhang Yi immediately straightened up. He knew Leona hadn't called him in just for a kiss. It's about Lena, Leona continued. Do you know her true identity? I can guess a bit. She must be from the Lionheart royal family. To have so many precious artifacts, she must be a princess or something. That's right, she's the third princess of the Lionheart royal family. But her status is more than just a princess. Leona's voice grew somber. The wife of the Lionheart Emperor, Lena's mother, was a saintess of the Church of Light. That saintess was a top-tier powerhouse, proficient in time magic, capable of fighting against 5-star saint-level opponents even at the 3-star level. Oscar, the current Lionheart Emperor, owes much of his success to her secret assistance. Their love story is well known across the continent. She bore him 2 children, but neither inherited her time magic abilities. It wasn't until the birth of their third child, Lena, that the laws of time gathered above the Lionheart royal city, and everyone believed Lena had inherited her mother's powerful time magic. However, unexpectedly, the saintess passed away 3 days after Lena was born. Passed away? Zhang Yi was shocked and urgently asked, how did she die? Leona slowly shook her head, her expression grave. No one outside the Lionheart royal family knows the specifics, not even the Flame Lion clan. But what I do know is that Lena inherited her father's light affinity and her mother's time affinity, making her an extremely rare dual-element prodigy. When she was born, her talent test results were astounding. But fate is cruel. Just as everyone was looking forward to the rise of a peerless warrior in the Lionheart Empire, tragedy struck. She paused before continuing. Lena reached the peak of the 7th tier by the age of 8, but after that, her progress stalled completely. Worse still, she couldn't learn any magic, not even the most basic lower-tier spells. Unable to learn any magic? Zhang Yi frowned. Yes, Leona explained. Her internal magic couldn't resonate, which means she couldn't use magic through array drawing or incantations. She couldn't even enhance her physical abilities, remaining stuck at the peak of the 7th tier. That's why she had to rely on her innate magic and magical artifacts in battle. I'm sure the numerous artifacts in her ring were specifically prepared by the Lionheart royal family for her. In essence, Lena at the peak of the 7th tier has less combat power than some 6th tier geniuses, Leona said with a serious expression. But even so, she remained Oscar's most beloved daughter, perhaps out of a sense of guilt. Leona then warned, because of you, Lena's ranking has shot up to 2nd place, ensuring her entry into the elite class. This is disastrous for her. The end-of-month combat evaluations in the elite class are extremely dangerous for her, especially against those 9th-tier prodigies. Some students from rival empires might even take the opportunity to harm her, potentially sparking a war. If Lena gets hurt, Oscar will undoubtedly be enraged, and the consequences will be dire. Zhang Yi clenched his fists and, after a moment of silence, said resolutely, I will protect her. You might be able to protect her most of the time. Leona shook her head, but you can't intervene during the end-of-month tests. If she skips 3 tests in a row, she'll be demoted and eventually, she might be expelled from the academy. Zhang Ye's eyes widened, realizing that his help might actually harm Lena, but he quickly regained his determination. I understand. I'll find a way. Leona smiled. As someone from another world, you do have some unique abilities. I hope you can help her. That's all. You can go now. Okay, goodbye, Leona. Goodbye. As soon as they stepped outside, Lena and Renomon came over immediately. Lena had a mischievous smile on her face and gave Zhang Yi a knowing look. Yigu, how did it go? Zhang Yi sighed dramatically, pretending to be overwhelmed. Too enthusiastic, I could barely handle it. This made Lena burst into laughter. Renomon, standing nearby, looked puzzled. What are you guys talking about? I don't get it. Zhang Yi and Lena exchanged a glance and patted him on the shoulder simultaneously. You'll understand someday. Then Zhang Yi waved his hand. Let's go. Time to hit the streets. Wanling City truly lived up to its reputation as the capital of the Wanling Empire. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with a constant flow of people and vehicles. Shops of all kinds, from luxurious to affordable, lined the wide avenues. The most eye-catching sight was the carriages pulled by magical beasts. Zhang Yi even saw a luxurious carriage drawn by a 6th-tier magical beast, its size comparable to a 2-bedroom apartment with a bathroom. What fascinated Zhang Yi even more was the diverse mix of races in the city. Beast-eared girls, monster girls, and other races mingled freely in the streets. Even the dwarves were a common sight, though they didn't particularly catch Zhang Yi's interest. As the 3 of them strolled leisurely through the bustling streets, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something important. Hey, Renomon, do you know where I can sell some ores? I could use some pocket money. You can sell them at the material shop, Renomon replied immediately. I remember seeing a Kairue material shop earlier. It's part of the Kairue Merchant Guild chain, so they can handle large quantities. Before long, the trio arrived at the elegantly decorated material shop. Inside, the shelves were filled with various samples, dazzling to the eyes. A shop assistant with a professional smile approached them. Welcome. Are you here to buy or sell? Sell materials. Please follow me to the inner room. The assistant led them to a specialized trading room, clearly designed to protect customer privacy. Zhang Yi took out 60 of his stock, which immediately caught the assistant's attention. The assistant quickly went to get the store manager. The chubby manager came over with a beaming smile, carefully inspecting the materials before quoting a price. 254 tons and 400 pounds of orange flame crystals at 540 gold per pound. 357 tons and 200 pounds of yellow bright ore at 310 gold per pound. How does that sound? The final transaction amounted to a staggering 4,978,200,000 gold. When the manager asked about the payment method, Zhang Yi discreetly inquired about the use of gold cards from Lena. These magical devices worked like bank cards and could be used at various banks and shops. I'd like to get a gold card and also withdraw 100,000 in cash, Zhang Yi said. Lena took the opportunity to exchange over 1 billion gold coins, deciding to keep the remaining ores as souvenirs. Soon, the manager returned with a purple crystal card and the cash, along with 2 complimentary black gold VIP cards. These cards offered discounts at all Kairue Merchant Guild stores, a high-level membership perk that underscored the guild's impressive standing. If it were any other small trading association or shop, they surely wouldn't have the capacity to handle such a large quantity of, or from Zhang Yi, let alone come up with that much capital. Zhang Yi took the 2 cards and examined them carefully. As he infused them with magic, The amethyst card immediately projected a magical screen displaying the amount of gold coins within. The black gold VIP card, on the other hand, popped up with a series of privilege information. A 5 discount on items below 10 million gold coins, VIP escort services, and even some special services involving wine and female attendants. Brother Yi, what does this all-inclusive bath service mean? Lena asked innocently, blinking her bright eyes. Zhang Yi noticed the plump shopkeeper's subtle smile and quickly cleared his throat. Kids don't need to know about that, he said. With nearly 5 billion in pocket money at his disposal, Zhang Yi felt a surge of confidence. With 5 billion gold coins backing him, even his walk had a bit more swagger. Honored guests, the plump shopkeeper suddenly spoke up. Our store has another piece of information to share with you. Tomorrow night, there will be a grand auction at the Carry Auction House located in the middle of the Central Avenue of Wanling City. If you're interested, you can attend. The VIP card is also applicable there, with the discounts covered by the Carry Trading Association. Got it? Thanks. Zhang Yi nodded. You're welcome. The Carry Trading Association always welcomes esteemed guests like you, the shopkeeper said with a professional smile. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire the shopkeeper's adeptness at his job. The trio continued their shopping spree, from weapon shops to magical potion stores, from enchanted clothing shops to food stalls. Zhang Yi was filled with curiosity about everything in this world. Unknowingly, they arrived at the most bustling area of Wanling City. Hey, what's that? Zhang Yi pointed to a cylindrical building in the distance. I heard cheers coming from there when we passed by earlier. That's the arena, owned by the Food Trading Association, explained Reynolds. You can watch various battles there, including those between different races and even magical beast fights. The arenas in the Wanling Empire are quite famous. Would you like to check it out, Brother Yi? Of course. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to learn new magic and combat techniques. As they reached the outside of the arena, Zhang Yi noticed several notices posted on the wall. One of them read, 5th tier stealth wolfman on the loose. Reward of 100 gold coins for any information and 10,000 gold coins for capturing it alive. Is the stealth wolfman very powerful? Zhang Yi asked. Very much so, Lena replied. The stealth wolfman has a natural stealth ability. Once a 5th tier stealth wolfman goes into hiding, it's nearly impossible to detect it unless you're of a saint level or higher. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. No wonder it managed to escape. Such an ability makes it almost impossible to find within the city. As for why saint-level individuals weren't involved, saints wouldn't bother with capturing a mere 5th tier wolfman. With such a hefty reward, someone was bound to take the risk. Though intrigued, Zhang Yi quickly shifted his focus and led Lena and Reynolds into the arena. To enter the outer gladiatorial arena, you need to pay 5 gold coins. It's quite affordable and considered a reasonable price. As soon as you step inside, the deafening roar of the crowd hits you. The layout resembles the ancient Roman Colosseum, but on a grander scale. The outer area features several smaller arenas, with 6 large arenas, each with a radius of 500 meters, standing in the center. These arenas surround an even more massive central arena. In the smaller outer arenas, various gladiatorial matches are in full swing. Intelligent species and magical beasts are locked in fierce combat. 7 4th-tier windwolves are besieging a 5th-tier thorn python. The stands are packed with spectators, who cheer for their favored side or busy themselves placing bets. Excitement is written all over their faces. Most of these spectators are ordinary people with low ranks, seeking a rare thrill. For Zhang Yi, these battles, which are at most 5th tier, are quite dull. So, the 3 of them decided to head to the larger inner arenas. However, just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by a staff member. Entry to the inner arena requires 500 gold coins, the staff member said impassively. This price is 100 times that of the outer area. After paying the fee, the 3 stepped into the inner arena, where fierce battles of 6th tier and above were underway. Well-dressed nobles watched the matches with great interest. Even so, the highest level in the inner arena is only up to 8th tier. Are the battles above 8th tier held in the central arena? Zhang Yi asked. Renomon nodded in confirmation. That's right. However, the central arena only opens at fixed times, and entry costs 5,000 gold coins. There, the matches are mainly between 8th tier to 10th tier magical beasts. The next match is in 2 days. The 3 of them found a spot to watch an 8th tier battle. In the arena, a barbarian bearman was facing off against a giant rock bear, both at the late 8th tier. The giant rock bear roared, sending a fan-shaped array of stone spikes toward its opponent. The bearman quickly half-transformed into a humanoid bear, with bulging muscles, and shattered the stone spikes with a single hammer strike to the ground. Despite the significant size difference, the giant rock bear stood 6 to 7 meters tall. While the half-transformed bearman was just over 3 meters, the bearman's displayed strength was astonishing. He punched the giant rock bear's paw, tearing its flesh. Enraged, the giant rock bear activated its innate magic, covering itself in rock armor, and engaged in a brutal close-quarters fight with the bearman. In the end, The bearman gathered all his magical power and summoned a giant magical bear several meters tall, which killed the giant rock bear. Such strength was comparable to a newly promoted 9th-tier human warrior. This demonstrated the natural advantages of beastmen, whether in strength, physique, or special abilities. They far surpassed humans. The only advantage humans have is their intelligence and talent for cultivation. They even lag in reproductive capacity. It's said that pigmen can have up to 12 offspring at once. The bearman stood atop the giant rock bear's corpse, bathed in blood, and let out a victorious roar. The stands erupted in cheers. Those who won their bets were overjoyed, while the losers cursed and lamented their misfortune. Lena listened to the unbearable roars around her, slightly frowning. Zhang Yi noticed her change in expression and considerately said, "Let's go. It's too noisy here, and there's nothing interesting to see." They left the noisy arena and leisurely strolled through the city. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the sun was setting, and the three of them returned to the manor. Leona wasn't at the manor, so Zhang Yi took it upon himself to prepare dinner. Although the manor had professional chefs and servants, barbecuing was something that had to be done personally to capture the true flavor. He demonstrated grilling techniques while patiently guiding Lena and Renomon, filling the air with laughter and joy. "Yigu, how did you become so skilled?" Lena suddenly asked. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and answered with faux seriousness, "Maybe it's because I'm handsome. With such natural charm, I had no choice but to work hard and naturally became strong." His shameless remark left Lena and Renomon speechless, exchanging a glance. "I wish I could be as amazing as Yigu." Lena sighed softly as she watched the flickering flames. "You absolutely can," Zhang Yi affirmed. Lena shook her head with a bitter smile. "I can't. I can't learn magic." Her eyes dimmed. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment before saying, "It's okay. Who says you have to rely on magic to become strong? You can release magical energy, right?" "I can, but pure magical energy is nowhere near as powerful as magic." "Then we just need to find a way to make pure magical energy stronger." Zhang Yi smiled confidently. "I already have a few ideas. We'll test them tomorrow." "Really?" Hope lit up in Lena's eyes instantly. "Can we start now?" Seeing her sudden excitement, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. He understood Lena's desire to become stronger. Once a prodigy of the Lionheart Empire, she had become a laughingstock for her inability to cast magic. The rumors and gossip must have put immense pressure on her. "Give me some time to perfect my ideas. We'll start tomorrow," Zhang Yi said gently. "Okay." Lena nodded earnestly, her gratitude evident. "Thank you. That's what big brothers are for," Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Lena's face brightened with a radiant smile. Her intuition was right. Zhang Yi truly was a very good person. The next day, the three of them arrived at the training ground within the estate. Lena's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Lena, as far as I know, you have 2 innate magical talents, right?" Zhang Yi asked. Lena nodded in confirmation. She wasn't surprised that Zhang Yi knew about her second magical talent. After all, this secret was only known to the Lionheart royal family and a select few individuals. Given the close relationship between the Yin Lion clan and the royal family, she guessed that Leona must have told him. "Can you demonstrate your second talent? It will help me form a clearer plan." "Sure," Lena replied, taking a deep breath. In an instant, she executed a series of rapid teleports, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Then, her body emitted a faint blue glow and she disappeared from sight. A moment later, she reappeared, her magical energy completely replenished. "Whoa, isn't that Tracer's recall?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, immediately analyzing the ability. Temporal Rewind, a non-tiered time-based magical talent that allows you to revert to your original position and state. "Brother Yi, what do you think? Is it good enough?" Lena asked nervously. "Good? It's incredible," Zhang Yi said excitedly. "Does this talent allow you to fully recover even if you're severely injured, as long as your state was normal a moment before?" Lena nodded and explained, "I haven't tried it with severe injuries, but as long as I'm in a certain state before the rewind, I can return to that state, including injuries and magical energy. However, it only rewinds to a moment before, and I can't use it again within that time frame." "A moment is more than enough," Zhang Yi enthused. A moment, roughly 2 seconds, meant invincibility. During the rewind, Lena completely vanished. Even her presence couldn't be detected, indicating she entered another temporal dimension. This ability could help her evade any lethal attack. Zhang Ye's training plan began to take shape. He asked Lena to demonstrate her fastest magic bullet attack. She shot countless magic bullets the size of ping-pong balls from her hands, firing 6 to 7 per second. While the speed was impressive, the power and accuracy diminished when focusing on rapid fire. To address this issue, Zhang Yi thought of magical devices. He turned to Rainaman, "Little brother-in-law, do you know where we can buy magical devices? Many weapon shops sell them. Do you want me to get some for you?" "Thanks, get 3 of each type of magical device," from Tier 3 to Tier 10. Zhang Yi handed over a gold card. Rainaman took the card, surprised by Zhang Ye's request to purchase so many magical devices. But upon learning it was to craft specialized equipment for Leona, he immediately set off to make the purchases. Watching all this, Leona felt a warm surge in her heart. Although the price of magic devices is lower than that of artifacts, buying this mini still costs at least a few million, Leona said, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she looked at the mountain of magic devices before her. Brother Yi, I promise I'll pay you back. Zhang Yi gently shook his head, a warm smile playing on his lips. We're friends, no need to mention it. As long as you can become stronger, it's worth spending any amount of money. He paused, a confident glint in his eyes. Besides, money is the easiest thing to come by. Hearing this, Lena's eyes welled up with tears. Zhang Yi continued explaining his plan. My idea is for you to use these magic devices to condense mana bullets for attacks. I want to create a pair of magic devices with compression capabilities, similar to Tracer's pulse pistols, which can compress and then release energy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. With such mobility and twin magic guns, your combat power will significantly increase. Magic devices? Leona asked, slightly puzzled. In her understanding, magic devices could enhance the combat power of armies, but their power was nowhere near that of artifacts. Still, she chose to trust Zhang Ye's judgment. Leona, how many times can you use rewind? Zhang Yi suddenly asked. In theory, if my mana is sufficient, I can use it infinitely, Leona explained. Rewind consumes a large amount of mana first, then it allows me to return to 2 seconds earlier. However, there's a limit. I can't use it again during or within 2 seconds after a rewind, or I'll suffer backlash. If I don't consider the mana recovery from the rewinds, I can use it about 5 times in a fully charged state. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding and then curiously asked, so why didn't you use it when fighting the ice leopard? Leona smiled sheepishly. I wanted to conserve my strength. Zhang Yi chuckled at her response. At that moment, Renault returned with several carts full of magic devices. Seeing the carts brimming with equipment, Zhang Yi grinned. Let's get started. Zhang Yi picked up a 3-tiered magitech device and examined it closely. It resembled a massive musket, nearly 2 meters long, with intricate magical patterns etched all over its surface. He enveloped it with his magic, quickly figuring out how to disassemble it, and then broke it down into various components. I see. Zhang Yi muttered to himself as he studied the device. The internal structure gradually revealed itself. A miniature mana reservoir at the back stored magical energy, which was then channeled through specific magical patterns into the interior, where a lower-grade magical crystal inscribed with a magic array converted it into mana bullets enveloped in a thin film of magic. Time flew by as Zhang Yi became completely absorbed in his research. The floor was littered with various magitech components, including some rare and valuable 10th-tier parts. Reynold and Leona couldn't help but wince at the sight those magitech devices had cost over 20 million. As the sun set, Zhang Yi had been engrossed in his research for more than 10 hours, skipping lunch entirely. Brother Yi, maybe you should eat something first? Leona asked, concerned. Zhang Yi didn't respond. He was intently focused on a component in his hand, his gaze vacant. Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Leona called again, growing more worried. Yes. Zhang Yi suddenly jumped up, startling Leona. She quickly grabbed his arm, tears welling up in her eyes. Sorry for scaring you, Zhang Yi said, rubbing his head. I've figured out how to make your personalized magitech device. He explained 2 key points in detail. First, the need to compress the required magical runes, magic arrays, and materials. Second, since Lena's abilities involve light and time attributes, they needed to find the corresponding materials. Exhausted, Zhang Yi yawned and asked Reynold to inquire about the materials. With Lena's help, he made his way back to his room. Before lying down, he reassured Leona, once I master making magitech devices, I'll create one for you that will astonish everyone. Watching Zhang Yi sleep, Leona felt a strange emotion stir within her, quickly followed by confusion at her own thoughts. As she left the room, she whispered, thank you. Half an hour later, Reynold rushed back. Where's Brother Yi? He asked. He's sleeping. What's the matter? It's urgent. We need to wake him up. Yigu, Yigu. Lei Nuoming burst into the room, his urgent voice shattering the quiet. Zhang Yi was jolted awake from his sleep, groggily rubbing his eyes. What's up, little brother-in-law? Yigu, the situation with the materials you've been looking for isn't looking good, Lei Nuoming said with a serious expression. Supplies are scarce in the market, and getting them from other empires would take at least a month. But he shifted his tone. I just got word that there's a piece of void meteorite weighing 100 pounds up for auction tonight at the Carry auction house. It's exactly what you need. Auction? Zhang Yi frowned, trying to recall. The fat boss had indeed mentioned an auction tonight. It's already halfway through, Lei Nuoming urged. Damn, what are we waiting for? Zhang Yi sprang out of bed. Let's go. The two rushed out, grabbing Lena along the way, and hurried to the auction house. With their black VIP card, they quickly got a number and were seated in a luxurious private room. Fortunately, the void meteorite was the final item, and the auction was only on the fifth lot. Suddenly, Zhang Yi remembered an important question. By the way, what's the usual price for void meteorite? Although he had nearly 5 billion in assets, high-grade materials in this world were notoriously expensive, as evidenced by the ores he had sold before. Void meteorite is only found in the Void Land, which requires at least a saint level to enter, Lei Nuoming explained. So it's extremely rare, going for at least 800,000 gold per pound, and it's highly sought after. Zhang Yi took a sharp breath, quickly doing the math. Over 100 pounds would mean more than 1 billion gold. He exhaled in relief. Oh, just over 1 billion? No problem. For him, as long as he had the money, the deal was as good as done. I hear you, my talented friend. The sixth auction item. The emerald heart necklace. With a wave of the auctioneer's hand, a richly dressed maid gracefully ascended the stage, carrying a tray. In the center of the tray, an exquisite necklace sparkled under the lights. The emerald heart comes from the forest of elves. It calms the mind, balances magic, and significantly enhances wood element affinity, the auctioneer announced dramatically. Gentlemen, wouldn't you want to gift this to your beloved? Ladies, wouldn't you love to wear this and outshine everyone else? The starting bid is 2 million gold, with minimum increments of 100,000 gold. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Wealthy women eagerly placed their bids, while others pleaded with their companions to win it for them. After a fierce bidding war, the necklace was finally secured by a noblewoman for an astronomical price of 6,500,000 gold. Zhang Yi shook his head quietly. The so-called emerald heart was nothing more than a crystal core from an 8th-tier wood element magical beast, which could be bought for a few 100,000 outside. Most of its purported effects were exaggerated, especially the claimed enhancement of wood element affinity. The story about it being an elven artifact was likely just a marketing ploy. To him, the necklace's most notable feature was its faint lychee fragrance. The next 6 items were so unremarkable that Zhang Yi found himself yawning repeatedly. Suddenly, the auctioneer's tone took on a mysterious edge. The next item, I'm sure many of you have heard of. In fact, some of you might have come specifically for her. Zhang Yi perked up, expecting to see a piece of void meteorite, only to see a maid leading a girl chained with a magical leash onto the stage. The other end of the chain was attached to a stunning young girl. She had pointed ears, slightly visible fangs, cascading black hair, and skin as fair as snow, her beauty rivaling that of Lena. Around her neck was a magical collar, beneath which was a slave mark. Her name is Valia, a half-blood of the vampire and human races. The auctioneer's words caused an uproar. A well-trained mature slave, yet still a virgin. She possesses latest stage 9th-tier strength and is only 25 years old. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a saint-tier powerhouse. The men in the audience stared at her with intense desire. Valia, dressed in sheer fabric, revealed just enough of her perfect figure to ignite a fierce sense of possession in them. The starting bid is 20 million gold, with minimum increments of 1 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidding frenzy began. 25 million, 27 million, 30 million. No one outbids me. 32 million. A group of wealthy individuals frantically raised their paddles, all vying to claim the vampire slave. This isn't just any slave. It's someone with the rare talent of a saint-level warrior. The allure of such a powerful bed companion quickly heated up the auction room. Bids skyrocketed to 62 million, and the number of participants dwindled, leaving only a few determined buyers still in the race. Zhang Yi frowned as he watched the scene unfold. As someone from a modern civilization, he instinctively detested the idea of slave trading. However, his primary goal was the void meteorite, and to save Lena, he needed to ensure he had enough funds. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice broke his thoughts. 1 billion. The bid from the VIP room 3 is 1 billion. Any higher offers? The remaining bidders fell silent instantly. Their budget caps were around 70 million, and this astronomical bid eliminated them from the competition. Zhang Yi looked towards room 3, but it was shrouded in a magical barrier that blocked both sight and sensing. Finally, the highlight of the auction appeared. A pitch-black stone with spatial ripples on its surface was brought onto the stage void meteorite. This rare material, weighing 153 pounds, possessed both time and space alignment properties and could perfectly integrate with other elements, making it ideal for crafting a complete set of saint-level armor and weapons. The bidding began fiercely. Room 3 started with 80 million, followed by 90 million, and then 100 million in quick succession. Ordinary wealthy individuals could only watch as the prices soared beyond their reach. When the bid reached 240 million, only rooms 3 and 1 were still competing. Room 3 then jumped to 300 million in one go, seemingly securing the deal, but room 5 suddenly raised it to 350 million. From room 3, The sound of glass shattering echoed, followed by an enraged female voice shouting, "Find out who that bastard is. Investigate them." The final bid was hammered down at 450 million. The princess in room 3 smashed her crystal goblet in frustration, but she had no more resources to continue. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 450 million. Going once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Finally securing the void meteorite, Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The final price of 450 million far exceeded his initial expectation of 300 million, surpassing the market value by a significant margin. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary value of the void meteorite. Leona, standing nearby, was visibly shaken by the staggering amount. Her petite frame trembled slightly, and her eyes welled up with tears. As a member of the Lionheart royal family, she was no stranger to wealth and understood the significance of this sum enough to sustain a family's legacy. Realizing that Zhang Yi had spent such a fortune just to craft a magic device for her, Leona couldn't help but clutch his sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. "Brother Yi, why are you so good to me? We've only known each other for a few days." Gently wiping away her tears, Zhang Yi spoke softly, "It's only been a few days now, but we have a lifetime ahead of us. You have to think long-term. For lifelong friends, what's a bit of money? Besides, don't you want to pursue your sister Paiji?" His words only made Leona cry harder. It took some time for Zhang Yi to calm her down. "Brother Yi, I promise I'll repay this debt tenfold in the future," Leona said firmly, her small fists clenched. Zhang Yi chuckled. "You make it sound like you're planning revenge." Stretching lazily, he joked, "If I ever run out of money, you better be generous when I come asking for a loan." After completing the payment, the trio hurried back to the estate. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to start studying the void meteorite, meticulously recording various data and refining the plans for the magic device. The meteorite's properties were exactly as expected. If not for his current lack of experience, he would have started the crafting process immediately. On the morning of the 3rd day after the Wanling Academy entrance exam, the candidates' badges suddenly lit up with magical text, instructing them to report to the academy. Leona arrived at the estate and teleported the trio to the academy. When Zhang Yi saw the 100 Maturtle Gate pillars made of magic jade, he was speechless with shock. Learning that just a pound of magic jade was worth 1,000 gold coins, he quickly calculated that the value of these 2 pillars exceeded 20 billion. However, considering Wanling Academy's numerous billion-dollar secret realms, such opulence seemed reasonable. Crossing the gate, an even more magnificent scene unfolded before his eyes, leaving Zhang Yi in awe once again. The plaza was grand and magnificent, with statues dozens of meters high made of gold and silver gleaming in the sunlight. The enchanted fountains created a dreamy atmosphere, and the central lake was vast enough to accommodate an entire fleet of aircraft carriers. The academic buildings were several times taller than century-old cathedrals on Earth, and the towering magical spires intertwined with 100 Maturtle trees. Zhang Yi stood in front of Wanling Academy, deeply awestruck by the sight before him. "Amazing!" Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly. Seeing his enthusiasm, Leona smiled and led the 3 of them to the registration desk. "Kaiafuli, please help them check in." "Of course, Master Leona." Kaiafuli responded respectfully upon seeing her. As a mentor who had reached the 3-star saint level at the age of 26, Leona naturally commanded great respect. Kaiafuli took their number plates and scanned them with a magical array, which then projected detailed information on a screen. His expression gradually turned to one of admiration, and he handed each of them a colorful class badge. "These are your badges. Make sure not to lose them. They not only contain your personal information but can also be used to accept tasks, earn points, and redeem rewards. You can explore their functions on your own. Your dormitory information is also embedded in the badges map." The 3 thanked him and happily took their badges. Leona said, "Head to your dorms. Your uniforms and ranking rewards will be delivered there." "Do we have to leave already? Can't we stay a bit longer?" Zhang Yi asked, pouting. Leona ruffled his hair and smiled. "New students keep the mentors busy. Besides, I'm your class mentor, so we'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. Just don't cry later." "Cry? No way. I'm too happy for that." Zhang Yi thumped his chest in assurance. After watching Leona leave, the 3 examined their badges. The requirement to bind the badge with a drop of blood made Zhang Yi grimace. Despite being fearless in battle, he found pricking his finger unusually daunting, much to the amusement of Lena and Lei Nua. Once bound, the badge projected the following information. Student, Zhang Yi. Age, 23. Attributes, dual element gold and fire. Student ID, 666600006. Class, color class. Access level, 1 star. Interesting student ID, Zhang Yi noted. It means the academy has been around for at least 13,000 years. When they reached the dormitory area, they discovered that the color class indeed enjoyed special treatment. Each of them was assigned a luxurious villa. Although they weren't in the same villa, numbers 233, 232, and 234 were right next to each other, making it easy to visit. Zhang Yi entered Villa 233 with anticipation. The door automatically opened after a magical scan. Just as he was about to push it open, the doors swung open from the inside. Ainin. Zhang Ye's face lit up with a joyful smile at the sight of his familiar roommate. Looking at Zhang Yi in front of him, Nan instinctively frowned. This guy, who always made him uneasy, had become his roommate. This completely disrupted his plan to stay away from Zhang Yi, wait for the right moment, and then cut ties. To Nan, Zhang Ye's presence would severely affect his quick-draw speed. You're in this dorm too? Zhang Yi flashed his trademark smile. Where did you go after the assessment? I was planning to invite you for a barbecue. Nan shot him a cold glance and walked past him. Zhang Yi quickly reached out to stop him. Let go. Nan's voice carried a clear warning. Zhang Yi immediately let go but persisted. Don't be so aloof. After all, we've been through some tough times together. Before he could finish, Nan's hand was already on his sword hilt. Zhang Yi stepped back 2 paces, knowing all too well that Nan wasn't bluffing. Did you get assigned to the Kai class too? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up when Nan nodded. That's great. We'll be classmates. By the way, can I ask you a favor? Nan took a step back to create some distance, then after a moment of silence, said, Speak. At the end of each month, there's a combat test. If you end up facing Leona, could you go easy on her? I never hold back. I know, just don't be too harsh. Nan was silent for a moment before finally nodding slightly and turning to leave. Watching his back, Zhang Yi sighed. Such a cool guy. He then eagerly ventured into the villa to explore. The 2-story villa, covering 400 square meters, was simple yet comfortable, with gardens in both the front and back. The most exciting feature for him was that both rooms in the villa had magic gathering formations. After choosing the unlocked room, Zhang Yi threw himself onto the soft bed, watching Gugu jump around joyfully. The user manual on the bedside table detailed how to use all the facilities, including the magic gathering formations that required points. Checking his points via the school badge, Zhang Yi found out that as the 4th place in the freshman assessment, he had earned 1,000 points. First place got 5,000 points, second place got 3,000, third place got 2,000, 4th to 10th places got 1,000 each, with decreasing amounts for lower ranks. Outside, besides Lena and Renault, 2 more people had joined Samantha and a curly-haired boy named Kobik. It was no wonder Lena was so happy. Samantha was her roommate. Kobik, on the other hand, was Renault's roommate. This freckled, sunny boy quickly hit it off with Zhang Yi. Where should we go now? The cafeteria? The arena? The library? Kobik asked enthusiastically. Let's head to the cafeteria first. Food is the priority, Zhang Yi suggested. Following the map, the 5 of them found the 7-story cafeteria. Each floor offered better quality and more expensive food. On the 2nd floor, they discovered a feast waiting for them. The so-called treasured meals are dishes cooked with ingredients that contain magical properties and rich nutrients. These special meals not only offer nutritional value far beyond ordinary food, but also slightly enhance cultivation when consumed regularly. For example, the height-ear magical beast roasts that Zhang Yi often eats fall into this category. Within the academy, gold coins or purple crystal coins aren't used. Instead, there's a point system. Regular meals cost 1 or 2 points, while treasured meals start at a minimum of 5 points, and meal sets can go over 10 points. For students ranked beyond the top 500, maintaining their daily diet solely with points is quite challenging. Although reaching the 5th tier allows one to go days without eating, that's under the condition of not training, fighting, or working. In an environment like the academy, where daily physical exertion is high, some food intake is necessary for sustenance. Fortunately, the academy provides ways to earn points. Completing tasks and participating in battles can earn you points. Zhang Yi finds this incentive system quite reasonable. As for the areas above the 2nd floor of the dining hall, higher permissions are required to enter. None of them had breakfast, so they each exchanged points for some morning food. Among them, KB-ku, the chatterbox, was particularly lively. Have you heard? The top 10 in the academy are called the 10 Kings. KB-ku exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. That's so over the top, but I like it. Each of the 10 Kings has a unique title. KB-ku gestured animatedly. For example, among the veteran 10 Kings, there's Ice Fist Fred, Earth Guardian Talia, and Flame Serpent Melt. Just as KB-ku was going on, he suddenly mentioned. And there's the new goddess instructor, Leona. Her title is Scarlet Lioness. She's my goddess. If I could marry her, I'd die happy. Before he could finish, he felt 2 icy stares directed at him. Brother-in-law, shall we beat him up? Zhang Yi asked Renomon with a smile. Sure. Renomon nodded in agreement. They both stood up simultaneously, cracking their knuckles as they approached KB-ku. KB-ku shrank back, his voice trembling. What? What are you guys doing? Trying to steal my girl? I can't let you off without a beating for Danana's sake. Zhang Ye's smile remained unchanged. A little seventh-tier brat wants to marry his esteemed sister? If you want to die, I'll help you out. Renomon also showed a dangerous smile. Just don't hit my face. In the end, they didn't actually beat up KB-ku. After all, they were future classmates and would see each other often. Instead, one of them put KB-ku in a headlock while the other grabbed his waist, making him scream in submission. Satisfied with their lesson, the two returned to their seats, leaving KB-ku trembling and occasionally twitching on the ground. At least give me a reason, KB-ku asked bitterly as he struggled to get up. Leona is my big sister, Renomon said curtly. Yeah, Leona is his big sister. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. KB-ku looked at Zhang Yi in confusion. Okay, fine. He's Leona's brother. But why are you involved? Despite his grievance, KB-ku quickly recovered his energy and excitedly asked, So, have you guys thought of your titles? After a brief silence, Renomon spoke first. I come from the Blazing Lion family, so I'll be called Red Flame Lion. Why Red Flame Lion, Dad? Zhang Yi asked playfully. It's Red Flame Lion, Renomon replied, clearly irritated. Next up was Samanra. I come from the Wind Spirit family, so I'll be called Wind Spirit. Wind Lymph? Zhang Yi teased again. It's Wind Spirit, Samanra said, exasperated. Lena, unable to come up with a good title, turned to Zhang Yi. Yigo, can you help me think of one? Zhang Yi first joked that she should be called Rich Lady, causing everyone to laugh and cry at the same time. Then, he seriously suggested, how about Flash? Just like Tracer from Earth. He hoped Lena could break free from the mockery of the Lionheart Empire and shine brightly. Flash. Lena repeated, savoring the name, her eyes sparkling. I really like it. Thank you. Yigo. When it was Zhang Ye's turn, he half-jokingly said he wanted an exaggeratedly long title, making everyone shake their heads. After breakfast, the group toured the training grounds and the battle arena. With Zhang Yi and KB-ku joking around, the atmosphere remained cheerful, and even the usually aloof Samanra often smiled. Zhang Yi kept looking for Nan, but she was nowhere to be found. When he asked, Samanra mentioned that Nan might have gone to the library. Hearing that the library had a vast collection of magical books to study, Zhang Yi immediately got excited and urged everyone to head there. Meanwhile, Nan was holding a map from her badge, confusedly looking at the surrounding buildings and muttering to herself, Where is the library? When the group finally arrived at the library, they couldn't help but marvel at the grand structure before them. The library stood majestically, stretching over 500 meters from left to right, with an awe-inspiring height. Zhang Yi stood at the entrance, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a magical treasure trove. As he stepped into the library, endless rows of densely packed bookshelves extended beyond sight. Zhang Yi eagerly pulled out a book to analyze, instantly gaining insights into a dozen spells. However, he soon realized that most of the magical records were incomplete, containing only descriptions of effects and some editor comments, lacking detailed learning methods. These books seemed more like references to help students understand magic, rather than actual study materials. The truly complete magic textbooks were on the second floor, which had perception isolation requiring special access to enter. Freshmen could only gain access by completing tasks or contributing to the academy. Despite this, Zhang Yi was still thrilled. He unleashed his perception, surpassing the level of a one-star saint, and instantly detected tens of thousands of spells. Although 90% of them required more time to analyze, the fully documented spells, including saint-level magic, were enough to make him ecstatic. As the sun set, everyone reluctantly left the library and headed to the cafeteria. Zhang Yi specifically ordered a meal for Gujio, and packed a breakfast for Nanha had discovered Nan's hidden love for food while grilling in the secret realm. Back at the dormitory, Zhang Yi found that Nan hadn't returned yet. Just then, his freshman badge flashed, projecting a message. A welcome party would be held in 10 days, and both new and old students could sign up to perform. The first prize included 3,000 points and abundant cultivation resources. While Zhang Yi was contemplating whether to participate, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw a female senior in uniform, Luo Man, delivering uniforms and rewards. After introducing himself, Zhang Yi received 2 low-level spatial rings, one for himself and the other for Nan. After seeing the senior off, Zhang Yi began to worry about the still absent Nan. He expanded his perception and quickly detected Nan's magical aura 15 kilometers away in the back mountain. Could Nan have been tricked by the senior? Zhang Yi exclaimed, immediately rushing towards the back mountain. Nan looked around the dark forest, his face expressionless as he threw his school badge to the ground and stomped on it twice. The badge, which was supposed to guide him to the library, had instead led him to this god-forsaken place. He extended his senses, but they only covered a range of less than 2 kilometers. This was the back mountain of the academy, a vast area used to simulate forest combat. Within his sensing range, There wasn't a single building in sight. Worse yet, his previous overconfidence had left him without any markers, and the Academy's rules prevented him from flying more than 20 meters above the ground to scout the area. Now, he could only rely on his footprints to find his way back, a thought that made Nan grit his teeth in frustration. A top-tier genius, seasoned by countless brutal battles, reduced to finding his way using such primitive methods. Fueled by anger, Nan drew his long sword and with a horizontal slash, cut down a row of trees in front of him. Nan! A figure suddenly descended from the sky. Nan was taken aback. It was Zhang Yi. I thought you got tricked by one of the senior students into coming here, Zhang Yi said, landing beside Nan and letting out a sigh of relief. Nan felt an inexplicable urge to cut him down, so without a word, he swung his sword. Zhang Yi easily dodged, still smiling. You're a grown man and you still get lost? I'm not lost, Nan replied, frowning as he swung his sword again. Zhang Yi continued to dodge effortlessly. If you're not lost, then why are you here in this creepy place? Don't tell me you're here to chop down trees. Nan stopped talking, but his sword strikes became even more ferocious. Despite this, Zhang Yi dodged every attack with ease. Finally, Nan sheathed his sword, his expression still cold, but it was clear he was sulking. All right, you're not lost. Let's head back, Zhang Yi said, waving his hand. He glanced at the dark forest and suddenly shivered. It's so dark. Nan noticed a hint of fear in Zhang Ye's eyes and was surprised. Are you afraid of the dark? Yeah, it's pitch black and really scary, Zhang Yi admitted with an awkward laugh, then widened his eyes. Wait, did you just smile? No, Nan said, expressionless, as he started walking. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed his arm. Wrong way, the dorms are that way. I know, Nan replied, continuing to walk. You know nothing, you stubborn fool, Zhang Yi muttered, rolling his eyes before grabbing Nan's arm again. I don't know where you're going, but you know I'm afraid of the dark. It's so dark, can you walk me back? Don't touch me, Nan snapped, shaking him off. No. If you don't walk me back, I won't let go, Zhang Yi insisted. Besides, you can't beat me anyway. Nan was speechless. He knew Zhang Yi was giving him an out. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Fine, let's go. They started walking towards the dorms. Although flying would be faster, the dense canopy made walking more practical. After a short distance, Nan suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Yi, who was practically glued to him. Get off me. Don't be so harsh. You know I'm afraid of the dark. You're an adult and still afraid of the dark? I don't know why, maybe it's some childhood trauma. Nan rolled his eyes at him. Stay away from me or I'll kill you. You can't beat me anyway, Zhang Yi mumbled. Nan immediately drew his sword, and Zhang Yi quickly dodged. All right, I won't get close. Nan continued walking but was stopped by Zhang Yi again. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhang Yi said urgently, the dorms are that way. I know. Nan snapped, turning in the direction Zhang Yi pointed. His pale face turned slightly red in the darkness, but fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't notice. By the way, the rewards have been distributed. Here's yours, Zhang Yi said, handing Nan a ring. Nan nodded and took it. Hey, say thank you, will you? Thank you. Too soft, say it again. Thunder. Stop. Finally, they reached the dorms. Seeing the familiar buildings, Nan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Compared to the dim and damp forest, the brightly lit dormitory always brings a sense of comfort. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped in, he headed straight to the kitchen and grabbed the packed meal, handing it to Nan. Here, you've been out for a while. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? It's still warm. Nan looked at the meal offered to him, his heart fluttering slightly, but he stubbornly said, I'm not hungry. He turned to leave, but Zhang Yi blocked his way. Come on, she packed it just for you. If you don't eat it, she'll be upset, Zhang Yi said, batting his eyes in a mock pitiful manner. Nan frowned at his exaggerated tone, snatched the meal, and quickly retreated to his room, slamming the door behind him. Watching the closed door, Zhang Yi smiled smugly. I'm such a considerate guy. Just wait, Nan, you cold and aloof guy. Sooner or later, I'll melt your icy exterior. Then we'll have a strong ally to conquer the world. With that, he hugged Gujio and returned to his room to continue training. Inside his room, Nin sat at his desk, staring at the fragrant meal. He couldn't help but swallow. Idiot, who wants to eat this? He muttered, but his hand had already picked up a fork, and he began to eat in small bites. As the food entered his mouth, his gaze softened, and he quietly repeated, idiot. The next morning, Zhang Yi opened his eyes to find Gujio snuggled in his arms. Gujio, Omega Gujio Guji. The cute sound instantly brightened his mood. Good morning, Gujio. Good morning, little Ella. A sleepy Ella flew out, rubbing her eyes as she greeted him. Zhang Yi couldn't resist teasing her cheeks, which made Ella wake up immediately and bite his finger in protest. What are you doing? Nothing, Just wondering what kind of being you really are. Are you just a little fairy? I've told you. I'm a goddess. The goddess of time. Ella emphasized, hands on her hips. And stop calling me little. Got it, little Ella. Understood, little Ella. No problem, little Ella. Ah, you're driving me crazy. Ella fumed, flying to Zhang Ye's nose and giving it a bite, which only felt like a tickle. After washing up and changing into his uniform, Zhang Yi met Nan, who was also getting ready to leave. He had to admit, the uniform made Nan look especially handsome, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but internally marvel at almost being swayed. Nan, we're heading to the library. Want to join us? Nan instinctively wanted to refuse, but recalled yesterday's events and reluctantly nodded. All right, let's go. At the entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Among the young faces in school uniforms, Samantha's tall figure and mature aura stood out conspicuously. Reynolds' muscular build exuded an extraordinary presence, while Cobb had a touch of a Korean pop star charm, and Lena, the tomboy, radiated an infectious energy. It's Nan. Cobb suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god. Yi and Nan are roommates. Zhang Yi grinned proudly, jealous? With Nan backing us up, we can breeze through the lower grades. Incredible. Cobb genuinely admired. Let's go. Time for breakfast. Zhang Yi gestured. Nan frowned and asked, library? Breakfast first, then the library. I don't eat breakfast. That's not good. Let me explain the downsides of skipping breakfast. First of all, Nan interrupted with a blank expression. I'll eat, but I haven't even started. You stop talking and I'll eat. Zhang Yi could only smile wryly. All right, let's go. The cafeteria was bustling with both new and returning students. Suddenly, the figures of Sabiba and Sakura appeared, warmly greeting Samantha. Sabiba even thanked Zhang Yi for his help in the secret realm and suggested they go to the library together. Nan silently observed the increasingly lively scene around him, his gaze thoughtfully resting on Zhang Yi. This person, who disliked crowds, had inexplicably become the center of attention. Upon reaching the library, Nan swiftly slipped inside without a word. Zhang Yi headed straight to the section on magical devices, engrossed in reading. His reading speed was astonishing, finishing a book in 3 minutes, the rapid flipping of pages drawing the attention of nearby students. Not far away, a blue-haired girl noticed the commotion. As her bracelet transformed into a gun-shaped magical device aimed at Zhang Yi, he paused, focused intently on a page. The designer of this magical device must be an idiot. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Embedding the magic storage runes on a Thunder Serpent's crystal core is one thing, but placing the core at the rear of the gun barrel without adding a cooling rune set? No wonder it can only be fired 10 times. After 10 shots, it's bound to explode. These words reached the blue-haired girl's ears. She retracted her magical device and walked straight towards Zhang Yi. The students who were ready to watch the drama were stunned. This was a device designed by Senior Corinne. Immersed in his optimization analysis, Zhang Yi sensed someone standing in front of him. Thinking he was in the way, he stepped aside without looking up. To his surprise, the person followed his movement, prompting him to finally lift his head. A blue-haired girl appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Her blue hair was styled into twin tails, falling loosely around her shoulders. She wore a device resembling headphones near her ears, and her school uniform had been modified with a primarily blue color scheme, giving off a sci-fi vibe. Miku? Is that you, Miku? Me. Zhang Yi began, but quickly realized his mistake and coughed to cover it up. Ahem, hello? Do you need something? Kaling fixed her blue eyes on Zhang Yi, her slender finger pointing at the book in his hand. How should this be designed? Her voice was cold and ethereal, with a unique mechanical tone, devoid of any emotion. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned before realizing she was there to discuss the design of the magical device. He smiled and began explaining the detailed diagrams on the page. There are several issues with this magical device's design. Firstly, the current shaped handle is not ergonomic and affects precision when held. It should be redesigned to an L shape. Secondly, the biggest problem is the placement of the lightning magic core. He pointed at the drawing to elaborate. Placing it at the rear of the barrel speeds up magic transmission, but due to the barrel's heat conductivity, the temperature will become extremely high after 10 uses. The outer insulating magic array protects the user but causes heat buildup, affecting the core's operation and potentially leading to a magic explosion. I suggest moving the magic core to the grip and adding cooling or ice magic runes to the barrel. As for the magic transmission speed, adjustments can be made under the trigger, using conductive materials to connect the rear of the grip to the barrel tip, combined with dual transmission runes. This would not only double the transmission efficiency, but also enhance the power. With these improvements, the device's endurance could be increased threefold. Regarding the materials, Zhang Yi grew more enthusiastic as he spoke, seamlessly blending his earthly knowledge with magical theories. Kaling listened intently, occasionally asking questions that Zhang Yi answered fluently. The surrounding students watched in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the usually aloof Kuling was having such an engaging conversation with an ordinary student. It completely shattered their previous perceptions. After a lengthy monologue, Zhang Yi stroked his chin and summarized, "So, the person who designed this magic device is probably a newbie. Let me see who designed it. Kuling? That's a nice name." Standing nearby, Kuling nodded silently as if agreeing with his assessment, then briefly said, "Follow me." "Where to?" Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. "I'm working on a magic device and need some ideas. You can help." Koling's tone remained flat. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. For someone rich in theoretical knowledge but lacking practical experience, this was a golden opportunity. "No problem," he said excitedly, then remembered he hadn't introduced himself. "By the way, I'm Zhang Yi. And you are?" "Koling. Ko." Zhang Yi froze. "Say that again. What's your name?" "Koling." Zhang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had just called the designer a newbie and, worse, implied they were an idiot. Sorry, I didn't know you were." Koling turned and started walking away, her voice still calm and even. "Follow me." "I apologize." Zhang Yi quickly caught up. "No need." Watching Koling's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire the mindset of a dedicated magical researcher. He quickly informed Lena and the others of his departure, and then followed Koling to a futuristic-looking research institute. The interior of the institute was sleek and white, and researchers in lab coats frequently passed by in the corridors. They gave Zhang Yi curious glances but looked at Koling with admiration. It was no surprise. Koling's striking appearance and unique, natural charm made her a figure of reverence. In the lab, they encountered a woman with blue glasses, Koling's mother, Colin. After helping Koling into a lab coat, Colin turned to Zhang Yi to inquire about his identity. Zhang Yi learned that Colin was a 4-star saint-level mentor, and Koling herself was already a 1-star saint-level researcher at the age of 23, surpassing even the renowned Reynolds. Colin soon left, leaving Zhang Yi and Koling alone in the lab. Koling produced an unfinished magic device resembling a sniper rifle and explained that it was a long-range micro-magic cannon. She was working on reducing its size without compromising its power. With Koling's permission, Zhang Yi began to study the device closely. He first examined the external magic inscriptions, then gradually disassembled it. As he delved deeper into the structure of the magic cannon, his movements became more adept. Before he knew it, he had completely taken apart the entire device, spreading its components across the table. Carefully glancing at Kailang and seeing that she showed no signs of displeasure, Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then focused intently on his research, with time ticking by. After a full half-hour, he finally looked up. "The main issue with this long-range miniature magic cannon is the magic core, right?" Zhang Yi voiced his assessment. Kailang nodded mechanically and began to explain in detail. "Its prototype is a small magic cannon, with a total length of 314.225 centimeters and an effective range of 2.4 kilometers. It can kill a 6th-tier fully armored magical beast at its maximum range. But the biggest issue when miniaturizing it is that the magic core cannot be installed. If the magic core can't be reduced in size, miniaturization is impossible." She looked directly at Zhang Yi and simply said, "Help me?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Kailang's straightforwardness. He nodded and replied, "I have an idea that not only can reduce the size of the magic core, but also enhance the power of the long-range miniature magic cannon." "Speak," Kailang demanded, still concise and direct. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yi explained, "My concept is compression." Kailang tilted her head, her innocent curiosity evident. "What do you mean?" Realizing that the concept of compression might be new in this world, Zhang Yi carefully explained, "Compression involves applying pressure to a substance or force, reducing its volume while maintaining the same quantity. Magic is composed of magical particles, which I call magic atoms. There are gaps between these atoms. By applying pressure, these gaps can be reduced, thus shrinking the overall volume of the object." Kailang fell into deep thought, her blue eyes focusing and unfocusing like a camera lens adjusting its zoom. After a moment, she nodded. "I understand. It's a completely new idea. So, how do we do it?" "That's exactly what I'm pondering, how to compress magic," Zhang Yi said, falling into thought again, while Kailang waited patiently. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. "Gravity? What is gravity?" Kailang immediately asked. Zhang Yi picked up a small part, tossing and catching it as he spoke. "Look, why doesn't this part keep flying upward when I toss it? Why does it reach a certain height and then fall back down?" "Because the force you applied to it ran out," Kailang answered. Zhang Yi then went on to explain the concept of gravity in detail, from Earth's gravity to the variations in gravity at high altitudes and increased gravity underground. Finally, he excitedly concluded, "The key isn't just understanding gravity itself, but figuring out how to use gravity to compress magic. If we can compress magic, we can solve any problem." His eyes sparkled with excitement. including the challenge of creating Lena's specialized magic device. How do we do it? Kailang asked. Zhang Yi focused intently as he explained, gravity. Gravity is a manifestation of gravitational force. We all feel our own weight because of gravity. This makes it the easiest way to compress magical energy. I've scoured the library and, while I didn't find any spell specifically for gravity, there are plenty of records on gravity magic. We can try using gravity magic to compress magical energy. Let's begin the experiment, Kailang announced decisively. As soon as she spoke, the laboratory was illuminated by the glow of projected magical energy. The surrounding magical devices began to operate in a precise and orderly manner, resembling a highly automated factory, leaving Zhang Yi in awe. Construct the experimental area, Kailang commanded. Several devices resembling flat brushes moved to the center of the lab's open space. Their heads traced through the air, leaving a magical barrier in their wake. Soon, a perfect 10 by 10 by 10 cubic experimental area was formed. What are those devices? Zhang Yi asked, pointing curiously at the still operating equipment. Magic screen creators, Kailang explained. They can produce magical barriers, with strength depending on the materials provided, up to a 5-star saint level. Noticing the 10th tier crystal core being broken down in the device's power supply, Zhang Yi asked, did you make this? No, it was made by Kellen. Kailang shook her head. Zhang Yi scratched his head, thinking how peculiar it was that she referred to her mother by name. How exactly do we proceed? Kailang inquired. Zhang Yi replied earnestly, first, we need to use high-tier magical energy to create a thin magical film to store the energy. After infusing it with magical energy, we compress it using gravity from all directions. This is the simplest method of compression. Kailang immediately formed a perfectly uniform magical bubble in her palm, showcasing her exceptional control over magical energy. Hold on, Zhang Yi smiled, stopping her. Scientific research requires a step-by-step approach. We need to first innovate a tierless gravity spell that can apply pressure uniformly from all directions. If the gravity is uneven, the magical film could rupture due to uneven forces, causing the compressed magical energy to burst out and create a hazard. All right, how do we do that? Leave it to me. Zhang Yi stepped into the experimental area, immediately feeling completely isolated from the outside world. In this silence, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat, the friction of his bones, and the flow of his blood. While this environment might drive some people mad, it significantly boosted his concentration. He dove into his work, conjuring a magical array visible only to him. His hands danced through the air, constantly testing various combinations of magical sequences, runes, and glyphs. A new spell was taking shape. Although Kailang couldn't see the magical array, she could sense Zhang Yi's intense focus. She took out a spellbook and meticulously recorded his muttered observations, gaining many insights from his process. At that moment, Kellen returned to the lab. Seeing her daughter collaborating harmoniously with a stranger on magical research, she was astounded. Usually, men who tried to use research as a pretext to get close to Kailang were deemed unworthy due to their inadequate theories or research skills and were eventually kicked out of the lab. Zhang Yi was the first to work so seamlessly with her. Kellen was about to speak. Kailang suddenly waved her hand, and a blade of magical energy, gleaming with a cold light, formed at her fingertips. The icy edge pressed against Kellen's neck. Silence, she commanded, her voice as cold as ice. Kellen was momentarily stunned, her gaze dimming. Faced with her own daughter's threat, she didn't feel anger. Instead, she saw it as an inevitable outcome. This girl, almost numb to emotions, was a product of her own making. In the experimental area, Zhang Yi was completely engrossed in his magical experiment, utterly unaware of the tense atmosphere outside. Concern for Lena's safety left him no room for distraction. Every magical detail had to be meticulously precise. As time ticked by, Zhang Yi spent 3 full hours innovating in the realm of magic. Kailang and Kellen stood silently on the periphery, observing. Even Kellen, like her daughter, took out a small notebook to carefully record the magical concepts Zhang Yi mumbled about. Finally, with the sound of the system alert, a joyful smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. He had succeeded gravity compression, a new tierless special magic. This spell could exert all-encompassing gravitational pressure on a target, with the intensity depending on the caster's magical power and output. It was his second creation of a tierless spell. Eager to finalize his analysis, Zhang Yi stepped out of the experimental area and noticed Kellen's presence for the first time. Instructor Kellen, you're here too? Kellen smiled and nodded. You're Zhang Yi, right? Are you interested in working at the Magic Research Institute? Well, I'm still a freshman, mainly focusing on my studies right now. Zhang Yi scratched his head, somewhat hesitant. No problem, Kellen said warmly. Your understanding of magic just now is impressive. You can come to the Institute to conduct experiments in your free time and enjoy the benefits of a mid-level researcher. It will greatly enhance your magical comprehension. Under Kellen's sincere invitation, Zhang Yi eventually nodded in agreement. Kellen then left, instructing Keilang to handle his access upgrade. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, surprised that an experiment had unexpectedly earned him the status of a mid-level researcher. Putting aside his distractions, he turned to Keilang. Let's get started. You inject magical energy into the mana bubble, and we'll begin the first round of experiments. All right, Keilang responded briefly. The two of them entered the experimental area, where the magical display began recording all the data. The compression project is officially established. Experiment in progress, experiment number 1. Keilang announced mechanically. Experiment start. Keilang slowly infused the mana bubble with magic. Before long, it reached saturation. Done. Keilang said succinctly. Zhang Yi nodded, signaling Keilang to step back. He then made a fist with his hand. Gravity crush. Although he could have cast the spell silently, the gesture added a flair, even if it felt a bit theatrical. Immediately, slight air ripples appeared around the mana bubble. This was due to the gravity crush altering the local air density, causing light to refract and creating a visual effect that confirmed the magic was working. Zhang Yi cautiously controlled his mana output, starting with 1 times gravity and gradually increasing to 2 times, then 3 times. Being the first experiment, he was particularly careful, incrementally increasing the mana infusion. As the gravity increased, the mana bubble visibly shrank. When the gravity reached 6 times, the mana bubble had compressed to 1/6 of its original size, now only as large as a marble. This marked the initial compression's completion. Although theoretically, he could continue to increase the gravity, Zhang Yi decided to stop here, considering it was the first trial and the strength of the mana bubble's membrane needed testing. Success, Zhang Yi said, holding the shrunken mana bubble with magic, a satisfied smile on his face. Keilang's pupils quickly contracted and then dilated as she began recording the data. After compressing the mana, we need a vessel to store it, or it won't last long, Zhang Yi noted. Keilang promptly took out a diamond-shaped magic crystal and began channeling the compressed mana into it. The transparent crystal soon glowed with a bright blue hue. Keilang carefully examined the crystal and analyzed. After compression, this crystal can store 6 times the mana of an uncompressed one, and can release it directly without a converter. This means the mana core can eliminate the bulky conversion and extraction components, reducing its size to 1/4 of its original. The two continued discussing the differences between magical devices and artifacts, as well as the research value of compression, gravity, and gravitational applications. Finally, Keilang formally proposed becoming Zhang Ye's student, which took him by surprise. You want to be my student? Zhang Yi asked incredulously, pointing at himself. Keilang nodded firmly. Yes, your magical theories are very unique and beneficial to me. I'm willing to pay an equivalent amount of points, or make other sacrifices. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hands. No, I'm just a freshman. How can I be your mentor? You said knowledge knows no bounds. Are you going to contradict your own philosophy? Keilang retorted. Impressive, mentor, Zhang Yi conceded. The problem isn't that. Zhang Yi frantically waved his hands. We've barely known each other, and you already want me to be your mentor. Isn't that a bit too hasty? No, it's not, Ku Ling replied with certainty. I've thought about this 108 times. Having you as my mentor will greatly benefit me. Hearing 108 times, Zhang Yi couldn't help but rub his temples. Thinking that much in such a short time. Hasn't your brain overheated? Besides, I've never taught anyone before. I have no idea how to mentor. You can, Ku Ling said calmly. In the library, you did a great job teaching. That wasn't teaching, that was showing off. Zhang Yi suddenly regretted his previous actions and resorted to being unreasonable. What if I refuse? Can you force me? Ku Ling nodded slightly. Yes. Before she finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure filled the entire lab. Zhang Yi felt like he could be crushed at any moment, and his face turned pale. I've never forgotten that in this world, the strong are respected. Ku Ling's blue eyes glowed faintly. I am stronger than you, so I can indeed force you. You can refuse, but the consequence would be me imprisoning you and using unconventional methods to extract the knowledge from your mind. Countless ethereal blue blades appeared out of thin air, surrounding Zhang Yi. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Is it really okay to say something so terrifying with such a calm expression? At that moment, Aila flew out. Yi, this is a domain that only someone of the saint level possesses. At your current level, there's no way you can defeat her within her domain. Just agree to her. Besides, she's a cute girl and even promised you points. It's a win-win. As a true iron-blooded man, would I succumb to such threats? Zhang Yi righteously declared, then immediately turned to Ku Ling. All right, I agree. The oppressive force vanished instantly, as if it had all been an illusion. Zhang Yi realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. So this is the power of a saint. Zhang Yi clenched his fists secretly. No, I must become stronger. Otherwise, I'll keep getting pushed around by cute girls. At that moment, his survival instinct and determination to grow stronger reached their peak. My fate is my own, not dictated by cute girls. Professor, could you assist me with the design of the long-range micro-magic cannon? Kaling asked in a negotiating tone, though her determined eyes suggested she wouldn't take no for an answer. Zhang Yi looked at his senior from Wanling Academy and couldn't help but think, this is basically coercion. All right, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Though he felt pressured, he also saw an opportunity. This experience would be invaluable when creating a custom magic device for Leona. First, the design of this sniper rifle is problematic. It doesn't conform to ergonomic principles, Zhang Yi pointed out. Sniper rifle? Kuling's eyes lit up. That's a good shorthand. Ergonomics is also a subject the professor introduced. Teach me more. Zhang Yi chuckled and began to explain in detail how to optimize the design for ergonomic comfort, how to modify magic runes to enhance mana transmission efficiency, and the concept of a new magazine-style loading system. He seamlessly merged knowledge from Earth with the magical technology of this world. With a fully equipped lab, they immediately got to work. 2 hours later, a brand new long-range micro-magic cannon was born. Kuling named it the Yi model, insisting that it was Zhang Ye's contribution that made its creation possible. They moved to a testing ground behind the research institute, a space resembling a secluded realm. Kuling expertly adjusted the magic sniper rifle, setting the barrel horizontally before raising it by 5 degrees and loading a mana crystal with compressed mana. The runes on the barrel glowed, and after 3 seconds, the progress bar-like runes fully illuminated, indicating it was charged. Without hesitation, Kuling pulled the trigger. As the complex magic components activated, the magic array was triggered. Bayou. A blue mana bullet shot out, followed moments later by a distant, thunderous explosion. Effective range, 4.2 kilometers, power equivalent to a standard 9th tier initial mana bullet, initial velocity, 1,118.4 meters per half second. Kuling accurately reported the data. Zhang Yi suggested adding a mana membrane shaping module at the muzzle to transform the mana bullet into a pointed bullet shape to reduce air resistance and increase range. Kuling quickly took notes and mentioned developing a specialized magic device for mass production. Back in the lab, Zhang Yi made a new request. Kuling, can you help me create a pair of gun-shaped magic devices? They need to compress mana to fire mana bullets, with a high precision requirement for time attributes. The Academy's most precise magic engraving machine can control errors within 0.00001 millimeters, Kuling said. I have access to it and can help you make them. This precision, equivalent to 10 nanometers, far exceeded Zhang Ye's expectations. He hesitated slightly. Isn't this a misuse of resources? No harm in that, Kuling said confidently. Leaving the magic engraving machine unused would be a waste, and currently, only a few of us have the qualification to use it. All right, Zhang Yi nodded and immediately got to work. Let's start designing together. Do you have paper and pen? I'll sketch out the blueprint first. In the lab, Zhang Yi and Kailang sat around the workbench, deeply engrossed in discussing the properties of void meteorite and the design of the magical device. Time flew by as they focused, and it wasn't until the evening sun's rays streamed through the window that Zhang Yi realized an entire afternoon had passed. During this time, Kailang displayed an impressive level of theoretical knowledge about magical devices. While Zhang Yi had a unique understanding of magic, being able to integrate magical knowledge with Earth technology, he had to admit he still had much to learn from Kailang on a purely theoretical level. Their discussions were vibrant and full of sparks. Kailang constantly came up with ingenious design concepts and magical array configurations, each time making Zhang Yi see things in a new light. Similarly, Zhang Ye's unique design ideas provided Kailang with fresh inspiration. Through this exchange, both of them continuously improved their theoretical understanding, with Zhang Ye's progress being particularly remarkable. After an afternoon of hard work, they finally had a preliminary design for Lena's custom magical device. It's getting late. I need to head back. There's the opening ceremony tomorrow, Zhang Yi said, stretching. All right, Kailang nodded. I'll apply to the Academy for the use of the precision engraver under the guise of research. It should be approved within 3 days. Thanks a lot. Oh, by the way, my contact information is already in the Minter's batch. I'll send you the points later. No need. You've already helped me so much. You must, Kailang insisted. Otherwise, I'll force you. All right, Zhang Yi reluctantly agreed. As he walked out of the lab, Zhang Yi thought to himself, it's all because I'm too handsome and knowledgeable but lack the strength to match that I get bullied by genius girls like this. I need to train harder and improve my strength. Guys need to protect themselves too. Tonight, I'll break through to the 8th tier. Zhang Yi resolved firmly. Returning to the dorm, Zhang Yi gently picked up Gujio and asked with concern, I forgot to feed you. Are you hungry? Gujio nuzzled his palm, the warm touch instantly lifting Zhang Ye's spirits. As he transferred some magic to Gujio, he walked to Nan's door and knocked. What is it? Nan's voice came from inside. Have you eaten? No. Nan immediately realized he had slipped up, but it was too late. I'll cook then. I haven't eaten either. Zhang Ye's footsteps gradually headed towards the kitchen. Nan sighed and covered his forehead, careless. The kitchen was equipped with a magic refrigerator that could run long-term on a 5th-grade crystal core. Zhang Yi skillfully tied on an apron, placed Gugio on his head, and started cooking. Thanks to a month of meticulous guidance from Leona, he had mastered various cooking techniques, from frying to stewing skills distilled from Leona's experiments with thousands of magical beasts. Soon, the crisp sounds of cooking filled the kitchen, and an enticing aroma began to permeate the air. Dish after dish of mouth-watering food was laid out on the table. Zhang Yi looked at his creations with satisfaction and casually cast a flavor enhancement spell, making the aroma even more irresistible. Nan, dinner's ready. Not eating, Nan replied coldly. It's really delicious, Zhang Yi coaxed. No. Nan's stomach growled loudly before he could finish his sentence. Embarrassed, he wished he could punch his weltoned abs. After some back and forth, Nan finally gave in under the threat of Zhang Ye's holy light shackles. Just as they were about to serve 2 bowls of rice, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi opened the door to find Lena, Renomon, Samantha, and Kobik standing outside. I knew it was Brother Yi cooking. Lena beamed. The smell is irresistible. Kobik sniffed the air deeply. Lena says Brother Ye's grilled meat is especially tasty, Samantha said, blinking her eyes. Zhang Yi grinned proudly. I can do more than just grilling. Come on in and try my cooking. This is your dinner. Samara hesitated at the door. Zhang Yi laughed heartily and waved his hand. I knew you'd be drawn by the aroma, so I made extra. Come on in. Don't let the food get cold. Lena pulled Samara's hand affectionately. Let's go, Sister Samara. Their relationship had evidently become quite close. Samara finally let go of her reserve and nodded. Thank you for having us. No trouble at all. Zhang Yi smiled as he led everyone to the dining table. Nan frowned at the sudden influx of people but, already holding his bowl, he pretended not to notice and continued eating. Give it a try, Zhang Yi said, distributing bowls and chopsticks while eagerly watching everyone. Everyone started to eat, and their eyes lit up with the first bite. This is amazing, Lena exclaimed, and everyone else nodded in agreement. KB exaggeratedly teared up. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Compared to Brother Ye's cooking, everything I've eaten before was just garbage. Watch your language while eating. Zhang Yi playfully tapped his head, and the group began chatting as they ate. Brother Yi, where have you been lately? Lena asked. I went to the Research Institute. The Research Institute? Isn't that a place only for magic researchers? Samara asked, surprised. Zhang Yi smiled proudly. I'm a mid-level magic researcher now. Really? Lena shouted excitedly. She knew how important magic researchers were. These were the people who developed new spells and magical devices every year, making life better. Even Nan, who had been quietly eating, looked up. Everyone started discussing the topic of magic researchers. Samara mentioned the assessment system and benefits, while Lena expressed her desire to become a researcher. Nan, are you planning to become a researcher? Zhang Yi suddenly asked. Nan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Becoming a researcher would provide resources and enhance his understanding of magic, offering numerous benefits. Then let's go for it together, Zhang Yi proposed. Even though I'm already a mid-level researcher, I can still aim for a higher rank. If you have any questions, just ask me. I'll make sure you succeed. Everyone exchanged smiles. All right, try this dish, the lightning cucumber, Zhang Yi suggested. I got this. KB eagerly took a bite. Wow, it really has a tingling sensation. How amazing. Tasty, right? Zhang Yi grinned and then turned to Nan. Don't just focus on the rice, eat more meat. You're too skinny. Feeling the warm atmosphere, Nan unconsciously slowed down his eating pace. After a hearty meal, everyone was chatting warmly in the living room, while Nan had gone back to his room to train alone. By the way, isn't there a welcome party in 9 days? Are you guys planning to perform? There's a reward, Zhang Yi asked, looking around. Of course. KB straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's a great opportunity to showcase ourselves. If we do well, the rest of the school year won't be so lonely. But you have me, right? We're roommates, Leona Meng said earnestly. KB was momentarily speechless, and everyone burst into laughter at Leona Meng's straightforwardness. I'll pass, Lena said with an embarrassed smile. She turned to ask, Samantha, are you going to perform? After a brief thought, Samantha nodded. I'll give it a try. I heard it's not easy to earn points at the academy. If I can get some from the party, the rest of the year will be easier. What about you, Yigo? Leona Meng asked. Of course, I'm going to perform, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Are you going to sing? Lena's eyes sparkled. Zhang Yi nodded, which instantly piqued the interest of Samantha and KB. When they asked for a live performance, Zhang Yi shook his head and declined. Nan is training. Let's not disturb him. Keep some suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Just don't fall in love with me. Samantha rolled her eyes at him, and KB made a teasing sound. But Lena earnestly said, Yigu sings really well, even better than Sister Paiji. Lane Yuomeng nodded in agreement. Samantha and KB exchanged glances, recalling the melodious male voice that resonated with the laws in the secret realm, which was strikingly similar to Zhang Ye's. Their anticipation for the welcome party grew even more. As night fell, Zhang Yi reminded everyone to rest, and they each headed to their rooms. He approached Nan's door and asked softly, Nan, I'm making breakfast tomorrow. Do you want meat buns or vegetable buns? Why do you keep paying attention to me? Nan's voice came faintly. They exchanged words back and forth, and in the end, Nan chose meat buns, despite his initial reluctance to engage with Zhang Yi, unable to resist the temptation of good food. In the stillness of the night, Nan sat alone on his bed, fiddling with a jade sword pendant, murmuring to himself, why go to such lengths to get close to me? Is it worth it? It's crazy. I'm not even sure it's worth it for you. Zhang Yi trained all night, breaking through to the 8th level, enhancing his strength once again. At 5 in the morning, he got up to wash and settled the well-fed Gujio on his head before starting to make the buns. He carefully ground pink crystal wheat into fine pink flour with magic, paired with top-quality black horn pork and qingfeng bamboo shoots. Soon, a batch of fragrant meat buns was neatly arranged in the steamer. With the addition of a flavor-enhancing spell, the enticing aroma quickly filled the air. Leona had never taught him how to make baozi, but Zhang Yi managed to create mouth-watering treats thanks to his versatile culinary skills. The steaming hot buns paired perfectly with freshly brewed soy milk, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. He secretly looked forward to his next experiment, combining baozi with youtiao and youtiao with noodle soup. After preserving the baozi with his magical abilities, the sky had already brightened. Sensing movement outside the door, Zhang Yi hurried to open it, just in time to see Lena and the others about to ring the doorbell. Good morning, everyone. Zhang Yi greeted with a smile. Good morning, Yigu, Lena replied, the morning light illuminating her face, making her look radiant. Samara nodded slightly, her small nose twitching as she caught the delicious scent. Yigu, what's that amazing smell? Reynolds asked, swallowing hungrily. It's a hometown special tabaozi. I made enough for all of you. Come in and have a taste. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly stepped into the dormitory. Just then, Nan also opened his door. Zhang Yi greeted him, but Nan only nodded silently without speaking. Thin-skinned and generously filled. I guarantee you'll love them, Zhang Yi promised as he handed out the baozi. Everyone took a bite and was immediately captivated by the unprecedented flavor. This is heavenly, they exclaimed in amazement. The opening ceremony is about to start. Let's eat on the way. Little brother-in-law, you're strong. Take a few more. Thanks, Yiga. Reynolds happily accepted. The warm baozi chased away the morning chill. Upon reaching the field, they positioned themselves at the front of their group. As time passed, new and returning students gathered, quickly forming a group of 50. Zhang Yi scanned the crowd and was impressed by the strength of this year's cohort 5 9th-tier students, 3 newly promoted, 2 early stage, and the rest were all 7th or 8th tier, with none below mid-7th tier. Suddenly, several figures descended onto the stage. An elder called out, silence, attention. 9 individuals stood on the stage, each a formidable 7-star saint or higher. Even though Grandpa Land was among them, he was the lowest in rank. When a golden-haired elder stepped forward, Zhang Yi instinctively analyzed him and his eyes widened in shock. That man was a demigod. He's actually a demigod. Zhang Yi stared at the distinguished elder on stage, his heart filled with awe. In this world, the establishment of an empire requires the protection of a demigod, and the fact that the All Souls Academy has one speaks volumes about its profound heritage. Betula's voice boomed across the academy grounds like a resonant bell. Hello, everyone. I am Betula, the Grand Dean of All Souls Academy. A kind smile graced his face as his gaze swept over the many new students below. Although Land, a 7-star saint, also held the title of dean, it was clear he was merely a subdean. Zhang Yi noticed that every teacher and student present looked at Betula with genuine reverence. This was no surprise. If saint-level beings were the backbone of the continent, then demigods were indisputably at the pinnacle of power. Xiao Aila, just how powerful is a demigod? Zhang Yi asked inwardly. Aila emerged from within him, explaining earnestly, 109-star saints combined wouldn't be a match for a single demigod. Demigods have mastered parts of the world's laws, possess pseudo-divinity, and can create independent small worlds. In these small worlds, no being below a demigod can challenge them. That's why there's a saying, below a demigod all are ants. Then what comes after a demigod? 3/4 god? Zhang Yi asked naively. Aila was exasperated. Don't make such weird jokes. These matters are far beyond you now. Wait until you reach the saint level. With that, she retreated back into his body. At that moment, Betula announced the official start of the opening ceremony. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sky above the academy burst into a dazzling display of colorful auroras, accompanied by ethereal singing that echoed throughout All Souls City. Not only the academy's students and faculty, but also the city's million residents took to the streets to witness this breathtaking spectacle. Betula's speech was powerful and resonant. He emphasized the importance of equality among all races and warned against the severe consequences of colluding with dark forces. Yet, he unexpectedly lightened the mood at the end. The most important thing is to enjoy every single day. After all, the key to life is happiness. This sudden humor left the new student stunned. No one had expected the dignified demigod Dean to be so playful. The senior students seemed to have anticipated this moment, breaking into kind laughter. Dean Betula looked at the new students below the stage and said gently, "You are the hope of the new generation, the children of the world, the center of this era. Keep a positive mindset, and your path will lead you straight to the light, making this world a better place." The freshmen listened to these sincere words, feeling warmth in their hearts and smiles unknowingly appearing on their faces. "So, from now on, make sure to live happily every day. Can you do that?" Betula asked. "Yes." The new and old students responded in unison. "Too quiet. Let me hear the energy of the young." Betula cupped his hand around his ear like a megaphone. "I'll ask again. Can you do that?" "Yes." Everyone shouted together, their spirits reaching a peak. Zhang Yi watched this scene and nodded to himself. This dean is impressive, and so is this academy. Good. Betula laughed heartily and waved, causing the sky above the academy to burst into brilliant starlight, dreamlike and fantastic. After the opening ceremony, the classes left one by one under the guidance of their mentors, except for the students of the Kai class, who stood there looking at each other, puzzled. "Where's our mentor?" Just as they were about to leave on their own, a figure descended from the sky. Leona, wearing a fiery red robe and with her red hair flowing, smiled with a wild charm and said, "All right, little ones, from now on, I'll be the one to make you stronger." Her gallant image immediately drew everyone's attention, including the female students. "My name is Leona, a 3-star saint rank. Now, you have 3 breaths to line up from tallest to shortest, boys in one line, girls in another, or be prepared to face my lion's claw." An intimidating aura instantly enveloped the scene, causing everyone but Zhang Yi and Lei Nuoming to show signs of fear. In less than 3 breaths, everyone quickly lined up, with Zhang Yi leisurely squeezing next to Nan. Nan's face darkened. "Didn't you hear to line up from tallest to shortest? You're 1.85 meters, you should be behind Lei Nuoming, not squeezing next to my 1.75 meters. Leona just glanced at Zhang Yi and then nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Discipline is an essential quality in the military. Even though this isn't the army, that's how I'm going to train you." With a wave of her hand, flaming lion claws lifted everyone up, following her to their new classroom. Zhang Yi looked content, as the lion claws even ruffled his hair, reminding him of his past in the forest of beasts. In the distance, Betula and others watched this scene and chuckled. The little girl from the Lionheart family, her temperament is just like her father's, but her mindset is even better. I believe she will be an excellent mentor. Though the journey was a bit bumpy, everyone eventually followed Leona to their destination. Along the way, aside from Zhang Yi enjoying the unique experience of being carried through the air by lion paws, the rest of the group looked rather disheveled. However, upon landing, the anticipated luxurious classroom was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they were greeted by a lush forest, with the academy buildings in the distance now barely visible. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief. "Is this the new classroom?" Someone couldn't help but ask, scanning the bare ground for even a single tile. Zhang Yi alone seemed unfazed, taking a deep breath of the fresh, fragrant air and showing a nostalgic expression. Leona's voice was firm and resolute. "On the battlefield, you won't get a neat and spacious training ground. Those so-called magical devices and training fields are just for show. The wilderness is the perfect training ground." Her words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the group's expectations. All those prized magical devices, training fields enhanced with magic circles, and comprehensive protection systems were suddenly dismissed. "Now," Leona continued, "we need to choose a class leader and a deputy. Xiaoya, step forward." Zhang Yi immediately stepped out of the line, only to hear Leona declare, "You'll be the class leader, and you can choose the deputy." "Well, what?" Zhang Yi was stunned. "Big Nana, isn't this setting me up for trouble?" Sure enough, the looks directed at him turned hostile. A Beast King girl with leopard ears was the first to challenge. "Why should an 8th rank newbie be the class leader?" Not satisfied, Leona said nonchalantly, "It's simple, just beat him." "But," she scanned the crowd, "you all have to go at him together." With these words, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Among those present were 10 newly promoted 9th rank students and several early 9th rank experts, not to mention the already eager Nan. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly as he looked at his classmates, who were eyeing him like prey. He raised a finger and taunted, "Come on, all at once, Hedon. The battlefield is this forest," Leona announced. "Time is half a silver hourglass. Begin." Before she finished speaking, the leopard-eared girl had already launched her attack. She swiftly transformed into her beast form, her yellow hair flowing and claws gleaming, turning into a blur as she pounced at Zhang Yi. As a patterned leopard beastkin, speed was indeed her greatest advantage. Although her physical prowess was newly advanced to the 9th tier, her burst of speed surpassed that of a warrior at the early stage of the 9th tier. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, showing no sign of panic. "Good timing." Leopard claw slash. The cat-eared girl shouted, her claws slicing down with fierce momentum. As the sharp tips of her claws neared Zhang Yi, a victorious grin spread across her face. However, in the next instant, her smile froze. Just as her claws were about to strike, Zhang Ye's hands shot out like lightning, firmly gripping her wrists. The speed of his move left the cat-eared girl no time to react. Before she could recover from her shock, Zhang Yi began to spin her by her arms. The rotation speed increased rapidly until he suddenly flung her away. Ah! With a scream, the cat-eared girl was sent flying into the sky. Zhang Yi placed one hand on his brow and the other on his hip, leisurely looking up as he said, "So, leopards can fly, huh? Of course they can't fly. You threw her." The onlookers couldn't help but retort. At the same time, everyone realized Zhang Ye's extraordinary nature. Although his magical power had just reached the 8th tier, his physical strength was likely on par with the 9th tier. Zhang Yi turned to the crowd, grinned broadly, and then took off running. He knew full well that Leona had only said he needed to win within half an hour. She hadn't specified that he had to fight Hedon. Even though he was strong, facing over 40 color class students without using 10th tier magic gave him slim chances. Moreover, he had noticed that Nan Zhang was gripping his sword hilt, his expressionless face clearly showing murderous intent. This mid-9th tier expert, who could go toe-to-toe with a mid-10th tier flame stone beast, would likely draw blood with a single strike. Zhang Yi had no desire to experience that, so he opted for a strategic retreat. Seeing Zhang Yi bolt into the forest without hesitation, the crowd was momentarily stunned before reacting. Chase him. For the position of class leader, none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, Lena, Leona, and others, including Sabiba and Sakura, remained where they were. "Should we go after him?" Kobik asked. Raynam replied coldly, "Feel free to chase him, but afterward, I'll join ye in beating you up." Clearly, his loyalty to Zhang Yi kept him from participating in the chase. Kobik chuckled awkwardly. "I was just saying." Samara, looking at the retreating crowd, said, "We should follow and see what's happening. The instructor didn't say we couldn't help him." If it weren't for Zhang Yi, the three of them would have faced dire consequences in the secret realm, a debt they had never forgotten. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed the crowd. However, when they caught up, they found that the scene before them wasn't quite what they had expected. The crowd watched as Zhang Yi didn't just run away blindly. Instead, he used the terrain and his speed to his advantage, weaving through the forest and taunting his pursuers. Dodging left and right, he kept provoking them. "Seriously? Fighting over being class monitor? All of you against just me? How about we settle this on your own? Or even a tag team match?" The chasers sneered in response. "Scared now? Are you? Just give up and hand over the class monitor position." "Scared?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "I'm just afraid of making you all cry." This instantly enraged everyone. Several students simultaneously unleashed 9th level spells, expanding the attack range to hundreds of meters. Zhang Yi had to use his blink skill repeatedly to barely dodge the onslaught. "Wow, you guys really don't know when to quit." Zhang Yi grinned. "Seems like I need to show you why you call me Yi Ge." Hydroxy reinforcement. Flame serpent bind. 3 blue flame serpents appeared out of thin air, binding 3 8th level students tightly. This 7th level spell, in Zhang Ye's hands, exhibited the binding power of a 9th level spell, causing the trapped students to scream in pain from the heat. The chasers grew even angrier. "This guy dares to fight back while being ganged up on? Get him!" Countless spells were hurled at Zhang Yi, but his reaction speed was astonishing. Even more infuriating was his constant trash talk. "Come on, you think I'm scared of your firepower? Tenfold flame serpent bind. Feel the burn and freeze. You're gonna spiral into the sky. Dodge, dodge, dodge again. Oh, missed me. 50-fold electric blades. Haha. Let's see you dance like crazy." Zhang Ye's spellcasting speed matched his rapid-fire mouth, leaving everyone in disbelief. His massive mana reserves and ability to instantly cast 57th level electric blades finally made his opponents take his strength seriously. One of his trash-talking opponents snapped. You think you're tough? Wait till I catch you and make you cry. Stop running if you dare. I'll beat you to a pulp. Watch out, I'll blast your face with molten flame. Zhang Yi nimbly navigated through the forest, maintaining a safe distance from his pursuers thanks to his mid-9th level speed. His casting speed was faster than that of over 40 people combined, and his spells came in rapid succession, seemingly never exhausting his mana. This was thanks to the significant increase in his mana reserves and recovery speed after reaching the 8th level. During the chase, Zhang Yi always managed to cast Swamp at the perfect moment, causing his pursuers to fall clumsily. His trash talk, though devoid of profanity, was especially maddening. A leopard-eared girl had her face smeared with flames, nearly crying from the mess. Kabike and the others watched in shock. Zhang Yi not only dodged effortlessly through the dense barrage of spells, but also timed his counterspells perfectly, interrupting his opponent's casting. His flawless control over magic rendered his opponents nearly powerless. Out of the 40-plus pursuers who should have been able to cast 30 to 40 spells simultaneously, barely 10 were cast. This explained why Zhang Yi remained unscathed while his pursuers were battered and bruised, with some even having their hair singed. Reynolds couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the others cheered for Zhang Yi's performance. Lena's big eyes sparkled with admiration, while Samantha and her friends showered him with praise. Kobik was so excited that his face turned red. Yi is amazing. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Kobik clenched his fist. I've decided from now on, Yi is my big brother and my idol. Lena smirked proudly. You'll have to get in line behind me. Yi was my idol first. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi was raining down magic on the enemy, but suddenly he realized something. Where was Anan? Could it be that the cold, aloof guy had finally been moved by him? As he pondered, a blinding blade of lightning descended from the sky. Zhang Yi barely dodged it. Hearing a deep roar, Thunder Prison triple strike. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Wasn't that Nan's ultimate move? So, he had been waiting for the right moment. 3 figures wreathed in lightning charged at him, their long swords gleaming dangerously. To Zhang Yi's surprise, the usually expressionless Nan had a look of excitement in his eyes. Does cutting me make you that happy? You're not just aloof, you're downright twisted. Zhang Yi muttered as he dodged with all his might. The Thunder Prison covered hundreds of meters, forcing him to use a significant amount of magic to teleport away. Anan, are you serious? Zhang Yi shouted in frustration. Nan replied with a hint of regret. Missed? Seeing Nan speeding towards him, Zhang Yi turned and ran without hesitation, casting spells to hold him off. But Nan, who had once killed a tier 10 flame stone beast while on the brink of death, easily dodged or blocked all the attacks. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. He whispered something to the little creature on his shoulder, which excitedly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi gave it a quick kiss on its soft cheek before tossing it towards Nan. It's your turn. Go get him, Gujiu beast. In midair, Gujiu rapidly expanded into a giant pink, jelly-like mass. Nan's sword struck it but was deflected. In Nan's stunned gaze, Gujiu enveloped him, rendering him immobile and unable to use his magic. Zhang Yi triumphantly ran back, hoisting the giant Gujiu containing Nan over his shoulder. Your brother Yi is still your brother Yi. Nan, you're still too green. When everyone saw Zhang Yi again, they were stunned. He was carrying a pink gelatinous blob on his shoulder, and inside the gel was a trapped figure Nan. Even more shocking was the excited grin on Zhang Yi's face. In a flash, he appeared in front of someone and without a word, plopped the gelatinous blob, named Gujiu, over their head. Gujiu instantly expanded, absorbing the person into its body. The crowd gaped in astonishment, and before they could react, Zhang Yi had already blinked 3 more times, capturing 3 more people. Guju's tiny red eyes sparkled with excitement. No eating, just keep them trapped. Okay? Zhang Yi quickly instructed. Guju. The conversation between the man and the slime made everyone's face change drastically. Could this pink creature actually eat people? Ice crystal drop. Flame blade. Magical attacks were unleashed, but Zhang Yi deftly dodged them with ease. Even large-scale spells didn't faze him, simply covered himself with Guju, and all the magic was completely absorbed. Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me? I'll trap every one of you. Zhang Yi laughed as he charged into the crowd. Seeing this, everyone turned and fled, knowing that once ensnared by Guju, they couldn't move, let alone cast spells to save themselves. Come on, keep attacking. Fire at me. Zhang Yi continued his pursuit, ensnaring one person after another. Guju grew larger and larger, with the number of trapped individuals quickly reaching 20. Quick, scatter, someone shouted, and the crowd dispersed in all directions. Just as Zhang Yi was feeling stumped, Guju let out an adorable sound, and dozens of gelatinous tentacles shot out like lightning, sticking to the fleeing people and pulling them back. Neither magical bombardments nor blade strikes could damage these tentacles. In no time, except for Lena and a few others, all the students of the color class were trapped inside Guju's several meter-wide body. Zhang Yi proudly carried Guju over to Leona and raised an eyebrow. So, what do you think? Leona couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not bad, Xiao Yi. She ruffled Zhang Ye's hair. All right, let them out now. Okay. Guju released them. At Zhang Ye's command, Guju immediately began spitting out the 44 people one by one. The crowd scrambled to their feet, their faces covered in dirt, and looked at Zhang Yi with newfound respect. His display of power was a Wayne-spiring near-instantaneous spellcasting with immense power, and his seemingly harmless contracted beast had such terrifying strength. Does anyone still oppose Xiao Yi as class monitor? Leona asked. The crowd remained silent, their previous grievances overshadowed by Zhang Ye's overwhelming strength. Xiao Yi, pick a vice monitor, Leona said. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi looked at Nan. Nan, you're the strongest after me. You're it. Nan started to refuse. I don't want. Class monitor Zhang Yi, vice monitor Nan. It's settled, Leona declared decisively. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Nan was about to speak, but Leona's assertive attitude and his own earlier embarrassment left him speechless. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. And so, it was decided. All right, everyone, get familiar with the surroundings. We'll gather in half a silver leak and start the first lesson, Leona said with a wild grin on her face. Zhang Yi immediately recognized that familiar expression. Is it combat training? Exactly, Leona confirmed with a smile. Hearing that the first lesson was combat training, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was nothing like the usual routine they had expected, where they'd spend half a month on theory before gradually starting practical training. However, as geniuses from various factions, they quickly shifted from shock to anticipation. After all, combat training was something they were quite accustomed to. They were especially curious about the abilities of their fellow trainees. Of course, except for Zhang Yi, no one wanted to face the guy who had just outsmarted everyone. Dismissed, Leona said curtly. Zhang Yi immediately approached Leona. Nana, what do we do next? Am I supposed to fight them? Leona flicked his forehead lightly. You'll find out soon enough. And call me instructor outside. All right, instructor Nana. Fine, whatever, Leona said, rolling her eyes charmingly. Lena and the others gathered around. Yega, you're amazing. And Gujo too, who knew it was so powerful. Everyone chimed in, surprised by the strength hidden behind Gujo's cute exterior. Of course, my little angel is amazing, right Gujo? Gujo, the little creature wiggled happily. Half an hour later, everyone had gathered. Leona called Zhang Yi and Nan aside and, with a wave of her hand, summoned 100 early-stage, 9th-level combat golems. She explained the rules for this combat exercise. Within the time of 2 gold leaks, the trainees had to evade these golems or choose to defeat them. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yi and Nan, as class leader and vice leader, were tasked with setting traps around the training area. These traps wouldn't be life-threatening, but would certainly cause trouble for those trying to escape. We'll start in half a silver leak. Anyone caught will miss lunch and have additional training. Those who evade capture will receive magic crystal rewards, Leona said, turning to Zhang Yi and Nan. You have half a silver leak to set the traps. For every person you catch, you'll earn high-grade magic crystals. But remember to keep it fair. Let's go, Nan. Time to, set the traps, Zhang Yi said with a mischievous grin. Entering the forest, Nan glanced at the eager Zhang Yi and couldn't help but ask, what are you planning to do? Although Nan had received specialized training in trap magic arrays, he was more interested in seeing how Zhang Yi would execute his plan. Zhang Yi grinned. We can't directly participate in the chase. We can only use traps to trip up our classmates and let the golems catch them. The more they catch, the richer the extra rewards. He raised a finger. But we also need to leave our classmates a way out. I call this the half-life, half-death strategy. Half-life, half-death? Nan asked, puzzled. Zhang Yi nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, he instantly set up dozens of magic traps on the ground. Ice, lightning, earth, fire. All kinds of elemental traps appeared, making Nan's eyelids twitch. These traps not only perfectly concealed their magical fluctuations, but were also difficult to detect even with spiritual senses. However, Zhang Yi then waved his hand, allowing a slight leak of magical energy from the traps. This was the first lifeline he gave to their classmates. I've controlled the level of magic leakage. They can detect it if they pay a little attention, Zhang Yi explained. Then, with another wave of his hand, a small flower appeared around each trap. Zhang Yi walked to one of the flowers, injected some magic into it, and the ground immediately opened up into a hole. He climbed into the hole, and the earth automatically sealed itself, with a flower growing back in place. Moments later, he emerged from another spot. These are escape tunnels, interconnected underground with multiple exits. This is the second lifeline I'm giving them. Once they find these tunnels, they can basically avoid the golem's pursuit. As for the placement, Zhang Yi showed a confident smile. Why bother finding busy spots? Let's fill the entire forest with traps. Too many, not enough magic power. Nan shook his head. Magic power is the least of my worries. Zhang Yi laughed. Come on, Nan, leave some marks on the traps so our classmates can notice them. If they're careful, they can avoid them. Why do that? Nan followed up. Wouldn't we get more rewards if we caught everyone? Zhang Yi turned to look at Nan. On the path to becoming stronger, you can't always walk alone. If we leave no room and get the entire class caught, how do you think they'll see us? They'll resent us, and everything we do afterward will be viewed with suspicion. Our prestige as class leaders would be gone. Rather than using harsh methods to gain short-term fame, it's better to earn the goodwill of these talented classmates. Zhang Yi continued. Just like when I took your Nadian in the secret realm and returned it later, didn't your attitude towards me soften a lot? Nan recalled his feelings at that time, and had to admit Zhang Yi was right. Even though Zhang Yi had taken and then returned the item, Nan's hostility had dissipated, and he even felt a bit grateful. It's important to leave some room for others, Zhang Yi said while setting up traps. We're all geniuses and will become strong in the future. It's better to make friends with these future powerhouses than to gain a few magic crystals now. Before reaching the pinnacle, individual strength will never surpass the power of a group. What if someone is two-faced? Nan suddenly asked. Don't worry, Zhang Yi smiled. I have a good eye for people. I won't let someone like that become a friend. All right, let's hurry. We only have half an hourglass left. With that, Zhang Yi strode deeper into the forest, creating traps and tunnels wherever he went. Nan saw the situation and immediately followed. The two of them sped through the forest, with Zhang Yi setting up traps and magic arrays while Nan focused on leaving noticeable marks around the traps and escape routes. They moved at an astonishing speed of 100 meters per second, setting up as they ran, quickly covering the entire forest area. That should do it, Zhang Yi said, crouching lightly on a sturdy branch and stretching his slightly tired body. He took 2 cups of refreshing juice from his ring and handed the first one to Nan. You're such a softie, Nan said suddenly, accepting the juice. Zhang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not a softie. I just like doing things that make everyone happy. Then why don't you do things that make me happy? Nan stared at him. You won't live long this way. Are you cursing me? No, it's a fact, Nan said seriously. People like you don't live long. I already told you, I'm not a softie, Zhang Yi said helplessly. And do you think I'm stupid? Yes, Nan nodded bluntly. Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless. Why would you think that? After a moment of silence, Nan suddenly asked, if someone wanted to kill you, would you show mercy and let them go? Zhang Yi burst into laughter. No way. If someone really wanted to kill me, I'd consider all options before deciding whether to kill them, rather than just being merciful like some saint. He looked up at the sky, his tone becoming firm. I would do everything in my power to eliminate any real threats to myself and those around me before they can even take root. Then why haven't you killed me? Nan asked directly. Why would I kill you? I don't see you as a threat, Zhang Yi replied matter-of-factly. Feeling underestimated, Nan immediately drew his sword and chopped the branch Zhang Yi was on. Zhang Yi yelped as he fell but quickly jumped back onto another branch, grinning awkwardly. However, before confirming a threat, I try to turn all potential enemies into friends. That way, there's no threat. Eliminating doesn't always mean killing. Nan was about to respond when a horn sounded in the distance, signaling the start of their cat and mouse game. The group has 10 minutes to hide. After 10 minutes, the golems will start searching for everyone. One of the trainees quickly suggested, let's split up. That way, the traces we leave won't be too concentrated, and it will reduce the chances of being discovered. The suggestion was immediately accepted by everyone. To ensure they could look out for each other while minimizing traces, they quickly formed several small teams. Lena and Samantha paired up, while Reynold and Kobik teamed together. As they ran deeper into the forest, Kobik couldn't help but wonder, where do you think Yigu will set his traps? By the water source? Under the trees? Lena shook her head decisively. With Yige's incredible speed at casting spells, the entire battlefield could already be a trap zone. You saw what he did earlier. He can set up magical arrays while running. Before she could finish speaking, Lena, distracted by the conversation, stepped right into a trap. A green magic circle lit up under her foot, and vines burst from the ground, binding her tightly. Lena exclaimed. Everyone quickly used their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. What they saw made them gasp. Traps were densely packed everywhere, one every few steps, even more frequent than Teemo's mushrooms in the game. However, to their surprise, the vines binding Lena disintegrated into magical fragments in less than 3 seconds. Even more surprising, the fragments reformed in the air to spell out, Use the traps against the golems. I told you Yi Gu is a good person, Lena said happily. Everyone suddenly realized that Zhang Yi was helping them. The trap's effects on the trainees were significantly weakened, but they would be fully effective against the golems. Despite the traps being scattered throughout the forest, Zhang Yi had left enough safe passages for the group to navigate. However, the sheer number of traps meant that even a slight mistake could trigger one. The traps were not only on the ground but also set in the trees, making it likely that there were thousands of them throughout the forest. Soon, the golems began to move. Hidden in the shadows, the trainees watched as one golem stepped into a trap and was instantly swept into the air by a powerful whirlwind, filling them with silent joy. The traps were indeed causing real damage to the golems, just as they had hoped. Similar scenes played out across the forest. Everyone witnessed firsthand how formidable Zhang Ye's traps were and silently gave him a thumbs up. If Zhang Yi knew how many good guy points he had earned, he would probably be amused. All the while, Leona stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing the unfolding events. She chuckled and shook her head. Looking at the map filled with traps, Leona couldn't help but find it amusing this kid had set traps all over the map, not for people, but specifically for golems. Clearly, he was counting on her to lend a hand. I'll have to teach him a lesson later, Leona muttered softly, then waved her hand to activate the golems. The golems' eyes flickered with an eerie light as they rose into the air. Since Zhang Yi wanted to help his classmates, she naturally had to up the difficulty. However, as soon as one golem ascended, it unexpectedly collided with a hidden magic array. The array instantly revealed itself, and countless chains of condensed magic surged forth, binding the golem tightly. Watching from the shadows, Zhang Yi couldn't help but slap his thigh in laughter. Didn't expect that, did you, Nana? I've got traps in the air too. He proudly explained. I used compressed air to increase density, creating a medium for the magic array, then sealed it with a magic film. Even though there are only about 300 of them, they're more than enough to handle the golems. Standing nearby, Nan couldn't help but warn. Aren't you afraid the instructor will punish you? She won't. Nana loves me the most. Zhang Ye's voice trailed off as he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Seeing the change in Nan's expression, he turned mechanically, coming face to face with Leona's meaningful smile. She loves me, right? Zhang Yi asked with an awkward smile. Yeah, I'll love you to death. Leona grabbed Zhang Yi by the neck with one arm and used her other hand to drill a fist into his temple. Even though he could feel the softness of her chest pressing against his back, Zhang Yi had no time to think about it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nan, save me. Zhang Yi struggled and pleaded, but Nan wisely turned away, pretending not to see. Didn't you say you wanted my love? Well, here it is. Does it hurt? Leona increased the pressure of her grip. After a while, Leona finally let go of the now limp Zhang Yi, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. I told you to make it harder for them, but you made it harder for me instead. You're something else, she said, crossing her arms. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Yi grinned sheepishly. I'm actually helping you teach the students. Some of those magic arrays are mixed with traps that don't change effects. If they step on them, they'll get caught too. Plus, there are many invisible traps, ensuring they get ensnared as often as the golems. It's a lesson that even with help, they can't let their guard down, right? Leona, both annoyed and amused, poked his forehead. You've always got some trick up your sleeve. In the forest. Lena, watch out, Samara shouted urgently, waving her hand to release a whirlwind that sent an attacking golem flying into the air. Lena quickly blinked behind Samara, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. That scared me to death. Thank you, Samara. Samara nodded solemnly. The golems now not only can fly, but also know how to ambush. We must keep our senses sharp at all times. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was due to Zhang Yi. Leona had increased the difficulty, giving the golems the ability to fly and use tactics. Just moments ago, a golem had almost captured Lena by emerging from the ground. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from afar, and 10 golems flew in from the front in a fan formation. As the group was about to retreat, an even louder roar came from behind. 20 golems had already formed an encirclement. 30 golems quickly spread out, creating an ever-tightening circle. We're surrounded, Kobik exclaimed anxiously. Should we break through? With 30 golems, breaking through will be very difficult, Renomon said, glancing around. As Leona's brother, he had clearly received special treatment. Before he could finish his sentence, 8 golems suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, forming magical arrays on their bodies. Chains of magic extended from these arrays, interconnecting them. In an instant, a massive rectangular barrier formed between the golems, trapping the group inside with only the ground to stand on. The remaining 22 golems began charging toward the center. We have to fight. Everyone close in, Renomon shouted. The group immediately formed a tight circle, back to back, ready for battle. Although the golems were not as fast or skillful as they were, their defense was incredible, their strength immense, and they never tired. They could also continuously cast magical arrays, making them formidable opponents. Just as a fierce battle was about to break out, Leona accidentally stepped on a small flower on the ground. The ground suddenly opened up, creating a large hole, and the group fell in with a collective gasp. The hole quickly closed up, and a bright red flower grew in its place. The mindless golems stood still, unsure of what to do. From a distance, Leona looked at Zhang Yi, who gave an awkward smile. A tunnel trap. It counts as a trap, right? Without a word, Leona put him in a chokehold. Underground, the group quickly regained their composure. Brother Yi is helping us, Lena said excitedly. Renomon, looking at the interconnected tunnels, smiled. As expected of Brother Yi, Samara added, let's go, don't waste Ye's efforts. In the end, thanks to Zhang Ye's trap, most of the trainees managed to escape. Out of 48 trainees, only 10 were captured, far fewer than Leona had anticipated. After the training, everyone's attitude toward Zhang Yi changed noticeably. There was gratitude and a newfound respect. Even the 10 who were captured felt no resentment, remembering how they had been saved by traps multiple times. Today's training is over. The 10 who were captured don't need to train anymore, Leona announced, eliciting cheers from the group. But then she added, you all know who to thank for your escape. Have you ever thought about how many of you would have been captured without his help? Leona's voice carried a hint of annoyance. On the battlefield, who do you expect to help you like he does? Remember, you can only rely on yourselves, never on others. She scanned the crowd in front of her. Although most had completed their training, she was clearly still dissatisfied. Xiaoyi, step forward. Zhang Yi immediately stepped out of the line, standing straight. Since you like helping them so much, you can complete today's training for them. 10 times the usual amount. Zhang Yi smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, ma'am. The others looked at Zhang Yi, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then, Nan walked over with determined steps, standing beside Zhang Yi. Count me in as well. Zhang Yi's eyes welled up with emotion. Nan. But Nan simply cast him a brief glance and turned to Leona. I'll do 10 times 2. Can he handle 20? Zhang Yi clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. No love at all. Leona burst out laughing. All right. At that moment, Lena, Reno, Samantha, and others stepped forward, expressing their willingness to share Zhang Yi's punishment. Even Kabak sighed and said, I guess I'll join too. Zhang Yi looked at everyone, his face breaking into a bright smile. Haha, you guys are the best. Samantha explained with a grin, without you, most of us would probably be captured. It's only fair. However, Leona waved her hand dismissively. Stop crowding around. Just the two of them. The rest of you, grab your magic crystals and disperse. With that, she grabbed Zhang Yi and Nan and vanished instantly. At another training ground, Zhang Yi stood dumbfounded in front of 100 golems. So, I have to fight all these golems? Yes. Leona nodded with a smile. Come on, Leona. That's too much, Zhang Yi pleaded. It's not too much at all. Leona grinned. You think you're so capable. Plus, it's for your own good. If you can defeat 100 golems working together, you can handle 100 ninth level warriors. Go on. Finish this and I'll treat you to some barbecue. Hearing the promise of barbecue, Zhang Yi immediately pounded his chest. No problem. Then he asked, what about Nan? Doesn't he need to train too? He'll be fighting you alongside the golems. Zhang Yi. Nan let out a soft chuckle. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, were you just laughing at me? Nan replied with a straight face, no. As the last golem fell, Zhang Yi slumped against the tree behind him. The battle against 100 golems had nearly drained all his strength. The golems not only executed coordinated magical attacks and defenses, but also managed to imprison him. If it weren't for his timely copying of Leona's Tier 10 magic and his frequent use of blink, he would have been defeated long ago. What frustrated him even more was Nan's presence. Throughout the fight, the only 3 wounds he sustained were all from Nan. Every time the golems trapped him, forcing him to blink out, Nan would accurately predict his landing spot and launch a lethal strike. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have been severely injured multiple times. To make matters worse, Leona had specifically instructed him not to use Gugio and to rely solely on his own abilities. This left him on the brink of exhaustion. However, the training was highly effective. His control over magic, especially blink, had significantly improved. Through this real combat experience, Zhang Yi further realized the immense power of Lena's innate magic. He pondered that if Lena could master powerful offensive techniques combined with blink and rewind, she would become a fearsome presence. He could already envision it. Teleporting behind enemies from kilometers away, executing a combo, and then rewinding to safety, perfectly achieving a flawless takedown. Danana, I don't have to pay for these damaged golems, right? Zhang Yi asked nervously, eyeing the broken golems scattered around. Leona chuckled. No need. These are the Academy's training golems. Even if you break 10,000 of them, it's fine. They can be repaired and used again. Hearing this, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, he bounced over to Leona. Danana, it's getting late. Shouldn't we eat? Leona nodded and, with a wave of her hand, conjured up grilled meat and spices. She showcased her culinary skills, and the aroma of the grilled meat was so enticing that even the usually aloof Nin couldn't help but be tempted. This is so delicious, Zhang Yi exclaimed tearfully. After days without Leona's grilled meat, it felt like he had regained a missing piece of his life. The subsequent content will continue in the same revised style, including discussions about teaching arrangements, topics on the welcome party, and the final scene heading to the research institute. All dialogues and plot points will be retained, but the expression will be made more vivid and concise. Kalan's face was lit up with barely contained excitement. You're here. I've gone through your design concepts, and they are incredibly valuable and groundbreaking. Once these formulas, magic arrays, and design ideas are released, they will revolutionize the magitech industry. That dramatic? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kalan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Not at all. Your compression project has immense research value and can solve numerous challenges in magitech development from multiple angles. I hope you can provide these projects to our institute for research. We will offer generous compensation. Zhang Yi smiled casually and waved his hand. I mentioned to Kaling before that knowledge knows no boundaries. Feel free to use them for research. However, when publishing, I hope you don't mention my name. Fame is great, but it brings a lot of trouble, like those terrorist attacks targeting magical researchers. Kulan nodded in approval. You might not realize the true value of these concepts yet, but we will still provide the corresponding compensation, so please don't refuse. All right then, Zhang Yi agreed, then asked, by the way, can I participate in this development? This is the first magitech device based on my concepts, and it will surely shock the entire magitech world. I might even be able to help with some technical aspects. Of course. Kalan agreed enthusiastically. With the addition of Kalan, the research would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. The entire afternoon, the three of them were engrossed in their work at the Research Institute. During this time, Zhang Yi proposed innovative ideas like adaptive automatic recognition, which astonished Kalan and her daughter. After a whole afternoon of effort, Lena's custom magitech device finally took shape. Looking at the materials list, Zhang Yi asked, can we get these materials within the academy? As long as you have enough points, all these materials can be exchanged, Kulan said, bringing up a magical projection that displayed the exchange points for various materials. Magnetite iron, 3,388 points per gram. Sunstone, 5,000 points per gram. Aurasteel, 6,888 points per pound. Zhang Yi took a sharp breath. The top freshman award was only 5,000 points, barely enough for a gram of sunstone. Although the materials needed for the custom magitech device weren't many, the total would require at least 1,000,000 points. Even more shocking was the cost of void meteorite, at 8,000 points per pound. Converting it, 1 academy point could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, meaning the material cost for this custom magitech device would exceed 1,000,000,000. And adding the cost of refining the void meteorite into void meteorite essence, the final value of this magitech device could break the 10 billion mark. Unbelievable, Zhang Yi muttered, stunned by the astronomical figures. I don't have that many points. Zhang Yi took a sharp breath, furrowing his brows. You do? Kellen replied with a sly smile. I've already transferred part of your payment as points. Check for yourself. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that Kailang had also transferred points to him yesterday. He quickly opened the points interface, and his eyes widened in shocked tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, a total of 1.3 million. 1.3 million? Zhang Yi looked up at Kellen in disbelief. The system showed that 300,000 came from Kailang's transfer yesterday, and 1 million was just transferred by Kellen. These two are incredibly generous. Over 1,000,000 points, that's worth more than 1,000,000,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. It's not much, Kellen said with a smile. Compared to the benefits your research brings, these points are insignificant. Plus, in the future, you can request materials directly from the Academy for your projects, without spending a dime. This was essentially a gift of over 1,000,000,000. Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless, reflecting on how knowledge is not only power but also wealth. The fact that his ideas could earn such a substantial reward made him realize the importance of continuous learning. After expressing his gratitude to Kellen and Kailang, Zhang Yi returned to his dorm, feeling particularly upbeat. Lena's custom magic device would soon be completed. Ainin, what do you want for dinner? Zhang Yi asked. Buns, Ainin replied promptly, clearly captivated by Zhang Ye's cooking skills. That evening's meal was exceptionally lavish. Besides the buns as the main dish, there were several delicious side dishes. Lena and her group joined in, and even Sabiba and Sakura came along for the fun. The dinner table was filled with laughter and lively conversation, making the dormitory feel even warmer thanks to Zhang Ye's presence. Impossible. My singing is amazing. Just wait, you might end up falling for me, Zhang Yi said with a wave of his hand, drawing a round of teasing laughter from everyone. Soon, Leona arrived at the scene. Zhang Yi immediately handed her the list of participants for the event. Leona took the list, examined it carefully, and then nodded before announcing the schedule. We have 7 days left. Registration closes tonight at midnight. The preliminary rounds will be held in 3 days, and only those who pass will get to perform on stage. There will be 2 days of practice, and the final 2 days will be for rehearsals. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Although the timeline was tight, it was manageable. He began to think about song choices and realized that just a guitar accompaniment wouldn't be enough. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Since sound is produced by vibrations, could he use magic to create vibrations that mimic various instrument sounds? If this was possible, he could become a one-man band, and the effect would be quite impressive. This thought made him even more excited. Minter, what's today's training focus? Zhang Yi asked, clearing his throat. Still combat training, Leona replied with a wild and fierce smile. Today is unknown battles. I'll randomly pair you up and provide guidance. Remember, from start to finish, no stopping. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing T-Sit meant continuous fighting for 4 hours straight. What worried them more was the possibility of being paired against strong opponents like Zhang Yi or Nan. Leona began using magic to conjure cards for the pairing. First, Angus was matched with Kaya. Both were evenly matched and sighed in relief. Next, it was Renomon versus Nan. Despite the obvious disparity in strength, Renomon was excited, seeing it as a rare learning opportunity. Finally, only Zhang Yi and Lena were left. When Leona announced their pairing, Zhang Yi understood this seemingly random arrangement was actually Leona's way of looking out for Lena. Find your spots and start fighting. You may switch opponents if you wish, Leona said sternly. Remember, holding back now is irresponsible to your opponent. If they die on the battlefield someday, you'll share the blame. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, intimidated by her authority. Only Zhang Yi maintained his smile, knowing this was Leona's subtle permission for him to go easy on Lena. Come on, Lena, let's find a place to spar. Zhang Yi gestured to Lena. Okay, Yega. Lena cheerfully ran over, her face beaming with a bright smile. Being a smart girl, she clearly understood Leona's intention as well. After finding a suitable spot, Lena looked at Zhang Yi with anticipation in her eyes. Yigu, how do we practice? A smile played on Zhang Ye's lips. You can't cast magic yet, so let's focus on practicing. We'll have a competition. Competition? Lena's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. Sure. How do we compete? Zhang Yi raised his hand, and several interconnected points of light appeared in the air. See these points and lines? Start from the first point and follow the lines one by one. Each time you flash, you must accurately touch a point before moving to the next. Let's see who can touch all the points the fastest. All right. Lena agreed enthusiastically, then tilted her head in confusion. Yigu, can you flash too? I noticed your teleportation is similar to my flashing. That's right. It's your flashing. Zhang Yi grinned smugly. Your Yigu is a genius. I can learn anyone's magic just by seeing it once. Even innate magic? Of course. Zhang Yi looked at Lena warmly. Remember, if I can do it, so can you. Never give up on becoming stronger. Hard work always pays off. Lena's eyes glistened with emotion, but Zhang Yi laughed heartily. How's that for a motivational speech? Lena was momentarily stunned, then broke into a bright smile. All right, let's drink up that motivational soup and get started. With another wave of his hand, Zhang Yi made 2 identical lines of light appear in front of them, each with 10 points. Let's start with a simple warm-up. Remember, you need to flash 10 times to touch all 10 points accurately. Ready, go. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished from their spots, almost simultaneously touching the first point. However, before Lena could lock onto the second point, Zhang Yi had already flashed to the next position. By the time Lena reached the third point, Zhang Yi was already at the finish line, smiling at her. Seeing this, Lena's eyes dimmed. Just as she was about to give up, Zhang Ye's voice rang out. Don't stop. Startled, Lena immediately pulled herself together and gritted her teeth to complete the remaining flashes. Yigu, am I too slow? She asked softly. Yes, you are quite slow, Zhang Yi replied bluntly. Flashing should allow you to move at near light speed, but you're far from reaching that potential. Seeing Lena clench her fists, Zhang Ye's tone softened. But did you see? The speed I achieved, you will reach it too, and perhaps even surpass it. Never underestimate yourself. Zhang Yi then set up a new course. This time, there are 20 points. Your issue is your reaction speed. You need to use your spiritual sense to predict the next point. In real combat, you even have to anticipate your opponent's moves. Now, clear your mind and give it your all. As the competition began, two figures darted along the flashing path. Lena's flashes left only a faint afterimage, while Zhang Ye's path was already filled with over a dozen afterimages. The difference was not in their speed of movement, but in Lena's need to lock onto each target after landing. Even though it might have lasted less than 0.3 seconds, it was more than enough for Zhang Yi. In that fleeting moment, his figure could complete a dozen flashes, each one smooth and seamless, like flowing water. If he wanted, he could move even faster. Watching Lena complete her final flash and reach the finish line, Zhang Yi gave her an approving smile. Not bad, much faster than last time. In truth, while Lena had indeed made progress, it wasn't as significant as he made it seem. However, she needed encouragement at this moment, and Zhang Yi could see immense potential in her. Really? Lena's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, but you still have a few issues to overcome. Once you do, your flashing speed will improve dramatically. He began to analyze in detail. First, you have a habit of locking your gaze on the next point before each flash. This is completely unnecessary. Your body elementizes during the flash, and visual locking or extra movements don't affect the outcome. What's truly important is your judgment, thinking speed, reaction ability, and intuitive sense. He continued. Secondly, you always sense the next point only after confirming the current one. So, why not incorporate all the points into your awareness from the start and complete the flashes in one go? Zhang Ye's voice turned more serious. You need to break free from these habitual thought patterns. Enhance your reaction speed and intuition, plan your route before the flash, and anticipate potential attacks and the best landing spots. Only then can you complete the flashes both quickly and safely. Now, practice flashing through 20 points again. This time, I want you to double your speed. Lena took Zhang Ye's words to heart. Reaction, intuition, anticipation, overcoming habitual thinking. All right, I'll give it a try. Not just try. You must do it. Zhang Yi said firmly. Ready, go. After 5 rounds of route blinking, Lena's progress was evident. From initially taking 3 seconds to complete a route, she could now finish it in just over a second. This remarkable improvement was largely thanks to Zhang Ye's precise identification of her slow blinking issue. Once she overcame this bottleneck, her speed saw a significant leap. After blinking hundreds of times in a row, beads of sweat formed on Lena's forehead. Brother Yi, I'm almost out of magic power, she said. Zhang Yi nodded. I'll replenish it for you. He held Lena's small hand and steadily transferred magic power to her. Lena gasped softly but quickly adjusted. You'll get used to it, she murmured. Once her magic was replenished, they immediately started a new round of training. They began with 20 light points and gradually increased to 30, 40, and beyond, with increasingly complex route planning. Whenever Lena's magic was depleted, Zhang Yi would promptly replenish it. Through repeated practice, Lena eventually reached the level where she could complete a 100-point route blink within 10 seconds. Not bad. Zhang Yi praised. This speed is enough to catch most opponents off guard. Lena smiled with delight at his words. But Zhang Yi continued, however, it's still not enough. Against opponents like Nan, who can burst with speed that even I struggle to evade, you'll need more. I've designed 3 training plans for you. Complex maze routes, short-distance rapid blinking, and curved blinking. He explained the key points of each plan, emphasizing the importance of curved blinking. This will allow you to dodge while moving at light speed. Even I haven't fully mastered it yet, but I'll practice with you. All right. Lena nodded firmly, her desire to improve burning brightly. Zhang Yi decided to start with short-distance rapid blinking. 2 points, 5 meters apart. The goal is to blink back and forth 24 times within a second. This is based on the human eye's visual persistence. If you can surpass this frequency, your movements will be undetectable to your opponent. He connected himself to Lena with a magic chain to ensure she had a constant supply of magic power. With his continuous encouragement, Lena's blinking frequency steadily increased, from 10 times per second to 12, then 15. Though the magic consumption surged, Zhang Ye's natural magic regeneration was sufficient to support her reaching a frequency of 50 blinks per second. From a distance, Leona watched silently, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. This guy is even more suited to be a mentor than I am. The entire morning of practical training had Lena improving by leaps and bounds. She could now perform 25 blinks in 1 second. Zhang Yi looked on with satisfaction and said with a smile, well done. I'll make dumplings for you all tonight. Lena didn't know what dumplings were, but thinking of Zhang Ye's consistently excellent cooking, she eagerly nodded, sure. Thanks, Yigo. By the end of the morning session, the sight of everyone gathering almost made Zhang Yi burst out laughing. Relocating was covered in bruises, with several lumps on his head and a swollen eye that made him look like a toad. Haha, little brother-in-law, where did you get this unique look? Relocating scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at Nan. Nan is strong, I can't beat him. Zhang Yi looked at Nan, who turned his face away. Well, Nan really went hard on you. Lucky he didn't use a knife, or you'd look even worse. Today's class is over. Dismissed, Leona announced, waving her hand to cast a healing spell on everyone. Despite the injuries from the sparring, under her meticulous guidance, each student felt significant improvement. You guys head back first. I need to go to the research institute. Zhang Yi glanced at the badge displaying a message from Kailang and hurried off to the institute. Kailang was already waiting there. Upon hearing the approval was granted, Zhang Yi was ecstatic. Kailang explained that all the materials were ready, and they just needed Master Barton to refine the void meteorite. Passing through the portal Kailang opened, they were immediately hit by the heat of the forge. All around were busy dwarf craftsmen and molten iron. Soon, they met Barton, a robust dwarf master standing at 1.5 meters tall, with arms thicker than Zhang Ye's thighs and a thick beard braided into plaits. Where's the meteorite? Barton asked in a gruff voice. Confirming it was indeed Master Barton, Zhang Yi handed over the meteorite. The dwarf easily lifted the 100-pound chunk, but was clearly displeased with its intended use. Good iron should be made into artifacts, not wasted on magical devices. The two then launched into a debate about the merits of magical devices versus artifacts. Barton considered magical devices mere toys, while Zhang Yi argued for their versatility and practicality. Something without user restrictions, how powerful can it be? Barton scoffed. Shallow. Who says something needs user restrictions to be powerful? Zhang Yi retorted sternly. Barton squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Yi, and a cold smile appeared on his face. So, tell me, how powerful can a weapon with no user restrictions be? Zhang Yi glanced at the short and arrogant dwarf with disdain and sneered back. Forget user requirements. Some weapons are so powerful that even ordinary people without any magic can use them, and their power can rival that of sacred-level magic. Kid, are you the one responsible for that cow floating in the sky outside the Iron Fortress? Barton snorted. That's why I say you're shallow. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively and said seriously, listen up, and I'll tell you about the most powerful modern weapon, nuclear bombs. Zhang Yi then explained the terrifying power of nuclear bombs in simple and clear terms. A Tsar Bomba can create a fireball with a diameter of 4.6 kilometers, a mushroom cloud reaching 67 kilometers high, an effective kill radius of 27 kilometers, covering an area of 2,290 square kilometers, and the shockwave range is 3 times that. And nuclear weapons are not just limited to atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, Zhang Yi continued. There are also antimatter bombs, particle beam weapons, laser-triggered nuclear bombs, clean fusion bombs, and exotic matter weapons. These don't produce residual nuclear radiation, but still cause special destructive effects. Ordinary people can use them after training, with no need for magic. Barton was stunned, and beside him, Kailang had already taken out a notebook and was meticulously recording everything. Is what you're saying true? Barton asked in disbelief. Though it sounded incredible, Zhang Ye's explanation was so logical and detailed that he couldn't refute it. Absolutely. Zhang Yi nodded firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Barton waved his hand and said, talk is cheap. Only when you can make it will it matter. But I'm interested in what you said. If you ever manage to create one, call me to take a look. If it's real, I'll take back my words. Deal. Zhang Yi smiled confidently. Though creating nuclear weapons is extremely challenging, with the help of magic, he believed he could develop something similar. Of course, he didn't disclose that while nuclear weapons don't require magic, their creation and use demand profound specialized knowledge and precise instruments. Barton then turned and walked towards the forge, leaving with a parting remark, come pick up your stuff tomorrow. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Although he wanted to stay and learn the dwarves' forging techniques, he had to prepare parts for his exclusive magic device, so he decided to come back another day. Kailang opened a spatial gate, and the two walked through it into a dimly lit laboratory. The room was filled with complex, large-scale equipment covered with intricate magical patterns and runes. The precision engraving machine in the center was particularly striking, with its sophisticated cutting and engraving technology being too complex for Zhang Yi to decipher in a short time. With a wave of Kailang's hand, the room brightened up. At that moment, another spatial gate opened, and Kellen walked in. I'll start by melting down the materials according to the proportions. The lab's specialized melting machine could process materials into the precise parts Zhang Yi needed. This technology was more precise than the dwarves' forging techniques and required extremely high operational skills, which Kellen happened to possess. But first, we need to create a few prototypes, Zhang Yi said. They don't need to match the time attribute, but they must ensure basic functionality. Kailang nodded. Let's start the experiment. The three of them immediately got to work, using spare materials to create prototypes through various magical devices. After a few hours, a magic device resembling the Tracer's weapon from games was born. Prototype Unit 1 is complete, Zhang Yi announced. The internal magic array is stable, and the small compressed magic module is stable. Now, let's proceed to the next test. With that, he injected magic into the prototype. The prototype unit began to operate. The internal magic array compressed and stored Zhang Ye's magic in a magic crystal while also autonomously absorbing surrounding magic for replenishment. When Zhang Ye altered the magic attribute, the prototype continued to run smoothly, storing different attributes of magic in 9 empty magic crystals. It could store pure magic and various attribute magics, allowing for free conversion. Zhang Yi nodded, confirming that the mana accumulation module and adaptive mana crystal magazine were both ready. He then stepped into the testing area to begin the trials. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the mana weapon tightly and aimed at the target. As he pulled the trigger, compressed mana bullets shot out instantly, creating a dense barrage that riddled the target with holes. Firing rate, 22 rounds per second, and each round's power is comparable to a 6th-tier mana bullet. Zhang Yi observed the test results with excitement. Next, he adjusted the mana array to test the full activation mode. This time, the muzzle emitted an intense light, with the compressed mana stored in the crystal rapidly coalescing into a massive mana bullet. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the target was instantly reduced to ashes. The principle behind the full activation mode is that as long as the trigger is held down, the mana array inside the weapon will continuously draw compressed mana from the crystal. Zhang Yi estimated that a single shot's power now surpassed that of a 9th-tier mana bullet. If the mana from 9 crystals were fully combined, the power could rival that of a 10th-tier mana bullet. After confirming that all aspects of the mana weapon were functioning correctly, Zhang Yi began compatibility tests. To ensure the weapon could work seamlessly with Leona's blinking ability, he conducted 10 consecutive blink tests, with prototype number 1 performing stably. He then simulated a combat scenario, firing over 1,000 mana bullets in blink mode, and the weapon continued to operate smoothly. Our design concept is absolutely correct, Zhang Yi said joyfully. Once the void meteorite is smelted and we create the custom mana weapon, we just need to complete the final tests, and we'll be done. He could already envision Leona wielding dual guns, blinking across the battlefield with grace and power. Exhausted from the day's experiments, Zhang Yi felt utterly drained. Just creating the prototype had consumed most of his mental energy, and crafting the custom mana weapon would require even more dedication. But for Leona, it was all worth it. I truly have to thank you both, Zhang Yi said sincerely to Kuling and Kalan. Without the equipment and material support you provided, who knows how long this project would have been delayed. There's no need to thank us, Kalan replied, shaking his head. These innovative ideas were all yours. We merely provided some basic resources. These concepts are sure to revolutionize the entire field of mana weapons, marking a significant breakthrough in advancing our era. When Zhang Yi returned to the dorm, it was dinner time. He was skillfully making dumplings in the kitchen, instructing Gu Jiu to call Leona and the others to join. Soon, the room buzzed with excitement as everyone curiously gathered around to watch Zhang Ye's dumpling-making skills. Brother Yi, can I give it a try? Leona asked eagerly. Of course, everyone join in, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Dumplings taste even better when you make them yourself. Everyone crowded around, clumsily mimicking Zhang Ye's movements. Unfamiliar with this type of Eastern cuisine, their actions were quite awkward. Brother Yi, how's mine? Leona held up a dumpling. Zhang Yi glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. Why does your dumpling look like a little foot? But it's kind of cute. Isn't it supposed to look like a foot? Leona said innocently. I shaped it after my own foot. Zhang Yi was both amused and exasperated. Not foot as in jiao, but jiao as in dumpling. Everyone exchanged confused looks. Samantha showed her creation next. It resembled a small flower but had too little filling, looking more like a wonton. Zhang Yi encouraged her. Not bad. Next time you can add more filling. Kobe's idea was even more extravagant. He stacked 2 dumpling wrappers together, stuffed them full of meat, and made a dumpling bigger than a goose egg. Meanwhile, Raynon pressed 10 wrappers together, making a dumpling the size of half a head, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Nan stood aside, silently watching the joyful scene with a look of envy in his eyes. Just as he was about to slip away, Zhang Yi grabbed him. Nan, come wash your hands and make some dumplings. I don't know how, Nan whispered. No worries, I'll teach you, Zhang Yi said gently. After a moment of hesitation, Nan nodded and used magic to clean his hands. Zhang Yi patiently demonstrated. Place the dumpling wrapper in your palm, add an appropriate amount of filling, fold it in half, press the edges together, and then pinch to create pleats. Nan tried to imitate but kept tearing the wrapper, causing the filling to spill out. Seeing the others make quick progress, he grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to give up, Zhang Ye's hand gently covered his, guiding him to complete a perfectly shaped dumpling. So cute! Leona exclaimed as she came over to admire it. Even Gu Jiu, not wanting to be left out, showed off his own dumpling, making everyone laugh heartily. As the dumplings cooked, their aroma filled the room. Everyone gathered around the dining table, chatting and claiming their creations. Lena's foot dumpling and Raynon's giant dumpling each brought waves of laughter. Nan looked at the dumpling he had finished with Zhang Ye's help, a smile unknowingly forming on his lips. Sensing Zhang Ye's gaze, he quickly lowered his head and focused on the food in front of him. "This is delicious," everyone exclaimed. Raynon's giant dumpling, however, was too big to cook through and had to be boiled again, prompting another round of laughter. "These are Ainan's dumplings, right? They're perfect." The dining table buzzed with laughter and conversation as everyone enjoyed the steaming hot dumplings and shared amusing stories about making them. The delicious aroma and the warm atmosphere enveloped everyone in a sense of happiness. After the meal, the group sat around chatting for a while longer. As they were about to leave, everyone still had satisfied smiles on their faces and suggested to Zhang Yi that they should get together more often to make dumplings. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Once the guests had left, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the three creatures in his contract space. Feeding Palapo and Labella was straightforward, as the minerals he had stockpiled were more than enough to last them a long time. As for Tet, Zhang Yi had prepared roasted meat and dumplings for it. Watching Tet devour the food ravenously, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. After feeding his contract beasts, Zhang Yi glanced at Nan's closed door and then returned to his own room. He waved his hand to set up a magical barrier, blocking out all sound, and began his musical experiment. Through continuous trials, Zhang Yi gradually mastered the technique of using magic to create various musical instrument sounds. Compressing metal-based magic could simulate cymbal crashes, while wood-based magic could produce different drum sounds. By combining metal and light-based magic, he could even perfectly replicate the sound of an electric guitar. After 3 hours of exploration, Zhang Yi not only mastered the creation of various instrument sounds, but also discovered that by infusing different types of magic into sound waves, he could achieve special effects like reverb and mechanical sounds. What excited him the most was that, with his exceptional magic control, he could simultaneously manipulate multiple instruments, forming a unique one-man band. Zhang Yi calculated that with diligent practice, it wouldn't be long before he fully mastered this skill. When the time came for the welcome party, he was confident he would deliver a breathtaking performance for the audience. Wake up in the morning and embrace the sun. Feel the positive energy. Zhang Yi gently kissed Gu Jiao and sent it to wake up Nan while he took a refreshing hot shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, he hummed a tune as he started preparing breakfast. Thinking about how everyone might come here for meals in the future, he couldn't help but smile. This setup was beneficial. The academy regularly provided fresh ingredients for free, while breakfast at the cafeteria cost points. Having everyone eat here would not only save points, but also fill the place with warmth and laughter. "Nan, do you want meat or vegetable filling in your gongpabing?" Zhang Yi asked while busy cooking. "Meat," Nan replied briefly. Just as he finished speaking, Lena and the others arrived. These days, everyone looked forward to 2 meals, the most breakfast and dinner. Zhang Ye's culinary skills had captured everyone's hearts and stomachs. After breakfast, the group headed to the forest training ground. Zhang Yi looked around and felt the need for a resting area. With a wave of his hand, branches began to intertwine, quickly forming a spacious wooden hut among the trees. "Class leader, what are you doing?" everyone asked curiously. "Building a tree house where we can rest after training," Zhang Yi explained with a smile. This was a new magic he developed after getting tired of living in caves. The group stepped into the treehouse, finding it elegantly decorated with a fresh woody scent. Just as they were admiring it, Leona arrived. "Perfect timing. I was going to ask you all to set up a camp, but this saves us the trouble," Leona said with satisfaction. "From now on, we'll have our theory classes here." "But I'm not a fan of theory classes, so," Leona said with a mischievous grin. "I'll let Xiao Yi handle this one. Don't underestimate me. I'm a mid-level researcher," Zhang Yi said, projecting his academy badge, which drew gasps from everyone. "You've only been here a few days, and you're already a mid-level researcher? The dean must be your grandfather." Leona announced that today's lesson would be on practical magic application, then leaned back to observe. Zhang Yi waved his hand, conjuring soft wooden cushions inside the hut. "All right, Xiao Ye's class is starting now," Zhang Yi said with a smile. The relaxed atmosphere made everyone curious and eager. First question. In a real battle, how do you use magic to strike your enemy? There's a reward for quick answers. At the mention of rewards, everyone perked up. Zhang Yi used small red flowers as rewards, each worth 10 points. This news instantly energized the room, and students eagerly raised their hands to answer. The classroom atmosphere was incredibly lively, and Zhang Ye's teaching method was evidently very successful. Leona watched from the side, smiling with satisfaction. Perhaps this young man was more suited to be a mentor than she was. In the end, Zhang Yi handed out 15 small red flowers to the students who answered correctly and thoughtfully gave a small yellow flower to each of the others as a consolation. The quick response session is now over. For those who didn't get a chance to answer, don't be discouraged. You will also receive a small yellow flower worth 3 points. You can exchange it with me after class. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, a wave of excited murmurs filled the classroom. The previously disappointed students' eyes lit up instantly. No one had expected that even those who didn't answer would get a reward, making it a pleasant surprise. Let's continue, the teacher said, scanning the room. Your enthusiastic responses were all correct, but this sudden pause made every student hold their breath and focus intently on the podium. They were too rigid. Zhang Yi said bluntly. Why do I say rigid? Because what you understand, the enemy understands as well. Using these conventional magic applications against the enemy isn't very effective. He continued. You need to learn to think from different perspectives and use reverse thinking. Take Danny's example of rock and case. Binding the enemy is one way, but what if the enemy dodges and counterattacks? Zhang Ye's gaze swept across the class. The effect of rock and case is to cover the target with a layer of hard rock, making it impossible to move unless the rock is broken. So, why can't we use it as a defensive measure? This insight made the students' eyes light up, and the room buzzed with soft discussions as everyone pondered this innovative idea. Thinking is the key. Learning is about thinking, Zhang Yi said with a satisfied smile, then began to elaborate. The defensive spell rock armor, at the same level, requires a cast time of 1 breath, which includes drawing the spell circle or chanting. This cast time might cause you to miss the defensive opportunity. In contrast, rock and case, as a binding spell, is characterized by its speed and suddenness. Its cast time is less than half of rock armor's. More importantly, because rock and case is meant to bind the opponent, its rock material is extremely hard, providing a defensive effect on par with rock armor. The key point, Zhang Yi emphasized, is that as the caster, you can dispel the spell at any time, without affecting your own actions. Additionally, rock and case consumes less than half the mana of rock armor. Isn't this defensive method more efficient than the traditional rock armor? After hearing this explanation, Danny immediately stood up to practice. He first cast rock armor on himself, then tried rock and case. After careful comparison, he was delighted to find that everything Zhang Yi said was accurate. The defense was comparable, the casting speed was much faster, and the mana consumption was significantly reduced. I didn't know it could be used this way, Danny exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration for Zhang Yi. Exactly, Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. And there's more. Let's talk about the reverse application of other spells. Zhang Ye's explanation of reverse thinking in magic left everyone astounded, their faces reflecting growing surprise and delight. These unique applications of magic not only promise to elevate their abilities significantly, but also reinforce their belief in Zhang Ye's status as an intermediate magic researcher. Time for a quick question. Zhang Yi raised his voice. Why do we shout the name of the spell before casting it? The classroom buzzed with excitement as students eagerly raised their hands to answer. Shouting the spell name helps the magic flow more smoothly within us, reducing backlash. It clarifies our combat strategy. It can intimidate our opponents with our presence. Zhang Yi listened attentively, rewarding the enthusiastic students with small red flowers. When it was Nan's turn, he playfully placed a small yellow flower on Nan's head, causing Nan to frown and quickly remove it, prompting laughter from the others. You're all correct, Zhang Yi acknowledged with a nod, but he shifted the tone. It also alerts your opponent. If you face someone who can cast spells silently and instantly, shouting the spell name is like giving them a heads up on how to defend. As he spoke, Zhang Yi conjured 2 miniature magical figures, one red and one blue, to demonstrate a battle scene. Mimicking the red figure with a gruff voice, he shouted, "Fireball!" eliciting laughter from the students. The blue figure immediately formed a water shield for defense, only for the red figure to suddenly switch and cast a lightning bolt. The water shield conducted the electricity, severely damaging the blue figure. You shouted fireball, so why did you cast a lightning bolt? The blue figure asked in confusion. The red figure smugly replied, reverse thinking, you wouldn't understand. This vivid demonstration enlightened everyone. Zhang Yi further explained, this is the danger of habitual thinking. If you can think in reverse and exploit your opponent's habitual thinking, you can achieve unexpected victories. You need to open your minds, create your own combat styles, and be bold in trying new tactics. Here at the Academy, you have ample opportunity to experiment and explore, which will make you extraordinary magicians. The classroom erupted in applause. Zhang Ye's lecture, like a key, unlocked a new realm of thinking for everyone. Zhang Ye's words sparked the group's reverse thinking, and ideas began to flow like a spring from their minds. Seeing everyone's eagerness, Zhang Yi smiled broadly. Let's go. Instead of just talking about theories, let's practice and explain as we go. Cheering, the group followed Zhang Yi to the outdoor training ground. The place quickly became lively with excited trainees everywhere. Come on, someone spar with me. I want to test the instant defense effect of earth cover, one trainee shouted. Releasing a water vortex around oneself not only weakens the opponent's magic, but also boosts the next water spell. Another voice exclaimed excitedly. Samantha's eyes sparkled as she thought aloud. Wind guidance can not only deflect the opponent's magic, but also direct my own. If we cast swift wind on the opponent, the sudden speed increase will throw them off balance. Zhang Yi patrolled and guided from the side. Kabike, try inverting the water vortex, with the base facing you and the top towards the enemy. This way, the coverage of your water magic will be greater. Samantha, wind guidance can also help you dodge or directly lead the opponent into your magic traps. Xiao Ji, dealing with wood-based defense is simple. Use a burst of fire energy to make them ignite on the spot. Under Zhang Ye's guidance, everyone's combat techniques became more flexible and unpredictable. Though these tactics seemed a bit cunning, they proved highly effective in practice. Leona watched from the side and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yi had indeed corrupted the entire class, but this was precisely the effect she wanted. At this moment, Lena stood aside, looking somewhat dejected. Zhang Yi walked over and asked her what was wrong. She hesitated and said, "Brother Yi, I can only blink and rewind, and I can't think of any new tactics." "I'll teach you," Zhang Yi said with a grin. "Blinking isn't just for dodging. It can also be used to obscure vision. Come, I'll show you a move called Shadow Step." By constantly blinking in the enemy's blind spots, Zhang Yi demonstrated this unique tactical skill to Lena. He moved like a phantom in the corners of her vision, making it impossible for her to catch sight of him no matter how she turned her head. "There's an even more advanced application," Zhang Yi said, standing in front of Lena and beginning to perform rapid blinks. His figure flickered at an astonishing rate of 60 times per second, far beyond the limits of human perception. Soon, Lena saw two identical phantoms of Zhang Yi in her field of vision. "This is amazing. Can I do it too?" Lena asked excitedly. "Of course, with enough practice," Zhang Yi replied with a smile. "As for the issue of magical perception, you can use magical skin to isolate it, which requires specialized training. Once mastered, you will have a significant advantage in combat." Under Zhang Yi's guidance, everyone began to practice these novel tactics. Nan, in particular, developed a new combo with his help integrating Thunder Flash right after executing Thunder Prison Triple Kill, making 3 clones simultaneously unleash Thunder Flash with devastating power. Additionally, Thunderstorm marbles were no longer limited to long-range attacks. They could be held in hand for close combat to maximize damage. Time slipped away unnoticed in their focused practice until Leona reminded them that class was over. "All right, time to exchange your points," Zhang Yi announced. Everyone eagerly brought their little flowers to redeem points. A yellow flower was worth a day's meal, while a red flower was worth 3 days' meals, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Before leaving, at Zhang Yi's request, everyone bid farewell in unison. "Goodbye, Mentor." "Ah, this is so satisfying. I have no regrets in this life," Zhang Yi exclaimed with a contented sigh, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After class, Zhang Yi headed straight to the research lab. Kailang showed him the refined void meteorite, which had reduced from over 150 pounds to around 100 pounds in both weight and volume. The surface patterns of the meteorite were more intricate, with occasional glimmers of light. In the precision engraving lab, Zhang Yi began the meticulous work. He displayed astonishing talent, mastering the operation of the engraving machine in just a few hours, much to the amazement of Kailang and Kellen. The dual magical guns designed for Lena required hundreds of precise components, each with a shell thickness of no more than 0.001 millimeters. Zhang Yi focused intently, channeling his mental power to its limit to enhance his perception accuracy. When he finished all the components for the first gun and was 90% done with the second, Zhang Yi's mental strength was nearly exhausted. Zhang Yi's head felt unnaturally heavy, as if he were suffering from severe motion sickness. Despite the constant waves of dizziness assaulting his nerves, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue the meticulous engraving work. After casting a spell to clear his mind, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, pushing through the discomfort to focus on the final few components. Kaling and Kalan stood nearby, their hands continuously casting spells to maintain the material's activity while simultaneously operating other machinery to process the components, leaving them unable to assist Zhang Yi. Time was of the essence. The three of them understood that the final integration process had to be swift, or the attributes of the magical device would fail to solidify perfectly. As Zhang Yi completed the engraving of the last core component, he immediately enveloped it with magic and handed it to Kalan. "Quick, assemble it. The void energy on top is already starting to dissipate." Before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black, and he collapsed backward. Fortunately, Ku Ling caught him in time. After a quick check, she said, "It's a mental exhaustion-induced faint. He'll wake up after a short rest." Kalan nodded and immediately began the assembly process. She put on her blue, rune-engraved glasses, and the mechanical backpack on her back lit up brilliantly, extending 8 mechanical arms. In an instant, her hands and the mechanical arms blurred into motion, releasing the formidable aura of a 4-star saint. Her movements were almost impossible to follow. In the blink of an eye, 2 exquisitely designed magical devices were fully assembled. Kalan waved her hand, enveloping the devices in a blue-white magical glow. The parts began to merge, eventually forming a seamless whole. The saint-level spell known as Material Fusion proved challenging with opposing materials, but since the light and time attributes didn't conflict, the process was exceptionally smooth. At that moment, Zhang Yi slowly regained consciousness. Kalan's blue glasses emitted a beam that scanned the magical devices, and she smiled with satisfaction upon confirming that all the data were normal. Despite his exhaustion, Zhang Yi insisted on conducting an immediate test, politely declining Kalan's suggestion to rest. I'm fine. I want to surprise Lena as soon as possible. When Kalan asked if Lena was his girlfriend, Zhang Yi shook his head and explained, no, she's a friend, his face showing genuine emotion. The test commenced, and the magical devices performed outstandingly. They flashed multiple times without any issues, their firing rate reaching 40 shots per second, and their power rivaling that of a 7th-tier spell. Most crucially, when Zhang Yi infused them with magic for a charged shot, the twin guns emitted star-shaped magic streams with terrifying power comparable to the late 10th tier. An even more surprising result came from testing the rewind ability. After Zhang Yi blinked back to his position 2 seconds earlier, the magical device's energy was fully restored, while the damage they had caused remained unchanged. This confirmed that the rewind ability indeed triggered the power of the laws. The test was a success. It's time to name the magical devices, Kalan said with a smile. Zhang Yi gazed at the twin guns in his hands and solemnly declared, one will be called Flash, and the other Light. Together, they will be the flashing twin stars. Back at the dorm, Zhang Yi collapsed onto the sofa. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt Gujio hop lightly onto his face. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up later to make dinner. Zhang Yi mumbled as he groggily patted Gujio's head and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Gujio gazed at Zhang Yi's tired face, a hint of concern in its eyes. It gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek before quietly hopping towards the kitchen. Nan, who was meditating in his room, suddenly caught a whiff of delicious food. He opened his eyes, thinking Zhang Yi had returned, but saw him still sound asleep on the sofa as he passed through the living room. The sounds of cooking from the kitchen left him puzzled. When Nan entered the kitchen, the sight before him was astonishingly pink, semi-transparent, jelly-like. Zhang Yi was skillfully handling the spatula. Gujio? Nan asked tentatively. The pink, Zhang Yi, turned around and let out a familiar Guji sound. It not only flawlessly replicated Zhang Yi's cooking movements, but also extended multiple tentacles to simultaneously chop and wash vegetables, working with incredible efficiency. The doorbell rang, and one of Gujio's tentacles gracefully opened the door for them. Lena and the others walked in, equally stunned by the scene in the kitchen. Zhang Yi was awakened by the commotion and groggily mentioned he needed to make dinner. But the moment he saw the scene in the kitchen, he was instantly wide awake. Am I dreaming? He asked, rubbing his eyes. As the last dish was placed on the table, Gujio reverted to its round, plump form and jumped into Zhang Yi's arms. Overjoyed and surprised, Zhang Yi learned that Gujio had picked up cooking by observing him, making him even more ecstatic. This is the incredible adaptability of a slime, Ella explained. It's been modeling itself after you all along. During dinner, everyone marveled at the dishes Gujio had made, praising how they tasted exactly like Zhang Yi's cooking. Afterward, they discussed their plans for the auditions tomorrow, sharing their performance ideas. Zhang Yi specifically reminded Lena to accompany him to the research institute the next day. Once everyone had left, Zhang Yi pondered over the song he would perform while gently stroking the cuddly Gujio in his arms, savoring the warmth of the evening. At that moment, Nan emerged, his face expressionless as he looked at Zhang Yi. The aura he exuded was even more powerful than before, indicating he had reached the late stage of the 9th level. What's going on, Nan? Zhang Yi asked in confusion, then widened his eyes. Wait, you broke through? That's amazing, Nan. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Nan's mouth. He had been absorbing the pure magical energy left by Zhang Yi in his body for training. Although his progress had stalled before due to overextending his life force, Zhang Yi's magic had given him the opportunity to break through. Now, with 70% of the magic absorbed, he had finally succeeded. Come with me to the arena, Nan said tersely. Why are we going to the arena so late? To fight. Zhang Yi was stunned. No way. You want to fight me right after your breakthrough? Why? Because I want to. And why do you want to? Zhang Yi asked, feeling like he was about to cry. Because I feel like it. In his mind, Zhang Yi silently added a new prefix to Nan. Domineering iceberg, Sundaratan. He swallowed hard. The aftereffects of his mental exhaustion were giving him a splitting headache, and he really didn't want to fight. After all, Nan had been able to defeat mid-tier 10th level magical beasts even when he was at mid-tier 9th level, let alone now in his peak state at late-tier 9th level. It's really late. How about tomorrow? Zhang Yi tried to evade. No. Nan refused flatly. You said you like doing things that make those around you happy. Fighting me will make me happy. Zhang Yi sighed. All right then. He was about to place Gugio on his head when Nan added, you can't use Gugio. By the time they arrived at the arena, it was already 8 in the evening, and there were still quite a few people battling inside. They found an empty spot, and an instructor quickly approached them. A latest stage 9th level against a newly advanced 8th level, are you sure? Yes, Nan replied before Zhang Yi could say anything. Zhang Yi could only smile wryly. It seemed Nan really held a grudge and couldn't wait to beat him up. After the instructor emphasized the rules and warned them not to go too hard, they each took their positions. Zhang Yi placed Gugio at the edge of the arena, and the little creature watched its exhausted owner with concern. The instructor raised his hand, signaling, ready, begin. As soon as the mentor's words fell, Nan's figure instantly streaked across the arena like a flash of lightning, appearing right in front of Zhang Yi. Since Zhang Yi was unarmed, Nan decided to fight barehanded as well. His fist, wrapped in dazzling lightning, struck directly at Zhang Yi, who immediately countered with blue flames in his hand. Boom! The moment they collided, Zhang Yi was forced back several meters by the immense impact. Despite Nan still being in the mid-stage of the 9th tier, the thunderous power contained in his punch was far stronger than before, making it difficult for Zhang Yi to fully withstand. Nan followed up swiftly, raising his long right leg and slicing through the air with a perfect arc, like a guillotine aimed at Zhang Yi. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi teleported behind Nan. However, as if anticipating this, Nan leaned forward, his supporting leg's toes touching the ground, and his right leg swung backward and upward, targeting Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi managed to block the kick with both hands, he was still sent flying. Nan's leg traced an almost perfect circle in the air before he landed gracefully in a split stance. This exquisite 360-degree kick drew gasps of amazement from the watching students. Before Zhang Yi could regain his footing, Nan leaped into the air, turning mid-flight and gathering dense lightning arrows in his hands. Facing the overwhelming barrage, Zhang Yi quickly cast the 8th tier spell, Holy Light Cross Shield. The first shield shattered instantly, and he had to cast 5 more in quick succession to barely fend off all the lightning arrows. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his figure flashing rapidly across the arena at a rate of 50 times per second, leaving behind numerous afterimages. To counter this elusive speed, Nan's eyes glowed with lightning as he raised one hand skyward, summoning a massive purple magic array that covered the entire battlefield. 9th tier Magic Thunderstorm. A torrent of lightning rained down from the array, transforming the arena into a sea of thunder. Forced to increase his flashing frequency to 100 times per second, Zhang Yi was eventually struck by a purple bolt. Amidst the pain and paralysis, he let out a roar and summoned the Golden Tiger Earth Armor, forming a magical skin layer on his body as insulation. Raising his arm, he directed the lightning into the ground, successfully avoiding further damage. When the thunderstorm subsided, the Golden Tiger Earth Armor was on the verge of collapse, and Zhang Ye's magical energy was greatly depleted. Seeing that he could still stand, Nan frowned slightly and launched another charge. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Ye's magical energy surged wildly around him as he summoned hundreds of magic arrays to cover the battlefield. This spectacle elicited exclamations and discussions from the audience below. With a smile, Zhang Yi looked at Nan and said, "Don't blame me for going all out." A magical feast. Hundreds of 7th and 8th tier spells instantly drained most of his magical energy, enveloping the entire arena in a brilliant display of magical light. Facing such an overwhelming force, Nan closed his eyes with a serious expression. Giving up? Of course not. In the next instant, Nan's figure transformed into a brilliant sphere of lightning, suspended in midair. Countless spells rained down on the sphere's surface, but they were as ineffective as hitting an unbreakable barrier. Elementalization? The mentors and some knowledgeable students on the sidelines exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. He can achieve elementalization at the 9th tier? Their astonishment was justified. Elementalization is an advanced technique that can only be used by those who have reached the 10th tier and comprehended certain fundamental laws. It's more about manipulating laws than casting spells. Except for rare talents like Leona, who possess innate abilities, most people need to reach the 10th tier to touch upon these laws and achieve elementalization. But Nan had clearly broken this convention. Comprehending laws at the 9th tier was beyond genius, it was monstrous. As the dazzling barrage of spells from the magic feast ended, Zhang Yi landed on the ground, looking at the now human-shaped Nan with a bitter smile. Elementalization not only significantly reduces magical damage, but with Nan's 9th tier resistance, Zhang Ye's combination of 7th and 8th tier spells could only inflict minor injuries. In reality, while the magic feast was visually stunning, its damage wasn't concentrated due to the variety of elemental spells. If it had been an equivalent number of fire spells, enhanced with hydrogen and oxygen, the power would have been several times greater. Even a 100-fold hydrogen-oxygenized fire rain could rival a 10th tier spell. But this was a sparring match, not a life-and-death battle, and Zhang Yi didn't want to go to extremes. Nan quickly recovered and launched a fierce attack on Zhang Yi. A sharp lightning blade sliced through the air, aiming straight at him. Zhang Yi barely rolled away, but the after-effects of his depleted mental energy slowed his reactions, causing a throbbing pain in his temples. In that moment of distraction, Nan closed the distance and landed a heavy punch on his face. Zhang Yi spun off the stage. Nan wins, the mentor announced. Gujiu anxiously hopped over to Zhang Yi, chirping worriedly and casting angry glances at Nan. Nan hesitated for a moment, then stepped down from the stage and approached Zhang Yi, unsure whether to help him up. But Zhang Yi stood up on his own, smiling as he reassured, "I'm fine, Gujiu. Don't blame Nan." With that, he picked up Gujiu and headed towards the dormitory. Nan quickly caught up, and after a moment of silence, asked, "Are you mad?" "Why would I be? It's not like I can't handle losing." Zhang Yi turned and smiled, pointing to his swollen face. "You just hit too hard and messed up my handsome face. I need to get back before anyone sees me like this. It's embarrassing." Nan sighed in relief and nodded silently, but Zhang Ye's eyes dimmed slightly. Suddenly, Gujiu jumped onto Zhang Ye's shoulder and gave his swollen cheek a gentle kiss. Zhang Yi immediately felt a cool sensation and, touching his face, found that the pain and swelling were rapidly subsiding. "Good Gujiu. Give me a few more kisses." Zhang Yi exclaimed in delight. "3 Muamua." Gujiu obliged with a few more kisses. "Ah, I've been healed." Zhang Yi sighed contentedly, touching his now normal cheek. Seeing this, Nan couldn't help but laugh softly. "Hey, did you just laugh?" "No, I didn't." The next day, in the forest training ground, Leona stood before the crowd holding a stack of number cards. "Those whose names are called, come and collect your number cards. Meet at the Academy's performance hall at the 3rd hour in the afternoon for the evening show auditions." She cleared her throat. "Only 30 will be selected. So give it your best." "Only 30 slots?" The news made everyone present nervous. There were at least hundreds of applicants from the entire school, and even with some group performances, the competition was fierce. However, Zhang Yi was confident in his abilities. After collecting the number cards, the practical training began. Under Leona's special arrangement, Zhang Yi continued training with Lena. After a morning of practice, Lena's blinking frequency had reached 38 times per second. At this rate, achieving 100 blinks per second was just around the corner. Feeling her rapid improvement, Lena's gratitude towards Zhang Yi deepened. "Let's go, Lena, to the research lab." Zhang Yi called out after class. "Okay." Lena nodded and followed. At the research lab, Kailang was already waiting at the door. Zhang Yi introduced with a smile. "Lena, this is my student, Kailang. Kailang, this is my friend, Lena. Hello, nice to meet you." Lena's eyes sparkled as she looked at the beautiful Kailang. Kailang nodded briefly in response. "Hello. Yigu, you've really become a mentor now," Lena said with a smile. Zhang Yi scratched his head sheepishly. "I wouldn't say that. Let's go to the testing ground." At the testing ground, Lena asked curiously, "Yigu, what are we doing here?" Zhang Yi grinned and pulled out the flashing twin stars. The magical devices glowed with a mix of gold and blue, adorned with star-like sparkles, and had a design that was incredibly dreamy. They resembled Tracer's dual pistols, but were more refined and elegant. "These are your personal magical devices. Do you like them?" Lena took the pistols, and the grips immediately adjusted to fit her hands. Although she wasn't sure of their exact functions yet, the appearance alone, made from void meteoric iron, indicated their high value. Under Zhang Ye's guidance, Lena completed the dual binding process with magic and a drop of blood. Holding the pistols, she blinked rapidly and pulled the triggers, releasing a torrent of star-like magic bullets that shredded the distant targets. To her delight, when she rewound her form, the magic in the guns instantly replenished. These magical devices perfectly matched her talents. Once bound, they could transform into a pair of exquisite arm guards, making them both practical and beautiful. With just a thought, the pistols could reassemble in her hands. "Yigu, what are these magical devices called?" Lena asked excitedly. "One is called Flash, the other Light. Together, they are the flashing twin stars. Do you like them?" "I love them. I really love them." Lena's face beamed with happiness. "Thank you, Yigu. This must have taken a lot of effort." "It was nothing with my skills, it was a piece of cake." Zhang Yi waved it off, then suddenly remembered. "Oh, and there are a few sets of fully charged magic crystals. Where did I leave them?" "In the precision engraving lab," Kailang reminded him. As Zhang Yi went through a portal to retrieve the magic crystals, Lena sidled up to Kailang and whispered, "Sister Kailang, the flashing twin stars must be really expensive, right?" Kailang nodded calmly. "Yes, the materials alone cost a total of 1,547,825 points, not including the fees for the precision engraver and hiring the dwarf forging master, plus the void meteoric iron provided by the mentor." The technical support adds up to an estimated value of over 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion? Lena was stunned, her eyes gradually filling with tears. Of course, you can't measure everything the minter has done with gold coins. Colin's voice was filled with enthusiasm as he passionately recounted the minter's achievements. He detailed how the minter tirelessly traveled to the Research Institute day after day to develop magical devices, proposed 13 concepts to advance the era, and even fainted yesterday from mental exhaustion. Colin continued, given the minter's contributions, I have applied to the Academy to elevate his status to senior researcher. He is born to push our era forward. His ideas... But Lena couldn't listen anymore. She stared blankly at the magical device in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. 15 billion, mental exhaustion. That's why ye slept on the sofa yesterday. These thoughts echoed in her mind. He has done so much for me? Why? Is it worth it? We're just friends. At that moment, Zhang Yi emerged from the portal holding a few magic crystals. Found them. These crystal sets can be used to replace. His words trailed off as he saw Lena crying, and he immediately panicked. Before he could react, Lena had thrown herself into his arms, her tears soaking his uniform. Yi, thank you. I promise I'll repay you. I swear. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He silently asked Colin what had happened. Upon learning that Colin had told Lena everything, he sighed and gently ruffled Lena's short golden hair, speaking softly, no need to repay me. Your becoming stronger is the best reward. Once I find out why you can't resonate with magic, I'll help you fix it. The shining twin stars will help you through this time. Don't cry. This is a happy moment. Lena only cried harder. Zhang Yi suddenly put on a stern expression. Stop crying. Lena immediately held back her tears but continued to sob, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Zhang Yi placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, Want to repay me? Then make good use of the shining twin stars and make a name for yourself in the monthly test. Yes. Lena wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. As she looked at Zhang Yi's warm smile, she silently vowed to repay him 100-fold for everything he had done for her. This touching scene was witnessed by someone who had been watching the whole time. The observer thought to himself, this kid, not bad. I like him. The Lionheart Empire, with its opulent Lionheart Palace, is the place where the Emperor of the Lionheart conducts his affairs. Oscar was hunched over a pile of documents, diligently working. After a while, he gently placed his pen against his lips, gripping it with his mouth, and leaned back in his chair, exhausted. So tired. I wish I could go out and have some fun. Can't Eric understand my plight? Seriously. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Recognizing the visitor, Oscar was taken aback and quickly stood up. Grandfather, what brings you here? The elderly man gave him a sharp look. Just came to see how you're handling your duties as the Lionheart Emperor. Fun, you say? Oscar gave an awkward smile and then asked with concern, Grandfather, weren't you watching over Lena? How is she? Has she enrolled yet? Although his daughter had gone to the All Spirits Empire to participate in the admissions process, he felt at ease complaining here only because his grandfather was with her. She enrolled, second among the freshmen, the old man said nonchalantly. Second among the freshmen? Oscar stood up in shock. He knew his precious daughter well. Despite her highly versatile talents, she couldn't learn any magic. How could she possibly stand out in the competitive admissions of the All Spirits Academy with just the magical items in her ring? This year's admissions were fiercer than ever, with numerous 8th and 9th level prodigies from prominent families and powerful factions. Someone helped her, the old man said calmly. Who? A young man named Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Oscar was even more surprised. Isn't he that interesting fellow I met earlier? Did he also go to the All Spirits Academy? The one with black hair and black eyes, from another world? The old man nodded and asked, You know him? Yes, I felt a pure aura from him, so I got in touch. He's quite interesting. The old man smiled meaningfully. He's more than interesting. That young man is extraordinary. The top 5 freshmen all got their points from him. Not only that, he tamed 2 origin stone beasts from the Greyrock secret realm, a demon slime from the demon realm, and a dark magic queen insect. The most incredible part is that his singing can influence the laws of the secret realm. Such an impressive young man. I've never seen the likes of him. Oscar was too shocked to speak. This meant Zhang Yi could dominate the rankings single-handedly. Even more astonishing, he hadn't recognized Gujio as a demon slime, thinking it was an angel slime. I have a high regard for him. The old man cleared his throat. Bring Zhang Yi into the Lionheart Empire as an honored guest. Wah, isn't that a bit much? Why not? The old man said sternly. That young man has done so much for Lina. He casually gave her a magical device worth 15 billion, custom-made for her. He even pushed himself to the point of fainting from mental exhaustion, but didn't want Lena to know. His training plan for Lena makes our previous efforts look insignificant. Most importantly, the light of righteousness he radiates is so dazzling that even I can barely look straight at him. We must secure such talent. And there's one more crucial point, the old man said slowly. He has mastered Lena's innate magic. Oscar stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. This meant Zhang Yi could learn any magic, even innate abilities, just by observing them. This is the Lionheart Empire's chance for a complete resurgence, Oscar said excitedly. That's enough talk. I'm off to see my precious great-granddaughter, the old man said, and his figure gradually faded into the air. As he spoke, he vanished into thin air, his faint voice still echoing around. That magical device, make sure he creates one for me to try out someday. At this moment, Zhang Yi was basking in the joy of the upcoming audition, completely unaware that someone had seen through him. He walked into the exhibition hall, which was magically sealed off to maintain an air of mystery, preventing outsiders from entering. The auditions had already started in the main hall. Zhang Yi and his friends, Renault and the others, found a spot to sit. On stage, a fire mage was performing, creating fireworks-like displays with flames. However, the three judges still gave their verdict. Too boring? This was expected, as simple magic performances were quite mundane at the Magic Academy. After a series of eliminations, only one contestant managed to pass. Next up was a particularly special contestant. She was about 1.5 meters tall, resembling a dwarf at first glance, but she was actually a petite girl. She wore a loose school uniform, and her pink-blue wavy hair covered half of her face, revealing only a delicate chin. Just from this, it was clear she was quite a beauty. Everyone. The petite girl stood on stage, so nervous that she couldn't even complete a greeting. Her face turned redder, and her eyes began to well up with tears. Don't be nervous, the female judge said gently, but the kind words seemed to have the opposite effect. The petite girl became even more flustered. I'm sorry. With that, she ran off the stage. The audience was stunned, and the judges shook their heads helplessly. With such a personality, she's indeed not suited for performing on stage. Number 88. Hearing his number, Zhang Yi perked up and quickly walked onto the stage. He immediately conjured a magical guitar, his face beaming with confidence. Hello everyone. Hello judges. My name is Zhang Yi, and I'm going to perform a song for you. His sunny and handsome appearance instantly drew everyone's attention, including the petite girl hiding in the corner, peeking out with only half her face visible. She watched the confident figure on stage with envy, a stark contrast to her own stage fright. This song is called By the Butterfly Spring. I hope you all enjoy it. Zhang Yi conjured a tall stool and sat down, his fingers strumming the guitar strings. Several magical sound panels floated in the air, producing rhythmic drum beats. The beautiful melody immediately captivated the entire audience. In the crowd, a pink-haired woman suddenly lit up. It's him, the great singer. As the song ended, the audience fell into a brief silence. Everyone, including the other contestants, was mesmerized by the beautiful melody. Then, thunderous applause erupted, and the three judges simultaneously held up green cards, signaling that Zhang Yi had passed the audition. Zhang Yi smiled slightly in acknowledgement, and this simple gesture immediately triggered a wave of exclamations from the crowd. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Is he really from the East? How can he be this good-looking? Are all Easterners this outstanding? The murmurs of the audience grew louder. A woman with pink hair, looking captivated, whispered to herself, such a beautiful voice, and that magical instrument. I must ask him for advice. Noting the enthusiastic response from the crowd, Zhang Yi smiled to himself, as I expected. I really am exceptional. He thought this while struggling through the throng of admirers, finally reaching Samantha and the others. Yi, your singing was phenomenal, Samantha said, her face full of admiration. I told you yes, singing is amazing. Rainaman chimed in with a smile. Kobik, however, wore a troubled expression. He not only has great skills and looks, but now even his singing is captivating. How are we supposed to compete? Zhang Yi chuckled. Don't worry, I'll find time to teach you all how to sing. Awesome. Kobik's eyes lit up instantly, clearly already imagining himself attracting admirers with his voice. The auditions continued. Rainaman performed a dazzling fire magic display, and Samantha danced a graceful wind spirit dance, both earning rounds of applause. The most eye-catching was Kobik, who summoned several lifelike water beasts, transforming the stage into an oceanic wonderland. In the end, everyone except Rainaman, who was eliminated for lack of creativity, made it through. Back at the dorm, Zhang Yi and Gujio prepared a sumptuous dinner, even baking a batch of cookies with magic. Everyone watched curiously as he used magic to bake the treats. The next morning, when they gathered, Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that everyone had made progress. Rainaman and Samantha had advanced to mid-9th level, Kobik and Sabiba to the peak of the 8th level, and Sakura to the late 8th level. Only Lena remained stuck at the peak of the 7th level, which had troubled her for 11 years, but she quickly regained her spirits. Upon arriving at the classroom, the students immediately surrounded Zhang Yi. "Class rep, we heard you're an amazing singer. Sing us a song." Suddenly, a leopard-eared girl named Kaya interrupted. "Class rep, Paige from class 2 is looking for you." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Paige the sister Lena often mentioned? What does she want with me? Not sure. Kaya replied with a mischievous smile, but it seems she's smitten with you. Oh, the crowd erupted in teasing. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know her. As he spoke, he took out a tray of steaming cookies from his ring. Here, everyone have some. Everyone was taken aback and curiously looked at the snacks in Zhang Yi's hands. These are cookies I baked. Give them a try, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Kaya was the first to pick one up. The class monitor can bake? Let me give it a taste. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly lit up, and her furry ears twitched with delight. Mm. So delicious. Seeing Kaya's reaction, the other students quickly followed suit, their praises echoing through the room. The Beastfolk students enjoyed the cookies while happily wagging their tails and twitching their ears, making Zhang Ye's hands itch with the urge to pet them. At that moment, Leona walked over. "What's this?" she asked. "Cookies I baked. Want to try one?" Zhang Yi offered her a piece. Leona's eyes lit up after tasting it. "These are really good. Make some more for me to snack on later, will you?" "Sure thing," Zhang Yi promised, patting his chest. The surrounding students exchanged glances, quickly picking up on the unusual atmosphere between the two. Leona's attitude towards Zhang Yi was clearly different from her demeanor with the other students, and it seemed they knew each other well. Teacher and student? Interesting. The students' gossip radar went into overdrive. Today's practical class, following Zhang Yi's suggestion, was changed to team battles. Leona agreed with the idea, as many competitions were team-based, ranging from 1 to 7 members. During the grouping, even though many wanted to team up with the powerful Zhang Yi and Nan, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Pair up however you like. Lena and I will team up." In the end, 8 teams were formed. Team 1, Zhang Yi, Lena. Team 2, Nan, Renomon, Samara, and Kobik. Team 3, Connor, Kaya, Tap, and Psychit. The remaining 5 teams also completed their pairings. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Eliminate all members of the opposing team to win. Using magical tools and artifacts was allowed, but scroll-based items were prohibited. Specifically for Zhang Yi, Leona also forbade the use of his contracted beast. The first match was set between Team 1 and Team 3. Although Zhang Ye's strength was well known, the limited 300-meter battleground and the restriction on using Gujio gave Team 3 some hope for victory. As for Lena, who was at the peak of the 7th tier, some people underestimated her due to their lack of knowledge about her true capabilities. Leona used a magic circle to delineate the battlefield, and the 2 teams faced off. "Lena, bring out the shining twin stars. It's time for some real combat today," Zhang Yi said. As Lena nodded, the platinum bracers on her arms swiftly transformed into 2 gleaming magic guns, which she grasped firmly. Connor, watching this unfold, let out a derisive laugh. "Lena, ditching your artifact for magic guns? What kind of move is that? Are you planning to cheer for the captain from the sidelines?" His teammates burst into laughter. "Why don't you step down instead of dragging the captain down with you?" Connor continued. Lena clenched the shining twin stars tightly, biting her lips stubbornly, but remained silent. "Connor," Zhang Yi suddenly spoke, his face uncharacteristically serious. "What's up, Captain? Did I say something wrong?" Connor, despite his respect for Zhang Yi, stood by his opinion. Zhang Yi walked up to Connor, lightly patting his shoulder. "Talking tough before a fight is fine, but know your limits. If Lena defeats you later, won't those words come back to bite you?" He glanced around, raising his voice slightly. "Remember, we're classmates first here. Your future network and strength could very well come from your peers. Never underestimate anyone, because you never know who might surpass you someday." Connor glanced thoughtfully at Lena before nodding. "If this battle changes my mind, I'll apologize for what I said." Zhang Yi smiled approvingly. "That's the attitude of a true warrior." He turned back to Lena, speaking softly. "Don't be nervous. Just remember what I taught you and use your talents. Right? I won't let you down, Yi Gu." Lena replied with determination. "Don't let yourself down," Zhang Yi corrected her, then signaled to Leona to start. Leona watched the exchange, feeling a sense of pride in Zhang Ye's leadership. The battle commenced in an instant. Connor launched the first attack, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped the battlefield. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly, stomping the ground as blue flames surged forth, dispersing the cold and strategically avoiding Lena. "Impressive," Connor genuinely praised. He and his teammates then unleashed a barrage of attack-size spikes, magic, and combat skills blocking all escape routes. Amidst the overwhelming assault, Zhang Yi and Lena remained unmoved. Stay calm during a fight to make the best decisions. Zhang Ye's words steadied Lena's racing heart. As the magic was about to hit, their figures suddenly vanished. When Connor realized something was amiss and turned around, Zhang Yi and Lena were already behind them. Zhang Yi maintained his calm smile, while Lena raised the shining twin stars, ready to strike back. Connor witnessed the scene with a cold snicker in his heart. As a member of the Frost Empire's royal family, he always approached the Lionheart Empire with caution. Although the two nations hadn't reached the point of being mortal enemies, their relations were fraught with constant friction and a lack of harmony. He knew Lena's background inside out. The young princess of the Lionheart Empire possessed two innate talents, but was unable to learn any magic or combat skills, her rank stuck at the peak of the 7th tier. Rumor had it that she struggled even against magical beasts of the same rank. What Connor found most disdainful was that Lena had forsaken the royal family's prepared treasures in favor of using a magitech device. When he saw the glow at the muzzle of Lena's guns, Connor casually raised an ice shield. However, in the next moment, a torrent of magical bullets rained down upon him. The ice shield, boasting the defensive strength of the 8th tier, should have been impregnable against each bullet's near 7th tier power. But Lena's dual guns fired 40 rounds per second each, totaling 80 bullets per second. In less than a second, the shield was shattered. Countless magical bullets were aimed directly at Connor's face. The sudden onslaught shocked him. There was no time to set up a second defense. In the nick of time, Sictor leaped in front of Connor, roaring as he entered a semi-beast state, transforming into a three-turtle half-beast with a rhinoceros head and a human body, his arms encased in thick armor. The dense barrage of magical bullets struck Sictor. Despite his semi-beast state, which enhanced his defense to the early 9th tier, he was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Each bullet was equivalent to a full force strike from a peak 6th tier mage, reaching 7th tier power. In just 2 seconds, cracks began to appear on his armored arms. I can't hold on much longer. Sictor gritted his teeth. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Sictor, renowned for his formidable defense, was being pushed back by Lena's assault? It's not over yet. Lena suddenly called out. She pulled the triggers of her guns, and from the muzzles, 2 beams of starlight converged into massive energy spheres, launching them at Sictor. The attack was on par with a full-strength strike from a 9th tier mage. The armor shattered, and Sictor screamed as he was sent flying. Immediately after, Lena's figure flickered and reappeared, her expended magical energy instantly replenished. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Was this still the Lionheart princess who had to rely on treasures to inflict damage? Amidst everyone's shock, a clear shout suddenly rang out from behind Lena. Leopard claw strike. 3 fierce claw marks aimed straight at Lena's back. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.